One day, a massive tower appeared in the middle of the city, a dungeon of monsters, treasures, and endless danger. Everyone entered seeking glory, but Seijun, not invited. But he still managed. Armed with nothing but seeds in his own hands, he started to farm. Deep inside a place meant for death. While others are fighting bosses, he grows to thrive. The farmer of the dungeon is no longer alone, and soon his quiet harvest will shake the entire tower. What happens when the quietest man in the tower becomes its legend? Let's find out. It was a beautiful sunny day. The awakened were wandering around, chatting among themselves. A small ginger cat named Theo approached them, asking for a moment of their attention and offering them his wares. The people were overjoyed to see a traveling merchant, especially a cat, and began calling him cute. One of them then asked what he was selling. The cat showed him a tomato, and he took it, puzzled, asking, "Is it a cherry tomato, and why would he need one?" He was expecting some kind of legendary weapon or potion. He tossed the tomato into a girl's hand, and the guy next to him said, disappointed, "You can buy it in any city." The cat smiled slyly and called them stupid people. He expected such a reaction. "It's not an ordinary tomato." He told them to open the status window, and one of the girls took the cherry tomato and looked at its description in the system. It increases mana regeneration for 10 minutes and also burns 10 grams of fat. The girl, confused, noted that this wasn't enough, and when her friend saw the line about burning fat, she became very excited and exclaimed, "Is this true?" The cat smugly stretched his tail and asked, "Cool, isn't it?" He'd give it to her for just half a coin. Everyone immediately pounced on him, apparently desperate to burn fat, and so asked him for 300 at once. Poor Theo huddled in his bag in fear, and one of the awakened ones asked where he even found them. He hugged his bag and told him it was a secret. Meanwhile, in a small sunlit cave, the farm where these cherry tomatoes grew was thriving. After harvesting, Seijun wiped the sweat from his face and told the rabbit he'd helped that there were enough tomatoes for today. He waved his hand and told the other furry workers about a break, after which he decided to make himself a smoothie. He squeezed tomato juice into a glass, asked a bee for honey, then shook it all up, and a refreshing endurance drink appeared. He and all his other little farm workers, the rabbits, drank it all at once, then let out a heavy sigh in unison, and Shun said that this was how life was supposed to be lived. But something was bothering him. The system persistently offered him an additional quest. He needed to deliver honey water to the control tower. He wouldn't receive any reward, and if he refused, the control tower would be disappointed in him. He grumpily said he'd do it later, after which Theo appeared above. He happily jumped into the cave and called out to Seijun, saying he was back. He fell right into the guy's arms, and Seijun praised him for his work. Theo boasted that he brought a bag full of money, and Seijun said he should make him his boss. After that, he laughed and happily said that he would soon become famous, which made Theo excited and exclaimed that now was not the time to be idle. He would eat and go back to work. They needed more coins. Seijun told him to rest at least a little, but he didn't listen and ran to a black rabbit named Piak, saying that he needed food. The rabbit nodded, then began to hit the water with a hammer with all his might, stunning the fish. An MC looked at the cat and noticed that he was so carried away by earning money. Remembering something, he got up and went to the rock and celebrated a new day lived here. As a result, he has been on this farm for 150 days already. The animals jumped on his shoulders and offered to help him, and he, looking at his wealth, offered them to start working. Seijun is a farmer. 150 days have already passed since he woke up in this world, the tower. This story is about how he survived here. 10 years ago, a black, 99-story tower appeared out of nowhere in Seoul, right in the middle of Gangnam. It wasn't just in Korea. Hundreds of towers sprang up overnight in major cities around the world. Scientists from all over the world rushed to study the tower, but discovered only that it was 990 meters high and covered with an incredibly strong material that could not be penetrated even by an atomic bomb. Until one day, people started emerging from the tower, right through the wall. Journalists immediately pounced on the poor, still confused awakenings and began questioning them about how they got into the tower. According to them, they all suddenly fell into a black hole and woke up on the first floor. News spread online that all the missing people had actually been there the whole time. Afterwards, a press conference was held to reveal more information. All hundreds of towers are connected into one. When you pass through the wall, you find yourself on the first floor, where you choose the mage or warrior class. Monsters appear from the second floor. After clearing a floor, various rewards are awarded. A ticket has a high chance of dropping. One of the journalists asked what it was, and the man said it was an item. Awakened ones can enter and exit the tower, but ordinary people need a ticket to enter. However, they cannot climb floors. The journalist asked if he thought humans should go to the tower, and where they even came from. He answered that no one knew, then nodded to a woman standing nearby, who opened a small chest and poured a pile of jewelry onto the floor. He said they were sure of one thing: conquering the tower brings in a lot of money. After this, the Awakened Association announced an increase in the ticket price, from 150 million won to 200. And now, hundreds of people are trying to buy tickets before the price increases. While the cashier at the grocery store was watching the news, Seijin approached her and, while putting his groceries in a bag, she said discontentedly that the world had gone crazy. Not only are they risking their lives for money, but they also have to pay 200 million? They're all crazy, right? Seijin laughed awkwardly and agreed with her, and then went home. On the way, he decided to check his expenses. After deducting tuition and housing fees, he would be left with 12 million won, at best. What if ticket prices jump again? When will he buy a ticket? Although the correct question is different. He looked at the tower and wondered if he would ever be able to afford a ticket. He sighed sadly, dreaming of a better life, then pulled himself together and told himself that now was not the time to give up. There had to be a way to save money. He looked at his bag of groceries with a smile and said that he had already bought vegetables on sale. Maybe he should plant them? They say vegetable prices are high right now. He remembered how his favorite idol, Sarah, advertised a device for growing vegetables at home, and the idea sparked his enthusiasm. He clenched his fist and resolutely declared that he would definitely save up for a ticket and get into a good guild. He would clear the entire tower, then propose to one of the most famous idols, the Twilight Fairy Sarah, and they would live happily ever after. He was so inspired by this thought that he immediately gained strength, and at that very moment, a black hole suddenly appeared behind him. He turned around in surprise and felt himself being sucked in, and wondered if this was the phenomenon that kidnapped the first generation of awakened ones. Maybe this black hole had come for him? He was overjoyed and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he was ready to risk his life to climb the tower. So let this black hole take him quickly. But no matter how long he waited, nothing happened. The black hole probably thought he was strange and decided to leave. Seeing this, Seijin became very excited. He ran towards it because he couldn't miss such a chance. Before the black hole completely closed, he managed to touch it and was teleported to the tower. He fell awkwardly face first into the ground and felt a slight pain, after which he looked up and wondered if he was in the tower. When he glanced around, he made sure he was on the first floor of the tower and was very happy and had already started looking for his equipment, but the world was against him. He was teleported to a cave with only one exit, a hole in the ceiling. The problem was that the hole was very high, so he was trapped. Realizing this, he grabbed his head and screamed. Where did he even end up? Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, a black dragon was sitting. It was the manager, Eileen Fritani. She noticed the crystal ball vibrating and approached it. This glow meant that it had detected changes in the tower, and so she quickly set out to find out the reason. What is the Black Tower? According to the Awakened, it is spacious and bright there, and you can also buy a lot of things. The most important place is the training ground. To survive in the tower, you need to train a lot, but MC is in a completely different situation. There are no merchants or training grounds here. Fortunately, this cave at least has a source of water and light. He sat down on a stone dejectedly and realized that there was no way out at all. He walked the entire cave up and down. No training ground, no shops, nothing. Cries for help didn't help him either. There is nothing here at all. Maybe he's just lost? He laughed nervously. Then a ringing sound came from his pocket. It was an alarm clock, from which he realized that he had been here for a day. There was no reception, but it showed the time. His stomach growled loudly, asking for food, and he looked at his bag of groceries, then laid it all out on the stone. He has 1 bottle of water, 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 green onions, 7 sweet potatoes, and 1 washed apple. He decided to start with the apple. As soon as he took the first bite, he thought contentedly that he loved apples for breakfast. They were so sweet, but he ate it quickly and realized that 1 apple would not be enough. After that, he tried the potato. As soon as the food was in his mouth, he let out a contented sigh and thought that it was so delicious. It had such a pleasant crunch, much tastier than the usual one. Why did he cook this before? Raw potatoes are just as good. But because they were raw and hard, they got stuck in his throat, and he immediately grabbed the bottle of water and started pounding his chest, trying to push the food further. When he finished, he lay down and sighed heavily, noting that he had eaten well. But how long should he sit here? He needed to find a way to get out before he died. How much longer could he endure here? What if they didn't find him, and he became a mummy? He decided to throw all his gloomy thoughts aside and stood up, exclaiming that he wouldn't die so quickly. He had wanted to get into the tower for so long, so he couldn't give up. He looked at the apple core, and a wonderful idea came to him. He dug a small hole, put the core in there, buried it, and then decided to plant 10 onions and eat the leaves. In addition, he decided to plant 3 tomatoes and 2 potatoes, and the rest would go for food. He enthusiastically watered it all and said that he would survive no matter what until he was found. He looked at the fruits and told them to grow. They were his future. After that, he heard a rumble. He thought it was monsters and began to look around worriedly. And when he looked up, he saw a blue moon in the sky, illuminating the cave with light. A loud roar rang out. He had to cover his ears, but the sound was so powerful that he trembled and fell to his knees, unable to cope with it. When he looked up, he saw a black dragon flying over the cave. This sight mesmerized him, and before he lost consciousness, the thought flashed through his head that this creature was very beautiful. He fell to the ground, and the moonlight fell on the sprouts and began to affect them. Early in the morning, MC woke up from his alarm clock. He turned it off and wondered how long he had been out. When he checked the calendar, he jumped up with the realization that he had slept for 2 whole days. Of course, his back was bothering him after such a long sleep, and when he decided to sit down, he realized that his whole body ached. What should he do now? He felt like he was leaning against something tall and thought it was a tree, but when he turned around, he saw a huge onion stalk and stood up in surprise. He wondered when it had managed to grow so big. How big could green onions really grow in 2 days? He quickly realized that it was the tower's influence. He had heard that the shape of plants can change depending on where they are grown. He decided to check other seeds and saw as many as 52 new little sprouts on the ground. Since the green onion was blocking the light, he decided to trim them, and this was difficult for him. Because of its size, it was very difficult to tear. When he finished, he wiped the sweat from his face and decided to taste it, but when he took the first bite, his mouth literally burned from the inside, and all this heat came out through other openings. It was so spicy, he ran to the water to wash up and exclaimed that onions shouldn't be so bitter. But what's strange is that his stomach doesn't hurt at all. If he bites a little, then it will do just fine when he wants something spicy. He decided to dry the remaining onion and then have a snack. He took a few cherry tomatoes and a potato and began to eat breakfast overlooking his budding farm. He looked at the sky and thought that the sun never sets in the tower, but occasionally the moon covers it and something semblance of night falls on this floor. This phenomenon is called the blue moon, but it doesn't appear until the 10th floor, and he thought he was on the first. And that dragon, he definitely didn't imagine it. When the towers first appeared 10 years ago, one of the strongest guilds, Phoenix, cleared the 37th floor. Information about floors after the 30th is hidden by the top guilds, but there's plenty of information about the rest on video hosting sites. The 2nd through 10th floors are filled with skeleton warriors, 11th through 20th are goblins, the 21st through 30th are orcs. There are rumors that spiders appear on the 31st floor, but not a word about dragons. No one has ever even seen lizard monsters. Now he wonders what floor he's on. Maybe he's so high up that people haven't gotten here yet. He was distracted from his thoughts by a few drops that suddenly fell on his face, and he stood up, thinking it was rain. They said the weather in the tower was always clear. When he looked up, he saw someone quickly hiding from above, and he became nervous, already thinking it was a monster, but it turned out to be just a drooling rabbit. He looked at it in surprise and thought, is this a monster too? Unexpectedly, a rabbit jumped down and Sejun ran towards it, trying to catch it, but it deftly landed on his head and jumped to the ground. MC followed it with a surprised look and said that he didn't think an ordinary rabbit could do that. The rabbit approached the onion and pointed to the leaves, squeaked loudly, and MC, realizing that it was hungry, plucked one leaf and gave it to the little creature. It thanked him with a squeak, after which it quickly ate the onion, and Sejun crouched down next to it, asking if it liked it. He could give it more. He had a whole bunch of onions. The rabbit squeaked happily in response, and MC thoughtfully said that they had grown so much again, he would have to harvest twice a day. Then the rabbit had an idea. It squeaked a few times, and then looked up and screamed loudly, after which Sejun saw a second rabbit above. It jumped down to them, and the first rabbit happily ran to it. The second rabbit took a hat with a watering can out of his bag and equipped the first one with it. Now they both looked like seasoned farmers. MC was surprised by another rabbit and asked, aren't they married by any chance? They squeaked happily in response, and then he decided to keep a diary of his survival in the tower. On the first day, a couple of rabbits joined him. Time passed, and the couple of rabbits were tending to the future farm. Wifey was trimming the onion leaves, and hubby was watering the sprouts, and they all continued to hum a melody. Looking at them, Sejun noticed that they made such a cute couple. But how did this happen? That day, the rabbits asked him for permission to live in this cave, and they looked at him with such a look that it was very difficult for him to refuse. It seemed like his heart would break if he didn't allow these cute creatures to stay here. In the end, he agreed, but on one condition: they would help him on the farm. They would just need to trim the onions. A couple of rabbits didn't listen to him and joyfully pounced on him with hugs, and he indignantly exclaimed that it was too cute. If they didn't stop rubbing their soft fluff against him, he wouldn't be able to refuse. And now, watching them work, he had the feeling that he was being manipulated. He distracted them and asked if their inventory was items, right? Hubby's watering can had an inexhaustible supply of water, and Wifey's overalls had some kind of magical pockets because she was constantly pulling out new farming tools. MC smiled and said that he envied them if he had so many useful things. Hubby distracted him from his gloomy thoughts and waved his paws, attracting his attention, and MC, seeing a whole pile of folded onion leaves, asked if they were done yet. He came down to them and asked them to dry everything they had picked, and then he looked at the 2 mounds of dirt and asked in disappointment why the potatoes hadn't come up yet. But the tomatoes looked good. good. They were growing very well, and now he wondered if it was because of the rabbits. He noticed that a couple of rabbits were acting strangely. They were shifting from foot to foot and looking at him pitifully. Understanding what they wanted, he said that they were accepted into this cave, and they began jumping with joy, after which they began to actively discuss something. After that, they rushed at full speed to another part of the cave, and Seijin became curious about what they were planning. It turned out that they had decided to build themselves a house. Hubby dug a hole under the command of his wife, and they completed it quite quickly. As soon as the house was ready, wifey wove a flower wreath, hung it on the door, and now they could come in and live. However, her husband was very tired of such a hasty construction. MC approached them, surprised that they'd finished the house so quickly, then gave him a thumbs up and praised him. He squeaked in response, but his joy quickly vanished when his wife grabbed his shoulder and, with an embarrassed and playful expression, began hinting at something. She pointed questioningly toward the door of the new house, and he, realizing what she meant, was horrified. Then she grabbed her husband by the scruff of the neck and dragged him into the hole, leaving the poor rabbit to squeal loudly, begging Seijin for help. After that, the door slammed shut and MC waved them goodbye, noting that the life of a rabbit was quite harsh. But how he envied them. He decided not to lose heart and returned to his favorite rock, which now served as his bed, and lay down with the thought that until recently, it had been boring here. But thanks to the rabbits, all problems were solved. While he was lying there, he felt some warmth on his back, but then it became very hot and he even jumped. He started rolling on the ground, trying to cool down, and then looked at his bed and saw that the sunlight was refracting through a bottle of water and setting fire to the onion leaves. A great idea occurred to him. The environment in the Black Tower was merciless, but he did not lose hope. Luckily, he had a plastic bottle of water and dry leaves. He could use the bottle as a focusing lens and start a fire, just like in the first episode of Wilderness Survival. But no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked, and that made him cry. It only smoked, but didn't ignite. Why couldn't it work? He sighed heavily. He was sure he was doing everything right, but what was going on? When the airflow from his mouth reached a pile of leaves, he noticed a small spark and smoke. Meanwhile, the rabbits finally finished. An exhausted hubby emerged from the hole, followed by his contented wife. Seeing what Seijin was doing, they looked at him in surprise. He tried to light a fire and kept blowing on the leaves, but nothing worked. And then the rabbits came to him. He asked them for help, and they got ready, after which they began blowing on the leaves, and MC directed a beam of light. Teamwork paid off. They managed to light a fire, and MC cried out happily and decided to cook something to eat. He fried a few onion stalks, waited until they were crusted, then peeled off the burnt layer and ate the rest. When he took his first bite, he froze in place, his body trembling, overjoyed by the taste. It felt like he'd swallowed a sugar factory, and his mouth felt like a sweet horse galloping across his tongue. He immediately started frying a few more stalks and declared it delicious. The rabbits exchanged glances, then fried a stalk for themselves too, and when they tried it, they were as delighted as Seijin. That day, a very wonderful entry appeared in his Black Tower survival journal. He finally ate something warm and got a good night's sleep. A new day dawned. He stretched his legs, washed himself in the lake, and then looked around his garden. The green onions were harvested, the tomatoes were watered, and the potatoes had finally sprouted, which he was thrilled about. So much had happened lately. When they figured out how to make a fire, they created onion-based torches and lit up the entire cave. Now they could walk around without tripping. When they all went to the lake with a torch, MC noticed some splashes on the surface of the water, and then a huge fish jumped out, clearly aiming for the burning torch. But the fish missed and fell onto dry land, and he said in surprise that he'd never seen one before. Was it really the light that attracted the fish? So he was able to get fish in the cave, and they had a new dish on the menu, fish fried with onions. The smell was incredible, and the taste was even better. Of course, the rabbits also started drooling, and Seijin was a little surprised that they ate meat, but they are still tower monsters, so there's nothing strange about it. Soon, the blue moon appeared again. According to rough estimates, it appears every 30 days. MC charged his phone with a portable charger and a laptop to keep track of the days of the week, but all the batteries didn't last long. So he decided to use a more traditional method and started scratching out the days he lived on a stone. 61 days passed like this. Luckily, the pair of rabbits go to bed strictly at 7 p.m. and get up at 5 a.m. So if he keeps track of their schedule, he won't miscalculate the day due to the never-setting sun of the Black Tower. And also, a couple of days ago, a significant event happened. Hubby sleepily emerged from his hole, and several little rabbits ran out after him. Seijin was very touched by this sight. The rabbits pounced on him and knocked him to the ground, and he asked with a wide smile, did they miss their uncle? In fact, he was simply crazy about them. He glanced at the married couple and noticed that they weren't getting enough sleep. It must be hard being parents. He would sit with them for now, and they should rest. They thanked him and started eating, and he took the children to the garden. While he checked on his plants, the baby rabbits frolicked next to him, and he glanced at them with a smile from time to time. The bushes were blooming. Now his garden looked like a flower bed. It was important to pollinate all the flowers, but since there were no bees here, he would have to do everything by hand. He used a small stick to pollinate the flowers, after which he stretched and sighed heavily, saying that he had been standing bent over all day, and it was unbearably painful. It would be great if bees flew in here, but that was too much to ask. At that moment, he noticed how one of the baby rabbits stuck its snout right into a flower, and pollen stuck to its nose. This made it sneeze loudly, and the MC laughed at it. He picked it up and told it not to inhale the pollen, after which his gaze fell on something surprising. He noticed a few fruits on the bush. Finally, after a long time, his tomatoes began to ripen. He began to dance with the rabbit out of joy, and soon it was time to get ready for bed. He put out the fire, leaving a small flame, and covered it with stones, then made himself camouflage from an onion, while wifey drove the rabbits into the hole. Sejin looked at the sky and noticed that it was already getting dark, after which he said goodbye to them and said that they would definitely survive the blue moon. Night fell. The forest began to make many ominous sounds, which is why the MC could not fall asleep. He looked at his garden and thought that he was so tired. Is the end soon? Just in case, he hid all the strong-smelling things at the far end of the cave, but he can't tell how many hours have passed. Now, every minute feels like an eternity, and these screams, though distant, still frighten him. He hoped that this night would pass peacefully, when suddenly he heard a loud roar overhead and flinched in fear. He nervously looked up. A huge bear was now prowling above the cave, and its footsteps spread throughout the area with vibrations and a loud, dull sound. The bear stopped in front of the hole in the cave, blocking the moonlight, and Sejin, seeing this, cursed quietly, and his heart began to pound rapidly with fear. The bear peered into the cave. MC thought that it hadn't noticed him yet and decided to crawl to another place before it was too late. He quietly picked up his backpack, but it turned out it was unzipped, and tomatoes, a laptop, and a bottle of water fell out, which of course caused a lot of noise. His heart began to beat even faster. Then he heard heavy breathing above him and looked up. Now, the bear was already looking inside the cave and looking straight at him. Seeing this, Seyun screamed loudly, and then the bear let out a loud roar. Finally, morning came. The bunnies began to wake him up, and their father joined them. One of them pulled him by the cheek, and he asked his mother to sleep for one more minute, after which, hubby hit him in the face with all his might, finally bringing Sejin to his senses. Waking up, he abruptly got up and screamed in fright, then hugged himself by the shoulders and asked, "What even happened? What about the blue moon?" Looking up at the hole, he realized that everything had long since passed, and calmed down. He tiredly grabbed his head and realized that he had lost consciousness, and now his whole body ached. But what happened last night? He tried to remember everything and returned to the moment when he first saw the bear, and they both screamed. That beastly roar sent shivers through him. Even now he felt uneasy, and that night he almost died. That nightmare still haunted him, and he began to shiver again, saying he was so cold, after which wifey immediately rushed to the fire covered with stones and made a bigger bonfire. Wrapped in a blanket, MC sat next to the fire, and soon wifey brought him fried fish. He was happy with the food and, thanking her, began to eat breakfast. As soon as he took a couple of bites, he smiled, but anxious thoughts still wouldn't leave him. The bear had found his cave, but had it sensed the presence of other monsters? Or was it simply unable to squeeze through such a narrow hole? But there was no guarantee that he would be as lucky next time. He decided not to rely on luck anymore if he wanted to stay alive. So much energy had already been spent, and for now, all he could do was eat to survive. Filled with strength, he took a bigger bite, tearing off a whole chunk of the fish, and then hubby called him. He took him to the garden, and on one of the bushes a blue tomato grew, which Sejin was very surprised about, and it was the size of a golf ball. He looked at it closer and wondered why it was blue, and was it ripe? To check this, he tore it off, and a system window popped up in front of him with a message that he had successfully completed the quest to collect fruits charged with the energy of the blue moon. He was very surprised to see this, and it reported that his outstanding achievements had attracted the attention of the tower manager. From now on, she was monitoring his actions and was already dissatisfied. He did not understand why the manager was dissatisfied with him, and the system reported that the tower manager had discovered that he was not invited here. She intended to correct this misunderstanding. He exclaimed in surprise. Did this mean he was here by mistake? He began shaking the system window and shouted that he had been here for 2 months already, and they had only just discovered the error. Let him go home. The system reported that the manager believed that his elimination was necessary to keep the system vulnerability confidential. After reading this, he jumped up and cursed loudly, shouting, first they reward him for his achievements, and the next second they were going to kill him. The system window went silent, and he was already thinking he'd overdone it, when a new message appeared in front of him. The tower manager was awakening him. A blue glow appeared around him, but it quickly disappeared, and he joyfully exclaimed, is he now officially awakened from the Black Tower? He began to wait, anticipating what class he would receive. A swordsman? Or maybe even a wizard? He hurried the system and happily asked, what will he be? Contrary to all his expectations, the tower manager appointed him a rank F farmer for the tower. He was shocked by this news. The system reported that his class had several features: disease resistance, affinity with nature, and experience gained from harvesting. He asked it to wait and exclaimed, "What, you mean he's a farmer? What does that even mean?" He excitedly called the system, and his status window appeared in front of him. All his stats were at their lowest values, and he looked at them in shock. His gaze lingered on his talent. It was ordinary. This made him feel uneasy, and he imagined himself going to an interview after leaving the tower. The host would say that they had a special guest today, who had become a frequent visitor to the tower despite his usual talent, so let them greet him. But what class was he? He chuckled and proudly answered that he was a farmer, and he grabbed his head and screamed loudly because all his dreams had just been shattered. He cursed loudly in rage and wanted to throw the blue tomato on the ground, but froze when he saw the couple and their children looking at him, confused and slightly frightened. He realized that he had given in to his emotions too much, after which he calmed down and looked around. A fire was burning next to the rabbit hole. Green onions continued to grow in the sun's rays, and in his hand lay a blue tomato. All this time, they had been working tirelessly to harvest the first crop. He decided to stay positive and smiled, saying that it looked like he'd have to be a farmer. Since he'd finally officially awakened, he could see the item descriptions. He now held a magical E-rank cherry tomato in his hand, infused with the energy of the blue moon. It's healthy and nutritious, but due to the influence of the blue moon, it has unique properties. When consumed, it permanently increases mana by 0.05. Upon learning that tomatoes were items, he was very surprised and scratched his head in confusion, noticing that it also increased stats. This was so cool that he couldn't help but praise himself. He had grown his first vegetable. Meanwhile, the tower manager was watching him closely through the crystal ball, and upon seeing this blue fruit, she became angry. Seijin grabbed hubby's paws and began happily twirling them around, saying he couldn't have done it without them. Then a system window appeared informing him of a quest. He needed to deliver a fruit containing the energy of the blue moon that controlled the tower. He would receive a class skill as a reward and would die if he refused. He quickly read it, and seeing the consequences for refusal, was very surprised. He nervously asked, "This is a joke, right?" He exclaimed that this didn't even look like a quest. It was outright blackmail. He didn't even have a choice. He grimaced and turned away from the system window, asking if the control didn't care about the awakened. But still, the threat to his life was very scary for him. And with a heavy sigh, he presented the system with a blue tomato. Afterwards, it disappeared from his hands and informed him that the quest was complete, and he received a reward. He was delighted and remembered that there was something written there about a class skill. He was so nervous about the threat of death that he completely forgot about it. He laughed nervously and told the tower manager that it was so generous, then opened the reward, and a description of his new skill, sowing, appeared before him. This skill slightly increases the chance of seeds germinating after planting. Of course, he was disappointed. What did he expect from a farmer class? After that, he went fishing. He raised a torch over the water, waited for a fish to jump out, and then hit it with all his might with a tightly twisted club of onion leaves, causing it to fall to the ground. A system prompt appeared above the fish, piranha. He received 2 experience points for killing the monster, and happily picked it up, thinking that this was his 5th fish, bringing his total to 10 experience points. After awakening, he finally began to gain experience, and after catching 5 piranhas over the course of several days, he reached level 2. He wanted to catch more fish, but killing living creatures without reason is not in his nature. Besides, they are an excellent source of protein, so he needs to be smart about catching them. After frying several fish, he called the animals to eat, and the rabbits were the first to pounce. MC asked them to slow down, and noted that they only started eating so much when they grew up. They should at least leave a little for their parents. He gave the couple 2 fish, and they began to eat. Thanks to the system, he learned something new about rabbits. Their status window says they are white farm rabbits, but he's never heard of such tower monsters. Judging by the name, they are more friendly creatures who farm rather than hunt. Most likely, that's why no one has heard of them before. Looking at how they are cuddling with each other, he thought that he doesn't know how this happened, but he assumes they lost their home, wandered around the area, and ended up living with him now. Maybe they have a hometown or something? He sighed heavily and said that if they learned to understand each other, it would be good. He doesn't understand them at all. They squeak constantly. Hubby let out a questioning squeak and Seijun stood up, suggesting that they all go to the farm. Today is their important day. The rabbits filled with determination, after which they approached the garden and saw that the tomatoes were finally ripe. Looking at these red juicy fruits, they opened their mouths in admiration, after which MC wiped away tears of joy and said that it was finally harvest time. They tried so hard to make everything work out. He decided to try to pick the first fruit, since it was a significant event. He was very nervous and his hand trembled because of it. Everyone else held their breath. The guy's heart beat faster and he finally plucked this treasured fruit from the branch. He happily announced that this was his first tomato, after which the system immediately reported that he had received some profession experience points and 10 experience points for picking a ripe magical cherry tomato. He decided to test the tomato's stats. When consumed, it burns 10 grams of fat and increases mana for 10 minutes. Eating a dozen at once increases the duration by an hour. He wondered if other tomatoes were the same, so he decided to check by picking a couple. One of them was unripe, and he discovered that such tomatoes give less experience, And it wasn't an item, but a regular cherry tomato. This meant he needed to pick ripe tomatoes to gain experience. It turned out to be more complicated than he thought. After picking a few, he leveled up to level 4 and decided to take a break and sample his harvest. But before he could pop the tomato into his mouth, he heard a rabbit stomping discontentedly. He and his wife exchanged glances while the children grumbled indignantly. He apologized to them with a nervous smile and handed them the tomatoes, noting that they had done everything together. Hubby took the tomatoes indignantly, and Seijun asked him not to be angry, then suggested they celebrate their first successful harvest and wished them bon appétit. They began to eat, and when he popped a cherry tomato into his mouth, something clicked in his head. The taste was so wonderful that he felt like he was in the middle of a green field, lying on the grass and watching the shooting stars. The tomato's flavor blossomed, exploding like fireworks, and he felt the fresh aroma of grass, along with a sweet and sour taste that gently melted in his mouth, like fireworks in the middle of summer. This brought a tear to his eye and made him think deeply. The couple had no idea what was happening to him. For them, it was all ordinary. After this, their children carried the tomatoes to the stones, put them in one place, and covered them with leaves, and began to wait. Meanwhile, Seijun lay down on his bed and noted that the children were old enough to help mom and dad. They were a worthy continuation of the farming family. He yawned loudly and, pulling his sleep mask over his eyes, decided to get some sleep. And so another wonderful day came to an end. He was about to fall asleep when a system window appeared in front of him, informing him of a new quest. He must deliver 100 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower's administrator. As a reward, he would receive a class skill, and refusal, as always, would result in death. He didn't see this because of the mask and rolled over on his side, starting to snore, when the system window emitted a loud sound, causing him to immediately jump out of bed. He took 100 tomatoes and exclaimed irritably that he understood everything, after which he was sent a reward. He said discontentedly that this wasn't the control tower, but a real slave owner. Can't he at least get some rest? He received the harvesting skill as a reward. Slightly underripe and overripe fruits and vegetables harvested at the optimal time are considered harvested. He was disappointed again and, barely containing his anger, asked why he needed the harvesting skill at all. That's what he thought until he tried it out. It turned out to be quite useful. It activated every time he harvested slightly underripe or overripe fruit, thanks to which he began to gain much more experience when harvesting unripe fruits. Now he doesn't have to wait until the tomato is fully ripe and can harvest earlier and faster. He suggested the rabbit take a break, and at that very moment, the system gave him a new quest. He needed to deliver 200 magic cherry tomatoes to the control tower. This time, there was no reward. He, of course, didn't like it, but since the previous reward had helped him so much, he decided to share the tomatoes with her. If only he had known that this was only the beginning, and that the previous quest would immediately be followed by a new one, each time with more and more. One day, the manager asked for 500 magic tomatoes and still didn't offer any reward. MC got fed up, cursed, and firmly refused, after which the system reported that the tower manager was surprised. That's how a new entry appeared in his tower survival diary. He rebelled against the manager's will for the first time. He got really angry and exclaimed, "Won't she be sick of so many tomatoes? They need to eat too, right?" The tower manager said it was their problem, so he should stop whining and give her the tomatoes. Seijun smiled nervously and said he'd worked around the clock to grow everything. The manager said he'd just planted the seeds, so there was no point in making a big deal out of nothing. These words finally broke his patience, and he told her to go to hell, declaring that he wouldn't give her the tomatoes. The manager became indignant at this and asked, "Is he really refusing the task?" Ignoring the system window, MC returned to his work, and she continued to try to get an answer from him. While he was frying food, the tower manager threatened to kill him for refusing the task, and he responded by saying that he wouldn't give his harvest to someone who thought he simply planted seeds. She said that's the whole point of farming. Isn't that right? He told her that's exactly why he wouldn't give the tomatoes. Any work should be appreciated, and for all his efforts, he received only pitiful compensation. And if the manager is so proud of her position, then she's a bad worker. He said these words with tears in his eyes, and the dragon stared at the crystal ball in shock. She nervously clenched her teeth, realized her mistake, and was about to apologize to him, but seeing him deliberately eating the tomatoes, she flew into a rage. A system window immediately appeared next to him, informing him that the manager was furious that he had eaten the magic tomato. She says she will kill him if he doesn't give her 500 tomatoes immediately. He said he could only offer her 5 and the rest later. After all, children needed to be fed too. The 5 tomatoes immediately disappeared from his hands, and the system window informed him that the manager was willing to compromise, but only this once. After that, it disappeared, and he smiled, thinking that she was definitely trying to apologize. The manager turned out to be simpler than he thought. It was the 91st day of his survival, and today the 4th blue moon would rise. The moon blocked out the sun, while Seijun hid. To avoid being startled by every sound that night, he made himself headphones, and now he sat and ate tomatoes in complete silence. He heard that people with a lot of mana can withstand the roars of monsters, so he's eating tomatoes now, but he hopes that won't happen to him again, and that time will pass faster. Moonlight illuminated his garden. The plants literally began to sparkle, and he jumped up excitedly. As soon as the moonlight hit one of the fruits, it immediately turned blue. He decided to quickly pick the fruits, then noticed that even the potato leaves were absorbing the moonlight and decided to check it out. He approached the garden with caution, then ran up to the potatoes and began to dig them up. Soon he saw something amazing. The sweet potatoes had turned blue, now having a different taste due to the influence of the moon and increasing strength when consumed, and they also permanently increase mana by 0.05 points. He joyfully raised the potato above his head, and the system informed him that he had earned a large number of profession experience points for this. His harvesting skill had significantly improved and was ready to level up, and he had also received 50 experience points. After that, he picked a tomato and laughed, saying that it was as if he had the whole world in his hands. Immediately after, the system announced a new quest, and he glanced at it with displeasure. It informed him that he needed to deliver a sweet potato and a cherry tomato infused with the energy of the blue moon to the tower manager. As always, there was no reward. Refusal would result in death. He wondered, 2 quests at once? This time, the manager might really kill him. But first, he decided to complete the previous quests and handed the manager some regular magic tomatoes, and the system reported the quest completed. She was pleased with the tomatoes, but not with him. MC took the potato and exclaimed that he would complete these quests later. The system reported that the manager pretended to fall for his bluff, and he exclaimed joyfully, then looked at the blue fruits and wondered what to do with them. Of course, he decided to eat them. Why think twice? As soon as the cherry tomato was in his mouth, he felt a tremor of emotion overflowing, and then exclaimed that his mouth felt like a fireworks festival. The system reported that his mana had been permanently increased by 0.05. He couldn't stand it anymore, wrapped the potatoes in onion leaves and threw them on the fire, saying it was a pity he didn't have foil. But he did have these multi-purpose leaves. Cooking delicious food is no less pleasant than eating it. Finally, the moon set, and the rabbits crawled out of their hole, intrigued by some delicious smell. They approached the guy, and he told them with a smile that they were just in time, then presented them with a blue sweet potato cooked over a fire. The rabbits immediately ran closer and started drooling over it, and Sejun said that the potato was small, so they should divide it so that everyone got some. Suddenly, Hubby jumped out in front of him and chased his entire family away from him and started squeaking. He said something to them, then pointed at Sejun with a pitiful look, and he asked, "What is it? Does he really want only him to eat this?" The rabbit nodded, and MC almost burst into tears from his generosity, then stroked his head and said that only he cares about him. He was so touched. Hubby stamped his paw contentedly, and he wiped away his tears and thought that it was good that they would never know that he had already eaten one potato. He started peeling the potato, then bit into a piece and his tongue burned. It was too hot. A sudden burst of pain caused him to let go of the potato, and it fell to the ground right in front of the rabbits. Then Hubby had an idea. He reached forward to grab the piece, but his kids got there first, and he became very upset. All the rabbits, like Sejun, burned their tongues and spat it out, then started crying loudly. MC became very upset when he saw what had happened to his potato. He mentioned this event in his survival journal. Afterwards, he gathered all the rabbits and said that they needed to focus on growing potatoes. They looked up at him, and he clarified that it was the same one they had eaten. Therefore, from now on, they cannot eat the shoots. Did they understand? The bunnies, who were eating it at the time, were horrified. Potato sprouts were their favorite treat, of course, making them fussy, but at this rate, they'd eat everything. To calm them down, he promised to treat them to potatoes for lunch, but if they helped him plant them, he'd treat them to something special. Naturally, they were interested, and when he said he'd give them all sorts of goodies, they were delighted. With their help, he decided to expand the garden bed to plant more potatoes and sent them off to work. Meanwhile, their mother was working in the green onion garden. Sejun asked her not to cut it and said he needed to wait for it to bloom, and then they would collect the seeds. Maybe they would become items too. He quickly looked around. One bunny was digging holes, another was planting sprouts in them, then burying them, and their dad was watering everything. One bunny couldn't resist the treat and bit into a sprout, for which he immediately received a blow to the back of the head from his father. Meanwhile, MC was picking tomatoes. The system reported that the level 2 harvest was slightly higher. He received several class points and 10 experience points. His level increased. He received 1 bonus stat. He was promoted from a tower farmer of rank F to rank E. His stats also increased. He said that at level 8, he had increased his rank, and all this was thanks to simple gathering. He decided to celebrate with food, and sitting by the fire, began skewering cherry tomatoes on fish bones. A system window appeared next to him, informing him that the manager was curious about what he was cooking today. As soon as he glanced at it, it disappeared, and he stared discontentedly at the sky before waving to the bunnies and inviting them in for a snack. He smiled as he showed them the fried tomatoes, still steaming. Since the vegetables had been cooked on washed bones, they had become softer and sweeter. The bunnies were very happy with this, and Sejun said that they were very comfortable to hold and hot, so they should remember to cool them before eating. He approached the garden bed and noted that he had planted enough potatoes, so he needed to dig up some for dinner. He dug up a sweet potato from the ground that burns 10 grams of fat and increases strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes when consumed. When consumed by an unawakened person, it burns 10 grams of fat and increases metabolism. After that, he dug up the remaining beds, ultimately harvesting 15 potatoes, 5 from each planting. He immediately decided to plant new sprouts so they wouldn't go to waste, and the rabbits joined in. The system reported that he had planted a potato sprout. His level 1 sowing skill had increased growth speed and efficiency. He was horrified and wondered if he now had to plant everything manually to increase his skill. He ordered the rabbits to stop and set to work himself. Meanwhile, the tower manager repeated the cooking method. She put a lot of tomatoes on one long skewer and fried it over the fire. As soon as she tried it, she immediately spat it out because it was bitter. Dissatisfied, she hit her tail on the floor, wondering what was wrong. The man was eating it with great pleasure. She took a closer look at the tomato and felt the sweet taste beneath the fried crust. Realizing why he liked it so much, she reached for the crystal ball, deciding to see what the man was doing, and when she saw him eating potatoes surrounded by baby rabbits, she said in horror that this was unthinkable. She became very angry and exclaimed, "How dare these scoundrels eat potatoes without sharing with her?" After all, she was the great black dragon. Seijin, meanwhile, received a new quest. He urgently needed to deliver one fried potato to the manager. He grimaced in displeasure and said he would do it later, after which the system reported that the manager insisted that he give her the potato immediately. There would be no peaceful solution this time. He noted with displeasure that he only had one left. Maybe she would offer him some kind of reward? The system window was silent for a few seconds, then announced that the tower manager had reviewed the quest. He would receive a class skill. He immediately agreed and handed her the potato, after which the system announced that he had received the seed shop skill, allowing him to buy seeds once every 30 days. He was overjoyed that he could buy something without leaving the cave and asked the tower manager why had it taken her so long to grant him this skill. He decided to try it out, and the system reported that no purchase history had been found. Now he wondered how he could buy something since he had no money. Maybe there was a barter option? The system announced that it was happy to offer the user a basic range of services. He became the first customer at the seed shop, for which he received 1 tower coin. He was very happy about this and thought that was the local currency. As far as he remembered, the price of 1 tower coin was about 1,000,000 won. He decided to check out the merchandise, and the system informed him that the starting range of services included 3 types of seeds, selected at random. There were 1,000 zucchini, red pepper, and carrot seeds available today, all costing 0.1 coins. He sat down and glanced thoughtfully at the system window, wondering what to choose. 0.1 coin for 1,000 seeds, so 100,000 won for 1,000 seeds was quite expensive. There was no point in taking red pepper and zucchini, because he couldn't even make kimchi here, so that left only carrots. As soon as he said that, all the rabbits looked at him. He looked at them and asked, "What's wrong with them?" They all squealed, and he asked, "Do they want carrots?" Already drooling, they squealed, and their ears perked up in delight. Seijin found this funny and said the word carrot, which provoked a reaction. He then did it a few more times, starting to really mock them. Eventually, hubby couldn't take it anymore and hit him in the face with his paw. He finally purchased some carrot seeds, and the system announced that he had received a voucher for the seed store. Vouchers can be used to level up, requiring 100. Afterward, a bag of seeds appeared in his hands, and he remarked that it looked even more expensive. The system reported that the manager was pleased with his purchase, and he looked suspiciously at the system window before suggesting that the rabbits start growing carrots. Meanwhile, a lone bee watched him from afar. Time passed, the seeds were already planted, and the couple spent time in the garden waiting for the sprouts to appear. So eager were they to try it. MC looked at them and noticed that several days had passed since he planted the carrots, but they were staring at the bed all day, although the seeds hadn't even sprouted yet. Do they like carrots that much? He decided to take a short nap before doing some chores, and something buzzed near his ears. He waved his hand, trying to drive away the annoying insect, but the buzzing did not stop. Because of this, he jumped up from his seat in anger and exclaimed, "Where did the bugs come from?" But when he saw a bee circling next to him, which was the source of this sound, and was now staring at him in bewilderment, he was very surprised. He quickly pulled himself together and asked with a smile, "Is there a monster bee?" He asked her to come here and asked what her name was. The system informed him that a poisonous honey bee was in front of him, causing him to involuntarily retreat. He then turned fearfully to the rabbits and asked if it was dangerous. But the rabbits had already fled to their hole, taking their children with them. Seeing this, he felt betrayed and exclaimed that they had just abandoned him without even a peep. The system informed him that a poisonous honeybee was a carnivorous insect and advised him to avoid contact with the sting at all costs, which made him even more nervous. He climbed down from the rock and began to back away, waving his hand and asking the bee to stay away, but this angered it, and he, falling to the ground in fear, exclaimed that he was tasteless and very bony. He felt a flower bush with his hand, fearfully handed it to the bee, and told it to eat this instead. The bee immediately became interested in the flowers on the bush, flew closer to it, and fell silent. Sejin decided to take a look at her to check what was going on and saw her collecting nectar with a very happy look. MC cast a disgruntled glance at the system window and noted that it also said they were carnivorous. He remembered about pollination and called out to the bee, telling it that if it was hungry, it should fly to other flowers. He pointed to his garden and, watching the bee happily fly to the flowers, laughed and told it to eat and not deny itself anything. He grinned, finally no longer needing to climb through the beds and slouch. Noticing the rabbits hiding behind a rock nearby, he glared at them with displeasure and asked why they were looking at him. Aren't they ashamed? They ran up to him and began hugging his legs, begging for forgiveness, but he was still angry with them and adamant. Finally, the bee finished and flew up to him, but he still felt uneasy and backed away, climbing onto a rock. The bee moved closer to him, landed on his chest, then stretched and lay down, closing her eyes. Sejin nervously asked, did she go to sleep? She wouldn't sting him, would she? That day, they had a new family member, and soon the 120th day of survival arrived. They were all working together in the garden as usual. The baby rabbits were frolicking and bothering MC, but he wasn't angry because babies are always hyperactive when they're young. A bee landed on his shoulder. She'd already finished pollinating, and he called her to dinner. The bee had been living with them for several weeks, arriving in the mornings, sucking nectar from flowers, and returning to the forest above the cave in the evening. Maybe she lives alone? A couple of days ago, she started secreting honey. Sejin gathered everyone around the fire, after which they fried their food, and the bee smeared green onions with honey. The system reported that the sweet taste of the fried onions was enhanced by the sticky honey and the bee's poisonous taste. MC, having tried it, felt simply divine, as do all rabbits. He said that he was afraid that the poisonous bees would cause more trouble, but now he was able to expand the farm even further. Soon he will have so much honey that any bear would envy him. The system reported that the tower manager was happy for him, and as soon as he glanced at the system window, it immediately disappeared. After finishing his meal, he looked at the marked days and noticed that the blue moon was approaching, which made him feel uneasy and hoped that this time everything would go without incident. A new day had arrived. Sejin collected the tomatoes in a basket, hid them under the leaves, and thought that the bee had stopped flying in the last few days and was probably also preparing for the blue moon. He glanced at the rabbits, who were discussing something heatedly, and noticed that they had become noisy today. He called out to them and asked if they needed to go home. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw them hugging tightly, as if saying goodbye, and this confused him. After that, the rabbits' parents abruptly rushed into the hole, waved goodbye, and locked the door. MC was very surprised and exclaimed, "Are they going to leave their children? Where are they going? The blue moon is about to appear." As soon as he said this, a blue moon covered the sun, and the moonlight fell on him. He was covered in sweat from nerves, and then a loud roar was heard, the source of which were the rabbits. Only now they were not small and cute, but huge and terrifying. Sejin looked at them in shock and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" This sight made him uneasy. The rabbits continued to act like rabbit animals, and their sharp fangs were terrifying. Then they all began to glow brightly, which made MC have to cover his eyes, and they turned back into cute rabbits, but already grown up. He stared at them in shock, and after a short pause asked, "Have they grown up?" Some even changed color. The rabbits ran up to him and started squealing happily, and he said that the 5th blue moon since their birth had passed. Was this some kind of coming-of-age rite? They squeaked in response, and he, giving vent to his emotions, almost burst into tears and covered his face with his hands, saying that he thought they had become terrible monsters. The rabbits immediately began to console him, and he, grabbing one of them, kissed it and exclaimed that they were so cute. He asked them all to come to him so he could kiss them, but they were afraid of this and ran away. Finally, the blue moon went away. Hubby and wifey went outside and saw their grown-up children by the fire, after which they immediately began hugging everyone. Looking at them, Sejin suggested that they cook something special in honor of their growing up, and then one of the rabbits raised his paw and a shovel appeared. Seeing this, he was very surprised. The other rabbits were also not deprived of farming tools. One rabbit had a sickle, a second with a cart, a third with a watering can, and the fourth was still without a tool. MC noted that when a farmer rabbit becomes an adult, they receive their own tool, but they can't be borrowed. The white rabbit, who was pushing the black one on a cart, dumped it right in front of his feet, and he asked what he had. The black rabbit, Pibiak, proudly raised his paw and summoned a large hammer, which MC was slightly surprised at, as it wasn't a farming tool at all. The rabbit squeaked smugly, and Sejin glanced at the system prompt. It was a black rabbit warrior. After that, everyone went about their business. The rabbit with the watering can helped his father, and the rabbit with the sickle did his mother's work, expertly cutting green onions. The rabbit with the shovel dug new holes for the seeds, and the rabbit with the cart transported tomatoes. He wheeled it over to Sejin, who was stacking the harvest, and he asked him to empty the tomatoes into the common pile. After that, the rabbit went back to the beds, and MC, wiping away a tear, thought how good they had become helpers. The little rabbits grew up so quickly, it was so touching. He glanced at the black rabbit to check what it was doing, but it was just chilling and eating tomatoes. He decided to give it a job and asked He's a warrior, right? So he should know how to fight. But no one was threatening them on the farm, and he wouldn't have anyone to fight. A hammer wasn't very useful for farming, so what should they do? Piak perked up his ears excitedly, and a very good idea occurred to him, and he showed Sejun the pond. He understood what he meant and happily exclaimed that he could hunt fish. That was a kind of battle too, right? He decided to see what he was capable of, and taking a torch, said that he would lure and he would catch. The rabbit agreed with him, after which he waved the torch over the water, and when the piranha jumped out, he gave the warrior a signal, and he hit the fish with all his might with the hammer, causing it to fly off to the side and hit the wall at high speed, turning into a shapeless mass. MC looked at this in shock, and the black rabbit was clearly proud of his work and gave him a thumbs up, after which he exclaimed indignantly that nothing remained of the fish but a mush. Despite this, they still decided to fry it, but the rabbits were not happy, which upset the warrior. MC laughed nervously and decided to calm him down, telling him not to worry, he would still learn to hunt. He suggested that everyone start eating, after which they returned to their routine. The rabbits began to get used to their duties. Sejun continued teaching the warrior how to hunt, and after 125 days, the seed store opened. He opened it in anticipation, already wondering what they would offer him this time. He was given 3 goods to choose from: 50 sweet pumpkin seeds for 1 coin, 10 watermelon seeds for 5 coins, and 200 corn seeds for 0.5 coins. Compared to last time, the prices had risen significantly, which angered him. He only had 0.9 tower coins, which meant he could only afford corn. But should he do that? If prices continue to rise, he might not be able to buy anything next time. Moreover, he can't earn more money yet. There are 3 ways hunters can earn tower coins. For example, by clearing a floor, the amount there is quite large, but the payment is 1 time for each floor. Therefore, hunters earn relatively little. The second way to earn money is by hunting monsters and selling their bodies to traveling merchants or shops on the first floor. This is the second best source of income for hunters because the source is inexhaustible. And the third way is by completing quests. A larger sum can be earned there, but all 3 methods are unavailable to him because he can't leave this cave. On the other hand, the tower manager was giving him quests. He called out to her loudly and asked if she could hear him. Could she give out tower coins for quests from now on? The system reported that the manager said she had no idea what he was talking about, but she would definitely give him everything when he grew up. He was surprised that she didn't know about this and asked what she meant by when he grows up. How old was she? She told him it was a secret, and he asked angrily how much older he needed to get. She told him that he needed to age at least 300 years, and he indignantly exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" So she would keep all the coins he earned, but at best, his great-great-grandchildren would be able to get them. He didn't even have anyone to have a baby with. The system window disappeared, and he cursed, after which he pulled himself together and decided to focus on pressing problems. First, he could only buy 1 type of seed, corn. This can be grilled, steamed, or ground into flour to make bread, although he doesn't know the full process. He bought 200 corn seeds, and the system reported that he received 5 seed store vouchers. A bag of seeds appeared in his hand. He poured them into his palm and showed them to the rabbits, asking, "This looks great, right?" Hubby squeaked happily and wanted to tell them to get to work, but his stomach growled loudly, and he suggested lunch first. They fried some fish. Judging by their appearance, the warrior had already learned how to catch them. Having eaten his fill, MC said that he felt like a big, well-fed seal. They should dry the rest and save it. A bee flew in, and he was very happy to see it, and noted that it had been visiting here often lately. "Is it okay if it doesn't come home on time?" She started rubbing against his cheek, and he laughed, saying she was always welcome here. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and everyone immediately became wary and prepared to repel a possible monster attack. MC noticed something quickly hiding above and became very nervous, and the warrior raised his hammer and began to squeak warningly. The unexpected guest raised his paws, showing that he was not a threat, and said that he was not some stray cat who had come to steal their fish. Sejun exclaimed, "Why did he come then?" After that, the cat jumped into the cave and, holding out his paw to the guy, asked if he was by any chance a customer. His name was Theo. He was a traveling merchant. MC wrote down this encounter in his survival journal. He was slightly surprised and thought that he had heard of such people. They were found on the higher floors of the tower, but he didn't think the merchant would be a cat. He has such cute eyes and soft chubby cheeks, and he really wants to squeeze those pads on his paws. His eyes sparkled with affection, and he thought it was unfair. In fact, he really loves cats. Theo called his name, distracting him from his thoughts, and he, pulling himself together, asked what he wanted. He answered that he was told that a new customer had appeared at the seed store, and he had come to personally greet him and offer his services. He reached into his bag and said that he had a lot of things for sale, and at that moment his stomach growled loudly from hunger. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and apologized to him, saying that he hadn't eaten anything since morning. Now he looked ridiculous in the eyes of the customer. He laughed awkwardly, and then a cunning plan matured in Sejun's head. He called out to him and with a sweet smile handed him the fried fish, offering him to eat it, and he meowed loudly in shock. The guy shook the fish, starting to tease him, and he released his claws and reached for it, but pulled himself together in time. He wiped away the drool and refused, saying that he could not encroach on the customer's food. MC hugged him and deliberately brought the fish closer to him, telling him just to smell the delicate aroma of fish fried over a fire. How could a cat deny himself such a pleasure? He could see how much he wanted to eat it. While he was saying all this, he was drooling and eventually succumbed to temptation. After finishing his meal, he lay down on the ground and said that he was so full, it was very tasty. Sejin noted that he had eaten 5 fish. He was very hungry. After that, the cat stood up and thanked him for the warm welcome. Now he doesn't know how to thank him. He smiled in response and said that he was just glad someone was able to get to them. Theo wanted to get back to business and offer him his goods, but unexpectedly, Sejin extended his hand and asked for 0.5 tower coins. The cat didn't understand what he was talking about and asked, "He's going to pay for the 5 fish he ate, right?" He indignantly exclaimed that he thought it was a treat. MC replied that nothing was free. He himself said he came to sell. Or did he think he could eat their food and run? Looking around, the cat noticed all the rabbits flexing their fists and getting ready to hit him. He had no choice but to give the coins to Sejin. He was overjoyed at his first profit, while Theo burst into tears. He came for the buyer's money and ended up paying himself. His business started with embezzlement, but he decided not to give up so easily and was determined to sell him something. He then grabbed his bag and asked him to look at his wares. He laid out a glass, a mini fan, and a portable hand warmer, which cost 5 coins, on the cloth, and said that these were the rarest items from the upper floors. MC looked at him strangely and asked, "Aren't these things from the tower?" He proudly confirmed it and said the glass was enchanted. If you pour something hot or cold into it, it will retain its temperature, so it's truly amazing. After that, he picked up a fan and said that this fan controls air magic. If he needs wind, he can just press a button. Sejin raised an eyebrow, apologized for interrupting him, and pointed to his goods, saying that they were all in the trash. Theo was indignant and exclaimed, "What is he talking about? These are things from the world outside the tower. They are priceless." He answered that he was also from outside, and then the cat was shocked. He clearly didn't expect this. MC took the glass and explained that there was no magic here. It was just a simple layer of air that maintained the temperature. The fan and heating pad would turn off after a while because the batteries would run out. Theo didn't want to believe it and, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that it wasn't true. Scaram said that they definitely had magic. At that moment, the fan started working weakly, and Sejin said that the batteries were already dead. The poor cat was very upset and hit the fan several times, exclaiming, "Why isn't it spinning? Why isn't anything working?" The guy noted that it looked like Scaram had deceived him, and he disappointedly said that it was impossible. He had been so kind to him. Because of this, he became very upset, began to cry and hit the ground with his fist, shouting that Scaram was a bad goblin. Why was he always deceived? MC decided to calm him down and patted him on the back, asking him to tell him what happened. Having calmed down, he told him that he was from the 75th floor, which is one of the neutral zones. For a long time, he had been trying to win the affection of Meryl, the most beautiful cat in Granier Village. Having gathered his support group, he came to her with a bouquet of fish, confessed his feelings, and asked her out. She only grimaced in disgust and, tearing up his bouquet, exclaimed that she smelled cheap sprat. He was upset and asked, "What's wrong?" He had worked very hard to assemble this bouquet. She proudly raised her head and wagged her tail in displeasure, after which the handsome man of the village, Oren, approached them. He laughed at Theo and told him to know his place and not bother Meryl. Oren was the son of the richest cat in the village, and therefore he could afford more expensive fish and give this cat a more elegant gift. He approached her and asked if he wasn't ashamed to give such a trifle to a lady. She deserved, at the very least, salmon. Theo exclaimed that she didn't like fatty fish because she was afraid of gaining weight. But Marl's reaction said otherwise. She looked at the salmon with admiration, greatly upsetting the ginger cat, and Oren went with her, hugging her, to his home to fry her a wonderful salmon steak. But Theo was not going to let his beloved go so easily. He grabbed her by the paw and asked, what about all that time they spent together? Did shared memories mean nothing to her? Was it just a lie? Meryl trembled, and Oren began to wait for what she would say. Theo, with a serious face, asked if she could look him in the eyes and swear that all this meant nothing to her. In fact, she was trembling with rage. She pulled her paw out of his paws and asked discontentedly what nonsense he was talking about. She smiled at him a couple of times, and the rest he made up himself. He constantly pursued her, although she told him 100 times that she did not like him. She can't stand cheap cats that stink of sprats. The words echoed in his head like thunder. When Oren took his Meryl, he packed his things and left the village to become a traveling merchant, get rich, and return for revenge. He even bought equipment and a license to start this business with his savings of 50 coins, and bought items for sale from Scaram with the remaining 5 coins. This goblin himself found him and offered his help, and that's how they met. One day they went to a tavern, and Scaram told him about the goods from the world outside the tower and how valuable they were. He said he was the only one he'd told about this. If he took them to the upper floors, he'd have no shortage of buyers. The creatures up there collect such things. It's It's something of a hobby. Theo asked why he was selling them at such a low price, and the goblin replied that it was because he liked him. He should consider it a gesture of goodwill from an experienced colleague to the younger generation. And if he doesn't like it, he'll find another buyer. Of course, Theo wasn't going to miss the opportunity and agreed, and Scaram gave him a nice bonus. He gave him a map with the location of the seed store's new buyer. Since he was new, this was a great opportunity to make money. After that, he headed for the exit and asked if he would buy him a beer for such valuable information, right? Theo was very grateful to him then. He gave him his last money in the hope that he would be able to sell these goods here. So he came hungry, since there was nothing left for food. He got upset again and exclaimed that it turned out that he bought garbage, and the buyer took his last money. Why is he such a loser? Sejin mentally noted that this cat really is a loser, and an idea occurred to him. He could make money with his help. He asked him to calm down and offered him some more fish, but he wasn't going to fall for this trick twice and refused. MC promised him that he would really treat him, which immediately perked him up, and he asked if he'd like to work with them in exchange. He smiled and asked what he'd say to that. That day, he found a new servant, or rather, a partner. The cat was very surprised by this offer, and Sejin said he needed a seller for the vegetables he grew. Theo pointed at himself in confusion and asked if he thought he was suitable for the role. He looked down, disappointed, and asked if he had really listened to him carefully. He was a simpleton and didn't understand anything about trading. He told him that nothing can be done about it. His story rather endeared him to him than repelled him. He asked if it was true. He confirmed it and called him a partner, after which he called out to the rabbits, and they got everything ready for a business conversation. They lay down on the lounge chairs, and the MC, sipping a cocktail, asked if he bought a product that he couldn't sell and had no money left for anything, right? He hung his head sadly and confirmed this, and Sejin said that he wanted to offer him mutually beneficial terms. It's simple. He sells his products to people outside, and he will give him a percentage of each sale. He only needs to sell everything a little above the price he set. The more products he can sell, the more he will earn. They'll start with 3 to 5% of all revenue. While they were discussing everything, the rabbit started frying fish, and Theo felt uneasy, wondering how much he'd have to work for such little money. He thought he was trying to cheat him like everyone else and began to sip his cocktail furiously. Noticing this, the MC winked at him and told him not to frown so much. He hadn't said the most important thing. He waved to the rabbit and asked him to bring it all here quickly. Hubby and wifey brought them some fried fish, and Sejin said their deal wasn't limited to just money. He would pay him 10 fried fish every week. What would he say to such terms? The rabbits placed the fish on the stone between them, and Theo, drooling over it, said it smelled so delicious. He asked if he could take that as an answer. Theo shook his head and thought that he shouldn't forget how they treated him. He needs to be a smart cat and not fall for the scam again. But this fish smells so delicious. He wiped his drool and said that if he offered 10 more fish, he would think about his offer. MC was just waiting for this. He smiled maliciously, then threw a few more fish on the rock and said that he could give 15. He was in a good mood today. Seeing a whole mountain of food, the cat let out an admiring meow and, already stretching his paws to the fish, asked, "Does this mean he will get as many as 25 fish?" Sejin said that in addition to the weekly fee, he can eat from them every time he comes. He was very happy about this and exclaimed, "Is this true?" He confirmed it and added that he can eat as much as he can fit. At his words, Theo finally beamed with joy and was ready to sign the contract. He took out a piece of paper. MC wrote down the terms and they signed. Sejun said with a smile that they were finished, and at that moment, the cat came to his senses and realized in horror that he had just signed a contract. The sheet of paper flew into the air, then disappeared, and a system window appeared in front of Theo with the contents of a lifetime contract. First clause, the purpose of the contract is to secure the responsibilities of parties A and B in the production and promotion of manufactured goods and the resulting profit. Second, from the moment the contract is signed, Party B undertakes to sell the vegetables and fruits grown by Party A for the rest of its days, bringing Party A a profit. Compensation. Party A undertakes to pay Party B 25 fried fish at the end of each month or reimburse their cost in cash. Party A undertakes to pay Party B from 3 to 5% of the received profit as a bonus. Special provisions. Party B receives goods from Party A for sale in the form of vegetables and fruits. The contract terminates if the monthly revenue falls below 5 tower coins. Party B undertakes to sell the goods at a higher price than the price specified by Party A. Party B has no right to change the terms of the deal without notifying Party A, and also undertakes to use meowish when selling goods. The cat read the terms and fell to his knees in frustration, wondering what he was thinking when he signed this contract. MC, meanwhile, was happy. He said he had heard that a contract signed in the tower was practically impossible to break. He had always wondered why it couldn't be erased or rejected, but now he understood that this way the parties would definitely not violate their obligations. The cat asked angrily, "What did the last clause in the special provisions mean? What meowish? Do you mean granny or dialect? This is so embarrassing." Sejin laughed and said that with time he would understand all the benefits of this. He extended his hand to him, but he slapped him and exclaimed that there was no guarantee he would succeed. Clause 1 of the special provisions, if he performed poorly, the contract would be terminated. MC patted him on the head and told him not to worry about it, Sales would definitely be great. He believed in him. Theo really liked it. He began to enjoy his petting, and then asked what he needed to sell. He answered that for now only cherry tomatoes. He didn't understand what he meant, so he decided to show him. He took him to the garden bed and gave him a tomato, and he immediately learned all about it. He thought he'd be lucky if someone took it for 0.01 coins. Why would awakened people buy tomatoes anyway? He asked how much he wanted to sell it for, and he answered 0.05 coins per piece. Hearing this, the cat exclaimed, "What idiot would buy a tomato at such a high price?" He looked at it doubtfully and thought, what's so special about them? Although, even if he doesn't manage to earn 5 tower coins in a month, he can still eat fish. He asked how much he should take for his first sale. Seijin pointed to the basket of tomatoes and fish that the rabbits had already prepared and said he would take 1,000. His 25 fish were already fried and ready. Will he be able to carry it all? He confirmed this and, taking his handkerchief, said that he would put everything in this. It was enchanted with the magic of expanding space and reducing weight. This handkerchief could fit a lot of things and did not spoil for a long time. He threw the handkerchief towards the food, after which it sucked everything in and turned into a bag. Theo put it on and MC remarked that it was so convenient, after which it was time to leave. The cat emerged from the cave, waved goodbye to him, and left. Several days passed. On the 38th floor of the tower, several awakened ones were now fighting a huge spider. Kim Dong-sik stood in front, and behind him were the mages who supported him. The spider attacked, but he blocked the blow with his shield, and then the mages got down to business. They hit the monster with fireballs, and when it was stunned, Dong-sik decapitated it and finished the fight. His teammates were overjoyed and exclaimed that it wasn't for nothing that he was the leader of the Phoenix Guild, and they knew he would kill it in one hit. Since Dong-sik is a strict commander, he told them to stop showering him with praise and to collect the monster's items, after which he called out to Jessica and said that he was keeping an eye on her so that it wouldn't be like last time. She winked at him and jokingly said that she loved him after all, after which she joined the others, and he watched her with a smile. Suddenly, the bushes rustled behind him. He turned around, already thinking there was a monster there, and wanted to get his weapon, but it turned out to be just a cat. He emerged from the bushes and asked, would they like to buy some useful things? The awakened ones immediately realized he was a traveling merchant and began to gather around him, where he greeted everyone, not forgetting the meowish. The girls really liked it. They started squealing with affection, and Theo, realizing the farmer hadn't lied about capturing their attention as soon as he started talking like that, smiled. He pulled a huge basket of tomatoes from his bag and told them to look at what he had brought. The awakened ones were slightly surprised by his goods and asked, "So, he sells food?" Dong-sik was disappointed and stepped aside, saying that it would be better if he sold meat or bread, not just tomatoes. Theo called them naive and said he knew they would say that. These aren't just cherry tomatoes. Let them look at their stats. Realizing these weren't ordinary tomatoes, they were very surprised and looked at the stats. The guy said that everything didn't look so good and asked how much they cost. The cat answered that one piece cost 0.05 coins, and the guy exclaimed indignantly, "Are you crazy? He'd better put that money aside for equipment." They decided to leave, but a girl from their team noticed the words about burning 10 grams of fat and told the others about it, which is why they immediately stopped and turned to her, asking what she just said. They approached the tomatoes again and began examining them, and the girl asked if she could lose weight just by eating tomatoes. Her friend asked if she thought it was true. "You can eat as many as 10 of them in an hour." The awakened ones immediately decided to buy all the tomatoes and began attacking Theo, as well as fighting among themselves. The rest of the team, looking at them, approached the merchant and also decided to take a few tomatoes. Seijin, meanwhile, was harvesting another crop, leveling up and receiving 1 bonus stat. He hoped that Theo was doing well now. He's probably already met his first customers. At first glance, these tomatoes provide a minor bonus to magic, but at the same time burn 10 grams of fat and saturate the body. You won't find a better dietary product. He popped a tomato in his mouth and added that there weren't even any side effects, other than the excellent taste. That's why he's sure these tomatoes will sell out in no time. A person will never stop wanting to lose weight. Meanwhile, Theo really did sell everything. Time passed. MC looked at his garden and thoughtfully said that it was about 70%. Of the 1,000 carrot seeds he bought, only 700 sprouted, and of the 1,200 cherry tomatoes he planted, only 732 took root. Corn and sweet potatoes sprouted in about the same ratio, about 60 or 70%. It turns out that everything grows roughly equally in the tower. He glanced at the growing carrots and said it would be great if more sprouted. Maybe it was his low farming skill, or the soil in the cave wasn't fertile enough. Well, he's sure he'll find a way to improve the yield in the future. Besides, with a traveling merchant on staff, he needs to harvest as often as possible. Hubby squeaked in agreement, after which they heard some sounds behind them and turned around. Piak twirled and tossed the torch over the pond, waited for the piranhas to jump out of the water, then jumped up, hitting each fish once, returned to dry land, and his catch fell behind him. Sejin approached him along with the other rabbits and remarked that he had been quite successful in hunting. The warrior squeaked in response, and MC, seeing him glow, asked if he had leveled up. He patted him on the head and congratulated him on it, saying that he had seen white rabbits level up in the field, but it seemed like this was his first. Now he was becoming a real hunter. The warrior smiled smugly, and his siblings applauded him, after which Sejin suggested they take a short break and drink some coffee. He took out a thermos with a smile and unscrewed the lid, wishing happiness and health to the goblin who had deceived Theo. He hadn't even bothered to open the mug. He tore open the bag of coffee and said that if Theo sold this, he would have made a good profit. Glory to someone else's inattention. He poured the coffee into a bottle of water and said that it didn't matter, that there was nowhere to get boiling water, let alone ice cubes for an iced Americano. For him, even that was a luxury. The bee kindly added honey to the coffee, and MC thanked her for it, after which he stirred everything and exclaimed that honey Americano was ready. It is a mixture of instant coffee, viscous honey from a poisonous bee, and refreshing spring water. A perfect combination of bitter and sweet, one sip quenches both hunger and thirst. Sejin tried it and exclaimed that it was so delicious, then offered it to the rabbits to try. As soon as the black rabbit took a sip of coffee, he felt uneasy and immediately began spitting. The others decided to try it too, but they, like their brother, did not like it. MC laughed at them and noted that they liked bitter things less than humans. He noticed that a bee flew into the cave and called to her, and she happily responded to him. Only then did he notice that she had already managed to make a hive. He pointed at it with his finger in surprise, then happily asked, "Did she move in with them?" She flew up to him, and he exclaimed that he was so worried that she had to come home every day. Now she had finally become a member of their large family. He decided to celebrate the housewarming, but then a quest from the tower manager appeared. He had to send her 10 cherry tomatoes. There was no reward. Refusing would simply make her disappointed in him. He grinned slyly and wondered if he had been dragging his feet on the last quest, and the manager realized that after the deal with Theo, he didn't need her. All the death threats had disappeared somewhere, but pressure on his pity had appeared. He was amused by this, but he still decided to complete the quest, and the system informed him that the tower manager was grateful for his generosity. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked mockingly, "So she knows how to say thank you?" This was simply unimaginable. A second later, he realized that he sounded like a sucker, and began to reproach himself for it. Meanwhile, goblins were drinking in the tavern. Scaram put his beer down on the table with a grumpy expression and exclaimed, "Where's that cat?" His friend asked, "Was he talking about the one who bought all his junk?" Another friend said he'd cheated him outright, selling him all his trash at exorbitant prices. He could learn a lot from him. So where did that cat go? Scaram said that considering he'd spent his last money on that item, even though a lot of time had passed, he hadn't complained to the Merchants Guild about not being able to sell the goods. The goblin asked if he was worried about him returning. Scaram chuckled and said he was actually a kind-hearted goblin. He'd buy him a bottle of milk, offer him another lucrative deal, and even lend him money. Then, he'd make him work endlessly to pay off the debt. Only the interest would grow much faster than he could pay it off, and the ginger cat would become his slave for the rest of his life. He laughed maliciously, and his friends said in surprise that it was genius. In his place, they wouldn't sit idle and would search for this naive cat with all their might. Scaram laughed contentedly and said that everything has its time, and it's not fitting for a hunter to run after prey. He decided to check the ranking table of traveling traders and opened it. Finding that he had finally broken into the top 1,000, he was delighted. His friend was also in the top, but the other one didn't make it into the ranking. Scaram smiled and thought that it wasn't for nothing that he sold trash to that cat, and then decided to see who he should overtake next on the list. To his surprise, Theo was in 982nd place, having earned 50 coins, and he exclaimed, "How did this happen?" While he was shaking with rage, his friends began whispering, and one of them asked, "Is this the same cat?" He was also ranked higher than him. Scaram slammed his fist on the table in anger and exclaimed that he couldn't sell those things. What happened to him anyway? He meanwhile returned to the cave and happily announced his arrival, and Sejin worriedly exclaimed, "Where did he disappear to?" He frightenedly folded his ears and apologized to him, saying that next time he promised not to play with the cats on other floors, but to come back here straight away. He asked how many days he played, and Sejin answered that it was 4 days. MC displeasedly said that the journey to the 30th floor and back takes 10 days, but he found time to walk around after selling everything. Theo nervously apologized to him, and Sejin stared at him in shock, thinking that he thought it would take him a few days to sell everything. But he returned 2 weeks later, 4 of which he spent walking around. Did all the goods really go on the first day? He put his hand on his shoulder and said with an evil smile that if he didn't want to see Side A in a bad mood, he should tell them everything quickly. After that, Theo told him everything, and he asked, he didn't really tell them anything about the product, and they still bought everything? He confirmed this and handed him a bag with 50 coins, and after checking it, he gave him his bonus, 2 coins. Theo was upset, because he tried so hard, and Sejin said that there was no point in lounging for 4 days. Next time, he should come back quickly, and then he would raise the bonus to 5%. He was very happy and promised him that he would be the hardest working cat. MC noticed that he constantly inserted meow and asked what was wrong with him. He answered with a proud smile that he decided that it would be better this way. People like it. MC laughed and said that everyone would soon know his name, but the cat didn't understand him, so he explained that the farmer's name was written on the vegetables grown, so people would soon find out that he was the one growing the magical cherry tomatoes. Upon learning this, Theo became very worried and thought it was very bad. There is a special system for newbie guild merchants that hides the manufacturer of the goods so that more experienced merchants don't steal the suppliers from the beginners. Since he had just embarked on the path of a tower merchant, Sejin's name would remain a mystery to the whole world for some time. If the evil side A found out about this, he wouldn't get a bonus. Noticing his strange reaction, MC approached him and asked what was wrong. He laughed nervously and told him that everything was fine, then asked him to give him the tomatoes quickly. He wanted to get started. He looked slightly surprised and said that he needed a couple of days off first. Let him at least get a week's pay. Theo excitedly rushed to the tomato cart and began throwing everything into the bag, nervously thinking that he had to do everything he could to get the farmer's name out there. But the only way was to earn 1,000 tower coins and become a mid-level merchant. After that, he left, and Sejin, slightly confused, said that such zeal was enviable. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guild members were discussing and laughing, and Dongsik received a message from his daughter. She wrote that these tomatoes were working great, and all her friends were envious. He would buy them for his beloved daughter, right? After reading this, he burst into tears, and the guy asked in surprise, what happened? He replied that his daughter, who was always angry about various diets, had sent him a message. Last time, he bought only 20 tomatoes so that his comrades would have some left over. He didn't think she would like them so much. He should have bought more. The guy asked if he was talking about those magical cherry tomatoes of the stray cat. All the girls go crazy for them. His friend showed them a photo of himself with his girlfriend and said that he shared the tomatoes with a girl he had been eyeing for a long time, and now they were dating. Hearing this, the guys were very surprised, and one of them said that he had a few tomatoes left. They immediately asked him to sell them to them and started arguing, but the leader interrupted them and said that this wouldn't work. He announced a general meeting and said that they were immediately heading to the 38th floor. The guy indignantly exclaimed that they had just returned from the dungeon. They can't go back so quickly. The people will be unhappy. At that moment, Jessica and the other girls appeared. They turned to the boss and asked when they were leaving. After eating all the tomatoes, they looked pretty good, and one of them said that they had already prepared the tower's coins for tomatoes, that is, for the expedition. Jessica said that now was the time to stock up, that is, to kill the next boss. Dongshik waved his hand and said that then they were on their way, after which he thought that for the sake of being a good father, he was ready to get these tomatoes at any cost. Meanwhile, Theo wandered around the tower floor and thought about how he could earn a whole 1,000 coins. A bag could hold a maximum of 1,500 tomatoes, and at this rate, he would have to run back and forth at least a dozen times. He decided not to think about it for now and try to earn as much as possible. He came to the place where he had last met the awakened ones and began to look around, searching for them. Several people soon emerged from the bushes, overjoyed to have found the traveling merchant, and Jessica called the others. Theo looked up at the guy in surprise and asked, were they looking for him? He confirmed this and said that they didn't know when he would show up again, so they had been waiting for him for the past 3 days. Does he have magic tomatoes? The cat was surprised that they had been looking for him for 3 whole days just for some vegetables, and the guy asked, 0.05 tower coins apiece, right? The cat smiled and told him to wait, since the price had actually gone up. Hearing this, he was very surprised, and by that time the rest of the team had arrived, and Dongsik asked what had happened. The guy, confused, told him that the prices for tomatoes had gone up, and Dongsik asked by how much. The cat smugly replied that they were now worth 0.07 tower coins, but deep down he was very nervous because he thought he had overdone the price. It turned out it was a trifle for Dongsik. He tossed him a bag of coins and asked for 200, after which the awakened ones began to discuss it. It's not surprising that such a good item isn't sold for next to nothing. If they don't buy it now, there's no telling when they'll be able to next. They all pounced on the cat, and eventually the goods were sold out again. Theo, looking at the coins, said that even at the new price, all the tomatoes were gone. Dongsik asked, he'll be back here again, right? Theo was slightly surprised and asked, do they want to meet again? Then he'd be here in 10 days. The man smiled and remarked that that was good, as they'd just have time to rest as a group. They agreed to wait for him here in 10 days with a new batch of tomatoes, after which he called his team members and said they were finishing the spider quest and going home. Meanwhile, Theo laughed slyly and thought that these were his first regular customers. He would soon earn 1,000 coins. He needed to quickly achieve a promotion in rank to reveal the name of the tomato grower. He was about to leave, but a girl stopped him and called him Mr. Cat. Her friend pointed at him and remarked that they looked very similar. The girl smiled and agreed with her, and he said discontentedly that his name was Theo, not Mr. Cat. The girl became flustered and apologized to him, saying that her name was Suha. He asked who he looked like, and she answered that he reminded her of another cat. He said that couldn't be. He was the most beautiful cat in the world. He said goodbye to them and was about to leave, but Suha started looking for something in her bag and asked him to wait. She handed him a cat treat and asked if he wanted to try churu. He crossed his paws over his chest and told her that he only eats fried fish, and she took advantage of the moment and squeezed the treat right into his mouth. As soon as it was on his tongue, he snatched it from her hands and began licking it, asking in surprise, "What does that taste?" "It smells like fish, but the taste is so bright it seems to melt in your mouth." He didn't notice how quickly he ate it all and asked if she had more. She took out a couple more bags of cat treats and said that there are different flavors. He reached out with his paws and asked her to give him more, to which she said that she would give it if he only let her take a picture with him. He agreed to this without hesitation, after which he climbed onto her legs and she, taking out her phone, asked him to look into the camera and smile. He posed perfectly for the photo and received the treat, after which he left. Suha watched him go with a smile, and her friend said that it was the first time she saw someone come to the tower with cat treats. "He's even cuter than they said, right?" Another girl said that she was smiling so sincerely. Maybe they should come back to him again? Suha looked at the resulting photo with a smile and said that they would definitely meet again. Meanwhile, MC was spending time with the rabbits. He was teaching the black rabbit a special swimming technique. But what about the piranhas? Naturally, for safety reasons, he temporarily closed the hole where they climb out, but he still looks back every couple of minutes. He told the rabbit to try swimming without a board. He did so well last time. When, overjoyed by the level increase, he fell into the water and almost drowned, his heart almost stopped. He thought the piranhas were about to kill him. He was just floating face down on the surface of the water, looking like he was already dead. Even the piranhas were scared. And now, every time he remembers it, he shudders. Piak sat down next to him and laughed guiltily, after which Seijin looked into his backpack and said that he had a sweet tooth from splashing in the water. His bottle of honey was empty, and he looked at the hive and noticed that the bee hadn't been in their area for a long time. Maybe something happened? When he took a closer look at the hive, he was very surprised. The poisonous bee's babies were flying around. He said in surprise that he hadn't seen her for so long, and she had babies. Or were they not hers? How had he not noticed them before? He glanced at his garden and decided to congratulate the bee on her housewarming. Since that was the case, he wouldn't have to look far for a gift. Having plucked a flowering bush, he approached the hive and waved his hand, asking the bee to come out for a minute. He wanted to congratulate her on her housewarming. The baby bees took him for a threat and flew towards him, their stingers sticking out, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with them?" He came in peace. The black rabbit squeaked threateningly, preparing to defend himself, and the baby bees only became angry. They were about to attack Sejun, but their mother's voice rang out, forcing them to stop. MC looked up at the hive in confusion and saw the queen bee fly out. He pointed at her in shock, asking, "Is that the poisonous bee?" She smiled in response, then flew closer to him, and he asked in surprise, "Is she really the bee he knows?" A poisonous bee is a predatory insect that hunts prey using venom. That's basically all Aileen knows about them. She came to the library specifically to find at least some information about the queen bee, but the book didn't mention it at all. She looked at the crystal ball and sighed, saying that it probably wasn't dangerous. For now, she'll limit herself to simple observation. She'll ask Dad about it later. Actually, there's one option for emergencies. Meanwhile, Seijin asked in surprise, "Was she the little bee?" She confirmed it, and he noticed in shock that she looked different. She started showing off in front of him. The thing is, when she started feeding on the nectar from his farm, after each meal, her body began to emit a strong aroma and increase in size. Because of this, the queen bee got angry at her. Now she could continue the species on her own. That day, the bee decided to leave the hive and live on her own. The cave seemed like a safe enough place to create a new home. When everything was ready, she experienced the pain of transformation in the hive. Her body transformed, and thus she became the queen of the poisonous bees. MC handed her a flower and congratulated her on her transformation, despite the strange circumstances. He told her it was a gift, and she looked at it with admiration, then happily hugged him and began rubbing her cheek against his. Her children realized he was their mother's friend and also rushed into his arms, then headed to the rabbits. Seijin laughed and patted the queen bee on the head, saying that he loved them all too. A few days passed and the rabbits woke him up. He got up, asking what had happened. Had he really slept during the moon? The rabbits led him to his garden beds, and hubby happily pointed to a blue carrot. He said in surprise that he thought it wouldn't ripen for a while, but it was good that he would have time to pick it. He looked at the rabbits with a grin and asked, "Is this why they woke him up?" After that, he pulled the carrot out of the ground and the rabbits squealed delightedly. He noticed that it was the size of a zucchini. The system reported that it was a carrot of agility, infused with the energy of the blue moon, which gave the root vegetable a brighter flavor. When consumed, it temporarily increases agility by 0.05, rank E+. He gained a lot of profession points. His level 2 harvesting skill was significantly improved, and he also received 70 experience points. MC looked at it carefully, noting every change, then gave the carrots to the rabbits, thanking them for their efforts and asking them to keep up the good work. They were very happy and were eager to eat them. The rabbit with the sickle extended his hand to his father, and he tossed the carrot. The rabbit prepared himself, then swung the sickle a few times and cut the carrot so that everyone had enough. Pieces of carrot fell into everyone's paws, and Sejun applauded, saying that he cut it perfectly. He was a real chef. The rabbit was delighted by his praise and glanced at his warrior brother. It seemed a rivalry had developed between them. MC, meanwhile, harvested another lunar harvest, this time producing 5 tomatoes. He handed them over to the control tower, and the system reported its gratitude, and he asked it to express its recognition with a new skill. The system informed him that the manager would consider whether he could be given a skill, and he asked, "What does that mean?" At that moment, Theo descended into the cave. The bee children attacked him, and he screamed loudly, asking Sejun to calm them down. He thoughtfully noted that they hadn't seen him yet, and therefore considered him an enemy. After that, he picked up the cat and hugged him, telling the bee children that he was not an enemy. They immediately calmed down, and he let go of Theo and sneezed, noticing how fluffy he was. The cat thanked him for his help, calling him brother, and he, pulling his cheeks, reminded him that they were partners. "Aren't you ashamed to call him brother?" Theo exclaimed that he himself said that they were all one family. Because he offered to pull his cheeks, he cried out loudly in pain and asked him for forgiveness, and he finally let him go. He asked how he was doing and handed him a bag with 75 coins in it. But that wasn't all. He proudly pulled out another bag and said that people had been waiting for him for several days, so he figured it out and sold the tomatoes for 0.02 coins more. While MC was looking at their earnings, the cat happily threw up his paws and asked, "He's good, right? He'll be an important merchant soon." He gave him his share, 2 coins, and praised him for his work, calling him an excellent worker. Theo was upset and said that he had tried so hard. Can he have a different title? He sternly told him that he still had room for improvement, so he should try harder. Theo was very upset and said that he didn't think it was so difficult to get a promotion, and the rabbit began to console him. Sejun, meanwhile, smiled and thought that he already knew everything. The manager can be useful sometimes. She told him that the cat was selling tomatoes for more than before, and he thought that for such information, it wouldn't hurt to share some blue tomatoes with her. Hearing a sound, he looked down at the cat and saw how it was happily devouring a cat treat. He pointed to it and asked what it was. He answered that it was churu, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he get that?" He answered that people gave it to him for a photo together. It was a chicken-flavored treat, but he liked the salmon one the most. MC was very surprised that people fed him. You can bring something into the tower in 2 ways. The first is by falling through the portal. In fact, that's how he ended up here with a backpack. Only other people end up on the first floor and sell all the things they have on them to get starting capital. And the second is if an awakened hunter brings them with him to the tower. But they say the total weight of items brought in is limited to 1 kilogram, but you can take out as many items as you want without any limit. Usually they bring all sorts of trivial things into the tower, like special smartphones called hunter phones, packed lunches, and the only cigarettes available in the tower, and also all sorts of other things that might come in handy. And someone brought a treat to the tower to give to the cat. He had a brilliant idea, rubbed his palms together, and grinned, saying he was a genius. While he was plotting his cunning plans, Theo became uneasy, and he offered him a cat treat to calm him down. Sejun looked at him thoughtfully, then confiscated all the treats, and Theo angrily pounced on him, asking him to give it back. He was given it for a photo with a person. MC pointed out that that was the point. He made a deal and received a reward, which is a violation of Clause 3 of the special provisions of the contract. Party B has no right to change the terms of the deal without notifying Party A. Theo nervously exclaimed, "Is this true?" He didn't know about that. He almost burst into tears and patted him on the head, called him a seller and told him not to be upset, and then offered him to discuss their new clients. The cat exclaimed, "Is he a seller again?" He confirmed it and said that it was only for 1 hour. If he makes deals in the future, he will become a seller for many hours. Theo was delighted and agreed, after which he picked him up and sat him on his legs, asking if he liked the warmth of the fire. The rabbits immediately began circling around them. One fanned them, the second brought fish, the third cut off their fins, and the fourth wrapped them in onion leaves and fried them. Sejun made the cat more comfortable and opened a bag of cat treats, after which he began to feed and pet him, and he purred contentedly and thought, "Is this how they treat sellers? This is the best feeling in the world." MC asked if he liked churu. Theo happily exclaimed that he wanted fried fish, and he, approaching the fire, said that everything was ready. By the way, how did he get to the 38th floor without fighting monsters? He proudly answered that he had a traveling merchant license. He pointed to the badge on his coat and said that it was his distinguishing mark. He has to pay a hefty annual membership fee. The higher the level, the higher the fee, but also more privileges. Having a traveling merchant license, you can enjoy many perks related to protection. For example, monsters do not attack when they see the badge, and that's far from all. MC wondered if he could bring hunters here, and he answered that, unfortunately, he cannot. Monsters only do not attack merchants, and it is impossible to protect hunters from danger. Moreover, all merchants use special paths between floors, access to which is prohibited to everyone except merchants. If he wants to use the path, he needs to pay for a license. Without it, he would never have reached the 38th floor in just 5 days. Sejin was surprised and asked, "What floor are they on?" He answered that they are on the 99th floor, and he was momentarily speechless. Not believing what he heard, he asked in surprise, "What did he just say?" Theo repeated that they are now on the 99th floor and asked, did he not know about that? The 99th floor, this terrified him greatly. He fell to his knees, causing the cat to worriedly ask if he was okay, but he ignored him. He thought that Theo was not able to use teleports like hunters, so it took him 10 days to get to the 38th floor and back. He became very nervous and mentally told himself to pull himself together. This does not change anything. He just found out what floor he was on. He tried to calm himself down, but nothing worked. Then Theo pulled him out of these dark thoughts. He grabbed his face and called out to him loudly, asking him to come to his senses. MC asked what was wrong, and he, pointing to the fire, said that his weekly wage had become coals. Seeing that the fish was burning, Sejin sat down next to the fire and began to fry a new batch, thinking that the hunters had only recently made it to the 40th floor, and they were still a long way from the 90th. Maybe he should forget about all his attempts to escape from here? Theo told him to fry everything well, so that it wouldn't be like last time. This was Teo's salesman's order. MC said that his hour had passed, and he asked in surprise, so quickly. He was very upset and sighed heavily, and when Sejin glanced at his badge, a great idea occurred to him. He imagined a small group of hunters stopping for a rest, and one of them saying that not only were they running low on strength, but also on provisions, and that there were too many monsters around to carry all the wounded to the exit. Were they really going to die here? At that moment, the traveling merchant Sejin would appear and offer them his help along with Theo. The hunters would be very happy to see him because he is the legendary merchant and farmer of the tower, and his mascot, the orange cat Theo, is also here. They would start throwing coins at him for his vegetables and fruits, and he would enjoy all of this. This greatly encouraged him, and he asked Theo if he could become a traveling merchant. He answered him that only those born in the tower can become merchants, and mockingly asked, didn't he know about that? And then all of Sejin's dreams were shattered. Theo said that unfortunately he would have to give up this idea, and he trembled with rage. In the end, he could not bear it any longer and began to tear his hair out, and then screamed and cursed very loudly, causing everyone around to panic. He was so angry at this tower. The others stopped what they were doing and stared at him in shock, while Aileen, eating tomatoes, heard something squeak, but didn't pay it any mind. He calmed down and started breathing heavily, and Theo, whose tail had fluffed up in fright and who had climbed onto the rabbit, exclaimed in displeasure, "Why are you yelling like that?" He took a deep breath and pulled himself together, thinking that, in fact, nothing had changed. He should have prepared for this when he jumped into the portal. It was too late to regret anything. If he can't get out, at least he'll live the rest of his life to the fullest. Meanwhile, people from various companies were interested in his tomatoes. Jenny, the executive director of Easter Pharmaceutical, showed the tomatoes to an acquaintance, and he asked if these were the magical tomatoes famous among hunters. She confirmed it and said that her brother, a member of the Phoenix Guild, had bought some on his last foray. He said that some traveling cat merchant was selling them. She asked him to look at the tomato's status window, and he laughed nervously, asking, "Is this a magical cherry tomato? And what does she propose to do with it?" She wondered if Michael McLaren, the deputy director of Gagel, which controls 39% of the global agricultural market, had lost his entrepreneurial instinct. He asked in response, does she think that if she's the director of Easter Pharmaceutical, she can open her mouth without thinking? She snapped her fingers, and a system window appeared next to her, displaying how many calories these tomatoes burned and how it all works. Seeing this, he was very surprised, and she said that they hadn't been able to extract the component that gives tomatoes such an effect, which doesn't rule out the outstanding properties of these vegetables. He asked what she was proposing. After all, she could monopolize this industry herself. She told him that she needed his unsuccessful work on the tower farming project. Realizing that she knew about this, he was very surprised, and she walked up to him with a laugh and asked if he didn't think it was time for him to earn the trust of his father, the director of the company, again. They said that elections for a new chairman of the company would be held soon, due to the illness of the current one. She handed him a cherry tomato and asked what he said about that. Didn't it look extremely appetizing? He took it with a smile and ate it, after which he laughed and said that it was very sweet and delicious. This made him burst out laughing even louder, and after he calmed down, he ate a second tomato and asked if she had any more. She noted with displeasure that he had already eaten her tomato, and that he should go to the tower and buy one himself. MC, meanwhile, wrote out the priority tasks on the ground with a stick, and said that since they were going to be here for a long time, they needed to work out all the existing inconveniences, get new tools and equipment, and explore the area for safety purposes. He turned to Theo and asked if there were any monsters nearby. He answered that there were none around. There was one, but it was quite far from here. He asked what kind of monster it was, and he answered that it was a scarlet bear. MC remembered his scariest moonlit night and wondered if this was the same bear. Theo shuddered at the mention of this beast and said that it was a terrible monster. however, he was afraid to pass by it every time. Sejin frowned and thought that he knew it was dangerous to leave the cave. He glanced at the queen bee and thought that soon about 1,000 tomatoes would bloom, and the bee population would increase significantly. This meant that he could send them to patrol the nearby area to keep monsters away. Moreover, he could ask the bees to tie a rope, which he wove from onion leaves, to one of the trees above. That way, he could finally get out of this cave. This thought brought a smile to his face, after which he told the cat that he had a task of the utmost importance. Only a seller could handle it. He could handle it, right? He confidently confirmed this, and then set off. A few days later, he reached the 38th floor, and saw a camp set up at the usual meeting place with hunters. He noted that many more people had come than last time, as if they were gathering here on purpose. But it didn't matter. The more buyers, the better. He jumped off the cliff and landed next to the camp, then waved to the people and said that he had arrived. Everyone immediately ran up to him, and one of them handed him a bag of coins and said that he would buy everything. The guy next to him exclaimed indignantly, he didn't want to stand in line? Was this really his first time here? Those who had come before had formed a line. The guy told him not to talk nonsense. Do they really think that the Phoenix Guild can monopolize this floor? Isn't that too much? Theo told them not to fight and to listen to him. From now on, he has a new selling method. They became wary, and he said that he will sell 500 tomatoes to the one who offers the highest price. So those who haven't brought money don't have to stay here. The starting price for 500 magic tomatoes is 35 tower coins. MC, meanwhile, watched the rabbits harvest and thought that the popularity of magic tomatoes outside the tower was much greater than he imagined. Considering that some girls were trying to feed Theo treats, it seems the tomatoes caused quite a fight. He glanced at the black rabbit and said that since the number of people wanting to buy tomatoes will grow, and they can't expand that quickly, the best way to make a jackpot from buyers is, of course, an auction. What does he think about that? He squeaked in response and said that he asked Theo to do a couple more tasks, little things. He wants to test his sales skills, since such an opportunity arose. After that, he decided to get to work and asked the rabbit to get some fish for dinner, and the system reported a quest. He needed to give the tower manager a cocktail of tomato juice and honey, which he constantly drinks. As a reward, he would receive a class skill, and if he refused, she would be bitterly disappointed. He responded that he would spend half a day squeezing these tomatoes. He needed to work. He would do it later. The manager demanded that he complete the quest right now. She insisted that he must complete the quest now because she had prepared an amazing class skill. She insisted he would like it. He raised one eyebrow and asked if she seriously wanted to show off the skill or just drink tomato juice. Maybe she would give him the skill in advance. The system reported that the manager said that he needed to complete the quest first. Since these were the rules of the tower, nothing could be done about it. She was counting on his trust. He thought for a second, then said that he would do everything now. Recently, he had a sudden craving for tomato juice, so he squeezed 50 tomatoes and added a little honey. Even the rabbits liked it. So much so, in fact, that they begged for the juice for several days. He took several tomatoes from the storage room, transferred them to his hands, and sighing heavily, gathered his strength. Then he used his infernal juicer and squeezed the tomatoes in his fists. He asked the queen bee for help, and she extracted a huge drop of honey, then threw it into a glass, and fresh tomato honey juice was ready. Thanks to the addition of the queen bee's honey, the juice has a pleasant sweet taste. Occasionally, you come across pieces of tomato, which are pleasant to chew while drinking. The system reported that the control tower was extremely interested in the taste of the drink, that it was flapping its wings in anticipation. He handed it the juice and wondered if it had wings. What kind of beast is this? She meanwhile tried the juice and enthusiastically exclaimed that it was so delicious and sweet. The system informed Sejin that the manager was delighted. The juice was truly delicious. He laughed and said he was glad to have tried, then looked at his reward. He acquired a new skill, Beekeeper. This skill allows him to register one bee level. He was very surprised and decided to examine the effects of this skill. It imposes an ownership effect on the hive. Bees from such a hive will not attack the owner. The owner can issue orders to the bees, and the harvesting radius is increased. The egg-laying speed of the hive queen increases, as does the harvesting speed of the bees. This skill accelerates the pollination of flowers within the hive's radius. MC was overjoyed and said he thought the bees would leave when he got out of the cave, but with this skill, they'd be right there. He looked up at the sky and asked the tower manager with a smile, did she really listen to his problems? He was so grateful to her. She smiled and, shyly running her finger along the edge of the glass, said that since he was so grateful to her, he could give her another glass of tomato juice. At that moment, Sejin wanted to ask her something. Is she by any chance a flying pig? As soon as he said this, her face darkened, after which he was inundated with system windows with all sorts of insults, all accompanied by loud notification sounds. He covered his ears and then exclaimed, what kind of hysteria is this? Meanwhile, Theo started the auction. Dongsik was terrified that if he returned to his daughter without the tomatoes, his reputation as a loving father would be ruined. He raised his hand and said he'd buy them for 41 coins. A girl from his team looked at him in surprise, and he said the main thing was to sort out the lot of tomatoes. he'd split them and the money later. A guy from outside their guild exclaimed that he'd take the tomatoes for 45 coins, and then everyone slowly started raising the price, which made Dongsik nervous. He turned to the girl and asked if she had money. She confusedly replied that she hadn't brought much with her, because she wanted a little. At that moment, Michael appeared and declared that he'd buy all 500 tomatoes for hundreds of coins, and everyone fell silent. Theo started counting, and since no one wanted to buy the tomatoes at a higher price, he sold them to the man. The awakened ones started whispering, and Dongsik looked at Michael in surprise and thought, what was he doing here? After all, they call him the Master of Hunters. Behind him, he saw a guy named Chris and approached him, asking what he was doing here. It was his day off. He answered with an awkward smile that his sister asked him to bring Mr. McLaren here. He apologized to him and remembered that he was the brother of the director of a pharmaceutical company, after which he gritted his teeth in frustration and thought that they would have to compete with large corporations. He didn't think that the rumor about tomatoes would spread so quickly. There were only 2 rounds of the auction left. He had to win at least one. Theo, meanwhile, began to open the next lot. He announced the starting price of 35 coins, and Dongsik said that he would buy it for 60 tower coins. But Michael raised the price again to 100 coins. Dongsik rushed to his comrade and started shaking him, asking him to lend him money. He did have some with him, right? Meanwhile, Theo sold the tomatoes to Michael, and before he could announce the next lot, the man declared that he would buy all 1,500 tomatoes for 300 tower coins. Hearing this, Dongsik was very upset, because at this rate, he would lose his status as a loving father, and the guy suggested that he buy the tomatoes another time. Michael's subordinates collected the tomatoes and said they could go, and he, looking at one of them, thought that it was a truly wonderful product. It was good that he came there in person. After that, they left, and the girls approached the cat. Theo immediately recognized them. They were the same people who treated him to Churu. Suha was glad that he remembered them, and Theo, trying to remember her name, fell silent for a second, then tilted his head to the side and asked, "Is she Buha?" She decided not to correct him. It's good that he at least remembered her face, after which she asked, "Can they take another photo?" She brought him churu. He was happy at first, but then he remembered the deal with Seijin and said that he didn't need it. Let her give him a thing called coffee instead. It looks like churu. Suha started rummaging through her bag, then showed him a bag of coffee and asked, "This?" He happily confirmed it, and asked if they also had salt and pepper with them. The girls thought for a few seconds, then took out the seasonings, and he thanked them. Before he went here, Seijin told him that if anyone wanted to take a photo with him, they should ask them for coffee, salt, or pepper. Depending on his success, he would let him be a seller for a few hours. Putting his loot in his bag, he smiled and thought that with these things he could lie on Seijin's lap for hours. After that, they took a couple of cute photos. Suha was very happy. She said that so many cool photos turned out. She thanked him, and he waved his paw in response and said that he should be thanking them. Seeing the pads of his paws, she immediately began to touch them and thought that they were so soft and pleasant to the touch. Theo looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was doing. She immediately let go of him and exclaimed that she couldn't resist. His paws were so soft. She handed him 3 bags of cat treats, and he asked in surprise why she was giving them to him. She answered with a smile that it was because he let her touch his paws. She really liked them. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "So people like it?" She said that their pads aren't so soft, so it's nice to touch a cat's every time. He exclaimed in surprise, "So that's what it's all about?" She nodded, and he, looking at his paws, thought that these were his lucky pads. Suha's friend came up to him and asked if she could take a photo with him too. She gave him some pepper. He agreed, and after they took the photo, he held out his paws to her and told her to touch his pads, and in exchange, she should give him something tasty. Of course, she agreed to this and gave him all sorts of food, thinking that he was so cute. Next time, she should take some cat treats with her. Meanwhile, he enjoyed his catch and laughed out loud, thinking that just by letting people touch his paws, he would become a salesman for the whole day. He put all the groceries in his bag and remembered that he still had some things to do. Meanwhile, Suha decided to post a photo with the cat on social media and smiled contentedly, and Theo asked what she was doing. She flinched in surprise and turned to him, asking if he hadn't left yet. He asked, "She's from the Republic of Korea, right?" She asked how he'd guessed that, and he answered with a smug smile that he'd smelled a familiar scent. Can she help him with something? She stared at him in surprise. She must have agreed. Meanwhile, MC was resting, and the bees were pollinating the plants and collecting honey in a bottle. The system reported that his beekeeping skill had become stronger, and he'd gotten a few milliliters of honey from the tomato flowers. Now his skill had gained enough experience to increase. He was glad that everything was going so well and thought that the bee population was growing steadily, as was his beekeeping skill. He glanced at the hive and wondered if the queen was busy with her offspring. He hadn't seen her in a while. He decided to look at the new skill description. Hive mastery had increased from 1 to 2. If he could split the hive, he could connect the second one. He glanced at the bees and thought he needed to get a honey container and use the bottle for other purposes. He decided to do that later, and pulling a carrot from the ground, called the rabbits for lunch. He harvested a few more carrots, boosting his level 2 harvest skill and earning 10 experience points. After yesterday's blue moon, he'd harvested a couple of lunar carrots and a few more regular vegetables, now grown in the cave, increasing his harvest by 1. Of course, the rabbits were delighted. He gave each one a carrot. They were practically ready to bow to him for it. After that, they all gathered around the fire and began to eat. Sejin glanced at the carrot's status window. It was nutritious and healthy, and when consumed, it temporarily increased agility by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect lasts for up to an hour, burning 10 kilograms of fat and improving vision. He was surprised that it even improved vision and decided to save up more carrots for sale. They would be gone in no time. He started eating and said it was so delicious. Now he would have a quick snack and run to collect the rest. After lunch, everyone returned to work. The rabbits loaded carrots into a cart, transported them to storage, and MC plucked them. Seeing that the black rabbit carrying the carrots had fallen, he asked if he was tired. It turned out that this was his cunning plan. He decided to quietly gnaw on the carrot, but everyone noticed, of course. While hubby was punishing his son, Sejin looked around and noticed that there was almost no room to store carrots, so he decided to call it a day. The system reported that he had reached level 10, and he wondered in surprise when he had managed to do that. A new quest appeared. He thought it was from the manager, but she said she had nothing to do with it. It's a class quest, unlocked at level 10. To gain new skills, he needs to complete it and advance to the next level. The MC said thoughtfully that he'd heard of such things. Hunters receive quests related to combat, killing various monsters and such. He hoped the farmer wouldn't have anything similar and opened the quest. He needed to expand the farm by 50 square meters, but for him, it was a piece of cake. Soon he completed the task, and the system reported that as a reward, he had reached level 11 and received 1 bonus stat. He received 10 coins and 1 class point as a reward for completing the quest. Very tired after the rapid expansion of the farm, he clenched his fist in victory, and the system reported that he could now gain experience for each new square meter of the farm. He hoped that the class skill was worth it. It was good that he completed it so quickly. He lay down on the ground and said that after planting so many carrots, the field had become much larger than he thought. He was so tired that he didn't even want to move. He said goodbye to the rabbits and suggested that they get some sleep. They would finish tomorrow and praised them for their excellent work. The rabbits wanted to go home, but their dad stopped them, after which he locked himself and their mom inside. The rabbits were shocked by this. They started pounding on the door and crying, begging their parents to let them in. Sejun approached them and asked if they had been kicked out of the house, but they were already adults. It was time for them to become independent, and since no one was building a new house today, they could all sleep together. The rabbits immediately calmed down, after which they all lay down on the lounger together, and the MC sighed, smiling and saying that it was so nice and warm. Meanwhile, Dongsik was very upset because he couldn't buy tomatoes. His daughter scolded him. Suha approached him, and seeing that she had shown the vendor out, he asked what he was doing there. She said he wanted to tell him something. Theo asked if he was by any chance the leader of a group from some Korea. He confirmed it and asked if he could contact someone for him. He handed him a contract that stated that he had to give 50 million to Park Sejun's family, who lived in Bucheon. Theo reached into his bag and said that he also needed to tell them that Sejun was okay, for which they would pay him 50 tower coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. Seeing a full basket of tomatoes, Dongsik was surprised and very happy, because with that many, he would become the best father in the world. Already anticipating how his daughter would text him about how much she loved him, he almost burst into tears, after which he asked, "Who is this Sejun? Was he really some hunter who got into trouble and couldn't get out of the tower?" Theo was in no hurry to answer. Sejun asked him not to say under any circumstances that he was on the 99th floor, and he lied, saying that he saved him on the 40th floor, so he was just helping him out in small ways. Hearing this, Dongsik was very surprised and asked, "So someone had already climbed that high and found those magic tomatoes?" Theo said he couldn't say more. Sejun was a great man with many secrets. Dongsik became slightly nervous and thought that if his guild had gathered a group of the best, they would have barely made it to the 39th floor. He had never heard official confirmation of reaching the 40th floor. A solo hunter, not a member of a guild, is an outstanding person. It is a rare opportunity to maintain a relationship with such a person based on mutual assistance. Maybe one day he will invite him to the guild and monopolize the production of those very tomatoes. He agreed to the contract and signed it, after which a system notification appeared in front of them, and he noted with a smile that the deed was done. After that, he took the money and the tomatoes and said that, as far as he knows, the contract cannot be broken even outside the tower. They will see each other in 10 days. He will tell you how it went. Let him pass this on to Sejun. He, Kim Dongsik from the Phoenix Guild, will take responsibility for notifying his parents. A new day has arrived. The rabbits have started building their house. The MC approached them and asked how things were going, and the rabbit with the sickle happily waved his paws at him. When he saw what they had built, he smiled broadly and said it was simply incredible. The roof was made of onion leaves, and the walls were made of dirt. The rabbits with the shovel and sickle had done a great job. They both proudly raised their heads, and MC, looking at the resting rabbit, asked if they'd even made a bed to rest on. He wanted one too. He petted them and praised them, and they decided to celebrate their housewarming. A few days had passed since the older rabbits kicked the children out of the house and they began building their own house, and the older ones still lived together. They gathered in a circle, and Seijin made a toast to the rabbits who had just gotten their own home. He poured the black rabbit a glass of juice and thanked it for the steady supply of fish for dinner. It squeaked contentedly, and MC said with a smile that they were so smart. It was a great idea to make glasses out of carrots. Of course, such a glass is a bit small for him, but it still looks good. He drank and ate. He noticed hubby and wifey, who were being affectionate and flirting with each other, and he remarked that it was all very strange. Why were they kicked out so abruptly? Most likely, they will get new brothers and sisters soon. At that moment, a system notification appeared in front of him. The seed store was open again. He was very happy and decided to quickly see what he could buy today. 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. 100 potato seeds for 5 coins, and 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 coins. He was very happy with the last seeds and immediately wanted some meat wrapped in lettuce. It was a pity he didn't have any meat, but he decided to buy it anyway. Now he had to choose between strawberries and potatoes. He had enough money for everything, but he could only buy one, and the choice was quite difficult. He decided on starch, spent his money, and received 50 loyalty points and 56 regular points. After that, a huge sack of potatoes appeared above him. He was momentarily startled and managed to jump aside. Luckily, the potatoes didn't fall on his head, but the rabbit's food suffered. Hubby started scolding him, and he laughed nervously, asking for forgiveness. Then he checked the potatoes and exclaimed that they looked good. He wanted to plant the fields right now, and then he will boil, steam, and fry it. He will make pancakes in the end. He wiped his drool and asked the rabbits, "They want this too, right?" He decisively punched the air and suggested that they rest today and work on the potatoes tomorrow. Now he wondered how Theo was doing. He had probably already done everything according to his request. In the meantime, he arrived at the central merchant market, which was filled with a variety of tower dwellers. In the bustling market, he found a small shop with kitchen utensils. He had already managed to grab a blanket and pillows. Now all he had to buy was a ladle, a bowl, and a spoon. He found an excellent frying pan among the pile of goods and asked the merchant how much it all cost. He answered that he would take 1.6 coins for it, and Theo immediately asked him for a discount. The merchant laughed and remarked that he was such a straightforward young cat. He didn't remember him here. Well, so be it. He would lower the price to 1.5. Theo asked disappointedly, "Is that all?" The merchant said that he also needed to make money and couldn't lower the price any further. Then Theo threw all the goods into his hands and left, saying that he would buy everything elsewhere. The merchant immediately stopped him and said excitedly that this was not possible. The cat asked in confusion why this was not possible, since it was expensive. Then the merchant gave in and lowered the price to 1.3. But the cat brazenly said that he would give him only 1.2 coins or leave. The merchant agreed, after which Theo gave him the money, grabbed his purchases, and ran away, thanking him. Looking after him, the merchant sighed heavily and said that he thought he was some kind of newbie, but he was already a seasoned merchant. He looked at the coins he had given him and saw that they were all wet. The cat must have been very nervous, and his paws were sweaty. Meanwhile, Theo paused to catch his breath and was glad that he had finally succeeded. He had bought something and hadn't been fooled. Just recently, Seijin had given him a lecture on how not to screw up a deal. First, you need to find out the prices and ask for a discount. Second, if you're refused, you need to leave immediately. Third, if they don't let you go, ask for a triple discount. These are 3 simple rules to avoid being scammed. Remembering his lessons, Theo smiled broadly and mentally told him that everything worked out. He was so grateful to him. Content with his success, he continued down the street, thinking that now he knew how to get a discount. He passed an alley and heard a familiar voice coming from it. Scaram was there now, scamming a newbie merchant. He showed him things from the outside world and said that he simply wanted to help newbies in their development. When Theo saw him, he became very angry. He walked up to them with a serious expression and said that he couldn't forgive this bad guy for cheating other aspiring merchants. Scaram was very surprised when he noticed him and he called his name loudly. He came quite close and said loudly that they finally met. He decided to pretend like everything was normal, put his hand on his shoulder, called him a friend, and said that he was finally here. Where had he been all this time? Were the things he gave him so good? Theo, with a serious expression, removed his hand and asked how he could talk to him like that. She shouldn't trust this swindler. He was indignant at his words and loudly asked what he was saying. Why was he saying such terrible things? He gave him luxury items at a low price because he understood his situation. However, he stabbed the one who saved him in a difficult situation in the back. He pointed to the item in the merchant's hands and said loudly that he would not cheat him. He must have told her that this flask contains magic, right? He can't be trusted. This flask blocks the contact of the contents with the outside world and retains heat. Because of its temperature drops very slowly. He will reveal all his cards. Everything that this deceiver gave her was just trash. Scaram was worried about this and wondered how this idiot knew everything. He said that it was just a misunderstanding. He must have made a mistake with the thing. They just needed to sit down and talk. He didn't listen to him, loudly called the guards and said that there was a nasty goblin trying to deceive a novice merchant. He pointed his finger at him with a displeased look, called out his name, and said that he would not let this go so easily. Immediately after that, he ran away very quickly, and Theo remained standing and said that despite the fact that he spoke so confidently, he cannot be trusted. The merchant thanked him for saving her and asked if she could know his name. He stated his name with a proud air, and she bowed and said that she was very grateful for his help. He started to leave and said that there was no need for thanks. She should be careful and not get into such situations again. As soon as he had gone far enough, she said that the mission was accomplished. They could leave. Immediately after that, several dogs in police clothing jumped down from the roof towards her. She asked what was going on here. Hadn't she told them to eliminate all possible interference before the operation? One of them apologized and said that their agents had scanned the entire area within the next 100 meters, as planned. They had no idea how this merchant had infiltrated here at all. He identified her as Agent Zerath and said that there was no forgiveness. An agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau, an association of traveling merchants, stood in front of him. She asked with displeasure, "He calls this an apology?" Now the operation to capture Scaram, for which they had been preparing for the past several months, could fail. They must return to the headquarters of the Inspection Bureau. His new assignment was 100 letters of apology. This surprised the employee, and she said with a serious expression that he should bring her 100 letters of apology to reflect on his mistake today. The employees were trembling with fear, and she walked down the street, thinking that lately they had been receiving many reports about a scammer in the Traveling Merchants Association. After a long time, they managed to track this goblin's movements. He knows how and where to get items that can only be found outside the tower. They were unable to track whether he was using illegal routes. Capturing him quickly was impossible. However, she managed to contact him under the guise of a novice traveling merchant. However, before the impending arrest, they were interrupted. She said with a thoughtful look that they needed to reconsider their plan. His name was Theo, right? It seems he is not on the best terms with Scaram. We need to take a closer look at this cat. At the same time, he was happily walking through the forest, eating fish and saying that everything was so good. At the same time, Sejun was holding a potato in his hand and asked if he understood everything. He pointed to 2 lines with his finger and said that it needed to be cut like this. The rabbit with a sickle easily cut the potato into 4 equal parts. He loudly praised him for this and said that this is what he needed. Now they need to generously water the soil and put 1 piece. He looked at the rabbit next to him and asked if this didn't surprise them. What trick did he know? With this, you can make 400 potato seeds from just 100 potatoes. He saw it in one video. It turns out that what he watched without thinking while eating wasn't so useless. The system notified that he had created a potato field measuring 33 square meters and received 10 experience points. He calculated how many square meters he received an experience point for, and said that it wasn't that much, but it was a nice addition. Now that he was almost done with the potatoes, maybe they could dig up some sweet potatoes? He hadn't eaten that since they were kids, so it had been a long time. However, before that, do they know what to do? The rabbits looked at him intently, and he said that he was talking about sweet potato sprouts. After all, before digging up sweet potatoes, you need to cut off the sprouts. They can't just throw away the sweet potato sprouts once they grow, right? The rabbits were very upset by what they heard, but a black rabbit came up to them and started telling them something. They remembered how it happened earlier and looked at him with a satisfied look. The protagonist sat next to them and asked if they thought that growing sweet potato sprouts was his job too. He refused with a determined expression and said that today he decided not to share the pleasure of growing sweet potato sprouts with them. In farming, everything has its time, and he wouldn't ruin farming just to improve his skill. The rabbits were upset about this, but after that, they all started working in the potato field together. When they finished, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tired expression and looked away. The system announced that he had created a sweet potato field measuring 500 square meters. He received 150 experience points, leveled up, and received 1 bonus stat. He looked at this with a joyful expression and said that even without farming alone, he could gain experience while expanding the territory. The rabbits began to dance around him contentedly and sing a song. He looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked what they were doing. The system announced that the rabbits were hoping for a rich sweet potato harvest. They say this is a cheerful dance of abundance intended for the tower's farmers. The tower administrator also sang along with the rabbits. He sat down on the ground and asked with a smile, "Will they harvest it with their help?" He looked at the buried potato and noticed a bright light coming from it. It grew brighter and brighter, and he began to guess with surprise what it was. He dug it up, and the system announced that it was a solar sweet potato, a mutated sweet potato that absorbs sunlight from the top of the tower and stores the sun's energy. When consumed, it burns 100 grams of fat and grants resistance to cold for 24 hours. Expiration date is 30 days. Rank E. Received an award for breeding a new variety in the tower. MC was very surprised by this and loudly asked, did he breed a new variety? At the same time, Dongsit got out of the car with a package in his hand, looked at the building, and asked "Is this Mr. Sejin's house?" At the same time, he looked at the system windows with a surprised expression, which said that he received an award for discovering a new variety in the tower. His experience increased slightly, his level 2 harvest skill increased, and he gained 10 experience points. The tower granted him exclusive breeding rights to a new variety. No one can breed the sunny sweet potato variety without his permission. He laughed joyfully and asked, "This notice says that he is the only one who has such a sweet potato, right? Even if he grows it and sells it to someone, no one can grow it because of his breeding rights to this variety." He buried the potato in the ground and said that he was curious about its taste, but since it was a new species, he definitely had to grow it. He stood up, raised his hand above his head, and asked if they could dig up some more sweet potatoes. The rabbits joyfully made a loud sound in unison in agreement. After that, they dug up a lot of potatoes from underground, wrapped them in leaves, and cooked them by the fire. He took out one potato with a small stick and pierced it to check if it was ready. Once he was sure of it, he and the rabbits began blowing on the potato to cool it. When the potato cooled, he broke it in two and was surprised at how beautiful it was. Each rabbit took half of the potato and they all began to eat. Hubby started coughing because he was choking, and he said with a smile that they should eat more slowly. The system announced that the tower manager was waiting for her turn, wiping away drool. He read it and said that he was grateful that she let the rabbits eat first. "Now, here are 10 sweet potatoes." The system announced that the tower manager was grateful to him and said that he would enjoy these. He looked at the remaining potatoes, called the mower rabbit, and asked if he had already eaten. Could he help him? At the same time, Aileen contentedly ate the last potato, looked at the empty plate, and said that it was a shame. She ate everything. Should she ask for more sweet potatoes? She looked into the magic ball and saw the protagonist sitting on the ground and laying out cut potatoes on the leaves. He said with a smile that after drying, they could roll it up to double or even triple its size. He called the mowing rabbit and said that he should do this with another sweet potato. The rabbit nodded in agreement, tossed the potato above itself, and with quick blows, cut it into many slices. He took one slice, praised the rabbit, and said that he had cut it perfectly straight and should continue to do the same. The system announced that the tower manager was angry and wondered why he was throwing away the delicious sweet potatoes. He calmly said that he wasn't throwing them away, but drying them. He was making something very delicious. Had she ever heard of dried sweet potatoes? At the same time, Dongsik walked to the door, rang the bell, and from inside, someone loudly asked, "Who is it?" He said hello and asked, "Is this Sejin's house?" His family opened the door, and his brother loudly asked, "Is this the older brother?" When they saw him, they were a little confused, and his mother asked who he was. After that, he went inside. She brought a plate of fruit and said that they haven't had guests for a long time, so she doesn't know if he will like it. He said that everything is fine. He would be grateful even for a glass of water. The father asked, however, why is he looking for his son? He doesn't know if he knew, but his son is missing. He handed him a business card and said that he apologizes for such a late introduction. He gave his name and said that he is the leader of the 5th team of the Phoenix Guild. Sedol was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Is this the same famous Phoenix Guild?" His father was very surprised by his reaction and asked what happened to him. He took the business card and asked in surprise, "Is this really true? This is one of the top guilds representing their country. Moreover, this is the 5th team. He is an amazing high-level hunter." Dongsik laughed with a small smile and said that there was nothing wrong with that. Father, looking worried, stammered, asking why such an important person would come to visit them. She knows where the expensive lemons are, right? She should get rid of what she brought earlier and bring this. He bowed to them and said that everything was fine. They didn't need to strain themselves so much. Mother asked if he was a hunter. Maybe he knew if their son was in the city. He stood next to her and asked what he had gotten himself into and why he was here instead of him. He took out an envelope from the inside pocket of his jacket and said that he was here to deliver this at the request of their son. They were all very happy when they saw it, and tears welled up in their eyes. They all started crying with a sad look, and Dad asked what he expected from them when he left them while they were still alive. Dongsik was confused by this, began to nervously wave his hand, and said that this was not his last wish. They immediately came to their senses after hearing this, calmed down, and he opened the envelope. He took out a check from there, was very surprised by what he saw, and asked loudly, "Is this 50 million won?" He sat in front of them and said that their son regretted entering the tower so suddenly, so he wanted to tell them that he was okay. He asked to deliver it to them. Dad was very happy about this, laughed loudly and said that he was smart, just like him. He knew that one day he would succeed in his business. Mom asked, "Is he really okay? Why didn't he come here and hand over the envelope himself?" Dongsik said that he couldn't go out because of the quest. This always happens to hunters, so they have nothing to worry about. He turned to their son and asked, he said his name was Sedol, right? He looked at him and told the team leader that he could call him whatever he liked. He agreed and said that he heard from his parents that his brother was missing, He didn't know that he joined the tower. He agreed and said that they simply lost contact with him about 5 months ago. They hadn't heard from him for several months. They asked the Korean Association if they knew anyone with that name, but they didn't know. By the way, players use pseudonyms there, right? He agreed and said that some use pseudonyms. However, no one is immune to mistakes. He would ask the association about it a little later. He thought that according to information from his family, he got into the tower 5 months ago, but there was no record of this in the association. He climbed to the 40th floor of the tower while playing alone. The tower appeared 10 years ago. At that time, there were no players who had climbed so high in such a short period of time. Had they really witnessed a genius hunter, the likes of which had never been seen in all of history? Seedol called him and asked, by the way, if he somehow cultivated talents in the guild. His father hit him on the head and said that his brother was working hard in the tower and he should better help him outside. He cried out in surprise and said that maybe he was talented too. Dongsik said that working as a hunter is a very dangerous occupation, where you can lose your life. Even the association itself does not recommend registering more than one participant from a family. This is because one failure is enough. He began to get up from the table and said that it was time for him to go. His father said that, however, they did not treat him to anything. He should at least eat. He went to the exit, refused and said that he came here immediately after leaving the tower, so he must see his family. Mom said that it seemed they detained a busy man. He should take care of himself. He immediately went down to the parking lot, got into his car, and took a deep breath. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that the contract task was completed. He asked with a small smile, since the mission was completed, where will he go now? He called his daughter and asked cheerfully if she missed him. She should try to guess what he would bring. It was something she would definitely like. After some time, the protagonist touched the carrot and happily said that the cultivation was complete. The system notified that he had planted the carrot and that the level 2 harvest skill was increasing. He said that the carrot scraps from the rabbit's daily feeding should be left in water for a few days. When the leaves reach a certain length, they should be covered with soil up to the roots and planted in the ground. Because the eaten roots do not regrow, the seeds are collected from the top and then the flowers sprout. He looked at these flowers with a smile and said that this is what he likes about farming. Hard work is rewarded with unexpected gifts that are created over time. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, "The tower manager asks if the sweet potatoes are ready." He stood up and said that, in any case, he was going to check it. He came to the stone, looked at the potatoes, and said that they were very well dried. He took one piece and asked, "Is it time to try this?" He tried it along with the rabbits, and joyfully said loudly that it was dried enough, crispy, perfectly retaining its shape and sweetness. No one can resist this soft, juicy, and attractive texture. The system announced that these were dried sweet potatoes. Roasted sweet potatoes, well dried in the sun for 24 hours, retain their sweetness and moisture. The chewy texture and sweet taste of this dish are mesmerizing. He began to collect it on a plate with a smile and said that he was so excited. He needs to dry more so he can eat this when he gets bored. A system window appeared in front of him, with a reminder that he forgot something. He laughed and apologized. The system announced that the tower manager really wanted to eat this and asked him to quickly complete the quest and send the food. He started searching for something in his backpack and asked with a smile if she could wait a little. It wasn't good to always send food in an onion bowl. He had a good idea. The system notified that the tower manager was okay with it. He said it would take a little time. He packed the potatoes in a bag and said with a smile that the gift wrapping of dried sweet potatoes was complete. "It's cute, isn't it?" He had worked as a packer for a while before. She said that this would be her first time trying dried sweet potatoes. Since this is the first time, it's better to eat it beautifully. Even without taking this into account, this packaging will help retain moisture inside, so the potatoes will not spoil. He saw an empty system window and asked, would she take this? At that moment, the system announced that the tower manager was thanking him. He sat down on the ground with a sad look and said that he hoped that she would like it. But the reaction was completely ordinary. Does she really think he is mocking the food? Aileen looked at the bag of potatoes with embarrassment and said that it was cute. How can you eat something so cute? After some time, MC was eating dried potatoes and said that he dried 40 fried potatoes, but did not understand why they disappeared in one day. His attention was caught by the queen bee, who flew to him and made a sound. He looked at her and asked, what happened? She happily placed a small ball in his hand, and the system notified him that he had received bee bread, improving his level 2 beekeeping skill. He went with her to the field and said that he had hardly paid her any attention, but she had already grown so much and even pollinated the flowers. There was no pollen on the plants, which was probably why the bees were collecting bee bread. It was time to try it. After all, people eat it like medicine. He ate it and happily said that it was a little bitter, but still sweet, like candy. He thanked the queen bee for it, and she waved her hand and said something to her subordinates. The bees brought him a pile of bee bread. He thanked them and said that there was so much of it, he couldn't eat it all, but it was very valuable. At that moment, Theo jumped down from the cliff towards them, called loudly to him, and said that he had returned. His good mood immediately changed when he noticed the queen bee next to him. He asked loudly with a serious look, will the queen bee attack him again? Cian said that he doesn't have to worry. They all know that he is on their side. She happily threw something at him, and he began to sniff it with disbelief. He jumped on his leg, sneezed loudly, and said that he hates pollen. He was a little indignant because of this and said that you can't wipe yourself on his clothes. This is his only t-shirt. By the way, he completed his assignment, right? He happily agreed and said that he completed all the missions and even sold everything. He happily asked then, did he convey the news to his family? Theo opened the system window and said that there was even a contract. He saw it and said that the contract had already been agreed upon. So, his reward and 50 million won have already been sent? He closed the system window and said that everything must have gone well. The tower's contracts are very reliable. He's gonna go there someday and check. He laughed, agreed, and said he was counting on him. He was so worried that he hadn't warned them about entering the tower. They were probably really worried about him. They couldn't even imagine in their dreams that he would get into the tower and be farming here with the rabbits. If he told them that his job was farming, what would their faces be like? Sedal would probably laugh at him. After all, annoying is his profession. His father's hobby is growing flowers. He would probably ask about fertilizers and give him a couple of tips. Now, he understands that his talent came from his father. When he came home, his mother would set a big table with kimchi for him, like always. He looked at the sky and said that he really misses his family. Everyone around immediately came to him and looked at him with a joyful look to support him. He smiled, began to pet them, and said that they were right. They were all his family now. Theo sat on his leg and asked if he was too. He agreed and said that he was his only and competent employee. He said with a satisfied look that then he should look at the coins and things that he, as part of his family, brought. He used 50 coins to pay the contract and another 14 coins spent on the messenger. He still has 208 coins. The protagonist was very surprised by this and said loudly that this was amazing. He stood nearby and said that as expected, when doing business, as he said, people raise prices at will. He took out the items he bought earlier from the bag and said that here's something else. He and the rabbits began to examine it and said that it was so long since he had seen these items of civilization. As expected, it was made in the tower, so it has a description. The system announced that it was a unique iron frying pan, made of iron, quite sturdy. The handle is covered with wood, so the user can enjoy comfortable cooking. There is no usage limit. The manufacturer is unknown, class D. The description caught his attention and he asked why the manufacturer is unknown. He was very surprised when he noticed a short dagger, took it, and said that this is the first item in his entire stay in the tower that looks like a weapon. The system notified that the usage limit is from level 10, the strength is from 5 points. The manufacturer is unknown, class E. He read this and asked, but why are there only question marks in the description? Where did he get it? Theo was showing the toy to the rabbit and said that he heard that the blacksmith's lottery corner sells cheap items, so he just chose what he thought was cheap. He was a little surprised by this and asked, since he read the terms of use, maybe he should use these items. The system notified that the tower manager was notifying him that if he used an unknown item, he could get into big trouble. MC read this and asked what might happen if he just used it. The system notified that the tower manager said she would appraise these items for him. A new quest was received. Send an unknown short blade. There will be no reward. If you refuse, the item will not be appraised. A new quest was received. Send fried dried sweet potatoes to the tower manager as a gift. The reward is appraisal of the short blade. If you refuse, he will not be able to get the blade back. He looked at this with a slightly displeased look and asked, do you seriously need to do this? The system notified that the tower manager strictly denies it and says that the reason is not because she wants to eat fried potatoes. He asked, so does that mean she agrees on the terms of strict denial? The system notified that the tower manager was drooling. He became angry about this and loudly said that he knew it. She had already taken so many sweet potatoes. He finally agreed and said it was only because he was afraid to use things without knowing the information. He held out the dagger and the system alerted. The tower manager was using his assessment skills. Fortunately, this device wouldn't cause him any problems. He also sent a portion of potatoes, and the system notified him that as a reward for completing the quest, he would receive Keynes' short training blade. This is the short blade that Keynes of the Red Mountain used for training as a child. The knife is made of black steel for weight, making the blade excessively heavy for its size. A small amount of mithril was added during creation, so one sharpening of the blade lasts a long time. The restrictions on use have not changed. The manufacturer is Raven Blacksmith, a dwarf with a black hammer, class B. All skills are improved by 1 level. All skills that use this blade will grow 5% faster. Sejin was very surprised by this and asked, so this means this is a signature weapon? He thought that if he went outside, the price of a signature weapon there would start from 100 million won. Because such weapons are rare and valuable, they are called signature weapons. Did he buy this at the lottery corner? He looked at Theo with a smile and thought that he was just a naive merchant. However, he really has a sense. After some time, he sat in front of the rabbit and said with a joyful look that the churro was so delicious. The protagonist, with a serious expression, stood in front of the field with a bow and held a dagger in his hand. He made several quick strikes and cut off the top of the onion. He asked with a smile how they liked his skills with the blade. Was he good? The rabbit standing next to him began to applaud him. He called the master and asked if he liked this short blade. He gave a thumbs up with a smile and said that he was surprised that he managed to get it. He came up to him and started stroking his head, and Theo said with a displeased look that he was a merchant after all. He had promised him something an hour ago. He agreed and said that he was amazing. He calmed down a little, removed his hand and said that this time he would forgive him, but he should be more careful. He touched his paw and thought that he would be a naive pawn. However, he really has golden hands, or rather paws. He unexpectedly turned out to be very nice. He was starting to get angry and asked the master what he was doing. He said with a happy look that he had very cute paws. He picked him up and asked if he could give him another pack of churu. He looked at his paw with a sly look and thought that, as expected, he was still a human after all. All people bowed before his front paws. His front paws brought good luck. He turned to him with a happy look and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" He should hurry up, because he didn't have much free time. MC looked at him with a slightly displeased look and thought that it was a bit rude. He picked him up and immediately put him on the ground, after which he said with a smile that his 1 hour was up. Theo was surprised by this, grabbed him by the pant leg and asked, "Did it end so quickly?" He wanted a little more. He should extend the time. He refused with a serious expression and said that the time was up. He grabbed his bag with a displeased look and thought that this wouldn't do. He'll have to use plan B because he wants to keep being served. He called him by name and said he wanted to show him something. He dumped the contents of the bag on the ground and said loudly that he should look at it. He was very surprised when he saw it. He started shaking and said loudly that these were spices. He started pouring salt on his hand, and he stood next to him and said smugly that he had won a lot of awards for photography. Sejun tasted it and was very happy when he felt the taste of salt. He sniffed the pepper and said loudly that this is what spices taste like, when he hadn't tried it for several weeks. Theo asked happily what he thought about it. Didn't he deserve another 2 hours considering these things? He happily picked him up in his arms, started spinning with joy, and said loudly that he would agree even for 24 hours. He was very happy about this, and said that he would be served for a full 24 hours. After some time, he was sitting in front of the fire, skewering pieces of fish and onions. The smell of cooking food reached the rabbits' houses, causing them to wake up and all come out of their houses. One of them made a sound, which caught his attention, and he asked if they had slept well. He wished them good morning and said that they should sit down quickly. Today, he would show them his cooking skills a little. There were already a lot of different dishes lying around the fire, which surprised the rabbits. He began handing them skewers with cooked food, and said that, by the way, he had fried the fish separately with salt and separately with pepper, so they could choose what they liked best. He watched their reactions, laughed, and said that most white rabbits don't like too spicy food. He noticed the black rabbit's contented look and asked if he liked it. He made a contented sound, and the protagonist looked away and said that Theo was still sleeping. He approached him, lifted him up, and told him he should wake up. It was time for breakfast. He woke up and immediately smelled fried fish. He handed him a skewer and asked what he would choose, salt or pepper. He asked loudly, with a displeased expression, "What kind of nasty thing is this?" He decided to mock the sacred fish. After that, they sat down to eat together, and he said that honestly, he just didn't understand the beauty of fried salted fish. He sat happily on his feet and said that, as expected, regular fried fish was much better than the fish he fried his way. After breakfast, they all began to work on the garden together. He cut tomatoes, and the system notified him that he had successfully harvested 7 ripe magical cherry tomatoes, and his experience had increased. His level 3 harvesting skill was significantly improved. Improving his level 1 harvesting skill affected his harvesting skill, which increased by 5% and received 70 experience points. MC read this with a happy look and said that the training short blade can be used not only in combat. All skills that use this blade increase by 5%. As he thought, a B-class item is different from ordinary ones. You need to work hard to improve your skills. He called Theo and said that this is really worth it. You should take it. He asked, he, a great merchant, so why is he doing such things? He asked, then what about him? He is a boss, but he also works. He was surprised by this and asked, was he a boss? He agreed and said that now he should hurry. He agreed and asked, however, is a boss of a higher status than a merchant? He confirmed it, and he said with surprise that this is useful information. He needs to try harder. He laughed slyly and thought that one day he will become a boss and monopolize his work. He started to leave and said that the bag is full. Now he will go. He called him by name and said that when he stopped at the shops, he should buy what they needed. He would definitely have to stop at the blacksmith's and take what he liked from the lottery corner. He thought that he couldn't let his talent fade. Theo agreed and said that he would be back soon. They waved goodbye to each other. Sejun turned around and asked, then, should I finish the tomatoes on this side and take a rest? He continued cutting tomatoes, and the system notified that he had successfully grown 6 ripe magical cherry tomatoes. His work skill increased, and his level 3 harvesting skill increased. He received 90 experience points. He was a little surprised by this and asked, isn't that the amount of experience he could get for simply growing 6 cherry tomatoes? The system notified that the magical cherry tomatoes grown in the tower were nutritious and delicious. When consumed, it burns 20 grams of body fat, increases mana by 0.2 points for 10 minutes, and fills you with energy. The effect of cherry tomatoes stacks up to 10 times in 1 hour. He is the creator. The shelf life is 60 days, rank D. He looked at it with a happy look and asked, is the harvest rank D? All the stats have almost doubled. Besides, it has become even tastier. Is this all a D rank harvest? Could it be that all the plants he touched have improved to rank D because he is now a D rank farmer? If Theo had stayed a little longer, he would have been able to sell D rank cherry tomatoes. It's a pity, but nothing can be done now. Since they have become so much tastier, maybe they should eat it all together and get some sleep? At the same time, he was walking through the forest and with a slightly sad look said that for some reason, he felt upset. At the same time, Aileen came to the storage where the statuette was. The system announced that it was an ice statue made by Kaiser Fritani. Model, Aileen Fritani. Material, ice block from the Kingdom of Blue Penguins. She broke the statue with a sharp swipe of her tail and put a bag of dried potatoes in its place. She looked at it with a satisfied expression and said that this warehouse was imbued with a spell of eternal preservation. She would save this instead of eating it, because her human gave it to her. She took the sphere and asked if maybe she should check what he was doing through that crystal ball. She saw him and said that he was resting and sleeping, unaware of all the dangers that surrounded him. Should the almighty black dragon keep an eye on him? She noticed something strange, and this attracted the dragon's attention. The protagonist saw many messages asking him to wake up, and he asked the tower manager what was going on. He sat up and saw a system window that said the tower manager was warning him that it was not time to sleep. He noticed the silhouette of an animal against the sun, and asked loudly with a surprised expression, "Is this a monster?" A system window appeared in front of the bear cub, demanding that he leave. The animal was surprised by this, slipped, and began to fall. He quickly began to put on his shoes, ran towards it with a worried look, and told it to wait. He managed to run up to it and caught it with his hands. He looked at the animal, and the system notified him that it was a giant scarlet bear cub. He looked at it with a surprised expression and wondered if this was the same monster he saw during the blue moon. Do such scary animals have very small and cute babies? The system notified him that the tower manager was asking why he caught the fallen scarlet bear cub. He looked at it and asked how he could not catch it. He couldn't let it fall. It was dangerous. The system notified him that the tower manager was advising him to immediately get the bear cub out of the cave. She said that the animal's mother was definitely walking around somewhere and looking for it. He put the bear cub on the ground and said that even if he put it back, it was too small. Would it be right to put it back up? It was better to wait until the mother took it. The system notified him that the scarlet bear was an insatiable monster and would eat all the food in the cave. MC read this and said that, however, this bear cub was so small. Is she exaggerating about this? The little bear walked up to the black rabbit, raised his paws and started growling happily. In response, he stroked the little bear on the head. He turned around, looked up and saw bees flying nearby. He ran after them and started growling, and the bees looked at him with an angry look, which made him nervous. The little bear started running towards them, growling loudly with fear. He calmly raised his hand and said that everything was fine. He was not their enemy. He looked at the little bear and said that they reacted that way because he suddenly paid attention to them. Maybe it was because he smelled somehow wrong? He called the queen bee and asked if he could ask her for honey. She thought about it, blew out some honey, which she put into the bear cub's paws, and he said that he should try it. It's called honey. He watched him eat it and said that he knew he would like it. It seems that he came here because of this smell. The cub came to him after eating it, and he asked if he liked it, and if he wanted more. He was surprised when a system window appeared in front of his face. It said that a new quest had been received. Get the scarlet bear child out of the cave. The reward was 1 work skill, and refusal meant death by starvation. The tower manager was angry at the scarlet bear cub. Seijin was indignant about this, and loudly asked, "What is she talking about? It was just a child. How much does he eat if she reacts like that?" The system notified that the tower manager was saying that she was only helping him get rid of the threat. He looked at it and said that she was really exaggerating. He wouldn't have fallen into that cave if she hadn't surprised him. The system notified that the tower manager honestly admitted that she made a mistake back then. She orders him to listen to her right now. He petted the little bear and said that he had been told that entering the tower was also a mistake. Everyone looked at him silently and waited for his decision. Aileen looked at this with an upset look and sent a message saying that he can do whatever he wants. He looked at this and asked how much this baby eats, which made the manager so angry. He will return him back when he starts walking. He picked up the bear cub, looked at him, and asked if he was asleep yet. He put the bear cub on his mat and said that he was so cute. Today, he would let him sleep in the cave, and tomorrow, he would bring him back up. After some time, he slept peacefully, and the bear cub left him. The rabbit came out of his house, saw something and screamed loudly in surprise. The other rabbits also began to say something loudly. The protagonist woke up and asked, "What was that noise? Where did the little bear go?" He went to the disgruntled rabbits and asked them what had happened. He was very surprised when he noticed a lot of bitten vegetables lying on the ground. The little bear ate all the food they had stored in the warehouse. The black rabbit started hitting him on the head with a hammer, among the other disgruntled rabbits, and he looked around and said that almost a third of the sweet potatoes and carrots were gone. He didn't even touch the cherry tomatoes. The little bear ran away from them to him and began wiping away tears when he picked him up. He looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, "Has he grown so much in one day? Yesterday he was practically the same size as the rabbits." He thought he forgot that he was in a tower. This is a place where food can accelerate growth. There is nothing strange here. He remembered the warning from the manager and thought that he should have listened to that warning. He saw a notification that the tower manager said that scarlet bear cubs were the most terrifying monsters, capable of easily eating 100 kilograms a day as long as they had food. MC sadly apologized and said that he thought she was just jealous because he was feeding the cub. He didn't even think that things were that bad. The system notified that the tower manager said that it was much more important now to remove the cub from the cave. He agreed and asked, but how would he do it? After some time, he tied the cub and said that great, he was tied well. He looked up, waved his hand and asked, "Are they ready?" The rabbit made a sound of agreement. He counted down, after which the rabbits, together with the bees, began to pull on the rope, the other part of which was tied to a tree. With their combined efforts, they managed to lift the cub, and he loudly said that they were doing well. The bear cub began to panic and wave his paws with a worried look. Seijan extended his hand with honey and said that it was time for him to return to his mother. The bear cub calmed down, began to eat the honey, and he and the queen bee waved goodbye. He looked at them with a happy expression and waved his paw goodbye. The system notified that as a reward for completing the quest, he had received the level 1 seed collection skill. This skill increases the chance of getting better seeds than from harvesting. After some time, he was sitting on the ground and a group of rabbits returned to the farm. He looked at them with a smile and asked, "Did the bear cub get home safely?" They had done a very good job. His stomach began to rumble and he looked at the remains of his supplies lying on the ground. He looked at the rabbits with a small smile and asked, "Maybe they would like some cherry tomatoes?" A few days later, while they were working on the farm, they saw a huge shadow and were very surprised when they looked up. They saw a baby bear waving at them, standing next to his mother. He asked with a very worried look, what was going on here? Why was the red bear's mother here? Did she really come here to eat him? He imagined the bear eating him, thinking that he had stolen her baby for the whole day. He started calling his family members with a very scared look and wondered if he was really going to die like this. He knelt down, started crying, and said that he didn't taste good because he only ate tomatoes. The system announced that the tower manager said that they were not going to eat him. He was surprised by this and asked, "Does she understand what they were saying?" The system announced that the tower manager confirmed this. The mother bear said that she wanted to feed her baby honey. He was a little surprised by this and asked, "Does she want to feed her baby honey?" The bear growled loudly and looked at him with a kind look. The system notified that the bear said that in exchange for honey, she would protect the surrounding area. She extended her paw down to pick him up. He turned around with a smile and looked at the rabbits, who were also happy with this offer. The protagonist happily agreed and said that he would give them honey. The system announced that the tower manager told him to climb onto the bear's paw. He did so. She lifted him up, and the rabbits began to wave their paws at him. As he climbed, he looked at his fields and thought that he was very glad that it was growing very well in the cave. He looked around, and with a small smile, thought that he had finally gotten out of this place to the real world of this tower. He was very surprised when he noticed a very high beam of energy standing in the distance among the mountains. He was very surprised at how spacious it was and asked if they were really inside the tower. He tried to take a closer look at it and asked, "What is this beam?" The system announced that the tower manager said that this place is the starting point. He thought that the spawn point is the only tool that allows hunters who came from outside to move between floors. Right, if he learns to use it, he will be able to leave the first floor and exit the tower. However, how can he get there? Will he have to go through all these wild forests? The bear lowered him to the ground. He thanked her and thought that, although this is impossible, considering that he is a human, he took the bear cub in his arms, called out to his mother, pointed his finger in the direction he needed, and asked if she could somehow take him there. She answered, and the system announced that the tower manager said that she refuses. He was interested in the reason for the refusal, and the system announced that she says that this place is not on her territory, so he needs to defeat about 3,000 monsters to get there. He looked toward the spawn and said that it meant he could encounter monsters on the way there. The system announced that it said this area starts with the forest and ends with the surrounding terrain. Most monsters don't go into the wild forests. It said it would be difficult to protect him if he went beyond the wildlands. Rabbits and bees from the farm came to him. He took his backpack from one of them and thanked him for bringing it. The bear cub approached the black rabbit, hugged him, and growled joyfully. He was also happy to see him and patted him on the head in return. The mother bear growled, blowing air through her nose at MC, and he remembered that he had promised to give them honey. He took out a bottle of honey, which attracted the cub's attention, and his drool began to flow. He poured the honey onto its paws, and it looked at it with a joyful expression. He looked at the mother bear and asked, "Does she want it too?" The system notified that she said she wanted the honey for the baby. Everything was fine. There was nothing to eat in the wild forests, so her cub was growing poorly. However, with him, her baby had grown up in a day. He laughed with a confused look, remembered the past, and thought that he had eaten a lot, considering that almost all of their supplies were gone. The system notified that she said that honey that smelled good would help him. He looked at the queen bee hiding behind him and said that she says her honey helps. Is she shy? He turned to the bear and said that he apologizes if there is nothing to eat in these parts. Was she hungry today? He heard from the tower manager that scarlet bears eat a lot. The system announced that she said that they had been hungry for 3 days until they came across this cave. He was surprised by what he heard and said loudly that although she cares about her child, there is no need to suffer like this. This will not do, she should wait a little. He called the black rabbit and said that it was time to get to work. He took a dagger and a frying pan and said with a smile that she should let him demonstrate his cooking skills. After some time, the rabbits caught fish, cut vegetables, and he began to prepare the dish. When he finished, he tasted it and said that it was excellent. He was done. He prepared many different dishes and a tomato stew with fish and carrots. The bears looked at all the dishes he brought them with joy and surprise. He said with a smile that the tomato stew with fish was very nutritious. They were a little short on ingredients, but he vouched for the taste. She needs to eat well so that her baby grows up healthy. The mother bear kindly grabbed him and the rabbits to hug them. Aileen watched this, and the system notified that the scarlet bear was thanking him. She said that she had been watching them from the moment the cub left the cave, because she was worried that the baby would call for its mother and they would attack the human. She didn't know why, but the mother bear seemed to want to create a peaceful relationship with the human, so she intervened and said that she would pass on her words. However, she didn't expect things to turn out this way. If he goes beyond the tower, she will have more food and his crops will grow. If this scarlet bear becomes his protector, she will have less trouble. That way, she will cope with 2 problems at once, as expected from a brilliant black dragon. At the same time, in the main building of the Bureau of Inspection of Traveling Traders, Zerath was sitting in her office, looking at Theo's dossier with information about him, and said that there was too little information. The same situation is with Scaram. Judging by his character, he is not very good at trading. She wondered how he managed to make so many sales. An employee entered the office and said that right after the robbery of the warehouse of the famous farmer Grid on the 55th floor. Recently, many reports began to come in about stolen goods on the black market in small quantities. He was here to report on the stolen goods that the director was interested in. She said with a slightly displeased look that this was an evil landowner who stole at the expense of his peasants. She began to check the documents they brought her and asked why their inspection bureau should help barbarians like him. The director should shut down his business. Another employee entered the room, called her loudly, and said that he had come with a report. They received a report from an inspection bureau agent who was monitoring a traveling merchant named Theo. The agent reported that he had just arrived on the 75th floor via the traveling merchant passage. Zerath put on her cloak and said that she would go scout and return. She put on her hood and thought that she would definitely find out everything about this traveling merchant. After some time, the bears came to the cave again. Seijin wished them good morning and asked if she could pick it up. He thought that 3 days had passed since the deal with the scarlet bear was made. The bear pulled him out of the cave. He gave her some food packed in leaves and said that she should eat it while she patrolled the area. He thought that a big scarlet bear leaves her den every morning and goes out to patrol the area. After leaving the cave, he and the rabbits began to slowly move things and began to clean the area around the cave. The ground on the surface was completely different from the ground in the cave. The rabbit dug up some stones from the ground. He looked at it and said that there were too many small stones and the ground was too dry. It would be too difficult for the seeds to germinate. He heard a loud sound and turned around to look at it. A bear cub ran past them, loosening the ground with his paws. He was happy about this and said loudly that he was doing a great job. Now it would be easier to pick up the stones. He praised him for this, handed him a potato, and said that he should eat it. In 2 days, he had grown almost to his height. If he had stayed in the cave, he was afraid to imagine how much he would have grown. He started planting the field and said that the soil looked so empty, so he should plant carrots there first. Then he would need to plant cherry tomatoes. The bear cub approached the place where he had buried the vegetable, dug it up, and brought it to him. The protagonist, looking confused, said loudly that they weren't looking for treasure here. He looked at the field and said that he had eaten everything he had so carefully planted. Now he needed to redo the entire field. If he continued to live with them, he would need to be taught how to grow vegetables. The rabbit approached the bear cub and started telling him something at length, which made him upset and start crying. At the same time, on the 38th floor, Theo approached the people and loudly announced that today he would be auctioning a basket with 300 magic cherry tomatoes. He had 1,800 of them in total. The players started raising their bids, and he quickly sold out of everything he had. He looked a little sad, saying there was less gold this time than last time. It would be great if everything went like last time. Dongsik came up to him, called him and asked. He saw that he had fulfilled the last contract, right? He turned to him and greeted him with a joyful look. He coughed and said that he was asking him to tell Seijin about this. He, a member of the Phoenix Guild, talked to his family so that they wouldn't worry anymore. Theo agreed and asked, however, why he hadn't participated in the cherry tomato auction this time. He started searching for something in his pocket and said that he didn't need cherry tomatoes this time. Could they take a photo together? His daughter likes cats. He asked for a reward for this, and he immediately pulled out a small bag and said it was red pepper seasoning. South Koreans can't eat food without it. He took it, tasted it, and became worried about it, and said that if he eats it without anything, he didn't have time to finish because he felt the taste, jumped high in the air, and screamed loudly. Sometime later, he came to the Merchants Association building, and an employee said that the upgrade of his bag was complete. He took it, went to the exit, and said that his tongue was still burning. On the street, he smiled and said that the capacity had increased, so now he could put more than several hundred tomatoes. Donating all the gifts was worth upgrading his bag. At this rate, he will collect 1,000 gold coins and become a traveling middle-class merchant. Not only that, he will become the chairman, and Sejin will kneel before him. Then he will stop at the shopping alley and complete his errand. A delicious smell caught his attention. He turned around and saw a merchant preparing food. He looked at it with a happy expression and said that he could cure his tongue with this delicious food. He came up and asked for one portion, and the seller said that it cost 1 gold coin of the tower. He asked for a discount, then walked down the street, ate, and said that he got a discount today too. Zerath was walking down the street, noticed him, and greeted him. Theo looked at her and asked, "She's the newbie who was almost deceived by Scaram, isn't she?" She said that she was so glad that he remembered her. She hid her anger and thought that he called her a newbie, but because of him, their operation failed. She gave her name and said that she didn't have time to introduce herself. He asked with a calm expression if she needed something. She said that she couldn't repay him for saving her last time, so she would like to treat him. He walked on, refused, and said that he was busy now. She quickly caught up with him and asked why he refused. Maybe they could at least have a cup of tea? He refused again and said that he couldn't drink anything hot. She said that there was a cafe where you have to wait several years for a reservation. Her close friend worked there and he could get the best dessert there, a special pudding. He said that he didn't like sweets. She was quite clingy. She started to get nervous about this and wondered why he was so narrow-minded. She had an idea. She knelt down, loudly called his name, and said that she asked him to listen to her. Theo was embarrassed by this and asked why she suddenly threw a tantrum. Zerath said that not long ago she started making a living as a traveling merchant, but she knew very little about trade. She was very impressed that he immediately caught the thief and saved a complete stranger. She respected him and would like to learn trade from him. She also called him a great merchant, which made him very happy. He said that if that was the case, he could teach her a little. She thanked him for it and thought with a sly smile that it worked. It was a win-win and had never let her down before. He said that it was embarrassing, so she should get up. She agreed with a confused look and stood up. She looked at him and asked where he was going. He said that he wanted to buy something, so he was going to the street of blacksmiths. This caught her attention and she asked if maybe he was trying to buy things that could be sold. He laughed and said that she would know when she saw it. After that, they came to the alley of blacksmiths together, and her attention was caught by a beautiful dagger lying on the counter. She walked up to it, pointed to the side, and said that she had heard that there were a lot of high-ranking items in this forge. Theo walked calmly on and said that he didn't buy such useless things. Zerath followed him and wondered how expensive he wanted to buy something. He noticed something, pointed, and said that this place must be good. He approached a shop that had 50% discounts and asked if the shopkeeper was here. They went inside. She began to look around and thought that this was a place with invaluable or indivisible things. In short, this shop sells trash. What merchant skills will he teach her? He approached the merchant and asked. The sign on the door said that all the things here can be bought for 20 tower coins. Is that true? He was reading a newspaper behind the counter, agreed, and said that most of the things here are not priced, so they don't know their price. If he pays for something that has rusted over time, they will repair it for him. He can choose what he wants. He abruptly slammed his paws on the table and said that he was asking for a discount. Zerath was very surprised by this and, with a shocked look, wondered if this was his bargaining skills. He was asking for this in a place where everything was sold at a discount. He wanted a personal discount on top of the general one and asked for it with such confidence. The merchant calmly said that he could buy something for 18 coins. She was surprised by this alone, but she was even more surprised when Theo said that he was asking for a bigger discount. The merchant called him insolent and said 15 coins, no less. He asked to lower the price to 13 and said that he comes here often, so he was asking for a little lower price. The merchant agreed to this and said that he hadn't laughed so much in a long time, but he wouldn't sell for less than 13 coins. He was happy about this, turned around and asked how she liked it. She laughed and said that it was really cool. She clapped with a confused look and thought that he was simply insisting on his point to the last. She came closer and asked, however, what does he want to buy here? He looked around the store, went to a pile of things where he took out a straw hat and said that he would buy it. She looked at him with a puzzled look and asked, is he seriously wanting to buy it? He agreed and asked, what's so special about it? She pointed at it and said that it wasn't even a weapon, just a straw hat. It was definitely a useless thing. The merchant looked at her and asked if there was something they weren't happy with in this store. Zerath was confused by this and said that it wasn't so. Theo looked at her and said that it was rude. She apologized, and with a puzzled look, wondered why she should apologize at all. He happily held the hat in his hands and said that he liked it anyway. He thought that Sejin asked him to buy it. They left the store, and he said that he showed her everything, so he was leaving. She was embarrassed by this, and he came closer, put his hand on her shoulder and said that this was his trading technique. It was well demonstrated, right? He hopes that she will become a good merchant. After that, he left, and she remained standing and said that she could not do anything. Following him further would be too strange. It was time to go back. Suddenly, she remembered something, turned around abruptly, and looked at the hat he bought. She remembered that she had seen a similar hat in a book before, and with a confused look said that this could not be. At the same time, the protagonist was sitting in a cave and thought that the seeds from the carrot flowers grew faster than he expected. He will leave half of it to germinate in the cave and plant the other half on top. He needs to get rid of half of the carrot stock in the warehouse because of the bear cub. Otherwise, the rabbit started shaking again. He noticed the rabbits who brought fish and asked, "Is it time to eat already?" He stood up and said he was offering to make fish soup. Will they be able to clean the fish with the rabbit chef? It seems the mother rabbit has completely lost her appetite lately. He'll bring some ripe cherry tomatoes. He went to the garden and cut 10 ripe magic cherry tomatoes. His attention was drawn to the system notifications that his sewing skill had increased to level 4. With increasing skill level, new effects were added. Unripe or overripe fruits become suitable for sowing. Tops with a low probability of ripening after planting in the ground increase in level. He read this and said that the low probability part sounded unclear, but now he will be able to plant plants of the new level. He is happy just at the thought of being able to eat tastier cherry tomatoes. So, leveling up his profession skill to level 4 will also bring additional effects. Perhaps he will only be able to find out about this by leveling up other skills? His attention was drawn to the rabbits waving their paws. He came out of his thoughts and said that he had no time to be distracted. He prepared a bowl of soup, put it on a stone, and said that the perfect fish soup for pregnant women was ready. Even if she has no appetite, she still needs to eat. Health is very important for pregnant women. They have a good harvest, so they do not need to worry. Hubby should focus all his attention on his wife, because soon they will have children. They will soon see little brothers and sisters. A bear cub came to them, began to growl to get their attention, and MC looked at him and said that he was just in time. He took a small bag, a backpack, and said that they should go upstairs and eat. He leaves the sprouts for the carrier rabbit and the cook rabbit. He tied a rope to himself and the bag, then raised his hand and said that he could pull. The bear cub began to pull the other part of the rope and lift him up along with the bag. He waved to the rabbits and said that he would see them at the top. They climbed out of the cave together, and he thought that a few days ago, with the help of the mother bear, they used a rock for support and made a traction elevator. Now they start the day with the arrival of the baby bear, who comes to work to deliver him upstairs along with breakfast. He looked around and said that it was delightful here. He remembered what happened earlier and said that he asked for a rock to tie a rope to. This is not at all what he expected. Maybe it's because he is on the 99th floor? In any case, he is grateful that now he can climb up in peace. He stroked the baby bear with a smile, praised him for his work, and said that he has become stronger. Today he got him out of the cave faster than yesterday. Apparently he really wanted to see him. Was it because he wanted to eat faster and not because he was bored? He opened the bag of food and said that he should try it. It was fried sweet potatoes. He always ate it raw and probably never tried fried, right? Last night he left some for him. Even though the tower manager was mad at him for it, the bear started eating it, and he stood next to him and said that he should eat more slowly. When there were only last potatoes left in the bag, he had an idea. He put it in his mouth, ran a few meters away, and started doing something, and Sejun looked at him and asked what he was doing. The bear seemed to bury the fried potatoes, and he asked, did he decide to plant the fried potatoes in the ground? Does he want to eat it when it grows? Unexpectedly for the bear cub, he and the rabbit started laughing because of this. He calmed down a little and said that it wouldn't grow only because he planted it in the ground. That doesn't work with food cooked over a fire. Since he liked it so much, he would make more for him. He started wiping away tears after laughing, looked to the side and noticed a fish's head sticking out of the ground. Looking around, he noticed several fish buried nearby and said that they would need to have extra lessons. The bear cub was upset about what happened and his stomach rumbled. At the same time, the queen bee was sitting in the hive and looking at the cocoon in her hands. After some time, the black rabbit stood in front of the bear cub and held his hammer in his paw. He quickly ran towards him and tried to grab him, but he jumped up and swung his hammer. He ran very quickly along his back and dealt several blows with his weapon. The bear cub didn't even notice it, grabbed it with both paws and started licking it. The protagonist watched from the side and asked if they were training or playing. A rabbit came to him with a cart filled with juice in carrot cups. He happily took one glass, thanked it, and said that he was just thirsty. He started drinking, noticed several bees flying out of the cave, and said that it looked like they were out on patrol. He was a little surprised when he noticed the queen bee and asked why she flew out of the cave. Wasn't she tending to her new offspring? She flew up to him, handed him something, and he asked what it was. Immediately after that, she flew back, and he began to unwrap the leaves that wrapped the object and asked what she gave him before leaving. The system announced that it was the cocoon of a poisonous queen bee. The poison queen bee caterpillar prepares to become a poison queen bee after consuming royal jelly. With 10 days left until birth, the bee will mistake the first target it sees for its owner. He was surprised by this and said that he understood it didn't take her that long to become a queen. This means that their power in the hive doesn't really matter. This means that the previous queen must leave the hive. Since she gave him the cocoon, this child must have been very dear to her. They must work hard so that she can become a beautiful queen. He is waiting for the day when he will meet her. At the same time, Theo was walking through the forest, humming a melody, and said that he had almost reached the cave. He said with a satisfied look that he would bow before him and that he would enjoy the position of manager. He reached the cave, noticed the bear cub, and asked, "Who is it?" He walked up to him and loudly asked who he was and what he was doing near the cave. He turned to him with MC's backpack in his mouth. He was surprised by what he saw and loudly asked why it was outside the cave. He asked with a very worried look, "Did he really eat it?" He fell to the ground with a dejected look and said that it couldn't be. Why do all his ominous thoughts always come true? No wonder. He felt that something was wrong even when he fell to the 38th floor. He needed to run as quickly as possible. He started crying and said loudly that, however, he had not fully enjoyed his time as a merchant. He jumped towards him and loudly said that he would avenge him. He turned around in flight when Sejin called his name and asked, "Is he back already?" He landed, ran very quickly towards him, and loudly called his name. He jumped on him and loudly asked, "Is he okay? Did he bite him somewhere?" He looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what happened. Theo jumped on his leg and asked loudly what was wrong with his knees. How did he manage to get out of the cave? He was surprised by this and said loudly that he was going to fall. He grabbed his face and asked loudly what a scarlet bear was doing here. He said with a calm expression that he was asking too many questions. He calmed down, and the main character said that as far as he could see, it was a scarlet bear cub. He accidentally fell into the cave and they became friends. Because his mother protects the area, he agreed to feed him honey and food. It's not surprising, because this child is already quite big. Calling him that way until now is not very good. It's time to give him a name. He called Theo and asked, could he ask what his name is? He said with a calm expression that a bear cub will be a bear cub everywhere. He looked at him and asked then, maybe give him a temporary name? He has an idea. He looked at him and asked what name he thought of. He laughed and said that he thought of an amazing name. It's Be. Since he growls all the time, this name suits him perfectly. Theo looked at him and said that he's not good at thinking of names. He became indignant about this, stroked the bear and asked, however, it is a suitable name, isn't it? He likes the new name too, doesn't he? He lay down on his back with a happy look. He continued to stroke him and said that as expected, he knew he would like it. He stood on his head and with a displeased look said that he should stop and watch. He again completed all the missions and sold all the items. With this result, how much time did he deserve to rest? He asked with a happy look, considering the time left, that will be 38 hours? He was happy about this and said that this is great. He will use all this time. MC gave him churu and said that now he should take his reward. He agreed and said that he had worked hard today. Beh came up to them and started eating it instead of him. He looked at him with a displeased look and asked what he was doing. He got very angry, hit him, and loudly asked how he dared to eat his churu. He would not forgive him for daring to disturb the chairman. He picked him up and loudly said that he should stop. Unexpectedly for both of them, he cried and started screaming loudly. Sejin looked around with a worried look and loudly asked, is it shaking? He and Theo were very surprised when they noticed a mother bear who reached them incredibly quickly. She landed with a loud sound, stood next to her baby and looked at them. Beh told her what happened. She looked at him with a serious look. Theo looked at her with a very frightened expression on his face and started shaking. He said hello, gave his name and said that he was a traveling merchant. He showed his cloak and said that here is his merchant badge. It seems that he and her child had a misunderstanding. The mother bear looked at him with a frightening look and let out a very loud roar. He started crying from fear, asked for forgiveness, and said that they would not fight anymore. The protagonist stood nearby and said that they just had a little argument. Nothing bad happened, honestly. The mother bear calmed down, took a deep breath, and went back into the forest. He sighed with relief and said that he was lucky that everything worked out that way. He approached him and with a worried look said that he should stop crying. Theo started wiping away his tears and said that he was grateful that he was calming him down. He picked him up, asked for forgiveness, and said that he should have told him about it earlier. The rabbits also came to support him and began licking him, thanks to which he stopped crying. The other rabbits started doing the same, which made him laugh and say it tickled. MC laughed and asked if they were all going to climb on him. The bear came up to them with a sad look and licked Theo too. He said with a smile that he was also asking for forgiveness and offered to be friends from now on. However, he still asked not to eat his food. He held him in his arms, yawned, agreed with him, and said that they should all be friends. They all sat down together and fell asleep, and wifey and hubby climbed out of the cave. He went to the bag left on the ground and happily took out a new straw hat from there. She pointed her finger at them while they were all sleeping together. They came up to them, put the hat on Sejun, and also fell asleep. At the same time, Kaiser Fratani tried to do something with the big crystal, but he didn't succeed, and he loudly asked why the tower doesn't open. Anton Fratani stood next to him and told the gentleman that he should calm down. He asked loudly with a displeased expression, does he think it's possible to remain calm in such a situation? He can't keep an eye on Eileen anymore. 10 years and a few days have passed since the capture. He was finally able to get the cure, but the portal won't open for some reason. The tower's emergency system is also inactive, which means they have no other ways to get there. They are stuck here, unaware of what's going on there. He asked with a calm expression, doesn't the fact that the Black Tower's emergency system didn't work mean that it hasn't been captured? They still have time. They understand his feelings. After all, they are all Fratani. They have all gathered here for her. And of course, they are worried too. The tower manager's office is at the center of all the mana that supports the tower. Dragons fly around the tower to control it, and at the same time feed on power. All the dragons abandoned their posts because of Aileen's illness. To find a cure for her, they had to risk and sacrifice a lot. These dragons have gathered here to heal her unstable body, which was broken by her dragon heart. All the dragons gathered here are worried about her. Kaiser called his name and said that despite his speech, they were powerless. Anton, with a calm expression on his face, told his father that he understood what he meant, so he was calm. She was his daughter, and he believed in her more than anyone. He was confident that this child would cope with the capture. He looked at him and said that if he really believed so, then everything was fine. The Fratani dragons will remain nearby until the tower opened. Anton looked up and said that the day of the capture they had been waiting for would soon come. Perhaps he thought that good changes had occurred with Aileen's heart, right? Kaiser started to leave, looked at the crystal and said that he hoped that his granddaughter was eating well. At the same time, she was sitting in her room, reading a book, and eating cherry tomatoes. She asked, is it because the tomatoes were upgraded to D-class? The taste became brighter. Before, she could only taste the taste when she filled her whole mouth with them, but now a couple of them are enough for her. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart, and was very surprised by it. She said that her dragon heart had not beat even once in the last 200 years. For a second, her heart moved and absorbed mana. She should be expecting a capture by now, right? Perhaps it's all because of the cherry tomatoes? They are human seedlings that increase mana, and she forgot about this quality. She thought that they only tasted good. However, it also heals the dragon heart. She laughed and said loudly that she is a great dragon. She has finally found someone she can protect. Once her dragon heart began to beat again, even if it was fleeting, she will protect this farmer. He should be proud of it. Her favor is a true blessing to others. Did he acquire an unnamed thing while she wasn't looking? He is so restless. After a while, the system window notifies that the tower manager is asking for something. The protagonist opened his eyes and noticed, too close. MC was terrified and screamed that the status window was so close that he couldn't see it. The system window notifies that the tower manager asked if she told Sejun that using unnamed items could cause big problems. The protagonist adjusted his hat and said that the tower manager caught him while he was sleeping. What unnamed items are you talking about? MC, surprised, took off his hat and looked at it, asking, isn't that a straw hat? Why was he wearing it? Hubby picked up the bag and beeped. The protagonist noticed it and asked, could it really be from Teo's bag? Did his friend bring it to him this time? MC moved Teo's tail with his hand and asked him to wake up. Theo, covering his face with his paws, asked not to wake him up. He wants to sleep longer. Sejun placed Theo on Bei's back and asked, is Theo going to wake up? The protagonist looked at the hat with interest. The system window announced that it was a farmer's straw hat. The usage limit was level 20, with strength and endurance above 20. Manufacturer unknown. Class unknown. Skill, land protection, level 1. It provides protection, albeit weak, for all lands owned by the farmer. Intelligence recovery is slightly faster. MC inquired with admiration. The hat doesn't have a land size limit, does it? It was a very good thing, but it had usage restrictions. The system window announced that the tower manager advised MC to evaluate the straw hat first. Sejun agreed and asked if she would give him a quest. The system window announced that a new quest had appeared. You need to send an unappraised straw hat to the tower manager. There is no reward, and if you refuse, it cannot be appraised. The hat instantly teleported, and the system window notified that Sejun had completed the quest. At the same time, Aileen looked at the hat that had appeared in her hand. She raised her hand and asked, it's time to show off my skills, right? Aileen brought her hand to the hat and used the appraisal skill. Bright blue mana enveloped the straw hat. Aileen joyfully exclaimed, this is the item. The system window notified that the manager was looking at the appraised item and was pleased. She congratulated the protagonist on how good the item turned out to be. MC clarified, is the manager congratulating him? The system window notified that a new quest had appeared. The tower manager wants the protagonist to promise to give her sprouts infused with blue moon energy during the next blue new moon. The reward is a properly appraised straw hat. If he refuses, the MC won't get the hat. Sejun was surprised and asked, are these really sprouts filled with the energy of the blue moon? He scratched his chin thoughtfully and noted that the blue new moon was coming soon. His field had grown, so the protagonist thinks he can give that much. The MC made a deal with Aileen. The system window notifies that Aileen wants Sejin to pinky swear. The tower manager revealed her name to him and said that it was a great honor that he managed to find out. The protagonist smiled and clarified that it was not necessary to say the name. The system window notifies that the tower manager is angry and asks whether the protagonist wants to return the straw hat or not. She nervously stamps her feet on the floor, saying that it should be a great honor for the MC. Sejun smiled tensely and agreed with her. He said that it was an honor for him to know her name. The protagonist extended his pinky and, introducing himself, promised to give the harvest to Aileen when he imbues the sprouts with the energy of the blue moon during the next blue new moon. The system window notifies the manager that this is his first promise to her. The protagonist looked at the system window in bewilderment, and Aileen extended her little finger toward the magic ball. She confirmed and replied that this was their first promise. After some time, the system window notifies that the MC has completed the quest. The reward for completing the quest is an artifact. Sejin received the straw hat of St. Patrick of the land. The protagonist raised his hands in amazement. The system window notifies that this is an artifact, the straw hat of St. Patrick of the land. The straw hat always worn by Farmer Patrick. He was nicknamed a saint because he saved many starving people with his own grown vegetables. It is one of 10 artifacts that exist only in the Black Tower. Depending on the user's work level, the restrictions on use change. Restrictions on use include people whose profession is not related to farming. Creator Patrick. Skills. First level land protection. The protagonist cried out in amazement. Could this really be one of the tower's 10 artifacts? This was the first time he'd heard that the appraised item was classified as an artifact. The original level and stat restrictions disappeared. Instead, a ban on those who are not farmers appeared. MC happily placed his hat on his head and said that given that abilities will increase depending on the user's work level, it looks like they will be determined when he puts it on. Sejin stepped back in surprise, looking at the system windows that appeared. The system window notified that Class E restrictions had been lifted. Skill restrictions. Level 3 land protection have been removed. Skill Level 1 Farmer Constitution unlocked. Class D restrictions have been lifted. Skill restrictions. Level 3 land protection have been removed. Skill Level 2 Farmer Constitution unlocked. The skill Wish for a Good Harvest Level 1 is unlocked. St. Patrick's Straw Hat of Earth D. Third level land protection grants stronger protection to the wearer of the hat. Intelligence recovery has increased slightly. Farmer's Constitution Level 2. The farmer's constitution must always be strong. All stats are increased to 3. Wish for a Good Harvest Level 1. With a very small chance, some farm workers will have a good harvest for an entire week. During a good harvest, the amount of fruit will increase by 50%. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise that the item's options were so cool. So that's one of the 10 tower artifacts? This item is simply amazing. These skills are just right for developing the seedlings planted outside the cave. This will help him a lot. MC knew Theo had good luck. His guess was correct. Sejin quickly hugged Theo and shouted that this is his favorite and good merchant. He kissed his comrade's paws. Theo opened his eyes in fear and asked, "What is the protagonist doing?" MC confidently crossed his arms and exclaimed that Theo would receive the merchant's glory for another week. Theo was very surprised and yelled, "Would Sejin really give him this role for another week, not just 38 hours? The protagonist took Theo in his arms and, lifting him up, replied that everything was right. Theo enthusiastically yelled that he didn't know the reason, but he was very happy. He smiled, raised his paws up, and shouted that he was the merchant Theo. Sometime later in the cave, Piak sat tensely among the rabbits. The protagonist kicked the ground in anticipation. Theo sadly lowered his ears and began to shake. He looked at MC and asked, "Can the protagonist stop shaking his legs?" Theo was about to go crazy. Sejin yelled that he couldn't help it. He was too worried. He looked at the rabbits and clarified that a lot of time had passed, and there was still no news. Theo looked at the protagonist and remarked that it was hard to wait so long. MC could give him one treat, right? Sejin agreed and said that it looked like they would have to wait a little longer, so they would rest for a while. The rabbit instantly opened the door to the cave. The protagonist asked worriedly, "Were they born? How many are there? Are they all right?" The rabbit, holding a blanket with newborn rabbits in its paws, squealed. MC yelled, "Are there really 3 of them?" Hubby came out of the cave and squealed. He looked at Sejin with a smile, holding 3 rabbits in his paws. The protagonist cried out tenderly, "Are there really 3 more?" MC smiled and remarked that there were only 6. "We need to make soup to help wifey recover from her hard work this morning." "What a good event." The protagonist laughed and remarked that they were very cute. He turned his head to the side and asked, "What is Theo doing?" MC asked his comrade to come here. Theo sadly asked, "Can he come closer?" Sejin agreed and exclaimed that the little bunnies were so cute. Theo looked at the bunnies with admiration and said they were very charming. The protagonist raised his hand with a smile and clarified that Theo had become an uncle. Theo was surprised and asked if he really was an uncle. The MC agreed and asked cool Uncle Theo to take good care of the bunnies. Theo quickly lifted his cape. He handed the food to the bunnies and exclaimed that cool Uncle Theo would give them the chura he loved most. Theo asked the bunnies to eat. Sejin clarified that the bunnies were still too small to eat chura. Theo was very surprised and raised his paws. The protagonist grinned mischievously and asked, "So Theo had been secretly keeping chura from him?" Theo smiled fearfully and laughed, replying that it was a reserve for a bad day. He suggested they just forget about it, and the protagonist replied that today was a good day, so he wouldn't pay attention to it. The 179th day of survival in the tower, new family members were born. Sometime later, in a high tower in the desert, a bright crystal sparkled inside the tower. The Black Minotaur, the king of the Minotaurs, boss master of the 99th floor, addressed the proud warriors and asked them to listen to him. The king said that the blue new moon is near. The warriors must not lose to hunger. The Minotaurs must find them. Among these overgrown lands, they must find everything they can eat. After some time, the system window notifies that the first level harvest wish has been activated. A good harvest of magical cherry tomatoes will grow on the 30 peon field. The harvest quantity will increase by 50% next week. The protagonist, looking at the multitude of bees, noticed that the harvest was now much larger than usual. That's what happens when it increases by 50%. The 7th blue new moon, which they are planning to celebrate since entering the tower. I wonder if Bae and Mom are preparing for it too? They haven't shown up today. It's time to get to work and prepare too. MC noticed a squeak off to the side. Theo anxiously ran after the rabbits and asked them not to run away. He picked up a fishbone and yelled that it was dirty. Theo, holding the rabbits away from the fire with his paw, exclaimed that the fire was very dangerous. Everything here is too dangerous. He sternly ordered the rabbits to stay close to him. The protagonist looked at his comrade tenderly and remarked that he didn't think Theo would make such a protective uncle. MC, smiling, approached Theo and asked how his role as the cool uncle was going. Theo, tired, replied that it was exhausting. But this is interesting, because he became an uncle. Wifey and hubby rabbits gave the protagonist a thumbs up. Seijun smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up. He brought his hand to his mouth and yelled for them to come back before dinner. Theo, carrying the rabbits on his back, asked them to hold on tight now. This time, they will go on a trip. After a while, the bees are working in the hive. The doors of the rabbit holes closed. The protagonist put his hands on his briefcase and exclaimed that he was completely prepared. He turned his attention to Theo, who put his foot in the bag and asked what his comrade was doing. Theo replied that he would hide here to wait out the blue new moon. This bag can block the influence of the blue moon. It is about the size of a tent, but other cats use bags the size of houses. MC was surprised and noted that this bag has more functions than he thought. Seijun put his hand in the backpack and asked, "Then will Theo take this with him?" He held out the cocoon in his hand and Theo asked what it was. The protagonist replied that it was the queen bee's cocoon. Theo said with a smile that he would hide it in his own fluffy fur. MC grinned and clarified that he was giving it to his comrade for safekeeping. A loud roar was heard in the forest, and Seijun, turning his head to the side, said that it had begun. The moon quickly covered the sun and darkness enveloped the space. The protagonist asked worriedly, "Will Bae and his mother be okay?" A scream was heard through the trees and the ground shook. MC covered his ears and asked what it was. He had never heard such a loud noise. Another monster entered Bae and his mother's territory. Just in case, he uses cherry tomatoes and headphones. The protagonist was scared when he heard a loud scream. He looked up and noticed that the monster was gone. What was that sound? It sounded like a cow screaming. Are there really cows on the 99th floor? MC noticed the blue cherry tomatoes. He asked in amazement, "Is the blue moon energy stronger than usual today? How many are there?" An ear of corn appeared in the middle of the field. Seijun joyfully raised his fists and noted that it was a cornfield. Does corn also absorb the blue moon energy? The protagonist laughed maliciously and exclaimed that this was very good. Is it because of the good harvest skill? Sprouts influenced by the blue moon also grow well. After some time, under a clear sky, Theo looked around while sitting among the rocks. He happily said that there was no one here. The protagonist resolutely grabbed the rope with his hand. Theo asked if it wouldn't be better to go out when Bae and Mom came. It could still be dangerous here. MC calmly replied, but the last time the blue moon appeared, a monster was walking near the cave. He needs to check if the field is alright. Seijun asked his comrade not to worry, as he'll just look at the monster and then immediately return to the cave. Theo grabbed the protagonist's leg with his paws and said that then he too would go with the chairman, even though he was tired. MC smiled and thanked the merchant. After a while, Seijun said that, as he thought, they dug up the sweet potato field. The protagonist looked at the ground and asked, "What are those tracks? Are they hooves?" They are surprisingly large. MC thinks they are very strong, judging by how deep and high the dirt is trampled. He was very surprised to notice something. Seijun climbed to the top of the mountain of soil. Theo asked how much longer they would be here. It was time for them to go back. The protagonist, digging the ground with his hands, asked his comrade to wait because he needed to check something. MC happily looked at the dirt in his hand and exclaimed that it was just as he thought. The texture of the soil is different from that on the surface. It's soft and retains moisture, very good for farming. It's hard to believe that something like this was hidden under this devastated land. This is a very good opportunity to renew this land. They could create a good field, if only they could dig up all the soil here and mix everything. But MC doesn't have the necessary equipment, like a loader and a tractor. Digging that deep would be too hard for the rabbit's paws. The system window notifies that the manager is interested in what he is doing here. The manager says that the blue moon may have passed, but the territory is still inhabited by monsters. Therefore, she warns him that it is still dangerous here. She wants MC to return to the cave quickly. Seijun, sliding down the mountain, agreed and replied that he was just about to return. The protagonist asked how Eileen felt last night. The system window notifies that the tower manager says she feels well and doesn't want the MC to worry. She orders him to be more mindful of his own safety. Sejin raised an eyebrow wryly and remarked that she was especially worried about him today. He smiled and said that he learned a lot today. The protagonist is eager to harvest. After a while, the MC, holding on to the rope with his hands, remarked that Theo had worked hard. Theo, tired, took off his cloak and said he would go take another nap. Sejin picked one ear of corn. The system window notifies that the protagonist has harvested stamina corn, which contains blue moon energy. The MC's work experience has increased. His level 4 harvest skill has increased. As a result of advancing from level 1 to level 4, his level 4 harvest skill has increased by an additional 5%. The protagonist received 100 experience points. Sejin looked enthusiastically at the blue corn and exclaimed, "It's so good. Is this really stamina corn?" The system window notifies that this is corn grown in the tower. It is very healthy and delicious. Thanks to the energy of the blue moon, it has become even tastier. When consumed, stamina automatically increases by 0.1. Creator, Sejin. Shelf life is 60 days. The protagonist noted that apparently because the class had improved to D, the stats had improved. He brought the corn to his mouth and clarified, "Is that so important?" Right now, it is more important to taste this crunchy texture and taste of the corn. MC smiled madly, wiping the drool from his mouth. The system window notifies that the tower manager is asking if he remembered his promise. Sejin agreed and replied that it couldn't be helped. The protagonist plucked a cherry tomato from the bush. He said that this time the blue moon harvest was rich. MC picked up the plate of tomatoes and asked the manager to take 5. The system window notified him that the tower manager thanked him. She would definitely repay him in the future. Sejin raised his hand, smiling, and said he would wait. He thought that 300 blue cherry tomatoes would be too much. At the same time, Aileen happily said that these were cherry tomatoes with blue moon energy, and she had 5 of them. She looked at the tomato with interest and noted that if regular cherry tomatoes helped her heartbeat, then blue cherry tomatoes would help even more. Aileen quickly popped 5 tomatoes into her mouth. She joyfully pressed her hands to her cheeks and exclaimed that they were very tasty. Aileen quickly twisted her head from side to side and shouted that the taste is not important now. She needed to focus on the flow of mana. Aileen concentrated on the flow and thought that she needed to go a little deeper. She opened her eyes and looking at her chest, exclaimed that this was a dragon's heart. A red stream of mana surrounded her body and Aileen froze in pain. She instantly fell to the floor. After some time, the corn is in a pot standing on the fire. The water boils away from the pot. The protagonist, sitting by the fire, crossed his arms and said that this is good. It's time to use the pot that Theo brought. Now, with normal cookware, it will be possible to steam corn. MC should dry the corn leaves well and make corn silk tea. This way, he will have another drink. Sejin looked at the rabbits and wished them good morning. He asked how things were going. Hubby pointed at the door and squeaked. The protagonist noted that they must be sleeping with wifey. MC, smiling, held out his hands with tomatoes lying on them and asked to look. This is a harvest charged with the energy of the blue moon. Now they also have blue corn. He is boiling it now. MC looked at the pot and suggested eating the corn together. Hubby pointed at the tomato and squeaked. He opened his mouth and pointed at it. Sejin asked if 1 cherry tomato would be enough. Do they want the protagonist to eat the blue corn alone? The protagonist petted hubby and exclaimed, as expected of a rabbit's father, but he still can't eat it all on his own. So they'll have breakfast, pick some corn, and have lunch together. The rabbits looked at MC with pleasure. After a while, bees flew over the tomato field. The protagonist opened the lid of the pot and smoke rose up. He looked at the corn lying in the pot and exclaimed that it looked delicious. MC took the corn in his hands and, exhaling cold air from his mouth, yelled that it was hot. Since it was a D-rank crop charged with the energy of the blue moon, the taste should be very good. Sejin excitedly picked up the corn while sitting among the rabbits and wished himself bon appetit. The rabbits happily bit into pieces of cherry tomatoes. The protagonist turned his attention to hubby and asked, "Does hubby want to go to the cave to share this with wifey?" Hubby, holding 2 tomatoes, squeaked, and MC wished them bon appetit. Sejin exclaimed that he would try it too and bit into the corn. The protagonist joyfully shouted that it was very sweet. Each grain was delicious, a sweetness that grew while he chewed. He felt as if eating was like a melody of harmony. The system window notified that MC had eaten an ear of stamina corn, containing the energy of the blue moon. The protagonist's stamina increased by 1. Sejin smiled and, exhaling, noted that it was so delicious that he hadn't even noticed how he had eaten it all. He threw the rest of the corn into the fire. The protagonist shook his hands and asked, "Maybe it's time to collect some corn?" The rabbit squealed enthusiastically. MC looked at the corn and noticed how big it had become. He plucked an ear of corn from the stalk. He inquired about the effects of corn. The system window notified the protagonist that he had harvested a ripe stamina corn. His job level had increased slightly. His level 4 harvest skill had increased slightly. Due to the effect of increasing his level 1 profession, his level 4 harvest skill had increased by an additional 5%. MC received 20 experience points. Stamina corn is corn grown in the tower. When consumed, it burns 20 grams of fat and increases physical strength by 0.2 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 10 times per hour. When consumed by unawakened people, it burns 20 grams of fat and increases skin elasticity. It was created by a farmer at Sejin Tower, and its shelf life is 60 days. The protagonist clarified that Mom would have liked this corn because it improves the skin. Maybe the next time he delivers news to his family, he should send them the harvest too? Bae and Mom growled. Looking at MC, the protagonist looked at them happily and greeted his comrades. He climbed up on a rope and asked how last night went. Sejin poured honey on Bae's paws and asked if it must have been hard, since his friend hadn't eaten anything yesterday. Bae growled with great joy. Mom smiled and growled back. The protagonist clarified that he would bring some fried fish for Bae's mom a little later. Theo, rubbing his eyes with his paw, said it was time to work. MC asked why the merchant hadn't slept yet. Theo replied that he didn't want to waste time sleeping. He was getting ready for work. After all, Theo was the most professional traveling merchant of all the merchants. Sejin noted that Theo reasoned like a true merchant. Theo grabbed the protagonist's leg with his paws and asked to be taken to the traveling merchant's passage. Bae grabbed Theo by the cloak. MC clarified that Bae said he would take Theo and wished them luck. Theo, irritably moving his paws, yelled that his bag was here. Sejin clarified that while Bae was taking Theo to the passage, maybe they could tidy up the ground. At the same time, the king was sitting on the throne. The minotaurs brought dirt to the king's throne. The minotaur sternly ordered the second one to bring dry dirt. The assistant smiled tensely and laughed. The king raised his hand in fury and yelled, "What is the meaning of all this? There's nothing but dirt here." What were they even doing? The minotaur told them to bring food. Why did the assistants bring him dirt? The assistant raised his hand and replied that they hadn't seen grass in their territory for so long. Even if they searched everywhere, there was nothing but dirt everywhere. The king sat tiredly on his throne and exclaimed, "This is a curse." He exhaled and wondered why everything had turned out this way. Just recently, this place had been a green field filled with high-quality grass. The strongest monster in the Black Tower, guarding the teleportation zone on the 99th floor, was a black minotaur. If he hadn't refilled the energy taken by the blue moon, he would have lost his muscles. Therefore, the king ordered his subordinates to wander the surrounding area and eat grass during the blue new moon. However, the minotaur race is huge monsters with a huge appetite. Therefore, the amount of grass eaten was much greater than the amount grown, which turned the lands into a desolate place where nothing grows. The king scratched his beard and thought that the muscle strength of the newborn minotaurs was very poor. To maintain the strength of such proud and brave minotaurs, they need high-quality grass. The king exclaimed, "The next ox is 3. The assistants looked around and said they did not see ox 3. The king yelled, "Did the assistant really go into another territory and could not return?" Ox 3 immediately stopped and apologized for being late. When the blue new moon ended and he opened his eyes, Ox 3 was too far away. The king calmly exhaled and replied that it was nothing. The main thing was that the assistant was alive. The king was very surprised to notice something and moved forward between the assistants. Ox 3 asked fearfully, "What happened?" The king grabbed him by the shoulders with his hands and asked, "What does the third bull have on his head? What is this delicious, sweet-smelling root on the bull's head?" Ox 3 looked tensely at the beetroot hanging from his horn. He asked in bewilderment, "What is it?" Some time ago, Aileen, with sweat running down her face, sat up. She growled and clarified, "Did she really lose consciousness?" Aileen thought she would be fine. She sat up and hit her head on the chandelier. Aileen looked at the chandelier in surprise and asked why it was so low. She noticed a small magic ball. Aileen took the ball in her fingers and screamed. It wasn't the chandelier that got lower, but she that grew. She thoughtfully raised her finger and noticed that she had suddenly grown. What was going on here? Aileen thought that magic cherry tomatoes, infused with the energy of the blue moon, definitely had 10 times the magical power of ordinary magic tomatoes. The manager clarified that she had eaten 5 of them at once. Maybe they directly affected her dragon heart and provoked her growth, but it was only temporary. Now her dragon heart no longer responds. Is permanent help really impossible? But she still confirms that her dragon heart can be cured, although the effect is temporary. Aileen brought her lips to the magic ball and exclaimed that the protagonist, their tower farmer, is very cute. She glared at the ball, which showed the protagonist eating corn. Aileen screamed that this couldn't be happening. MC was eating delicious food without her. The ball was now so small that she couldn't see anything. She needed the crystal ball Grandpa used. Aileen got stuck in the door and screamed that the door had become too small and she couldn't get out. She screamed furiously for some delicious food too. She wanted something delicious too. Beh was currently raising his paws and growling. The rabbits and bees were collecting corn and roasting it. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that it was a good job. He had just boiled the last cob. MC suggested finishing up and asked if they would tell the others to gather for dinner. Sejin opened the lid of the pot and exclaimed that they would get out the boiled corn. It smelled delicious and looked incredibly appetizing. The system window notified that the manager wanted to try it too. A new task has appeared. You need to share some corn with the hungry control tower. The reward is maximum gratitude. Refusal would be the ultimate frustration. The protagonist exclaimed that he was going to share anyway. Can she wait a bit? MC will make some fried corn and will definitely share it. The system window notified that the tower manager had nodded and agreed to wait. The rabbits picked up the fried corn, and Seijin exclaimed that it was good work. He asked the rabbits to put the corn here. Seijin laughed and clarified, "That's good, right?" He picked up the corn and clarified that the seasonings Theo brought were good for fried corn. It's a shame the protagonist can't make the original fried corn here too. The protagonist asked the rabbits to coat the corn with sugar and fry it over the fire until it turns brown. Then he needs to sprinkle some parmesan on the finished corn. Who thought of bringing cheese to the tower? The protagonist reached into his backpack. He happily picked up the spice bag and exclaimed, "The last one is pepper." MC found it in Teo's bag after his comrade returned with the straw hat. Theo hadn't told Seijin about such an important ingredient. Theo should be disqualified from the merchant title, but this time the protagonist will forgive him. MC sprinkled pepper on the corn. The system window notifies that it's fried corn. After adding sugar, which Theo the merchant acquired from the hunters, the corn was fried and sprinkled with parmesan and hot spices. It's so delicious, it's impossible to tear yourself away. The protagonist threw his head back in delight and exclaimed that it's spicy, sweet, and hot. This is the taste of home he achieved in the tower. It was worth watching cooking videos every day. MC picked up the plate of corn and asked Aileen to enjoy. The system window notifies that Seijin has completed the quest. The tower manager is very grateful to him. The protagonist looked at the rabbits and asked, "What about them? The rabbits like it, right?" The rabbits squealed happily. The MC looked at wifey and hubby and noticed that they were feeding the rabbits first without trying a single bite. He brought a spoon to the corn and scraped out a few kernels. Seijin said that this way the rabbits wouldn't have to be fed one grain at a time. The rabbits would be able to eat on their own. He wished wifey and hubby bon appetit and clarified that he would watch the children. The MC brought the corn to his mouth and asked if maybe it was time for him to try it too. He noticed the rabbit's screams. Seijin instantly spat the corn kernels out of his mouth. The protagonist looked at the rabbits covered in kernels and, laughing, asked, "What's going on?" The MC, picking the kernels off the rabbit's fur, exclaimed that they would drive him crazy. He would pick the kernels off. Seijin, tired, noted that working and taking care of children was hard. He misses the merchant Theo. The protagonist's diary is about getting lost in the tower. They grew corn and shared it with everyone. Sometime later, on the 38th floor, in the temporary camp of the Phoenix Guild, the guy slammed his fist on the table in rage. He yelled, "Why hasn't the traveling merchant arrived yet? The merchant is staying longer than usual this time, isn't he?" His friend asked if something had happened. Is he going to buy cherry tomatoes again? Didn't he ask the girl to buy them last time? The guy asked, hadn't he heard? Right now, rich people outside the tower are buying up magical cherry tomatoes for a lot of money. One tomato costs over 500,000 won. Shouldn't they earn a lot of money before word spreads and they're bought up en masse? Jessica asked what they would do. They need to prepare to enter the tower because of the planned dungeon expedition. Dongsik lowered his head thoughtfully and scratched his chin. Jessica clarified that if this dragged on, they might run out of supplies. They needed to contact the guild. Dongsik stood up and replied that they had no other choice then. He asked for a minimum number of guild members to participate in the auction. The rest should go to the tower to prepare. He knew the traveling merchant, so he would stay here just in case. The guild members left the camp. Dongsik, smiling, clarified that he thought Jessica would stay. He didn't think Suha would be here instead. She replied that Jessica had said she no longer needed tomatoes and had shared her place with Suha. The captain asked if she would participate in the auction. Was Suha also interested in tomatoes? Suha disagreed. She smiled and winked, exclaiming that she wanted to give Theo his churu. Dongsik laughed and replied that everything was clear. Theo's a cool guy. At the same time, Theo, joyfully humming a melody, said that they needed to hurry. The kids are waiting for their own cool uncle. He tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his paw and, looking down, noticed that he was here. Theo stopped near the traveling merchant's passage on the 60th floor. He clarified that he had always felt this way, but he thought this passage was the longest. Theo felt like the passage stretched all the way to the sky. The inspector, holding documents in her paws, called the next one. She asked for the name of the agency and class. Theo said that he was a newcomer, a traveling merchant. He wanted to use the regular trade route connected to the 38th floor. The merchants noticed the huge wolves. Elka clarified, was it him? The clan's silver wolf pointed at the drawing and replied that he seemed to resemble the cat in the picture. The assistant noted that nothing, except the fact that he was a cat, was appropriate. This freak, the forge owner, can't draw at all. Don't your comrades think so? The comrade said he didn't see a straw hat in the cat's hands. The wolf called the comrade a fool and replied that the merchant probably put the hat in his bag. Why would a merchant carry it in his hands? The comrade asked in bewilderment why the landowner even needed such a hat, and an ordinary one at that. Elka sternly replied that it didn't matter. They, the Silver Wolf tribe, are the best free mercenaries in the tower. They only need to follow the client's orders. The wolf put on his hood and offered to follow the merchant now. They all took the merchant's IDs, right? The comrade scratched his forehead thoughtfully and agreed. At the same time, Xerath stood behind a tree, watching the mercenaries. She wondered, could it really be a tribe of silver wolves? Why would they pursue Theo? Xerath remembered the hat and wondered if that was why. A very problematic tribe was following Theo. Is this hat really so important to the landowner that Grid turned to mercenaries? Xerath confidently exclaimed that she needed to keep an eye on them. She couldn't even imagine what could happen. Sometime later, in the forest, rabbits were collecting soil. They were working together to restore the lands destroyed during the blue new moon. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed that the clumps of dirt and mounds had disappeared very quickly. He knelt down, holding a bag in his hand, and suggested planting this today. The rabbit looked with interest at the contents of the bag, which contained peanut seeds. This morning, MC collected all the remaining corn and leveled up to level 6. Seijin said that leveling up his agility was worth it to increase his work speed. He was able to plant all the peanut seeds in just a few hours. In addition, there was a small change in the seed store. Some time ago, the system window notified that 100 cucumber seeds were available for 0.2 tower coins, 100 radish seeds for 0.1 tower coins, 1,000 peanut seeds for 5 tower coins. The protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin and noted that peanuts are good for restoring the fertility of the land. They germinate well even in rough soil. MC decided to buy peanuts. The system window notifies that Seijin has purchased 1,000 peanut seeds. 5 tower coins have been deducted from his account. 50 points have been accumulated from seed planting miles. In total, the protagonist has accumulated 106 points from seed planting miles. 100 points will be deducted to advance to the next class. MC asked in amazement, can he upgrade his class? The system window notifies that Seijin's class has changed from novice to amateur. In the amateur class, 4 different types of seeds will be displayed on the screen. The protagonist can purchase any number of seeds this way, up to the cost of 5 tower coins. The level 1 seed store has been upgraded to level 2. MC will be able to use the level 2 seed store again in 30 days. A bag of seeds fell into the protagonist's hands. Seijun excitedly noted that he had gone from being a novice to an enthusiast, and the number of seed varieties had increased from 3 to 4. He was already very interested in using the new store. The protagonist thought he was getting greedy. He wondered how many varieties of seeds he could buy. Currently, MC thought he needed more new seeds. The corn plantation he had harvested would no longer bear fruit. Seijun patted Bei on the head and thanked him. Bei laughed and growled. They cut off all the sprouts and laid them on the ground to cover the field where the peanut seeds were planted. The comrades used them to retain moisture so they wouldn't dry out in the sun. The protagonist was able to delay the watering period a little, which gave him some free time, so the MC will use his labor elsewhere. Seijun placed the plate with corn seeds on the ground, and wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand, clarified that he had finished collecting corn seeds for the next planting. He would leave them in water for a day and plant them tomorrow. The rabbits surrounded the plate with seeds and squealed. The protagonist picked up the plate and exclaimed that they couldn't eat this. The rabbits, tired, climbed onto his legs. The MC noted that they were probably bored. They were busy expanding the field outside, so there was no one free to play with the children. Seijun decisively raised a finger and exclaimed that he had a good idea. He put his hand in his backpack and asked the children to come here. The protagonist would give them fun work. The MC smiled, putting small bags on the rabbits, and remarked that they looked like they were in a kindergarten. He asked the rabbits to run with these bags and give each working adult 1 corn stick. The rabbit opened the bag and bit off a piece of the corn stick. Seijun yelled at them not to take them out now. He asked the rabbits to come here to fill their backpacks. He will put carrots in there again. The protagonist enthusiastically raised his finger and ordered the support group to run forward. The rabbits ran quickly and squealed. The adult rabbits thanked the children for the food. MC asked if maybe when Theo returned, they could ask him to buy cute clothes for the baby rabbits. Seijun tenderly imagined the outfits for the rabbits and remarked that they would be very beautiful. What a pity he couldn't take a picture of them. Sometime later in the mountains, Ox 3 are walking on the ground. He thoughtfully turned his head to the side and asked, where was it? Because of the blue moon, he doesn't remember anything, but it must be somewhere around here. Why did the captain give this task to him? Ox 3 remembered the past. The king pointed at the beetroot and yelled, where did the assistant get this grass and roots? Ox 3 tensely replied that it seemed to be a glacier near the border. The king sternly asked, did the assistant really go beyond the boundaries of their territory? Ox 3 moaned, and disagreeing, replied that he had lost consciousness because of the blue moon. Therefore, he knows nothing. The king clarified that he had definitely never seen anything like this in his own territory. He noted that it smelled very good and popped the beetroot into his mouth. The bulls, drooling, looked at the captain. The king moaned with pleasure and opened his eyes wide. He raised his hands and shouted that the more he chewed it, the sweeter and spicier it became. The king felt a surge of strength and his muscles bulged. He ordered Ox 3 to immediately find the place where Ox 3 found this grass. The future of the Minotaur race was at risk. Relying on the warrior's honor, the bull must find it. The king believes in Ox 3. Ox 3 came out of his memories and said that if he doesn't find that place, the captain will beat him with his huge muscles. This is the border where the forest intersects with their wild lands. And what will Ox 3 do if he meets the red furry ones? Now he's not sure he can fight. Ox 3 tensed up and smelled a pleasant smell. He looked at something with great amazement. Ox 3 yelled that it was grass. Is this whole area really covered with grass that looks amazingly delicious? He began to eat the grass and thanked for the food. Ox 3 opened his mouth with pleasure and exclaimed that it was amazingly tasty. But what kind of grass is this? He doesn't know, but it doesn't matter. Ox 3 grabbed the grass in his hands and yelled that he would take it. The captain will thank him, won't he? At the same time, among the trees, Bei's mother turned her head to the side, sensing something. She became very angry and wrinkled her nose. After a while, Aileen took a sip of drink from her cup. She exhaled with pleasure and remarked that it was very good. Because her body has grown, she can safely use adult spas. This was difficult before because she was small. Aileen noticed the system window that appeared. She irritably clarified how dare he distract her from. Aileen immediately fell silent and, after thinking, asked, "What happened?" The system window notifies that the Crimson Grizzly wants to contact the control tower. Aileen angrily clarified, "What did Mom say?" After a while, the protagonist is sleeping peacefully on the ground. He lifted the mask from his face and looking at the system window asked, "What is it?" The system window notifies that the tower control reports that the Crimson Grizzly has sensed the tracks of another monster near the cave. Mom growled, looking at the protagonist. After a while, the comrades looked at the empty field. MC was stunned and asked what had happened. He put his hand to his head and asked if all the corn leaves he had placed near the cave had disappeared. At the same time, Theo joyfully raised his hand and greeted the people. He had arrived on the 38th floor. Theo, smiling, exclaimed that he was back. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully and noticed that all the leaves had been stolen, and they did it very quietly, because he hadn't heard anything during the night. The system window notified that the Crimson Bear had suggested that this might be the work of the Horned Ones. MC tensed and wondered if these were the monsters who dug the hole during the blue moon. He said that could be problematic. Sejin knelt down and clarified that it was good that they only took the leaves lying on top and left the field alone. He thought they could just take the leaves of the blue tomatoes and cover the ground. The system window notified that Mama Bear wanted to expand her territory and would start patrolling today. The protagonist smiled and said he would be grateful, but still, she shouldn't strain herself too much. The main thing is for Mama to take care of her health and not expose herself to danger. MC was glad no one was injured, but they still needed to be on guard. Sejin decisively raised his fist and clarified that, as expected, he needed strength to defend himself. After some time, the rope descended into the cave. The rabbits covered the cocoon with leaves. The protagonist, sitting on a chair, thanked the rabbits for their help and exclaimed that they would see each other later. MC crossed his arms and thought that the bee's cocoon would hatch today. He said he'd leave farming to the rabbits. According to the system explanation, Sejun should oversee the birth. He thought the description of the poisonous bee's cocoon said that the first person the bee saw would become its master. At this point, the number of bees in the cave had increased to 200. The protagonist, eating corn sticks, said that if the second queen bee, which was about to be born, developed and created a new army outside the cave, it would be more than enough to protect this area. MC yawned, brought his hand to his mouth, and clarified, "Will she hatch soon?" He hadn't taken a day off in so long that he was getting sleepy. Sejun prepared flowers for her so that their first meeting would be a success. Which flowers would she like, tomato or sweet potato? The protagonist muttered something as he drifted off. MC fell asleep, and the cocoon began to stir rapidly. A bright light spread out from the cocoon. The leaves began to stir and the queen bee placed her hand on them. The second generation poisonous queen bee emerged from the cocoon and yawned. She raised her hands joyfully. The queen bee turned her head to the side in bewilderment. She flew up and quickly fell on the protagonist. The queen looked at MC's face in amazement. The system window notified that she considered the protagonist her own master. The queen bee smiled and buzzed. She looked at the flower with delight. The first queen bee quickly flew up. She flew up to the second queen and buzzed. The second queen flew up to the honeybee. They joyfully flew across the sky. The queen bees bowed to each other as a sign of respect. The second queen joyfully flew up to the protagonist's face. She hugged his cheek and buzzed. The queen quickly flew away and Sejun instantly woke up. The protagonist looked at the system windows in confusion and asked what happened. He looked around and wondered where the newly born queen bee was. Had she really flown away? At the same time, Ox 3 picked up some grass. The king asked if it was lying on the road near the border of their territory. Ox 3 agreed with the captain. The king looked at the grass and noticed that it was a completely different type of grass that they had not seen before. He was seeing such grass for the first time. It was too small to share with others. Ox 3 exhaled tensely and asked for forgiveness. The king squeezed the grass in his hand and said that nothing could be done then. A huge appetite is the instinct of a minotaur as a race. He clenched the grass in his teeth and said that it smelled delicious. The king spat saliva from his mouth with great pleasure and shouted that it was amazingly delicious. He was overflowing with energy. The king, smiling madly, slapped his assistant on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Number 3 did it. If they have enough of this herb, they might even be able to bring life back to their dying lands." The king looked to the side and wondered what was happening in the forest area. This herb had appeared in such a desolate place. What changes were happening on the 99th floor? If he could, he would go there personally and collect all the plants that were there. But the king cannot thoughtlessly leave their base. So far, no one knows how much grass can be obtained there. The king sternly clarified that because the time when he can leave his post is limited. He paused and called out to Ox 3. The king ordered him to go and find the source of this grass. If it appeared there, it meant there was plenty of it somewhere. If someone grew it intentionally, they need to find them. Ox 3 yawned, covered his mouth with his hand and asked if he could get some sleep before that. He had eaten a lot, so he was sleepy. The king raised his axe and ordered Ox 3 to go faster. Ox 3 ran quickly and shouted that he would be back soon. After some time, the guy exclaimed that the traveling merchant Theo had arrived. He asked why Theo was taking so long. Theo smiled and, asking for forgiveness, replied that something had happened. As an apology, he'll sell them special tomatoes today. The guy was surprised to note that magic cherry tomatoes were already special. Theo disagreed and exclaimed that these tomatoes were even more special. He confidently picked up the vegetable in his hand and noticed that they were D-rank magic tomatoes. The system window announced that they were magic cherry tomatoes. The expiration date was 60 days, and the rank was D. The guild members shouted in amazement, "Are they really D rank? Do these tomatoes actually remove 20 grams of fat? And the mana bonus increased by 0.2. Do they even have a 60-day expiration date?" Dongsik thought in bewilderment that these were D rank cherry tomatoes, which he'd never seen before. This was amazing. He'd be able to eat them and save twice as much as last time. Theo put a huge basket on the ground and announced that today they were selling sets of 400 pieces, a total of 2,000 tomatoes. The guild members quickly began the auction. Theo announced that the tomatoes had sold for 90 coins. He calmly looked at the bag of coins. He smiled with pleasure and, laughing, exclaimed that with such demand, his earnings had risen to 1,000 tower coins. Finally, he could become a veteran traveling merchant. When Theo became a veteran, the restrictions on the names of suppliers would be lifted. Then, he would no longer have to hide everything from Sejun. Suha offered Theo a photo. He coughed haughtily and replied that it was time for him to go about other business as a veteran traveling merchant. Theo confidently raised his hand and ordered the people to line up now so they could touch his paws. He froze in bewilderment, looking at Suha standing alone. Theo looked around and asked why she was alone. Was there really no one else? Suha clarified that Theo hadn't shown up for a long time, so the people who were waiting for him had gone deeper into the tower. Theo gasped in surprise and said it was no wonder there seemed to be fewer people today than last time. Suha smiled, sitting down on the ground, and asked him not to be upset because she would give him some churu. Theo sadly replied that it was a matter of his pride. He looked sadly at his paw and thought that this time he wanted to become more popular as a merchant. But was his front paw no longer the paw of good luck? The girl clarified. "Is he here?" The friend exclaimed. "There he is. The traveling merchant. He is so cute." "Is this him? The traveling merchant cat with whom you can take a photo?" Theo asked. "How do they know?" The girl smiled happily, showed her phone, and exclaimed that she saw him on video hosting. She offered to take a photo with him. Theo was very happy. He raised his paw and thought that somehow he understands that he will have a lot of money. Theo shouted that if they wanted to take a photo, they should give a reward. After a while, Theo looked at the photos. He clarified, "So people saw the photos posted here and came here to take pictures with him?" Suha agreed and apologized for not telling him about it earlier. She wondered if he was really angry because she uploaded the photos without his permission. Theo furiously shouted that, of course, she should apologize. Why didn't she tell him earlier that something like this existed? Suha was stunned, and Theo barked, "What is she doing?" He ordered them to quickly take a photo of him and upload it. Theo started posing for the photo. Suha quickly took pictures of him from different angles and asked for more of the cute one. She happily exclaimed that he was very cute. Theo struck a pose and said that if anyone wanted to meet the cute and cool traveling cat merchant, she should tell them to come to the 38th floor. And if they bring back a lot of rewards, then Theo will dance for them. At that moment, a star was born in the person of a cat. After some time, Theo, tired, noted that it was very hard. Next time, the photos should turn out good too. He will come back well groomed. Theo laughed maliciously and said that he could hear the jingle of coins. Now he can even be given the position of chairman. Theo joyfully raised his head and laughed. A stream of powerful wind hit his back. Theo covered his ears with his paws and screamed. What was that? He was so diligently arranging his fur. The mercenary wolves looked at him sternly. Theo was very scared and raised his tail. He noticed the wolf standing behind him. Elka looked sternly at him, and Theo screamed in horror. Elka quickly slapped the ground with his paw. He looked angrily at the merchant and clarified, "Was Theo the traveling merchant who bought the straw hat from the blacksmith in the merchant district?" Theo raised his head shaking and asked what he said. Elka barked angrily at the cat to answer. What did the merchant do with the straw hat he bought from the blacksmith? If the merchant doesn't answer, he'll kill him. Theo burst into tears of fear and Elka ordered him to answer. Elka fell silent when he noticed a pine cone that had fallen to the ground. He looked down in confusion and asked, "What is that?" Smoke began to spread from the cone, and the wolves surrounded it. The wolves covered their noses with their paws and shouted, "It's a smell bomb!" They're about to lose their sense of smell. A terrifying shadow appeared in the smoke. Zerath quickly grabbed Theo's paw. He looked at her in surprise. Zerath put her finger to her mouth. They ran at great speed, and Zerath ordered them to follow her. Elka looked at them angrily and exclaimed, "What are they running away? What are their comrades doing?" He ordered the wolves to quickly run after the merchant. The wolves fell to the ground and asked Elka to save them. Their noses were about to fall off. Elka sighed in irritation and remarked that they had failed their mission. After some time, the comrades stopped in the forest. Theo, breathing heavily, looked very tired. Zerath calmly exhaled and said that they had briefly lost contact with the enemy. Theo thanked her and clarified that he thought he was in trouble. Zerath smiled and noted that he had saved her back then too. She had only repaid a debt. Theo patted her shoulders with his paws and said that he would definitely repay her. She likes fried fish. Zerath thought this was her chance. She asked then, if he didn't repay, could she go for a walk with him? Zerath would like to learn from him again, like last time. Theo agreed and replied that they could go together. Zerath turned and suggested going to the shopping district. She'll take him there by a shortcut. Theo clarified that before that, he needs to go to the merchant guild and apply for the title of mid-level merchant. Zerath clarified, "Really? Mid-level merchant?" But it hadn't even been a few months since he became a traveling merchant. She became frightened and covered her mouth with her hand, falling silent. Theo asked how she knew this. Zerath tensed and thought she had revealed herself. She couldn't reveal her identity as an agent of the Bureau of Traveling Traders of the Secret Inspection. Theo crossed his arms and said it was suspicious. Zerath laughed and exclaimed, "What about that?" Theo angrily interrupted her and yelled, "Did she talk to that freaky thief?" Zerath was surprised and replied that she hadn't asked. He told her everything himself. Theo irritably called him a fool. Zerath rested her hand on her chest in relief and thought she was lucky. She asked joyfully, "But how did he collect 1,000 tower coins in such a short time?" It was a sum that low-ranking traveling merchants like herself couldn't even imagine. May she know what special items he sells? Zerath thought sternly that it was impossible to collect such a huge sum so quickly without special support. They didn't know who was helping Theo or what dangerous items he was selling. If that was the case, she would arrest him to save the honor of the Inspection Bureau. Theo calmly replied that he was selling cherry tomatoes. Zerath asked in confusion, "Are those red round berries cherry tomatoes?" Theo reached into his bag and said he had sold everything, so he didn't have any with him. He would show her them next time. Now they could go, because they didn't have much time. Zerath lowered her head suspiciously, wondering if he'd really earned 1,000 tower coins with tomatoes. How was that even possible? That was very suspicious. Meanwhile, in the United States, Michael looked at the vegetable with interest and said that these were new D-rank cherry tomatoes. They burn 20 grams of fat, twice as much as E-rank tomatoes. They have a brighter flavor than the previous ones, which is unexpected. He turned his head to the side and asked if there were any results from growing cherry tomatoes here on Earth. Jenny, smiling, asked the deputy to look at them. As expected, they grew and became ordinary cherry tomatoes, which they knew. Michael looked at the tomatoes and noted that, as he thought, maybe it was the tower? Then what about the results of growing them in the tower? Jenny asked who he took her for. After all, she was Jenny from Easter. They planted 100 D-rank cherry tomatoes on the first floor of the tower. 10 of them survived and will ripen soon. Michael happily raised his hands and said that she had done a good job. Jenny replied that it was all thanks to the chairman. They achieved an unexpected result with their technology and the new Gaggle solution. Soon, they will be able to increase the cultivation percentage to 50. Michael noted that everything has its own time. Jenny clarified that then, the tower farm budget. Michael interrupted her and replied that this was already under consideration. They are hiring people to create a farm and scare away the surrounding monsters. He smiled madly and, raising his fist, exclaimed that this is the Tower Farm project. Finally, his long-awaited business, after a pause, will be revived. Michael thought that thanks to the magical cherry tomatoes. After some time, the employee congratulated Theo. She smiled and said that he had received the class of mid-level merchant. Theo happily exclaimed that he was now a mid-level merchant. Zerath raised her hand and congratulated Theo. He thanked her and said that on this occasion, they could stop by the market and buy the necessary things. Zerath tensed up, thinking about the market. The market is a chain of shops in the area of mid-level merchants, where traveling merchants can demonstrate their skills as much as they want, starting with the auction house, where you can buy good items from farmers and craft shops on each floor at the best prices. Depending on how many different things they can acquire, earning maximum profit and minimum losses, the merchant's abilities develop. Zerath thought this place was like a battlefield. It tolerated no change. Everything here is on a completely different level. unlike the previous dirty shop. Theo, raising his hand, said that he needed something here. Zirath noticed the shop sign. She clarified, was it really a shop for various things? After a while, various things lay on the table. Theo said kitchen utensils and a set of needles and thread. How much would that cost? Zirath asked if he hadn't come here to buy popular items to sell on another floor. Theo replied that he had told her he was selling cherry tomatoes. Zirath put her hand to her forehead and thought that she had hoped to see his true abilities. The seller smiled and said that everything would cost 2.4 tower coins. Zirath was surprised and thought the pots were cheap. Even adding them to the rest of the items, the total would be less than 2 tower coins. This shopkeeper is lying, Theo. She was angry, imagining the shopkeeper with a sly smile yelling that he was overcharging. Theo confidently asked for a discount. Zirath was stunned and thought he had accepted it so easily. The same stupid method as before? The seller smiled and replied that he was already offering things at a generally available price. Zirath thought that back then, this was only possible because the materials were of poor quality. This place is completely different. The seller clarified that then he would sell them for 2.2 tower coins. He gives the buyer a discount because Theo made a good impression on him. Zirath looked at the seller's sly smile and thought it was an old technique. Offer a high price at the beginning. The technique involves tricking buyers into buying cheap goods at an inflated price, which then seems to be going down. The seller at this shop isn't that simple. Theo knocked on the table and asked for a further price reduction. The seller raised his hands and asked, didn't the buyer hear? He had already offered them a good price. The buyer wouldn't buy such things at that price anywhere else. Theo asked, is that so? He turned around and headed for the exit, asking Zirath to leave. Zirath asked, didn't he intend to negotiate anymore? Theo asked, did the seller say he wouldn't lower the price any further? The seller sighed in irritation and asked, why is the buyer so impatient? He was giving in and would sell them for 2 tower coins. The seller thought the buyer looked foolish, so he mistook him for a fool. Theo grinned and raised his paw, specifying that he needed 1.8 tower coins or he would leave. The merchant sternly agreed and asked to take the items for 1.8 tower coins. Theo happily thanked him. Zirath, watching in amazement, thought it was a technique for extracting a discount that didn't give anyone a chance. Sell it this way or he'd leave. An undeniable victory for the merchant they were trying to cheat. It had been an unequal fight from the start, a very good victory. She had received a special education from her family, but even she couldn't handle this so easily. Zirath would have ended it all with 2 tower coins. Then it would become clear how he'd earned 1,000 tower coins selling only tomatoes. Theo asked Zirath to leave. Zirath wondered if she hadn't just witnessed the birth of a new, historically brilliant merchant. Theo, smiling happily, thought he was very excited. As the protagonist had said, he'd asked for a discount 3 times today. In fact, only Theo insisted on a 3 times discount. After some time, the comrades were walking along the market street. Zirath bowed and said that it was time for her to go. Theo offered to eat before she left and clarified that he would treat her. Zirath smiled and, disagreeing, replied that she did not want to bother him even more. She thanked him and noted that she had learned a lot. He made her look at her own ignorance. Theo was surprised and asked what he had done. Zirath laughed and said that he was also modest. She asked him to be careful, because he might meet wolves next time. Theo looked at Zirath as she left. He noticed that she was a very strange fox. He should go back. Theo wants to hear praise from MC. After some time, they entered the building. Zirath was writing a letter with a pen. She, tired, lowered her head and exhaled. The assistant said the director wanted to schedule a meeting regarding the stolen items of the grid landowner. Should I tell the director that Zirath was busy with work? Zirath handed him the letter and, disagreeing, replied that she would visit the director soon. She stood up from her chair and clarified that it was a report on a traveling merchant who was under surveillance. Zirath asked that the document be sent to the manager of the trade passage and told him to remove this merchant from the list of those under surveillance. The assistant looked at the report and clarified, is this the traveling merchant? Is he really a genius at reducing prices? Zirath put on her hat and said that it had been a long time since she had met a real merchant. Meanwhile, in the forest, the protagonist put the leaf on the ground. He wiped the sweat from his face with his hand and said that Bay's mother was currently on patrol, so there shouldn't be any thieves here now. Today, they will plant corn and cherry tomatoes. Finally, you can feel the expansion of his plantings outside the cave, right? The MC noticed a rabbit holding a watering can. Seijin sat down and wondered if the water wasn't flowing. The rabbit squeaked sadly and the protagonist asked if the water in this watering can was supposed to be endless. Piak quickly ran toward the protagonist and squeaked. The rabbits began waving their paws. The MC asked if it was supposed to be endless. After a while, Seijin looked at the water in surprise. Numerous crayfish were swimming along the bottom of the pond. The protagonist screamed, "Are there really that many of them? Did they get in through the hole where the piranhas swim? What kind of ecosystem do they even have in that hole?" The MC delightedly presented the cooked crayfish and, wiping the drool from his mouth, exclaimed that this video had gotten a lot of likes on video sharing sites. It must be delicious. Seijin resolutely raised his fist and challenged the black rabbit to catch them. Payak squeaked sadly. The protagonist, drawing the blade from its sheath, noted that although they looked strange, they were very tasty. Everyone would definitely like them. More than anything, They couldn't afford to miss the opportunity to get new protein. The comrades got ready and began the hunt. MC bit his tongue and, standing in the water, raised his dagger. The crayfish was terrified and jumped out of the water. Seijin quickly chopped the crayfish with his dagger. The system window notified that the protagonist had defeated the crayfish. 30 experience points were earned. MC happily turned his head to the side and called out to the black rabbit. Piak resolutely jumped towards the crayfish. He struck his opponents with force. The rabbits collected the crayfish corpses in a cart. The rabbit calmly brought the sickle to the crayfish. He struck the crayfish's shell but was unable to break it. The rabbit looked sadly at wifey. The protagonist, holding the crayfish, said that since they have hard shells, they would be difficult to cut before cooking. MC wrapped the crayfish leaf and threw the cocoons containing the crayfish into the fire. Seijin, wiping the drool from his mouth with his finger, remarked that it smelled delicious. The salty smell of crustaceans filled the entire cave. He tensely opened the leaf and asked if they would check if the crayfish were cooked. MC looked excitedly at the cooked crayfish and exclaimed that it was red and very well cooked. The system window announced that these were fried crayfish. They were wrapped in onions and fried with corn and tomatoes. The fragrant smell of the crayfish soaked in seawater imparts a rich flavor to the dish. MC picked up the crayfish and said that this is how they should be eaten. The rabbits watched the process with interest. Seijin explained that they needed to break the crayfish's head off the body to make it easier to open. He broke the crayfish's shell and asked the rabbits to look at the meat. The smell was making their mouths water. MC smiled and handed the crayfish to the rabbit. The rabbits bit into a piece of meat with great relish and squealed. Seijin, chewing the meat, exclaimed that it was delicious. The dish was salty and didn't require any seasoning, not even sauce. The rabbit held out its shell and squealed. The protagonist noticed her and asked not to throw the shell away. He brought the meat to the liquid inside the shell and asked if the rabbit could see the organs inside its head. They dipped the meat in them. It was an amazingly delicious delicacy. MC closed his eyes in pleasure and said it was very juicy. How he missed soju. He held out the shell with the organs to the black rabbit and asked if Piak wanted to try it. Piak sniffed the liquid with disbelief. He calmly licked the liquid off his paw. Piak squeaked with great admiration. The protagonist smiled and clarified, "It's delicious for the black rabbit, right?" Piak quickly licked his paw and squeaked. MC said he'd give Piak more and told him to eat to his heart's content. Bei looked at them and growled. Seijun asked him to wait a bit and exclaimed that he would bring Bei some too. Otherwise, at this rate, Bei would fall here. After some time, Bei looked at the crayfish with great joy and growled. The protagonist calmly began to explain how to open crayfish. Bei quickly stuffed the whole crayfish into his mouth. MC asked, "Bei is delicious, right?" The bear growled happily, and Seijun remarked that he had heard that shells are very rich in vitamins. Sometime later, on the outskirts of the second floor of the tower in the skeleton village, the guy cut the skeleton with his sword. The opponents quickly began to run away. The skeleton stumbled and fell to his knees. He raised his hands in great fear. The guy struck the skeleton with lightning speed. The skeleton's head flew to the side and landed on the ground. Michael stepped on the skull, and it instantly broke into pieces. He smirked arrogantly and snorted. The guy greeted the vice chairman. Michael clarified that he saw that the conquest of land for the large farm was going well. The guy said that, as far as Michael could see, they had currently engaged all the mercenaries and captured more than half of the second-floor skeleton villages. Michael scratched his chin and clarified. The guy had said only half, hadn't he? The guy became frightened and apologized to the vice chairman. Michael inquired how much time was left. The guy replied that, given the vastness of the territory and the level of the new mercenaries, it looked like it would take a few more months. Michael calmly opened the system window and showed it to the guy. The assistant asked, "What was that?" Michael grinned and replied that they had cleared the debts of those who had brought in private organizations, piqued their interest in tickets, and encouraged them to sign lifetime contracts with them. They didn't need to leave the tower, so that should be enough, right? He would give him a week. As he left, Michael asked him to focus on preserving the farmland. The guy bowed and thanked his master. The employee said they were waiting for the vice chairman. The cherry tomatoes had just reached their peak growth. Michael wouldn't like to try them? The vice chairman smiled ominously and clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Finally!" He plucked a tomato from the bush. Michael looked at the tomato with interest and noticed that, as he thought, it wasn't a thing. He looked at the tomato and asked, "Is it time to try it?" Michael calmly put the tomato in his mouth. He slowly chewed the vegetable. Michael instantly grimaced at the unpleasant taste. He vomited everything he had eaten on the ground, and the employees asked, "What's wrong?" Michael raised his fist in rage and yelled, "What's going on here?" The employee asked, confused, "What happened?" Michael picked up the tomato and barked, "They're tasteless." The employee brought the tomato to her mouth and exclaimed, "That can't be." She was very surprised and clarified that they had added all the best quality nutrients. "But do they really have no taste at all?" The assistant, holding a tablet, explained that all the components of these vegetables were above the standard level. They are at the lowest level of suitability for sale. Michael irritably punched the tomato bush. He stepped on a tomato with his foot. Michael looked down in bewilderment and yelled, "Are there really no seeds in them?" Sometime later in the cave, the protagonist is sleeping peacefully on the grass. At the same time, Ox 3 stepped into the field. He lifted the grass with a sly smile. Ox 3 happily bit off a piece of leaf and noticed that it was fresh grass. A thief has entered the field again. Sometime later in the building, Michael sternly crossed his arms and said that reproduction through species is impossible. Is this really why? He remembered the past. 10 years ago, Michael entered the tower shortly before this happened. He was smart enough to enter the tower by accident. A young man's dream came true, as rich and spacious lands in the tower opened up before him. A heaven where the sun never sets, 24 hours a day. That's good quality soil. If Michael could just grow sprouts in the tower, dominating the food market would no longer be just a dream. By this point, he had reached a certain level and left the tower. He quickly went to the company to convince his father. Things were progressing slowly, and then the farming project in the tower was started. But problems arose out of nowhere. Michael fearfully put his hands to the ground and screamed, "Why hasn't a single sprout grown?" Even though he'd invested astonishing amounts of money in hundreds of different seedlings over the course of a year to create a better environment in the tower, why hasn't a single seed sprouted? On the news, the anchor said that research results have shown that awakened lose their reproductive capacity when they enter the tower, as a temporary side effect of their body's unexpected adaptation to mana. And most reproductive abilities are restored when awakened ones reach the 10th floor. The news couldn't help but shock. The loss of reproductive ability affected plants as well. It was impossible to level up plants taken from outside the tower. Michael needed to find another way. Then he decided to use plants created and grown inside the tower, because they were sold as edible sprouts and food just like on the ground. The merchant replied that he couldn't sell them because they were all monopolized by a greedy guy named Grid from the 55th floor. Michael had only just reached the 10th floor of the tower. He was spending a lot of money, and his father and the directors considered Michael an incompetent son. The spirit of youth, that was the only excuse he could come up with. Against the tower's high wall, his dream of a farming project in the tower died in agony. Michael emerged from his memories and clarified that he couldn't give up like that. He stood up from his chair and ordered his assistants to gather all their hunters on the 38th floor. The assistants were surprised, and Michael put the bag on the table. Michael sternly barked that he didn't care how much money they spent. They had to buy all the D-rank magic cherry tomatoes from that traveling cat merchant by any means necessary. If he didn't succeed with E-rank, he would try growing D-rank magic cherry tomatoes. Maybe the result would change if the tomatoes were of a higher rank. Michael, with a mad smile, crushed the tomato in his hand and shouted that he would definitely get to the cherry tomatoes. After some time, Theo was walking through the forest. He noticed some grass lying on the ground. Theo picked up a leaf and asked, "Aren't those the onion leaves that the protagonist grows?" He walked through the forest collecting onion leaves. Theo hit his head on something. Ox 3 looked at Theo. He was eating a leaf onion and asked, "Is this a traveling merchant?" Theo pointed his finger at him sternly and asked where Ox 3 got what he was eating. Ox 3 pointed to the side and replied that he picked them up from there. They were lying on the ground. Theo yelled angrily that this couldn't be. This is the herb that the protagonist treasures. It can't be just lying on the ground. They can use this herb for bowls and even make herbal ropes. Sometimes, this herb can even be used to wipe the body. And Ox 3 dared to steal this valuable herb. Ox 3 angrily slammed his fist on the ground and yelled, "Does the merchant really mean that such an honorable fighter like him stole something? One of those who live and die by honor. He is a minotaur warrior, accused of theft." Ox 3 can't hold back, even if a merchant insults a warrior. Theo resolutely exclaimed that he was telling the truth. He offered to go and ask Seijin personally. They would see who was right. Ox 3 calmly agreed and asked to be taken to the protagonist. Theo confidently raised his paw and ordered him to follow him. Ox 3 thought that that guy, Seijin, must have thrown away the grass. Otherwise, how could such delicious grass be lying on the ground? Ox 3 happily noted that the commander had precisely told him to find the place where this grass appears. The commander will praise him again. After some time, MC is sleeping on the grass. Theo called out to the protagonist. He jumped forcefully on MC's stomach and yelled that he was back. Theo angrily barked that there was no time to rest. The protagonist needs to go up. Seijin shook in pain and clenched his hand into a fist. He asked in confusion, "What happened?" Theo firmly placed his paw on his chest and replied that he had caught the thief. The protagonist, with Theo on his shoulder, climbed up on a rope. MC looked at the bull with great fear and called out to Theo. He asked, "Did your comrade catch this thief?" Theo agreed and ordered MC to quickly get up and scold the bull. He sternly picked up the leaf and asked Seijin to look at this. This black minotaur stole the grass. The protagonist looked at the leaf and asked, "Is this the onion they spread out on the field?" The Ox 3 exclaimed that he had only picked up what was lying on the ground. If MC hadn't thrown out the grass, would it have been lying on the ground like this? Seijin wondered. So this is one of those horned guys Bei's mom was talking about? They turned the field into a horror during the blue new moon and stole the corn leaves they had buried in the ground a few days ago. Looks like Theo caught him stealing some onion leaves today. Ox 3 raised his fist and yelled that he was an honorable warrior and couldn't possibly steal anything. Theo disagreed and shouted that they didn't throw them away. The protagonist scratched his chin and thought, a minotaur, so that means it's a cow? They can dig the ground too. Theo called out to MC and asked him to quickly tell that jerk whether Seijun threw the grass away or not. The protagonist replied that of course he didn't. This grass was very important to cover the field with to retain moisture. Ox 3 tensed up and exclaimed that it couldn't be, so he stole it. Ox 3 apologized for that. MC grinned maliciously and clarified, Ox 3 apologizes after the theft failed? He raised his hand and asked for 100 tower coins. Seijun should receive 100 tower coins as compensation for the damage to the field and for the stolen grass. The Minotaur said in fear, it can't be, that he stole it. He asked for forgiveness. He didn't even know. MC folded his arms across his chest and said, asking for forgiveness after he stole. It won't work, right? He stretched out his hand and demanded 100 tower gold. He's asking for 100 tower coins as compensation for the ruined field and the stolen grass. The Minotaur screamed loudly. What, 100 coins? Was this grass that expensive? He lowered his head and said that becoming a thief is scary. Seijun asked, does he understand now? Let him quickly pay 100 coins. Suddenly, Theo rushed at the Minotaur and shouted, Chairman, what should they do? This idiot is penniless. MC folded his arms across his chest and asked, what do you think? If he has no money, he should repay with his body. The Minotaur asked again, with his body? Theo asked, with his body. Seijun said, let him come here every day and work. He will give him 1 tower coin every day. That way he can pay off his debt. The Minotaur asked in surprise, do they want him to work here and pay off his debt? MC replied, he will give him food too. He likes onions, right? He will let him eat as much as he wants. He is not an evil employer. What will he say? Isn't that very good? The Minotaur interrupted him and shouted loudly, he agrees. He agrees if he can eat. MC smiled and asked, then the contract is concluded, right? He can start working from tomorrow. The Minotaur nodded his head and said, okay. They shook hands, and Theo looked at this in surprise and thought, if someone doesn't have money, he can pay with his body. As expected of the chairman, he learned a new lesson. Theo took out a piece of paper and said that he needs to write it down so he doesn't forget. MC and Theo waved after the Minotaur. Seijun said, Theo, this is great work. He caught the thief and even got an employee thanks to him. Theo asked again, did he do a good job? Really? He's great? MC folded his arms and replied, he's extending his merchant status for another month. Theo grabbed his leg and ordered him to give him more. MC screamed, he'll rip his pants. He ordered him to let go of him. The next day, Seijun went into the water and looked at the crayfish. He screamed loudly, Black Rabbit! He rushed towards the crustaceans and started hitting them. MC climbed out of the water and started cutting open the bodies of the crayfish the rabbit had already caught. He looked at the other rabbits who were helping him and said, great. He asked, is that enough? This should be enough to feed Bae and his mother. You did a great job, Black Rabbit. His skills are gradually improving. The Black Rabbit jumped onto a rock, after which his body was covered in mana. MC said in surprise, Black Rabbit, his body is glowing. At that moment, the hammer transformed and Seijun screamed. His hammer changed? He clapped his hands happily and asked, is this leveling up different from usual? Isn't it? Is this his second awakening? This is incredible. A black rabbit. He said that from now on, he will leave crayfish hunting completely to him. Suddenly, a bear approached them and growled loudly. MC looked at it and asked, what is it? He climbed to the surface and asked, Beh, what is his mother saying? Beh pointed his paw towards the stone and growled. Seijun looked towards it and screamed in fear. Is there a beehive there? When did that appear there? The queen bee flew out of the hive and buzzed happily, and MC fearfully put his hands in front of him and asked, she, the poisonous queen bee of the second generation who was born last time? She clung to him, and he laughed loudly. MC said, he's very glad to meet you. Where was she? He remembered her as her owner, but he was worried that he hadn't seen her. Suddenly, the queen bee waved her hand and called the other bees. Seijun spoke, which meant she had left to form her own group of bees. He was glad she was back safe and sound. At that moment, Bae growled, and MC asked him to greet her. She was the second-generation poisonous queen bee Elka, who had just been born. He needed to guard her home well. Then the queen would work hard to make the honey he loved so much. The bees flew up to Bae and started petting him, and he growled happily. Mother Bear came up to them and looked at what was happening with satisfaction. Suddenly, a loud moo was heard. The Minotaur said he had come to work. MC turned around and said, welcome. Before he could finish speaking, the bear suddenly became aggressive towards him. She growled loudly, and the Minotaur asked, Red Bear? He screamed. Horrible. He never thought he'd run into her. He clenched his fist, and MC asked Mommy Bear to wait, not to fight. The Minotaur asked to please listen, and at that moment the Mother Bear pushed Bae and MC aside. Theo climbed out of the cave and said, he heard a noise outside. What's going on, Chairman? He jumped on Seijun's shoulder and he asked Theo to try to stop them. He's not allowed to say a word. They'll get hurt if they start fighting. MC ran towards them again and shouted, Mommy Bae, Minotaur, make them both stop. No need to fight. Minotaur is here to work. He's not an enemy. The Mother Bear continued to growl, and Theo said, she wants him to go back to the cave. She says that she can't stand a Minotaur who has entered his territory. MC screamed, Minotaur, he said, as a warrior Minotaur he can't sacrifice his honor to avoid a fight. Bae growled, and Seijun asked, terrible. What should I do? Theo turned around and said, Chairman, he says he wants to do it again. Let him scold him quickly. The system window reported, the tower manager begging for a snack. MC screamed, Aileen, they're a little busy right now. The Minotaur and Bay's mom are fighting. The system window reported, the tower manager asking why the Minotaur is here. She asks him to resolve the conflict quickly, because she wants to eat right now. Sejin asked, if everything were that simple, would he be standing here? They obviously aren't listening to him at all. Beth tugged at MC's shirt and Theo said, Chairman, Beth says he's hungry. The Minotaur and the bear growled loudly, standing opposite each other. Theo, frightened, suggested to the chairman that they return to the cave. The system window reported that Aileen was asking him to resolve the conflict quickly. Theo was shouting that he was also hungry. The rabbits were squeaking loudly, and Bay was growling. Sejin seemed to be going crazy in this space. He frowned, and then couldn't hold back and yelled. If no one listened to him, he wouldn't give anyone food. The bear turned around in fear, and the Minotaur asked, won't he get food? Bet and the rabbits squealed loudly in fear, and Aileen burst into tears. Theo clung to Sejin and tearfully begged the chairman for forgiveness. Chairman, the MC ordered everyone to sit down, which the animals quickly did. Aileen also obediently sat down. Sejin put his hands on his hips and said, if they continue to quarrel like that, not only the field and the sprouts, but even those nearby will be injured. He exhaled and said, okay. First, they need to eat to resolve the misunderstanding between the two of them. And now the rabbits. They started squeaking questioningly, looking at him. MC clapped his hands and offered to eat. The food preparation began, and after a while, everything was ready. The Minotaur looked at this happily, and then sat down and thanked him for the food. MC told them to eat. The system window reported that the tower manager was thanking him. MC replied, here, bon appetit, Aileen. The Minotaur reached for the roasted corn and said, it's too delicious. The Minotaur and the bear reached for the plate at the same time and started getting angry again. MC cleared his throat and ordered them to listen to him while they eat. This is Bay's mother. She protects their fields and the cave together with Bay. He pointed his hand at the Minotaur and said, this, his name is. The Minotaur hit himself in the chest and said, he is a bull, he is a Minotaur warrior. Ox 3. Sejin said, yes, it is Ox 3. He will help them with the work in the field. The mother bear growled again, and MC asked, do they understand? They are not allowed to fight here. If they do, he will stop feeding them. The mother bear and Ox 3 thought, they won't be able to eat. They shook each other's paws. The negotiations were successful. Sejin happily said, great, great. Theo said, Chairman, the way they shake hands. Ox 3 asked, what kind of work will he do? MC asked again. He asks, what will he do? He petted Theo and asked, isn't it obvious? After a while, they reached a deserted area and Sejin said, just like he dug up the soil during the blue moon, he needs to dig up the soft soil underground every day before lunch. Ox 3 asked, is that all? And will he feed him too? MC replied, of course. He is a good employer. Ox 3 dove for the ground and started sniffing it, which left Sejin and Theo somewhat shocked. Ox 3 rushed forward and screamed loudly, raking the ground with his horns. He screamed, food! He needs to work hard! MC looked at what was happening and said, great, now they can easily dig the ground. He looked at the rabbits and suggested planting green onions. Of course, it's not that easy to go down into the cave and carry it back up. For some reason, he feels like he needs to increase his green onion yield. Increasing his onion yield isn't difficult. They just need to plant and trim the mature onions, leaving only the roots. After a while, the roots of the green onions will divide and grow from the trimmed portion. Then they just need to replant the divided roots. MC took it out of the ground and asked, did the roots grow well? The system window reported that he had created 200 peon of green onion fields. 200 experience points received. After a while, Sejin said in surprise, wow, the green onion plantation field is complete. Inside the tower, the green onions grow very quickly. From now on, the field will grow faster if they divide each sprout as these crops grow. Then they only need to solve one more problem. The rabbits looked into their watering cans, and MC said that the watering can has a limit on the amount of water, so it's impossible to water all the sprouts. So this will remain a problem for them even after the field grows. He looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked, is it glowing? A golden watering can appeared in his paws and Sejin screamed. The watering can had changed. Is this a second awakening like the black rabbits? He congratulates, hubby? It's just in time, isn't it? Is it because he's been using it up to his limit lately? What does he think? Has the amount of water increased? The rabbit showed his paw and squeaked. MC screamed, twice as much? Great. He suggested increasing the field. The rabbit squeaked happily. At that moment, the Minotaur sat on the throne and asked, Ox 3, why isn't he coming back? Today is the first day the baby rabbits left the cave. Sejin opened the bag and said, now kids, let them come out. This is Uncle Bear. The bear cubs sniffed the baby rabbits and began to lick them happily. The baby rabbits got scared and ran away, but then ran back towards Bear, climbing onto his belly. MC smiled and asked, Bay is looking after the kids well, right? Bay laughed happily, lying on the ground. Theo folded his paws and asked, Uncle? It's him, Uncle. He waved his paw and told the kids to go. Their uncle will take them on a tour outside the cave. He turned around and looked in surprise at the baby rabbits who continued to play with Bay. Theo burst into tears and screamed, kids, have they forgotten their uncle? MC said, kids grow up fast. Theo slammed his paw on the ground and screamed. After all he went through to raise them, Sejin picked him up and told him not to be sad. Let him sit here and eat some churro. Theo replied, Okay, MC said. Merchant Theo, isn't it time for him to go down to the lower floors and work on his sales? Theo replied. He wants to go down but he doesn't think he can. Sejin asked. Why? Theo replied. That's it. After a while, MC asked. What? A bunch of wolves were looking for that straw hat. Theo waved his paw and replied. Yes, that's why he can't go down. Where did all this trouble come from? MC looked at his hat and thought, why this hat? It's an artifact, and the effects are good, but it's an optional item for someone who isn't a farmer. Are there farmers on the other floors of the tower too? He put the hat back on his head and said, Theo, if that's the case, then there's no need to worry. He knows how to solve this problem. Theo asked in surprise. Solution? What solution? MC asked. Theo, he can hire mercenaries, right? Let him hire Ox 3 as a free mercenary. Theo clasped his paws and said, I see. That's a great idea. A free mercenary. A job that only those born in the tower, like Theo, can have. Through an agreement between the Free Mercenaries Association and the Traveling Traders Association, free mercenaries can use the Traveling Traders' passages by paying a certain amount. Depending on the Traveling Traders' rank, those who don't work for the association can also be hired as temporary mercenaries, thereby granting them the ability to use the Traveling Traders' passages. Sejin said he would also like to descend the tower as a free mercenary, but like Traveling Traders, only those born in the tower can become free mercenaries. Theo smiled and said, he remembered this well, but will Ox 3 agree to work as a free mercenary? He may look like one, but he's still a monster from the 99th floor. Sejin replied, there's a loophole. If Ox 3 agrees to protect him as a mercenary, they will give him 3 tower coins, which is 3 times his daily wage. Theo took off MC's hat and said, he's a genius, chairman. He has an incredible mind. He wouldn't have thought of that. MC put his hat back on his head and laughed. He said, no big deal. Theo could have figured it out too. He showed some cat food and asked, here, does he want some? Theo happily replied, yes please. Theo happily lay in Sejin's arms and thought, he'll remember this method and use it himself someday. After a while, Ox 3 was peeking out from behind a rock when suddenly a voice was heard from behind. Ox 3, where is he going? Ox 4 screamed. She was looking for him because she hadn't seen him for 3 days. Ox 3 cried out in fear, Ox 4, he's not going anywhere, let her go. Ox 4 spoke thoughtfully, his face was glowing. He's eating something, hiding it from them, isn't he? She started shaking him and screamed, let him take her there too. Ox 3 replied, no, it's a secret. Ox 4 screamed, she can tell by just one look. The commander is looking for him, she'll tell him everything. Ox 3 looked at her in surprise, then sighed and said, okay. Ox 4 screamed happily, and Ox 3 said, he will take her there, but she must be quiet. It's a secret. Ox 4 said, okay. After a while, MC widened his eyes in surprise, seeing minotaurs in front of him. He asked, what? He brought a friend? Ox 4 waved her hand and said, hi, she's Ox 4. Will he give her food if he digs the ground? Ox 3 asked, can he let his girlfriend work here too? If he doesn't, he'll be in trouble. Sejin answered thoughtfully, digging is not that important now, so he doesn't need to replenish the workers. He will let her work here. But can he ask for a favor? Ox 4 answered, of course. What favor? MC pointed and said, the important traveling merchant here, Theo, is currently under threat from wolves. Theo repeated, he's in trouble. Sejin said, if she agrees to protect Theo as a free mercenary, he will give her 3 tower coins, which is 3 times Ox 3's current daily salary. What will she say? Ox 4 said, she doesn't need it. MC asked again, why? She said she wanted to work. Ox 4 replied, you can't eat tower coins. MC and Theo looked at her in surprise, and then Sejun asked, then he will give her 3 meals a day. What will she say? There will also be snacks during the breaks. Ox 4 asked, really? Then she agrees. Ox 3 said, he does too. He wants to go too. MC folded his arms and thought, yes, they are obsessed with food. He said, okay, there's more to hope for with 2. He'll prepare some food so they can eat along the way. The minotaurs screamed, right? Ox 4 threw herself into Ox 3's arms and screamed, thank him so much for showing her this wonderful place. Ox 3 was a little embarrassed and said, Ox 4, he's glad she's with him. Theo asked in surprise, wow? After a while, he chopped up some green onions and said, how many? But will it be enough? Theo asked, chairman, will he need to take it all? MC asked again, will it fit? There's so much here. He thinks even the tomatoes won't fit after this. Theo opened his cloth and laughed lightly. He said not to worry. He threw the cloth on the green onions, after which it formed into a bag and began to absorb the onions. MC asked, can this fit more than usual, right? Theo showed his badge and said, yes, because he's a mid-level merchant now. When he became a traveling merchant, the capacity of his bag increased. Sejin asked again, a mid-level merchant? Come to think of it, the icon on his cloak changed a little. Theo said, he's so tactless, he only noticed now. MC pulled his cheeks and told him to get ready already. Theo, he has a gift he'd like to send to his family this time. He knows what to do, right? Theo turned around and said, he got it. He can rely on him. He waved his paw and said, see you then. Let him take care of himself. The minotaurs also waved, and Sejin said, Ox 3 and Ox 4, let them protect Theo well. He folded his arms across his chest and watched them go. He asked, they won't try to eat Theo when they finish all the green onions, right? The black rabbit looked at him, puzzled. Passage Village, the main residence of the Passage traveling merchant. Animals were walking down the street, and Elke said, Chief Elka. She brought a snack. He replied, well done. How much money do they have left? Elke replied, they're almost broke. Elka turned around and told Elko to take it. Elko replied, he wasn't in the mood. Chief Elka, How much longer do they have to hang around here? He was already tired of standing here all day and peering at passersby. He suggested they go back to the 85th floor. Elka got angry and asked, was he going to keep talking nonsense? And he didn't want to think about their pack members who were now dying of hunger on the 85th floor. If they don't complete this mission, they won't get their ration from greed. The survival of their pack is now in question. Elko burst into tears and asked for forgiveness. Don't be angry, Chief Elka. He was wrong. Elka grabbed his head and Elki handed him the food again and said to eat. Even if he has no appetite, this is precious food, bought with the money their pack collected for this task. He needs to eat to gain strength. And he, Chief Elka. He waved his paw and said, yes. Suddenly, he saw something and cautiously grabbed the railing. Elki asked, what is it, Chief Elka? He thought he found it. A cat. A traveling merchant. This time he was obliged to get information about the straw hat, no matter the cost. At any cost. Everyone around froze in surprise, looking at the minotaurs. The dog asked, is it them, right? Wow. He never would have thought that he would see black minotaurs. Another dog said that this was the first time he saw the monsters of the 99th floor. A traveling merchant who was able to hire black minotaurs as free mercenaries. He wondered how cool this merchant was. Theo coughed and asked, are they looking for him? The dogs looked down in surprise and asked, what's wrong with this traveling merchant cat? Theo replied, it's him. He is the traveling merchant Theo, the one who hired the minotaurs as free mercenaries. He laughed out loud and the dog asked, is he the employer? Theo? He heard this for the first time. Another dog said that there was no point in lying. Theo turned around and irritably ordered Ox 3 and Ox 4 to come here. Theo didn't see them and was very surprised. He asked fearfully, where did they go? At that moment, Ox 4 told Ox 3 to look at this interesting herb. Ox 3 said that it looked very tasty. Ox 4 asked, is he selling this? The chinchilla asked to spare him. Theo found them and shouted, Ox 3, Ox 4, there they are. He's been looking for them everywhere. Aren't they his mercenaries? They're supposed to protect him. What are they even doing here? Ox 3 apologized and said they couldn't resist because it was so interesting. Theo asked if this was their first time in the Village of Passages. Ox 3 replied, it was their first time. They had never gone beyond the 99th floor. But why are the passages called trading passages? Can't everyone in the tower use the passages? Not just traveling merchants? Theo replied, so he really doesn't know anything because he's a hillbilly from the 99th floor. He folded his paws, then climbed onto the boxes and said, this mid-ranking traveling merchant, Theo, will explain it to them out of the kindness of his heart. A long time ago, all the tower's approaches were stretched randomly, like branches, from the 1st to the 99th floor. However, because there were too many passages, all of them could be dangerous, and no one could predict which one would lead to danger. The first great traveling merchant created the Traveling Merchant Association and organized those passages, cutting off the paths to the dangerous passages and choosing safe ones. The Association of Free Mercenaries, which later became the main power of the tower, united with the Magic Tower. They all entered into an agreement. They provided the resources and assistance needed to regulate the management of the passages. And the passages are still managed by the Traveling Merchant Association. That's why the passages are called trading passages. Ox 4 said, that's amazing. How did he know so much about this? Theo laughed and replied, that's the basic knowledge of a mid-ranking traveling merchant? He thought for a moment. This is the first page of a beginner's guide to traveling merchants. It was a good book. He spoke as he said, all permanent residents of the tower can use the passages. But there are toll passages that only traveling merchants can use, something like shortcuts. Ox 3 asked, a toll gate? Theo answered, that's right. They can only use this toll gate because he's a traveling merchant. If they take the regular gate, they'll have to walk much longer. This gate village is the center of a branch line that connects these toll gates. They need to go to the 38th floor, so they use the toll gate until the 40th floor, and then they switch to the regular gate. Ox 3 said, what a complicated way. Theo answered, yeah, that's why first, he suggested everyone eat. The minotaurs cried out happily, yes! They followed Theo, and he said it was his favorite fish restaurant. Suddenly, Elka appeared above him, stretching out his clawed paws. Theo turned around and asked, do they guys like fish? He looked up in fear, seeing a wolf. Elka said, we got him, a traveling cat merchant. Theo hissed and said, a wolf, just like last time. Elka ordered to answer him, where did he get the straw hat? Ox 3 swung his fist and tried to hit the wolf, who quickly dodged. Elka looked at him and asked, a minotaur. Ox 3 asked displeasedly, who is he? Theo screamed, it's him, that bastard is chasing him. Ox 3 suggested to just get rid of him. The other wolves jumped onto the road and screamed, leader. Suddenly Ox 4 appeared in front of them, who struck the other wolves. Elka turned and cried out, Elko, Elkai. Ox 4 asked, so there were 2 more cute puppies here. Ox 3, let him protect Theo, she will deal with them. He answered, okay, Ox 4. Theo looked at him and asked, can Ox 4 handle it alone? Ox 3 asked, who did he take them for? They are monsters from the top floor, 99. Those dogs are no match for them, and Ox 4 is stronger than him. Theo looked at him in surprise and then shouted, oh 4, they can't be killed. She flexed her fists and said, she doesn't know if she can hold back. Elka ran up to the wolves and asked, Elko, Elki, are you guys okay? Elko replied, they're fine. Elki asked, what should they do, chief? Elka frowned and said, they can't retreat. They won't get another chance if they lose this cat merchant now. He ordered Elko and Elki to get ready. They will attack together. At that moment, The rabbits were cutting each other with a sickle and squealing. A rabbit's grooming skills with a sickle are incredible. MC clapped his hands and said, "It turned out so well." The rabbit squealed happily. Seijin covered himself with a blanket and said he was uncomfortable with his long hair because it covered his eyes. He just needs to shorten it. The sickle-wielding rabbit squeaked, and MC said he would trust him, the master. Bei growled and blew the rabbit away slightly. He sneezed loudly and made a bald spot on MC's head, causing everyone to widen their eyes in fear. Damn, they messed up? He'll gotta go bald. MC was smiling at that moment and wondering what he would look like. At that moment, Elka said, "They can't retreat now. They won't have a chance anymore if they let this merchant cat get away." He ordered Elko and Elki to get ready. They would attack together. They quickly ran towards Ox 4. She swung her fist when suddenly Elki appeared next to her. The wolves started biting her on different parts of her body, and Elka was about to bite her face. He grabbed her horn and sank his teeth into her neck. Elka thought, "Horror, what's going on here?" Her skin is so thick that his fangs can't even bite through it. Ox 4 asked, "Is he surprised?" Minotaur skin could never be bitten through so easily. She squeezed Elki's face with her hand, then grabbed his robe and threw him aside. Elko cried out in fear. "Elki!" At that moment, Ox 4 hit him with her knee, and Elka thought, "Horror!" She took out Elko and Elkai with one blow. He needs to sink his fangs deeper. He won't let go. Ox 4 grabbed him in an instant and slammed him to the ground. She held him with her hand and swung her fist. Elka thought, "No, the leader spoke some time ago." Elka, let him listen carefully. They are a pack of purebred silver wolves. When they die and become spirits, they turn into guardian spirits that protect their pack. They are much stronger than other packs, and they can improve their abilities, watch over prey, strengthening their defenses, and following the will of their ancestors. Their honor is the honor of their ancestors. They must behave correctly and live honestly, so as not to desecrate the honor of their ancestors who protect them. And one day they will get answers to all their questions. Elka cried out, "Yes, Grandpa, for the honor of their ancestors." Then, he should be ready to get his answer, right? After a while, little Elka saw a fish and looked at it greedily, and the wolves were arguing with each other. The wolf cried out, "Because of the long drought, they have nothing more to eat." Another wolf said, "The western packs are tearing and throwing. They are killing each other." After a while, there was a battle, and the old wolf carried Elka in his teeth. The wolf ordered them to run away. Elka cried out, "Grandpa!" After a while, Elka grew up and a cry was heard. "Chief, is it true that he went to work for greed? Isn't he ashamed in front of their ancestors? They are looking after them, and he works for this despicable swindler. Who started all this?" Elka clenched his jaw and said, "They have no other choice. They don't even know if they'll last until tomorrow. Now it's time for them to think about their children. For the sake of their children, he can even dishonor their honor and whatever it is at any moment. Ancestors, they will definitely understand him. Grandpa, he understands him, right?" Currently, he looked at Ox 4 and whispered, "All for the sake of the children." Theo pulled his ear and asked, "Did he really pass out?" Ox 4 asked, "Should she break his paws so he couldn't chase them anymore?" Theo asked fearfully. "Legs? They took a huge sin on their souls by hunting him. But this is too cruel. He offered to take them with him for now. Seijin will decide for himself." After a while, the rabbit with the sickle looked at the shiny scalp on MC's head and squeaked questioningly, and Bei answered him with a growl. MC fixed his hair and asked, "What's wrong, guys? Are they finished yet?" He threw off the blanket and screamed loudly. "What's that? Is there a bald spot there?" Seijin said that he can't see it. Queen Bee flew up to him and started looking closely. MC said that if he knew, he would have asked Theo to buy him a mirror. The rabbit squeaked guiltily, and Seijin started waving his arms and saying, "Everything's okay. Okay, hairdresser rabbit, no problem. And who will even see this? There's only one person here, and everyone else is monsters. If he uses a straw hat, no one will even see it." He laughed loudly and said, "It's okay, it's okay." The MC pulled his hat down further and sat away from everyone. At that moment, Wifey approached them and squeaked. The rabbit responded in kind. Wifey squeaked loudly, and Seijin said, "Wifey, he said it's okay." Wifey wrote loudly, tugging at his pants. She sat him down on the ground near a rock and covered him with a blanket. She picked up a pair of scissors and cut the air several times. At that moment, Aileen was reading a book and saying, "The plot here is unpredictable. It's interesting to read." Horror, is she out of cherry tomatoes already? As she got bigger, the amount of food she used to consume became too little for her. Even so, if she asked for more, he would obviously misunderstand her, just like last time. Aileen remembered the MC's words. "Is she a flying pig?" She activated the ball and said, "This won't do. She needs food." Park Sejin, "Let him come out." Park Sejin. Aileen looked at it in surprise and asked, "What is this?" The system window reported. The tower manager asks what happened. MC asked again, "Aileen, what happened?" She asks. The system window reported. She says that his appearance has changed somehow. MC took off his hat and said, "Is this?" His hair was too long, so Wifey cut it. What does she think? It's a little weird, right? Aileen's eyes widened in surprise when she saw this. MC asked again, "Aileen, why isn't she answering?" He asks what she thinks of his haircut. Aileen blushed slightly in embarrassment, looking at him. She screamed loudly, and Sejin said, "Aileen!" The system window reported that the tower manager doesn't want him to come closer. MC asked again, "Is something wrong?" The system window reported, "She says that it's nothing special. She says that she can't tear herself away." The tower manager asks if he can give her some crayfish that he gave her last time. Sejin asked what. As he thought, all for food. But he's afraid. she'll have to eat them more slowly for now. The crayfish population is slowly decreasing right now. Only 1 in 3 comes out to swim. And there are no piranhas in sight because of the decrease in crayfish. That's why he's been eating only vegetables lately, which is why he's a little hungry. It wouldn't be bad for her to exercise her body too. In return, he will give her this. He took out ears of corn from the basket and asked if she wants some tomatoes and corn in return. She must have run out of potatoes too, right? Here. The system window reported. The tower manager thanks him. She says that the new haircut suits him. MC became a little embarrassed and asked, "What's wrong with her, Eileen? So she knows how to give compliments, huh?" He stretched and said, "Okay, will they focus on work again?" At that moment, Eileen looked at the bucket of corn cobs and her paws were shaking. She grabbed her chest and asked why her heart was beating so hard. Is this another dragon heart anomaly? She shook her head and screamed. No. She was just surprised that Park Sejun suddenly changed his appearance. She will just eat. Aileen looked at the corn and remembered MC's words that it wouldn't hurt for her to exercise her body too. She went to the bookshelf and said, she was sure it was somewhere here. She found it. Park Sejun. She will make it especially for him. She held a great cooking book in her hands and said, "With all my love." After a while, Theo shouted, "People, he has come." The guys ran up to him and shouted, "Welcome, traveling merchant. How many cherry tomatoes did he bring today? Let him show them quickly. Many people really need them now." Theo asked why they were in such a hurry. Today he will be selling D-rank cherry tomatoes, and he will be giving away lots of 400 tomatoes, a total of 3,600. The guy shouted, "What? 3,600 tomatoes?" The bidding began. 400 for 120 tower coins, 400 for 160 tower coins, 400 for 200 tower coins. The deal was finished. Sold. After a while, Theo said, "So, 2,000 remain." The guy asked the traveling cat merchant to come closer. He said that he would buy the remaining magic cherry tomatoes for 1,600 tower coins. He turned around and asked, "No one is going to compete with him on the price, right?" Theo got him all the tomatoes and waving his paw said, "Sold. He will come again next time." The guy said, "There are no more cherry tomatoes left outside the tower, so they can't sell them." The girl asked, "How can a big company monopolize everything?" Dongsik looked around and said, "Ordinary hunters like them won't be able to buy this anymore." The guy grabbed his head and said, "Horror. He plans to buy some for a meeting with his future in-laws next month." Another guy asked, "When will he send out invitations?" Dongsik thought, but he knows Theo. He can make another deal with Park Sejun on the 40th floor through. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Everyone, let them look at the cherry tomato options." The creator, who was previously hidden, has appeared. The guy spoke, judging by the name. He is from Korea. The creator, the tower farmer, Park Sejun. Dongsik pushed the guard away and asked if he could take a look. He picked up one tomato and looked at the system window, which indicated that it was a magical cherry tomato. Cherry tomatoes. Grown in the tower, they are extremely nutritious and delicious. When consumed, they reduce fat by 20 grams and increase productivity by 0.2 of a point in 10 minutes. They give the body new strength. The effect can be stacked 10 times in 1 hour. The creator of this, the tower farmer, Park Sejun. Dongsik's eyes widened in surprise and wondered. Park Sejun was the tower farmer? The guy ordered the guard to return to the guild camp on the first floor and immediately find out who Park Sejun is. They must lure him to their side. He ordered hunters to be sent from the States to Korea right now. He laughed and said, "They have valuable information. He will receive praise from the vice president." He won a promotion. Dongsik thought, horror, at this rate he will lose valuable talent. But Mr. Park Sejun's family is in greater danger. For the rich people outside the tower, cherry tomatoes are more valuable than diamonds. If the creator is inside the tower, there's a high chance they'll bully his family or kidnap them for monopolization. Judging by Teo's words that day, Park Sejun never entered the tower because of the quest. Since he only gets information about what's happening outside the tower from Theo, he's probably unaware of this situation. Suddenly, Theo shouted, "Kim Dongsik, there he is!" Dongsik grabbed Theo and ran away. Theo asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Dongsik asked, "Theo, what's with this sudden revelation of the creator's identity? The name was unknown before, but why is everyone seeing it now?" Theo replied, "Because he became a mid-ranking traveling merchant. To protect aspiring merchants, the names of creators are hidden from others. But what's wrong?" Dongsik replied, "Now Park Sejun's family is in danger." Theo looked at him in surprise, and Dongsik said, he doesn't know about the situation inside the tower. But right now, everyone outside is going crazy over cherry tomatoes. Everything was fine all this time because the name of the tomato cultivator was hidden. But now that Mr. Park Sejun's name has become known, many will not think twice about doing bad things for the sake of monopolizing cherry tomatoes. Everyone will target Mr. Park Sejun's family. Theo asked, is it all because of him? Because he became a mid-ranking traveling merchant. What should they do? They are in big trouble. The chairman will scold him. Dongsik said, "No, Theo, there is no need to worry. He, Kim Dongsik, will protect the Park Sejun family, even if he has to put the honor of the Phoenix Guild on the line." Theo thanked him and said, then he needs to hurry and return to the lower floors of the tower. He has a favor to ask of him. He pulled out buckets of corn and carrots and said they were a gift from Master Park Sejun to his family. The terms were the same as before. 200 magical cherry tomatoes as payment. Dongsik asked in surprise. Carrots of agility and corn of endurance. Unbelievable. What if the world finds out? Theo asked. Is it dangerous? Dong-sik replied, no need to worry. Let him tell Park Sejun that he'll pass it on. Theo thanked him and, moving a little further away, waved his paw. Dong-sik looked around and said, as he thought, he needed to report this to the master. At the beginning of the passage on the 38th floor sat the minotaurs, and next to them were tied up wolves. Elka screamed, they stupid cows. Are they so stupid that their honor is so easily trampled? How can they work for such a low-ranking traveling merchant? Are they such idiots? They wait when they were told to wait and leave when they were told to leave. So the legends about the 99th floor were all lies. He laughed out loud, and Ox 4 asked if she should hit him on the head again. Ox 3 replied, he would die if she hit him. Suddenly, Theo ran up to them and screamed, Ox 3, it's urgent. They need to go up quickly. Ox 3 said, Theo, he came back so quickly. Urgently, what happened? Theo screamed, Mr. Sejun's family. He'll explain on the way. The minotaurs threw the wolves over their shoulders, and Elka ordered them to let him go. The terrible minotaurs. Ox 4 said that when they went up, she would need to eat again. Theo asked them to wait a bit. He would stay a bit longer at that street vendor. He approached the raccoon and asked how much it cost. The raccoon replied, it will cost 2 coins. Theo smiled and asked, can he give me a discount? The raccoon looked fearfully at the minotaurs who were standing behind Theo and began to sweat. After a while, Dong-sik stood in the office in a warm jacket, and steam came out of his mouth. Han Tae-jun spoke. Park Se-jun, 26 years old. Predictably, he got into the tower by disappearing, and he reached the 40th floor in a very short time. Current whereabouts unknown. He looked at the report and said that information was recently revealed that he is the creator of the magical cherry tomatoes sold by the traveling cat merchant Theo. The tower's farmer. How interesting. Dong-sik. Han Tae-jun, former master of the Phoenix Guild. Now he's a member of the Korea Rebellion Association. Dong-sik asked, Master, how's his body? Tae-jun asked again. He's asking if he's okay? He covered himself in flames and screamed. Does he think so? He's been hiding such incredible talent from him all this time. And he reached the 40th floor? He has to sit here in this refrigerator and watch everything from the sidelines. He still thinks he's okay? Dong-sik took off his hood and said, he's being reckless, master. Didn't he also reach the 52nd floor unofficially? Tae-jun screamed loudly. That's different. Let him tell him. Kim Dong-sik. What is he hiding from him? Dong-sik replied, no, he told him everything. The tower farmer's job is an unknown faction that never existed before. He sighed when he saw the master burn his report. Tae-jun sat down on the sofa and told him to forget about it. He's bored with him. Dong-sik looked at Tae-jun's hand and said, the fire curse is spreading. Tae-jun waved his hand and said, it just tickles a little. If it weren't for that thing, he would have fled to the tower a long time ago. So what brought him here? He didn't come to watch his master suffer, did he? Dong-sik replied. He came to request support from the Rebel Association to protect Park Se-jun's family. Since it became known that the cherry tomato producers from Korea, people from all over the world will now use any means to exert pressure. Tae-jun told him then not to worry about it. He had already founded a protection group as soon as he received the call, and let him take responsibility for it. Since he knows him, it will be much more convenient for him to run things. They can't allow such a valuable talent to be stolen by another country. They say that other countries have already made several attempts to reach his family, so he agreed. Dong-sik asked for forgiveness? Already? As expected of the master, thank him. He took out a small basket and said, Master, this is a gift for him. Tae-jun picked it up and asked in surprise, tomatoes? Dong-sik replied, these are magical cherry tomatoes grown by Park Se-jun. Theo gave them to him. Their characteristics may not be as strong, but they can help him. Tae-jun looked at it and asked, is this a magical cherry tomato? He tried it and laughed slightly, saying, it's delicious. After a while, the MC family looked at the buckets of vegetables in surprise. Mom asked, what are these? Sedal asked, corn, carrots, and cherry tomatoes. This is food from the tower, which has become very popular now. Cherry tomatoes help you lose weight. So there are also carrots and corn? Did his brother grow all of this? Dong-sik said, most likely. They don't know what's going on, but right now, many people are hunting him, so their whole family is in danger. The Korean Rebellion Association wants to protect them, so please let them quickly pack up and get ready to leave. Mom asked in fear. Leaving? Dad asked. Where will they go? They haven't even paid the mortgage on this house yet. Dong-sik said not to worry about it. They have prepared a house in Hanam. Sedal asked in surprise. In Hanam? Don't famous people live there? It's amazing. And who lives near them? Dong-sik answered, his family and him. Sedal got a little upset and said he was hoping that some girl idol group or something lived there. Dong-sik asked in surprise, Mr. Sedal, does he like girl groups? Maybe he knows LJSN? Sedal answered, of course. Every South Korean knows this group. He screamed in surprise. No way. Dong-sik took out his phone and showed a photo with Sarah. He said, this is his daughter, Sarah. She's one of the singers. If he is a fan, he would have invited him to their house. Sedal screamed loudly, what? The leader of the group and the main vocalist of the group. Sarah? The genius of all performing geniuses. She writes lyrics and performs with the band. She's even a genius at choosing images. On the album cover, she said her father was a hunter, but it turned out to be the group's leader, Kim Dong-sik. He bowed and called him Dad, asking to take him in. He loves him, Dad. Thank him. Dad asked why he calls him Dad. Mom sighed, and Dad asked, Darling, what's going on? She replied that she was worried about Se-jun. He says he'll become rich, make money in the tower, but who would have thought he'd become a farmer there? He works so hard. Does anyone even care about him? At that moment, Eileen was reading a book and speaking. She put in some magic mushrooms. hungry demon, 1,000-year-old freshness, if she just seasons it. A bright glow appeared from the cauldron and Aileen screamed with joy. It's finally ready. At this moment, MC was in the green onion plantation and was thinking about how he had collected green onion seeds 2 weeks ago. He said, "The green onions grown from flower seeds have grown well. Now it's time to harvest." MC planted them outside the cave, hoping to receive a notification. Sejun cut an onion stalk and said, "They'll take a look." The status window didn't appear. Is it because it's not a vegetable? The black rabbit squeaked, and MC asked again, "Really?" MC plucked the onion, and the system window reported that he had grown a purifying green onion. Because his harvesting skill was at level 4, he grew sprouts that had leveled up. His work skill had greatly increased. As a result of increasing his farming skill, his level 3 harvesting skill automatically increased by 5%. He received 36 experience points. Purifying green onions are green onions grown in the tower. They are highly nutritious and delicious. They purify poison of rank C+ or below for 1 hour after consumption. When consumed, the liver's detoxification function is activated for 24 hours. Sejun said happily. Finally, a notification. It definitely appears if he grows vegetables or seeds. He should have planted the seeds and grown the onions a long time ago. The black rabbit squeaked, and Sejun asked, "Detoxifying green onions? How does it taste?" The black rabbit bit into it and looked questioningly at MC. Sejun tried it himself and asked, "It's not much different from the usual one, right?" And he doesn't know anything about the detoxifying effect. It activates the liver. This can really help drinkers, right? The green onions grow quickly, so when he grows enough sprouts, he will sell everything. Suddenly, a white rabbit appeared, squeaked and waved its paw. MC asked, "Is it time to eat yet?" He walked to the lake and said, as he thought, "The number of piranhas and crayfish has decreased significantly. They don't appear, even if you lure them with blood. For now, they will have to give up meat." Suddenly, a system window appeared behind him, and he asked, "Aileen?" The system window reported that the tower manager said that she had prepared a gift for him in honor of his 200 days in the tower. Sejun smiled and asked, "What? It had already been 200 days since he entered the tower, and she had prepared a gift for him?" He was touched that she had done something for him. And what was this gift? The system window reported a new quest. He needed to give Aileen 1 magic cherry tomato. The reward was secret. MC gave her 1 cherry tomato, and the system window reported that the quest had been completed. The quest reward had been received. He received health-boosting soup from Aileen. A huge cauldron appeared in front of Sejun, and he cried out, "What is this?" MC looked at the contents of the cauldron and grimaced at what he saw. The system window reported, "Aileen's Health Enhancement Soup. This is the first ever dish prepared by the Great Black Dragon, Aileen Pratani. Its taste can't be guaranteed, but the effect is excellent. If he survives it, all stats increase by 3 points upon consumption. Upon consumption, poisoning occurs, causing C-rank paralysis. Upon consumption, it infects him with C-rank acid poison." Sejun asked again, "Is this a confirmed item? She really prepared this for him to eat, right?" The system window reported, "The tower manager says she's going to bed because she's tired, having expended too much effort preparing this dish." MC asked in surprise, how hard had she tried that she was tired and decided to sleep? At that moment, Aileen lay down on the pillows and laughed lightly. She said she prepared it with great love, so he has to eat it all. Then she wants to hear feedback when she wakes up, and she will kill him if he doesn't eat this. Sejun grabbed the system window and yelled irritably, "Aileen, Aileen." It disappeared and he asked, "Is anyone willing to eat this instead?" The rabbits scattered in different directions, and MC said, "Guys, don't abandon him, guys." Queen Bee looked at this with a slight gag reflex, and Aileen fell asleep peacefully. Sejun looked at the contents of the cauldron again, and the system window reported that upon consumption, all stats will increase by 3 points. Possible poisoning with C-rank paralyzing poison. Upon consumption, poisoning with C-rank acid poison occurs. MC folded his arms across his chest and said, if he eats this, all his stats will increase by 3 points. This is actually not a bad thing, but C-rank paralyzing and acid poisons are too risky. Suddenly, the black rabbit started squealing, attracting Sejun's attention. He cried out happily, "Right, they have onions that cleanse the body of C-rank poison, don't they? With this, he can survive. At least he won't die from the poison if he eats this." He suggested eating a lot. The system window reported that he ate the cleansing green onions. For 1 hour, his body will be protected from poisons of C+ rank or lower. MC said, "Great, preparations complete. How does this dish taste? It doesn't look much, but maybe it won't taste so bad." He extended the spoon to his mouth and thanked for the food. He spat out the contents and screamed loudly, splashing everyone near him. The queen bee began to shake herself off in displeasure, and the rabbit stamped his foot and squealed loudly. Sejun began to vomit on the ground and said, "It's so bad." The system window reported that he ate Aileen's healing soup. He was poisoned by a C-rank paralyzing poison. His body was cleansed. He was poisoned by a C-rank acidic poison. His body was cleansed. MC cried and said, "They say the worse the taste of medicine, the more beneficial it is. But this is the most disgusting thing he has ever tasted." He clenched his fist and said, "Aileen, what a pig. Did she really decide to kill him?" Sejun grabbed the cauldron and said, "He has to eat it all at once." The rabbits looked at him in fear, and he started eating it. He thought he could do it. He could already see the bottom. At the bottom, Sejun saw a blobfish and throwing it aside, screamed, "What's going on?" The cauldron fell into the lake and MC screamed, "Oh my god, he threw it away by accident." The system window reported that he ate all of Aileen's healing soup. All stats increased by 3 points. He killed the piranha and received 2 experience points. Sejin said, "Thank goodness he was able to eat all of this soup." The system window reported that he killed a crayfish and received 30 experience points. He screamed, "What?" The system window reported that he killed a giant electric eel and received 5,000 experience points. MC screamed, "A giant electric eel!" After a while, he looked at the water and said, "The whole pond is poisoned." The rabbit started jumping and squeaking, and Sejin asked for forgiveness. He was so surprised that he couldn't help himself. Now, they won't be able to eat anything from the pond at all. They can solve the drinking water problem with rabbit watering cans, but this pond worries him. A lot of piranhas and crayfish died from poisoning, and even a giant electric eel. This means that the ecosystem inside the pond was much larger. Recently, the number of piranhas and crayfish in the pond has decreased, so he was already worried about it. If he finds a way, they will be able to obtain various protein resources in the future. The black rabbit squeaked and swung its paws. Sejin asked, "Does he want to try swimming?" No, the water in the pond is still poisoned. And even if he eats the peeling onion, the hole in the pond is too small. What if something happens and he gets stuck in it? Because of that, he won't be able to return, and might even die. He understands his feelings, but he is too precious to him to send him to such a dangerous place. MC petted the black rabbit and suggested that they at least wait until the water in the pond dilutes to a certain state. "It's okay, guys. They still have the food they saved up, so they won't have any problems for a while. So there's no need to be sad." At that moment, at the teleportation location, at the King of the Minotaur's base, the king was sitting and asking, "Ox 3, why hasn't he returned yet? Has he forgotten his orders?" Ox 4, who went to look for Ox 3, hasn't returned yet either, right? Ox 1 replied, "Yes, the King of the Minotaurs, she hasn't arrived yet." Could these two have wandered into the red fur zone or the poison bee zone in search of tasty grass and gotten into danger? Into the place of those terrible creatures? He heard that not even their bodies would be left if they went there. The Minotaur King said that for Ox 3 it was possible, but for Ox 4, no. She's not the kind of fighter to give up so easily. This worries him. Bull number 1. Have him gather everyone up to bull number 100 with him near the teleportation point. He will take his place for the time being. Apparently, he needs to find these two himself. At that moment, MC collected the onion and exhaled, said, "How many? This should be enough to feed 100 minotaurs to their fill, right?" Bed jumped on the mountain of onions and growled joyfully. Sejin asked, "Does Be like it? The grass is soft and feels like a bed, right?" He said to take some before bed and share with Mom. At that moment, the system window reported that the wish for a good harvest of level 1 was activated. He asked, "A wish for a good harvest?" The system window reported, 70 Pyong of the green onion field have received the blessing of a good harvest. The harvest level has been increased by 50% until next week. He looked at the onions and said in surprise, "They started growing faster, but now they grow in a matter of seconds with the effect of a good harvest. Now he will get 3 times the harvest instead of 2, right?" Because of Aileen's soup, his stats increased by 3. So growing has become much easier. He can help him, right? The rabbit squealed happily, and a system window appeared in front of MC. The tower manager asks if he ate her soup. Sejin cried out, "Aileen, of course he ate it. Thanks to her, he even leveled up." The system window reported, "The tower manager wants to know what it tasted like." MC asked again, "Taste?" He laughed and asked, "Taste then." Well, the system window reported, "The tower manager is upset and asks if it really wasn't that tasty." Sejin screamed, "It was delicious. Really? That's why he ate it all. Or should he say the taste was to die for?" He laughed, and the system window reported that the tower manager picked up her pot, saying that she would make another serving if he liked it so much. MC screamed, "What? No, but Aileen." The tower manager asks what happened. Sejin wondered, "It's just that she said that she used up all her energy because she tried so hard to make the soup, right? He shouldn't go that far for him. He likes chatting with her like this, so there's no need to waste all your energy because of him. He will do the cooking. He likes feeding Aileen delicious things, so she doesn't have to try so hard to cook anything anymore, okay?" He put his hands together and thought, "Please," Aileen asked shyly. "What, does he care about her that much?" She laughed slightly out of embarrassment and said, "Seriously, Park Sejin, how proud she is of this tower farmer." The system window reported that the tower manager agrees. Sejin shouted, "Thank you so much, Aileen." He exhaled and thought, what a relief. The system window reported that the tower manager is asking what's on the menu for lunch today. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, and MC looked around in fear and asked, What's going on?" The king of the Minotaurs walked across the onion field, holding his axe in his hands. MC asked in fear, "Another Minotaur?" The king mooed loudly, rushing towards him. MC covered his ears from the loud sound, and everyone else closed their eyes. He asked, "Is this another Minotaur, but it's different from Ox 3 and Ox 4? The system window reported, "The tower manager reports that the king of the Minotaurs is the boss of the 99th floor." Sejin screamed, "The king of the Minotaurs, the boss of the 99th floor?" The system window reported that the tower manager says that the boss of the 99th floor is one of the monsters protecting the passage. Therefore, he usually cannot leave the passage area. MC thought, he is the one who protects the passage, and who can let him out of the tower? So the king of the Minotaurs, this is the monster he must defeat, according to Bei's mother? He asked, "But why did he suddenly come here?" The system window reported that the tower manager has no idea. she will talk to him. The rule says that the boss of the 99th floor is not allowed to leave the passage area. This is definitely written in the book about the tower that her grandfather gave her, right? She's using the tower manager rights, summoning the boss of the 99th floor, the king of the minotaurs. The system window reported that it is impossible to use the tower manager rights. Aileen screamed, "What is wrong? The status window is not responding to her request? Why? Aren't the tower manager rights unquestionable?" The system window reported that the tower manager said that the dialogue could not be conducted. She did not know what to do. Seijin asked again, "What then?" She means that there is simply no way to stop this terrifying monster coming their way. The mother bear rose to her paws and growled loudly. MC screamed, "No, he's at a level that Mom Bay cannot handle. He is the boss of the 99th floor." The Minotaur King pushed off the ground and swung his huge axe. MC pressed himself against Bay and screamed, "They are finished." At that moment, Aileen fearfully grabbed the ball and screamed, "No, Park Seijin." The Minotaur's axe crashed into the ground and MC looked at it. The Minotaur fell to his knees and began quickly eating onions. He moaned joyfully and Seijin asked, "Isn't he an ordinary bull? A huge bull that likes green onions?" The Minotaur King grabbed a pile of onions and, grabbing an axe with his teeth, screamed. MC screamed, "He's running away with the onion. What was he even doing here?" The system window reported. Aileen said, "He must be returning to the passage." MC fell to the ground and said, "He was so nervous that his legs almost gave out." Everyone was really scared, huh? Mom Bay, thank her for trying to protect them. She growled happily in response, and MC said, "But the field." He went to collect the remains of the onions with his assistants and said, "Oh my god, it's such a mess here." He ate a lot. The system window reported. The manager said she was glad to see that the tower farmer survived, but she was sorry that the field ended up damaged. Seijin thanked Aileen and asked her not to worry. In fact, he was even glad. He had to meet the boss of the 99th floor, the Minotaur King anyway. He came here himself. The system window reported that the tower manager was asking what he meant. MC laughed and asked, "The Black Minotaur tribe puts a warrior's honor first, right? Besides, it was the Minotaur King." Aileen asked not to say what. Seijin interrupted him and said, "He destroyed his field, ate it, and then ran away. And how much should he pay him for this?" After a while, he cooked for him and offered to quickly eat and remake the field that the Minotaur King destroyed yesterday. The rabbit started jumping and squeaking loudly. MC sat down next to them and said, "They complained too much about the lack of meat. They decided to help Mom and Dad, as well as the field. Come on, let them sit down normally and eat." He turned around and pointed his finger, ordering everyone to look. Even Bay was sitting quietly and eating without saying a word. When the blue moon appears, they will become adults. Don't they want to grow up? That's it. Now they're doing well. This is what makes them cool white rabbits. And their Be is well behaved, not even picky. Seijin petted Be, who growled happily in response. By the way, why hasn't he grown any more lately? By now, he should have gotten bigger, according to his calculations. Be fell on his back, exposing his belly. MC continued to scratch him and said, "He's eating enough. Maybe something hurts." Suddenly a loud cry was heard. The chairman, Theo, waved his hand and said, "He's back." MC asked, "Theo, hello?" Ox 3. Ox 4. "Who's hanging on their shoulders?" Ox 3 answered, "They are from the Silver Wolf tribe." MC asked again, "Silver wolves? Wolves?" Theo jumped on Seijun's shoulder and said they were hunting him. Ox 4 gave them a good slaughter. He didn't know what to do with them, so he brought them here so he could make a decision himself. MC said, "First they will listen to why they were hunting him, Theo. Are they sleeping?" Ox 4 stretched her arms again and said, "On the way here they were too noisy, so she hit them good." Seijun asked, "They will wake up, right?" Theo looked around and asked what happened to the field. MC answered, "The king of the Minotaurs came and went." The bulls screamed loudly, "Commander?" Ox 3 asked fearfully, "How did he know where they were?" Ox 4 said, "They are finished." MC cleared his throat and suggested we talk about the details later. "They worked hard on this trip, right?" He offered to eat. They were just about to. The bulls shouted joyfully, "Food!" They rushed forward and shouted, "Food, food!" Ox 4 screamed, "She wants corn!" Theo said, "Chairman, he needs to tell him something important." MC asked again, "What's wrong? What happened?" Theo said, "To be honest, on the 38th floor." At that moment, one of the wolves woke up and reached for MC's hat. Be saw it and tried to strike, but the wolf quickly jumped back. MC asked, "Be?" Elka stopped and said, "This cub." Theo said in fear, "Chairman, his hat is gone." MC was scared, and at that moment, another wolf rushed forward. Elka thanked them for the straw hat. Seijun cried out in fear, "It's his straw hat." Theo said, "Those idiots pretended to pass out to take the straw hat." Elka grabbed the hat with his teeth and ordered Elki and Elko to leave. Suddenly, a she-bear appeared in front of them, which instilled fear in the wolves. She slammed her paw on the ground and opened her toothy mouth. Elko threw down the hat and said that he surrenders. "It's better to surrender." MC took his hat and said, "Great." It didn't wrinkle. Then, Ox 4 clenched her fist and said, "It's time to break their paws." The she-bear growled loudly. Theo said, "Chairman, Be says they should eat these wolves." MC asked again, "What?" He patted Be on the head and said, "Be, no. Here, he wants some honey? The second poisonous queen bee, he relies on her. And they, guys, let him stop being angry. Let them sit down here." Everyone sat down on the grass, and Elka asked why those minotaurs and crimson bears, who have incredible strength, obey that man. Elki answered, "Chief, that traveling merchant, The cat definitely called him chairman. Isn't that some nickname that is only used on the 99th floor? Elko said. Black dragon. He's a black dragon. Moreover, not all the monsters of the 99th floor can obey him. The great black dragon really does exist. Elko covered his eyes with his paws and said, Chairman, this is how they address the black dragon. Elko thought, the great black dragon that rules over the 99th floor, could it really be that puny-looking guy? He ordered not to tell him what confused them. Clearly, this is all. This is the black dragon's trap. He is sure that this is the answer from their ancestors that grandfather spoke of. This is their chance. MC turned to them and asked why they were chasing after Theo and the straw hat. Elka bowed and shouted, they begged for forgiveness, the great black dragon. They, lesser creatures, knew nothing and treated him with disrespect. They had no idea that the traveling cat merchant was his subordinate. MC cried out in surprise. What? The great black dragon? At this moment, Aileen asked, what? She laughed out loud, watching what was happening through her ball. She asked, how cute isn't it? The system window reported, the tower manager says that she will forgive him for pretending to be a black dragon. A new task. He needs to show the Silver Wolf tribe the power of the great black dragon. The reward is Aileen's joy. If he refuses, Aileen will be disappointed. The tower manager is rooting for him to show all the fury of the great black dragon instead of her. She says that she will help him. Sejun's eyes widened in surprise and thought, instead of her? Just don't say that Aileen is a black dragon and not a chubby pig. He laughed and thought, right, her name is the tower manager. He knew it was weird. Theo asked, Chairman, what is it? MC thought, Aileen wants this, so he should be happy to do it for her, right? He laughed and said, a black dragon, they say. So he was exposed. He thought they wouldn't recognize him in this guise. Right, he's the great black dragon. How dare they encroach on his property and scare his subordinates? He can't forgive them. Aileen screamed loudly, what is he doing? Ox 3 asked, is this true? Theo asked, Chairman Park, what is he doing? Is he scaring them? MC took out a cat treat and said, his favorite subordinate Theo, doesn't he want to receive the mercy of the great black dragon? Theo jumped from his shoulder to the ground and screamed, Chairman Park, he is the great black dragon. He is the black dragon's subordinate. Let everyone bow before the dragon. Elka said, they're really apologizing, great black dragon. He committed a terrible sin, and it's unforgivable. Even if he, Elka, the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe, put his life on the line, but he hoped that he would forgive them fallen creatures this time. MC waved his hand and said that he would give them a special chance to atone for their sins. Elka asked in surprise, really? Sejun extended his hand and said, 10,000 tower gold coins. 10,000 tower gold coins. That's the price of their Teo's life. He will forgive them if they pay him that amount. Elka screamed in fear. 10,000 tower gold coins? Theo cried out, Chairman Park, is his life really that valuable? MC replied, of course. He's Teo's traveling merchant, responsible for selling their farm produce. Moreover, Theo, a contract. Theo reached into his bag and said, okay, Elka spoke. Dear great black dragon, they don't have that much money. Theo threw down the land contract and shouted, if not, then let them pay with their bodies. Elka asked again, with their bodies? Theo replied, that's right. Let him repay with work here. Elki said, Chief. Then, the contract with greed. Elka frowned and bowed, asking the great black dragon's forgiveness. He didn't think it was within their power. MC asked, puzzled, what? The system window reported that the tower manager said she wouldn't forgive them for daring to refuse the black dragon. Sejun sat down and asked, there is a reason, right? Can they name it? Elka replied, the 85th floor, where their tribe is located, is currently experiencing food shortages due to the prolonged drought. So, strong guys like them became mercenaries and were hired by the great lord of the land, Greed, who pays them with a small amount of food delivered to the 85th floor. The payment for what they get for greed this time will come from the stolen straw hat. Now that they know it belongs to the great black dragon, they will have to fail the task. Then, the food provided to the 85th floor will stop coming. And while they work for the great black dragon, the young wolves of their tribe will suffer from hunger. So please let him have mercy on them and allow us to repay with their lives, dear great black dragon. MC asked what his name is. Elka replied, he is Elka, dear great black dragon. Sejun asked, Elka, what does he think this place is? Elka replied, he grows food here. He widened his eyes in surprise, and MC said he will add a condition to the contract. For their entire tribe, they will have to pay 10,000 tower coins, and in exchange, during the period of work here, he will provide them with food for the entire tribe. What does he think? Elko shouted, Chief, then they won't have to listen to that terrible piglet. Elki shouted, hooray, they will survive. Elka bowed and thanked him. Dear great black dragon, thank him so much. They will try their best. Elka burst into tears and repeated, thank you. MC looked at the bulls, and Aileen happily watched what was happening from the tower. The system window reported, the task is completed. The tower manager is glad that he acted like a black dragon and answered on her behalf. Elka signed the contract and Sejun said, excellent. As the contract says, traveling merchant. Theo will keep an eye on them, and they guys will be his subordinates. Theo happily said, now they guys will have to obey him well. He ordered to say hello. These are Ox 3 and Ox 4. These are their elders, so they need to treat them with respect. Workers. Elka bowed and said, they are very sorry. They are counting on him. MC thought, the great landowner of greed then. Maybe he is incredibly important in the tower. In the future, other threats may come. They need to make sure that the wolves protect Theo at any time when he goes down the tower. Then Ox 3 and Ox 4 will be able to dig the field without problems. Theo approached MC and distracted him from his thoughts. He said, Chairman, he is hungry. He asked to give him some fish so that he can eat it with the wolves. MC sighed and said, Theo, really? After a while, a loud scream was heard. Theo was lying on the ground and screaming, no fish at all? Chairman, he is an idiot. MC turned around and asked, is he still whining? He's trying to do everything he can right now. Theo replied, he won't work if he doesn't get a fish. Seijin replied, okay. He looked towards the rabbit and said, okay, the poison has already been diluted a lot with regular water, right? Is it ready, Black Rabbit? The Black Rabbit squeaked back at him, and MC suggested they try out their new hunting ground. The Black Rabbit swung his hammer and hit the rocks. MC said, great, Black Rabbit. The passage has gotten much bigger, hasn't it? You should be able to swim through there now. The rabbit went into the water and squeaked, and Seijin asked what he thought. The Black Rabbit covered his eyes with his paws and squeaked, shaking his head. MC asked, is it too dark in there? The Black Rabbit squeaked approvingly, and Seijin said, even after making a hole, they need light. Theo, he has a thing that helps him see in the dark, right? Something like a flashlight. Theo was playing with the rabbits at that moment. He looked in his direction, then grabbed his bag and said, he can't have something like that. But still, there is something glowing in his bag. He will try to find it. All of this is the tower coins he got for selling tomatoes. This is the thing he bought on the way here. MC saw the pendant and asked, is this it? The system window reported, it's a necklace with a scratched gemstone. No usage limit. Manufacturer unknown. Seijin asked, a necklace with a scratched gemstone? Aileen, could she please appraise this thing, like she did with the straw hat? He tossed it, after which the system window reported, the tower manager tells them to rely on her. She says that this thing is perfect for this situation. MC asked, really? He took out a plate of tomatoes, after which the system window reported that he completed the task. As a reward for completing the task, he received an appraised necklace of light. Seijin said happily, wow, now that it's been appraised, it looks completely different. The system window reported, necklace of light, it's an amber stone enchanted with light magic. Usage limit above level 5 and at least 3 mana points. Manufacturer, Mage Horan from the Green Tower. This one's rank is C, light skill is level 1. MC inquired, does it illuminate the area around whoever wears it? The Black Rabbit squeaked, and Seijin shouted, with this they will be able to see the surroundings inside the pond. Theo asked, will it help? Then can he get an extension from the cat merchant for this? MC took his paws and said, as expected from his golden paws, he will be his merchant forever. He gets the fish, he gets the coins. Theo asked, what does he mean? Seijin picked it up and said, from today on, Theo, he officially appoints him as a merchant, responsible for selling products. He's been working hard all this time. Merchant Theo. Theo asked happily, is that true? Then he will always be a Theo merchant from now on? He laughed out loud and said, he is officially a Theo merchant now. Seijin said, as a congratulation for his promotion, he would also allow him to be president today. Theo cried out, he is so happy. Then President Theo orders to use this necklace and bring a lot of fish. MC replied, yes sir. He suggested that the Black Rabbit try it again. They will get their protein. The Black Rabbit started to squeak, and MC put the necklace on himself. Seijin said, it glows so beautifully. He started to take it off and said, it says here, the higher the user's level, the brighter the stone glows. Will they try it on him, Black Rabbit? He squeaked back at him. He hung the necklace on the rabbit, after which a bright light illuminated everything around. MC said, it's just that his mana is lower than the Black Rabbit's mana. Great. He won't have a problem in the dark. Now, he should eat some anti-poison green onions, and he definitely needs to hold on to this lifeline. If he can't breathe or something dangerous happens, have him pull the rope twice immediately. After that, he'll quickly pull it out. Have him take the dagger and the bag too, since it will be difficult to use the hammer underwater. Well, good luck. The rabbit jumped into the water and squeaked. The Black Rabbit dived under the water and began to swim through the tunnel. Suddenly, he saw a bright light and swam into an underwater space where there were many huge fish. A large whale swam above the rabbit, and he saw smaller sea creatures. The Black Rabbit remembered the cauldron falling into the water and grabbed the dagger. He attacked the fish, cutting its body. A bright glow emerged from the deep cut, which attracted the rabbit. The system window reported that this was inside an electric eel. He imagined Seijin hugging him and shouting that the Black Rabbit was the best. He tied the rope around the eel's body and turned around, seeing the shark's huge mouth in front of him. The shark grabbed the eel's body, and the rabbit stretched its paws forward in fear. It began to sink and yanked the rope with its last strength. MC felt it and shouted, call. He turned around and ordered everyone to pull. The rabbit squealed, and Seijin yanked hard. He pulled out the Black Rabbit and grabbed it in his arms in fear. He started shaking it and asked it to wake up. Black Rabbit! He put it on the rock and screamed. Black Rabbit, let it wake up. Theo asked fearfully, what are they going to do? MC screamed. Horror! He asked Queen Bee to hold his hat. He stretched his lips to the rabbit and thought, mouth-to-mouth breathing. Suddenly, the black rabbit opened its eyes and spat water in Sejun's face. Theo screamed joyfully. The black rabbit woke up. The other rabbit started squealing happily and hugging it. MC had a gag reflex after the water hit his face. He happily said, "Black rabbit, it's okay." The black rabbit pointed its finger at him and squeaked discontentedly. Sejun frowned and said, "Stop whining." Aileen was watching what was happening through the ball at that moment and smiling. MC said, "He also almost sacrificed his first kiss to save him. Does he know?" He put the hat on his head and said, "In any case, he was glad that he survived." But why is the water so salty? The system window reported that it seemed like the black rabbit was in the dimensional ocean. Sejun asked again, "The dimensional ocean?" Irene said that the dimensional ocean is somewhere between the floors of the tower. Because there are a lot of dangerous and scary monsters in it, it is better to navigate only by the passages to safely get to the floor. But sometimes, water holes appear in the passages that lead to the dimensional ocean, like a hole in a pond. Various underwater monsters live in this ocean, and among them there are also many tasty ones. Sejun said, "Crayfish then." That's not surprising. He also wondered why ocean creatures appeared in a freshwater pond. Black rabbit, were there edible fish inside? The rabbit opened the bag and took out an orange sphere. The system window reported that these were the entrails of a giant electric eel. He received the entrails of a giant electric eel. MC looked at it in surprise and asked, "The entrails of a giant electric eel?" The system window reported, "These are the entrails of a giant electric eel that lived for 1,000 years. They glow with electrical power. When consumed, it allows the user to learn rain and thunder skills. Usage limit, more than 10 mana points. Rank A." Sejun shouted, "Did he find an electric eel?" The black rabbit squealed happily in response, and Theo asked, "Is this a tasty fish?" The black rabbit grabbed the rope and started to pull, when suddenly a fish head appeared from the water. MC shouted, "Is this a fish head?" Suddenly, crayfish and piranhas appeared from a crevice, and Sejun happily said, "There are a bunch of piranhas and crayfish swimming in the pond." No way. Were they all swimming after the eel's head? MC grabbed the black rabbit and shouted happily, "Meat, their protein." He's a good boy, Black Rabbit. "Guys, they need to start a fire. They're having a meat party today." The rabbit squealed happily, and Theo said, "Great." After a while, the soup was boiling in the pot. The MC asked, "What? Is his family in danger?" Theo answered as he said, "Kim Dong-sik said that he would protect his family." Sejun grabbed his head and said, "It's terrible. His cherry tomatoes have become so popular on Earth that it's hard to imagine. Who would have thought that his family would be in danger because of this?" Mom, Dad, said all. "Will they be okay?" "Okay. Next time he goes down to the lower floors, please let him find out how he is going to protect his family and get more information." Theo replied. He understood. The MC looked away and said, "That guy, Kim Dong-sik from the Phoenix Guild. He is grateful to him, so he should thank him." Theo said, "It seems Kim Dong-sik likes cherry tomatoes." Sejun asked again, "Is that so? That's wonderful. He'll give him more of this." Theo climbed into MC's arms and told him to give him a churra. MC replied, "Okay. Then he'll give him 2 for today." A sphere rolled out of his pocket, and Theo said it was the bead the black rabbit got. Sejun replied that he was fishing and completely forgot about it. It was called eel entrails. If he eats it, he can learn a new skill. Theo asked again, "A skill? What kind?" "It smells delicious." Sejun asked, "Like rain and thunder?" "It's probably an electric skill." Theo screamed, "Like static electricity?" He doesn't like it. It will make his fur stand on end, and his whole hairstyle will disappear. MC laughed and said, "But he likes it." After he got to the tower, he only learned farming skills, but now he can learn something new. He laughed loudly and asked, "Now he'll finally look like a traveler, right?" Theo asked again, "A traveler? He rarely even leaves the cave. But he's not going to eat it now, is he? If he can get a new skill, wouldn't it be better to eat it right away?" MC replied, "He can't eat it now." Theo asked in surprise, "Why?" He said sadly, "He doesn't have enough mana." The system window reported, "Tower Farmer, Park Sejun, mana amount 8 points. Giant electric eel entrails, usage limit more than 10 mana points." Theo pointed his paw at him and laughed loudly. He screamed, "Sejun doesn't have enough mana. How weak he is." He fell to the ground and continued laughing loudly at him. MC asked discontentedly, "And how much mana does he have?" Theo turned away and replied, "He won't tell." MC extended his hands towards him, after which a bright glow occurred. Sejun slammed his fists on the ground and said, "Damn it, everyone has more mana than him." Theo coughed and said that from now on, he will protect the chairman. Bae growled joyfully, and MC asked, "Does Bae want to upset him too? He can't eat that." At that moment, the bulls and wolves were eating. Elka said, "Thank you, rabbit with a cart." The rabbit squeaked happily in response. Sejun asked, "Did everyone like the food?" Elka bowed and said, "Great Black Dragon." MC waved his hands and said, "It's okay. Let them enjoy their meal." Elka said, "Great Black Dragon. He shared such valuable food with them. His favor knows no bounds." Elki said the food was delicious. MC asked, "What's wrong with Elka's face? He's probably worried about the pack members on the 85th floor, right?" Elka apologized and spoke as expected. "Nothing can be hidden from the Great Black Dragon." MC asked him not to worry too much. He will be able to see his pack members soon. The blue moon will come in a few days, so he will have to return to the 85th floor, right? If they help with the work, he will give them a lot of fish for their brethren. Elka bowed again and shouted, "Thank you, great black dragon." Sejin and Theo exchanged glances. MC said, "Then, they need to plant and grow what has not yet been planted. Theo, he leaves this work to him." Theo asked him to rely on him. He jumped off his shoulder and said, "Let them follow him, wolf workers." Elka cried out, "Yes." MC approached the bulls and said, "They also need to get ready, guys. There is something to go somewhere tomorrow. They will accompany him." Ox 3 asked, "Where are they going?" Sejin folded his arms and said, "Collect the debt from the Minotaur King." The bulls screamed in fear. What? After a while, the Minotaurs were eating onions and screaming with tears in their eyes. How long has it been since they tasted grass? They were so happy. It was so delicious. The Minotaur King grabbed his head and said, "He created a terrible situation. He screwed up so badly." He thought about it, crossing the border of the territory to find Ox 3 and Ox 4 and saw the red wool and other creatures. But he got too excited and lost control when he saw the grass. He should give up the title of Minotaur Warrior and the title of King of the Minotaurs. But at least he got this edible, self-cultivated grass. Did the creatures next to the red wool really cultivate this? He remembered the blurry image of MC and wondered, who is he? He still remembers his appearance. The king said, "It must belong to that rabbit farmer." He thought about it. He doesn't know why the red wool was with that white farmer, but it's interesting. And as a black Minotaur warrior, he shouldn't steal what belongs to the little monster owners. The blue moon will come soon. He will have the opportunity to leave this place. As the protector of the 99th floor passage, he will only be allowed to leave for 1 hour. The Minotaur king clenched his fist and said, "Time is short, but he will come there again and pay for the grass he took from the white rabbits and the red wool. And he can't break the agreement for the sake of grass." He thought about it and asked, but how should he repay them? The blue crystals sparkled brightly in the light. After some time, the rabbits were harvesting green onions, and hubby was watering the sprouts. MC was harvesting tomatoes, and said that since they would be stepping away for a while, he suggested harvesting as much as possible before leaving. The rabbits squeaked approvingly in response to him. MC took off his hat and said, "It's hot." He asked, "Excuse me, Queen Bee, but could she hold it for a bit?" She buzzed happily in response. Sejin decided to continue. The system window reported that he had harvested 9 ripe magic cherry tomatoes at once. His work experience had increased slightly. The work experience bar is full. The farming rank in the D rank tower has increased. He has reached farming in the C rank tower. Sejin asked, was he so busy that he didn't even notice that his work evaluation was about to rise, right? The system window reported that due to the increase in the job rank, the job characteristics also changed. Since the work characteristics became closer to nature, his hidden talents have awakened. MC asked, had his hidden talents awakened? The system window reported, Friend of Nature has been awakened. The talent, Friend of Nature, is a talent that has a high level of affinity with nature. Communicating with animals and plants that speak a different language, it becomes easier and clearer. Sejin asked again, Friend of Nature? Communicating with animals and plants that speak a different language becomes easier and clearer, huh? He turned and asked, Hubby? Hubby adjusted his hat and asked, Mr. Sejin, was he calling him? MC jumped back in surprise, his eyes wide. He asked, one more time? Can he answer him again? The sickle rabbit asked, what happened? Uncle, is something wrong? Sejin hugged him and said, Mower rabbit, let him say it again. What did he call him? The rabbit tried to push him away and ordered him to let go. Uncle, or he will cut him. MC said, he can't be cut. Does he want to leave a bald spot on his head again? The rabbit said in surprise, he understands. Hubby asked, their speech? MC happily answered, yes, he got a new skill. The rabbit screamed loudly and happily, everyone, over here. Everyone gathered in one place, and wifey asked, what? Does Mr. Sejin understand them? Honey, let him be honest with her. Mr. Sejin didn't eat anything strange again, right? Hubby answered fearfully, no. Sejin answered, he didn't eat anything strange. Wifey, she doesn't believe him, right? Wifey screamed in surprise, oh my god, so it's true? The black rabbit ran into his arms and screamed, Uncle, is this true? He understands their speech? He wants to discuss so many things with him, Uncle. Sejin said, black rabbit, rabbit with a watering can, and a cart, mower rabbit. They are all shocked, right? He suggested discussing what they couldn't discuss before. At that moment, a bee flew up to him and started buzzing. MC said, Queen Bee? She asked if maybe he understands her too? Sejin stroked her head and said, of course, the poisonous Queen Bee. He understands her speech perfectly. The bee ran into his arms and screamed, Mr. Sejin? All the bees rushed at him and knocked him to the ground. MC laughed and said, and he loves them guys. Outside the cave, he has good news to share too. Hubby handed MC his hat and said, here's his hat. MC said, thank you. The system window reported that it has been confirmed that the relic of St. Patrick's straw hat of the land increases the wearer's work promotion. Farming in the C rank tower has been confirmed. The relic of St. Patrick's straw hat has been upgraded to C rank. Sejin asked, wow, what's this? Did the hat's abilities improve just by leveling up? The system window reported that the C rank restrictions have been removed. The restrictions on the level 4 land protection skill have been removed. The restrictions on the skill farmer's body level 3 have been removed. The The restriction on the skill Wish for a Good Harvest level 2 has been removed. The restriction on the skill Blooming Assistance level 1 has been removed. Sejin asked, "What is this? A new skill, Blooming Assistance?" The system window reported that the restrictions on the skill Blooming Assistance level 1 have been removed. It's an active skill that accelerates the blooming of 10 sprouts for a week without consequences. The skill has a 10-day cooldown. MC asked again, "Does this accelerate the blooming of 10 sprouts in a week? This is incredible." Great, he had an idea. After a while, MC planted a sprout in the green onion field and said, "Excellent." The system window reported that he had planted a sweet potato sun turnip. Due to the effect of level 3 planting, the probability of the potato sun turnip taking root has increased. The third planting level had just increased. The effect of level 1 professionalism had increased, so the third level planting level had increased by an additional 5%. MC pressed his palms to the ground and cried out, "Blooming Assistance." The system window reported that he had used level 1 Blooming Assist. The flowering of the sweet potato sun turnips had decreased by a week. Sejin looked at it and said, "Excellent." He had been looking for the right time to grow these turnips outside the cave. Using this skill will help them take root and quickly take root in the ground. He planted it next to the green onion field, but there is not much space. They will be fine, right? At this moment, the sprouts began to glow and grow with each passing second. MC asked in surprise, "Did the turnips suddenly start blooming because of the skill?" The system window reported that the energy of wishing for a good harvest from the green onion field had also affected the turnips. While the good harvest effect lasts for the green onions, the yield of sweet turnips will be increased by 50%. MC asked again, "Double buff, what luck? They'll be able to grow turnips faster than he thought." Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Sejin turned around and saw Bae, who was shouting loudly, "Daddy!" He pushed off the ground and rushed into his arms. MC asked again, "What?" Bae pinned Sejin to the ground and joyfully said, "Daddy." He heard it from the black rabbit. "Now he really understands him?" MC asked again. "Daddy?" He shouted, "Daddy?" He calls him Daddy, even though he's never met anyone. Bae's mom, is that true? The mother bear asked in surprise. Does he really understand them? She was glad to hear it. She feels better if he calls Mr. Sejin Daddy. Their Beth trusts him and follows him. Once again, thank him for taking care of her and her son, Sejin. MC petted Bae and said, "Well, as she says, it looks like he has a cute and charming son." Bae cried out happily, "Daddy, he's hungry. He wants to eat honey and green onions, sweet potatoes and fish too." He wanted to tell him so much. Sejin smiled and asked, "Really? Their Bae wants so much food, right?" Then he suggested eating something special today. Bae asked again, "Something special?" MC replied, "Today he grew something new. Potatoes." He pulled it out of the ground, and the system window reported that it was a power potato. It was grown by a professional farmer. The taste and effect became better. When consuming this, 30 grams of body fat is burned, and strength increases by half a point in 10 minutes. The effects can be stacked up to 10 times in an hour. After some time, potatoes were cooking in a huge vat. MC opened the lid and offered the guys something to eat. Everyone gathered in the clearing, waiting for food. His diary is about how he got to the tower. It feels like from now on, everything will only get better. After some time, Bae was lying on the ground and crying. He shouted, "Bae will go too, he wants to be near Daddy." MC asked, "Theo, he prepared a lot of green onions, right?" Theo answered, "Yes, he prepared a whole ton with the wolf workers." Sejin frowned and said, "Bae, is he going to continue acting like a little child? What did Daddy tell him last time?" Bae said sadly, "He said that he must protect the queen bee's sisters." Sejun asked again, "Then is he going to continue throwing a tantrum?" Bae answered, "No. In return, he must return quickly, okay?" MC pressed his forehead to him and said he will return as soon as possible. Their Bae trusts Dad and will wait, right? Elki lay down on the ground and said to go, the great dragon. He will accompany him. MC said, "Great." He climbed on Elka's back and told Ox 3 and Ox 4 that they were going to the teleportation point where the king of the minotaurs sits. They set off, and after a while, MC turned around and said how fast he was. They arrived in an instant. Theo covered his eyes with his paw and said, his eyes watering from the dust. Sejun looked at the dark mana that appeared in front of them and asked, "What is it?" "It is a forest, but for some reason it is shrouded in darkness." Ox 3 said, "There are a lot of monsters in this place." MC asked again, "What? Monsters?" Ox 4 answered, "Even on the 99th floor there are several such territories. Where they are heading now is the territory of the Minotaurs, and his place of residence is the Red Wolf Forest. And this is the territory of the suppressed creatures of the West." MC asked again, "Suppressed creatures?" Ox 4 answered, "Yes, although she heard that they were not like that from the beginning. It is better not to know the details for now. It is dangerous there, so it is better for him to stay away from this place." MC thought, "I see, suppressed creatures, but what suppressed them?" Later he will ask Eileen. Suddenly, a dirty mass flew into his face and Sejun flew off Elki. Theo screamed in fear. "Chairman," Ox 3 asked, "is he okay?" Elki cried out, "God, great dragon." MC looked at his palm and said, "He is fine." "What is this? Dirt?" He looked ahead and saw the Minotaurs licking their palms. He thought, they eat dirt because there is nothing to eat in the West? So that's why they were so surprised at the sight of grass. The black rabbit ordered Mr. Theo to lie down on the ground, and he replied that he hated dirt. Elki asked for forgiveness. "Great dragon." Ox 4 screamed, "Who threw food at him?" The Minotaur came out to them and asked, "Who do they have here?" Ox 3 and Ox 4, "Where have they been all this time? Who is this?" Ox 3, "Why did he bring such weak toys? Let him give them to him. he will have a good play with them. Ox 4 hit him, after which he somersaulted and fell to the ground. She said, there is no time, they will just go to the king. MC looked at what was happening and thought, Ox 4, she is scary. At that moment, the Minotaur ran up to the king and shouted, Captain, Ox 3 and Ox 4 are back. But they came with some strange creatures. The king of the Minotaurs asked, with strange creatures? There was a shout. Captain, Ox 4 said, they returned with guests from the Red Wool Forest. The Minotaur asked, the Red Wool Forest? The king of the Minotaurs thought, great, now he won't have to go to them himself. He said, welcome, residents of the Red Wool Forest white rabbit farmers. He looked at MC in surprise and asked, this is not a white rabbit. What is he? Seijin answered, he is Park Seijin. Theo introduced himself, and he, the traveling cat merchant, Theo. The Minotaur king asked again, Park Seijin? He's afraid he's never heard of him. In any case, he's come a long way here. A few days ago, he ate a good meal of the grass he grew. It must have been hard to survive on the 99th floor with his weak abilities. He doesn't know why he's working for Red Wool. But if she's not honest with him, the Minotaur King will save him from this impudent woman. This is his opinion about his weak monsters, so let him speak, don't be shy. MC spoke up, the Minotaur King, he thinks he misunderstood something. The Minotaur King asked again, what? MC replied, firstly, he doesn't work for Red Wool. On the contrary, Bay and Bay's mother help him. Second, he didn't come here to escape fair slavery, but to collect compensation for the stolen grass in the destroyed field 3 days ago, the Minotaur King. Unless, of course, he wants to be known as a thief. The Minotaur King shouted in displeasure. What? Let him say it again. How could he, a lower creature, dare accuse him of theft? The strongest creature on the 99th floor, the Minotaur King, is he a thief? MC asked in displeasure. Who, if not a thief? Theo shouted. He is a thief. Seijun pointed his finger at the king and shouted, shouldn't black minotaurs cherish honor? But instead of feeling ashamed of what he did, he is angry? The minotaurs started talking among themselves. Is that true? He stole the grass they ate? The Minotaur King turned around and then said, there must have been a misunderstanding. The owner of the field, as the protector of this teleporter, he is limited in his actions. He just came in a hurry due to lack of time. Of course he was going to repay him. Wasn't it obvious? The Minotaur King knelt down on one knee and laughed out loud. He asked Seiyun to tell him what he wished for, an expensive tower legendary rank item, or... MC interrupted him and asked, can he let him use the teleporter? The king asked, what? Seijun asked to use the teleporter, king of Minotaurs. This way he can repay him. He looked behind the monster and thought, is this a teleporter? The Minotaur King stood up and said, okay, he will allow it if he wants. For his and MC's honor, let Park Seijun come to him. MC clenched his fists joyfully and thought, finally, he will come out of the tower. Seijun looked at it and reached out to the crystal. The system window reported, the 99th floor tower teleporter has been saved. Loading another saved floor teleporter. Teleport confirmation. Since he has no other stored teleports besides the 99th floor, he can't go to another floor. MC's eyes widened in surprise and asked, what? He can't go? The Minotaur King said it doesn't suit him, the one born outside the tower. He doesn't know how he got to the 99th floor, but the system registers stored teleports on each floor, starting with the first floor teleport so he can legally move to other floors. This is the tower's unbreakable rule, a limited offer provided by the tower for foreigners. The 99th floor is the only teleport on his list, so he can't go to another floor. Seijun clenched his fist and fell to his knees. He thought he could get out of the tower, but now that hope was gone. Theo touched him with his paw and said, Chairman. MC exhaled and said, terror. That's right. He always knew he wouldn't be able to get out of this place, even if he found the passage on the 99th floor. When the fears were confirmed, everything became futile. The king of the Minotaurs said, Park Seijun. He was sorry that everything turned out this way, but he allowed him to use the teleport, and he accepted the conditions. There are no more outstanding debts between them. Park Seijun? MC rose from his knees and replied, of course. He doesn't owe him anything anymore. The king of the Minotaurs said, then let him go back to his place. Seijun asked to let him make an offer. The king of the Minotaurs frowned and asked, what? How dare he make him some offer? MC ordered Theo to open his bag. Theo jumped off his hands and replied, okay. A huge amount of grass fell out of his bag, and the Minotaur saw it, and cried out loudly, what? This is the most delicious grass they ate back then. This grass must be very tasty too. He can't resist. The king asked, Park Seijun, what is this? MC replied, it's a gift with the wish to remain good neighbors with them. The king of the Minotaurs asked again, a gift? Seijun grinned and replied, but he was confused. They are expanding their territory now, so they need a lot of labor. Does he understand? If they expand the fields, they will be able to eat all this delicious grass 3 times a day. The king would make a deal with him? At that moment, Bay was sitting on the hill and looking sadly into the distance. The queen bee was sitting on his head and buzzing. Suddenly, Bay was inspired when he saw MC in the distance. Seijun saw him and waved his hand. Bay ran faster and shouted, Daddy, Daddy is back. MC hugged him and asked, was he a good boy? Bay replied, he didn't cry and was a good boy. Hubby came up to them and happily said, Seijun, he was back so quickly. Were the negotiations successful? MC replied, yes, everything went very well. He waved his hand and called all the guys here. The bulls came up to him and said, they are hungry. They just need to dig the ground there. The bull said that he was here for the first time. The rabbits looked at them with fear, and MC said, these are minotaurs who will help them clear the field. They made a deal with the king of the minotaurs, and now they can do whatever they want in the wasteland. The bull asked, Seijun, where should they start digging? The other bull said, He is already in the mood for fruitful work. Be looked at the bull happily and said, his muscles look so cool. The bull frowned and said, he must be Be. He heard about him from the Ox 3. The other bull said, he looks more puny than he heard. Be shouted, do they know Mr. Ox 3? He is very close to him. He also led Mr. Ox 3 around the field. He will show them everything here. Let them follow him. The bull followed and asked, great, is it time for them to get to work? Sejin said, Be is such a cutie pie. Maybe they'll prepare some food for the minotaur workers then. The rabbits cried out, yes. Theo was lying on Elka's back and asking for some chura. At that moment, a cry was heard in the minotaur lair. Rock, paper, scissors. The bull cried out joyfully. Tomorrow he'll go to work. The bull wiped his face with his hand and said, horror. Ox 3 asked, they chose among all 10, right? Let them follow him tomorrow. The bull looked at this and said, king of the minotaurs, they haven't seen them so lively for a long time. If they expand the field, their territory will be overflowing with grass, not mud, right? The king of the minotaurs folded his arms across his chest and replied, I guess so. They'll be good neighbors, right? It's getting noisy on the 99th floor. At that time, the bees were working hard and filling the jars with honey. MC looked at this and said, they've already collected so much honey in the jars Theo brought. He thought the bees wouldn't collect honey because of the blue moon preparations. He looked at Queen Bee and asked, is it because she recently increased her troops? He picked up a jar and said, here, Be, there's some honey for him. Let him eat it slowly, okay? Be laughed lightly and said, he's so happy. Sejin turned around and asked, Be's mom, did she go deep into the forest today? She replied, yes, because there's a blue moon tomorrow. MC said, then he prepared more food for them to take with them. Let them take more bottles of honey. Be said, he's so excited. At that moment, Elka said, dear Black Dragon, he thinks they should descend during the blue moon, so MC told him not to worry. He prepared supplies for them too. The Black Rabbit went through catching their seafood in the dimensional sea. Elke cried out loudly, so much? The wolves bowed and Elka said, thank you, Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit replied, nothing special. But how are they going to carry it all? Elka replied, it doesn't have as much room as a merchant's bag, but they have simple carrying bags too. The bags quickly began to fill with everything MC had prepared for them. The wolves looked at this happily, and Elka turned around and said, then they will see them after the blue moon, dear Black Dragon. The wolves and bears headed towards the forest, and Seyun waved after them. He asked, well, he should prepare for the blue moon too, right? The system window reported. The tower manager asks what's wrong with his face, and if he is worried about the field again. Sejin said, Aileen, yes, he is a little worried before the blue moon. The Black Rabbit waved at him and said, he will help mom and dad. The system window reported. The tower manager asks, didn't she tell him to trust her? She proudly asks if he saw how she protected him during the blue moon. MC replied, he did. When the blue moon appears, monsters become wild. A month ago, during the blue moon, MC was thinking about Ox 3 destroying the field. Everyone tried to minimize the damage by hiding away from the fields. But the fields on the ground were left unprotected, and he shared his thoughts with Aileen. The system window said that she would protect the fields. Sejin thought he doesn't know how she's going to protect it, but he saw the Black Dragon during the first blue moon, so it was Aileen. He smiled and said, okay, he believes in her, Aileen. She sat in front of the orb and said to just believe in this great Black Dragon, Aileen Pratani, and let him plant a bunch of plants. Then, should she prepare for the blue moon too? She opened the doors and left the room. She started climbing the stairs and came out to the teleporter, from which the whole space was visible. Aileen spoke. She hasn't gone out for a long time. The breeze is so refreshing. Well, she put her paw on the teleporter and said, great, now it's her turn. Is it finally time for her to enter the game? After a while, Sejin made a fire and said, great, they just need to protect themselves, so this should be enough. Suddenly a scream came from the side. Theo was crying and hugging the rabbits. He asked, who would have thought that these baby rabbits would grow up so quickly? Uncle is so touched. Sejin told Theo not to disperse. The blue moon will come soon, so let him hide in the shelter already. Theo asked him to take good care of the little rabbits. If something happens, let him definitely call him, okay? MC handed him a cocoon and told him not to worry. Let him keep it to himself. Theo asked again. Again? Sejin said, the poisonous queen bee left this in the morning before leaving. Maybe because the bee population has become so large, they continue to leave cocoons. He prefers to keep the hives, but Theo looked at it tenderly and said he will keep it in his warm fur this time too. MC looked up at the sky and said, the blue moon is coming. The rabbits turned into monsters with red eyes and looked towards Sejin. He said he saw this last time too. He can't get used to it. They change so quickly. He covered his ears with his hands and then stood up and asked, are there monsters nearby? But this shouldn't be. Aileen hasn't arrived yet. He looked at the rabbits and asked, guys, come to think of it, didn't they become blue rabbits as soon as the blue moon rose last time? Why haven't their furious looks changed? The rabbits went berserk. MC ordered them to gather. The rabbits rushed towards him, and Sejin covered his face with his hands, when suddenly he heard the flapping of wings. He looked up and screamed, Aileen! The monster living on the 99th floor, a branched insect, looked at Aileen and rustled, starting to quickly run away. Aileen laughed out loud and asked, what do you think of Aileen Pratani's appearance? An illusory magical device created for her by her grandfather during a blue moon patrol of the tower when she can't leave the administration area. She sat in the portal and spoke. She made an image in her own image. Aileen's hologram flew across the sky and she thought, Further control technology is possible on the 99th floor. Her image could even fly up to the clouds. The illusion would disappear if she only descended to the ground. Aileen laughed and asked, Seijin will probably think that's what she looks like, right? She thought. Then she'll fly a little longer until the blue moon ends. MC looked up and spoke. The monsters subsided after Aileen's flight. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind him and the rabbits returned to normal. Seijin cried out with tears in his eyes, You guys! He hugged them and said, Oh my god, what a relief. The rabbit said, He can't breathe. What happened, Uncle? MC looked at the blue glow that illuminated the plants and smiled. He suggested harvesting the blue moon. After a while, MC started cooking. He looked at the vegetables and said, They were perfectly soaked in the moonlight. The system window reported, Sweet enhanced potato turnips. Enhanced potatoes containing the energy of the blue moon. Magical cherry tomatoes containing the energy of the blue moon. Seijin said, They harvested 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 sweet potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes this time. Aileen, she did a great job. Let her take this harvest. The potatoes and sweet potatoes are hot, so let her cool this down before eating. The system window reported that the tower manager thanked him. She shouted at him to rely on her in the future when the blue moon comes. She happily took the plate of vegetables and said she's tired, but it's worth it. What does it taste like? Dragon heart extraction medicine. She put her paws to the heart and screamed. The heart is beating. Unlike last time, she feels a stable flow of mana. She looked at the system window in surprise and asked again, Honey potatoes? The system window said, The reward for obtaining the forgotten delicacy, honey potatoes, has been received. She asked, Maybe? At that moment, MC poured honey on the potatoes, and Aileen shouted in irritation, Park Seijin, a little human. How could he let her eat regular potatoes when he himself eats all these delicious things? The system window reported that she can reward a special skill to whoever uncovered the forgotten delicacy. Special work skill confirmed. Aileen laughed and said, What a wonderful reward for a tower farmer. The system window reported that honey potatoes contain blue moon energy. The enhanced potatoes containing blue moon energy were doused with honey. When consumed, mana increases by 0.3 of a point immediately. Seijin said, and now he made honey potatoes. Potatoes are even tastier with salt, but sweet potatoes are quite delicious. He handed it to the rabbits and asked them to try it first. Suddenly, a rabbit appeared in front of them and screamed. Don't they remember what Dad told them? He said that they should give the entire blue moon harvest to Uncle. The rabbit started asking, Why? The rabbit waved his hand and screamed, Because Uncle is weak. MC burst into tears and apologized for his weakness. He bit into the potato, and the rabbit said, Uncle, let him eat quickly. The rabbit said, They will eat normal potatoes and sweet potatoes. Seijin said happily, Delicious. The crispy texture and the sweetness of honey go so perfectly together. The system window reported, He ate the enhanced potato containing blue moon energy. Mana temporarily increased by 3 points. MC said, Wow, this is so delicious. The system window reported, The reward for creating the forgotten dish, honey potatoes, has been received. Seijin asked again, A reward? A forgotten dish? For pouring honey on hot potatoes? The system window reported. The tower manager nods, looking at him, who received a wonderful reward. A new quest has appeared. He needs to give the tower manager the honey potatoes. The reward is 1 job skill. If he refuses, Aileen will be disappointed by his refusal, but she will not show it. MC asked again, Is it all because he covered the potatoes with honey? Well, he wonders what kind of skill it is. He accepts the quest. Can he just cover ordinary potatoes with honey? He did so, and the system window reported that he completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, he will receive a job skill, a level 1 cooking skill. With level 1 cooking, the taste and effectiveness of dishes made using ingredients grown in the tower will slightly improve. Seijin cried out, A special job skill? Cooking? The system window reported, Registered recipe 1. Enhanced honey potato containing the energy of the blue moon. This potato containing the energy of the blue moon was fried and drizzled with honey. The combination of hot potatoes and honey makes the taste sweeter and softer. The taste is slightly improved. When consumed, mana increases by 0.3 of a point permanently. Mana is increased by the effect of level 1 cooking. His level is too low to display. MC asked, Can he collect recipes now? He's not even surprised since he got such a skill. Maybe he should become a cook as a second job after farming? For starters, he suggested the rabbits make more honey potatoes for others. Guys, will they help him? The rabbits cried out happily. Of course, Uncle. His diary was lost in the tower. The 8th blue moon passed peacefully. 99th floor, eastern part of the forest. A monster was walking through the forest when suddenly it tripped over a branch and fell to the ground. It rustled sadly when suddenly a huge branch resembling a hand appeared above it. It began to pull the monster further and then simply crushed it. It was an infected creature. It moved on, gathering a whole group of its own. At that moment, MC was having breakfast with the rabbits. Elka was distributing food to his relatives. He smiled and said, Here, let him enjoy. The little wolf cub thanked the leader. The she-wolf asked, Are they leaving right away? Elka nodded and replied, he must return because the blue moon has ended. The wolf wife said, darling, he should at least see the children when they wake up. Elka took her paw and said, wife, they serve the black dragon now. He has no time to waste, he'll be back soon. Elka adjusted his cloak and said, forward to the 99th floor. After a while, loud screams were heard in the village of passages. Quickly, let everyone run. They must not be caught. The rabbit ran after him and asked him to wait for him. A huge wolf ran up to him and hit him with his clawed paw. He bent over the others, when suddenly Elka heard the animals squealing. He turned around and asked what that sound was. Elke asked, they're not leaving, chief. The wolf squeezed the rabbit and asked, these idiots, where are they going? Do they know how far he went to catch them? Who would have thought that they could get away from them? The wolf laughed and asked, are they having rabbit meat for dinner today? He opened his toothy maw and asked, they won't know if one rabbit goes missing, right? Suddenly, Elka's clawed paw flew at his head and slammed it into the ground. He grabbed the rabbit and the wolf asked, is he Elka, Greed's subordinate? Why is he attacking them? They're chasing the escaped slaves. If Greed finds out about this, he'll be in trouble. Elka replied that he didn't care if they reported him. He ordered them to get lost before his teeth sank into their throats. The wolf grabbed another and told him to go. Elke ran up to Elka and screamed, chief, he did it. Elka asked for forgiveness, but he couldn't hold back. Elka reached for the rabbits and asked, what should they do with these rabbits? If they leave them here, those guys will attack them again. The rabbit shook in fear, looking at the wolves. Elka folded his paws and said, they'll take them with them. They can help the black dragon. After a while, MC said, he has an announcement for them today. His mana reached 10 points after he ate the blue moon vegetables. Everyone looked at him puzzled, and Theo asked, is this such a significant event? Sejun ordered to listen. Now he can eat the insides of a huge eel, which means he will get a new skill. Theo yawned and asked if he can go to bed already. MC replied, no, he will leave after he sees his new skill. MC took a bite and said, it's delicious. Does it taste like orange soda? The system window reported he consumed the insides of a big eel. He got a new skill, Rain and Thunder, level 1. Sejun asked, did he learn it, but didn't get it? The system window reported he lacks a large amount of mana to use Rain and Thunder, level 1. For the user's safety, the skill Let There Be Rain has been sealed. For the user's safety, the skill Thunder has been sealed. Rain and Thunder, level 1, he can create thunderclouds and use Rain and Thunder. Dark Cloud Creation, he can create clouds with mana. The more mana, the greater the size and intensity of the created clouds. If the weather is normal, the probability of rain will be low. MC shouted in displeasure, what, do you need more mana? This has never happened before. How to control rain and thunder if they are sealed? He waved his hand and said, create clouds. At that moment, all the clouds gathered into one small thundercloud. Sejun fell to his knees and screamed, damn it. He used a third of his magic power, and that's it. The rabbits turned around and said, they will get back to work. Theo touched him with his paw and asked him not to be upset. Chairman, even though he is weak, he is still the chairman. MC asked, is he trying to comfort him, right? Beth shouted happily, Dad, so cool, it even blocks the sun. He will soon become even bigger, Dad is the best. MC hugged him and said, this is cute. As expected, Bae will always support him. Dad is very happy, thank you. Theo lay down on Sejun's leg and said, yes, it's great that the sun does not hit him anymore. He asked to please move the cloud to the side a little. MC looked at him with displeasure and said, how annoying. At that moment, Elka's voice was heard. The great black dragon, they're back, Sejun said. Elka, welcome back. He looked down in surprise, where the rabbits were sitting under the wolf's paws. He asked again, who are these? The gray rabbits? The rabbits were crying and begging not to eat them. MC looked at them and thought, they're all covered in scars. He asked, where did they get these guys from? Elka said, this. Suddenly, there was the sound of falling pruning shears. Sejun asked, hubby and wifey? Hubby screamed, are they alive, guys? The gray rabbit burst into tears and asked, Uncle? MC looked around and asked, what's going on here? Do they know each other? After a while, everyone watched attentively as the gray rabbits ate. MC asked them to take their time and eat calmly. The gray rabbit said, thank you, great black dragon. MC asked to be called Sejun. Elka screamed, the great black dragon. Sejun turned around and asked, isn't that a long name? There was no point in formalities. They were part of the family now, so let them call him Sejun. Elka nodded and said, the great one, meaning Mr. Sejun. He understood. Elko said, slightly embarrassed, family. MC looked at the rabbits and said, but gray rabbits. Theo reached out to him and said, Chairman, he wants churu. Sejun looked at the system windows, which indicated that among the gray rabbits there was an artist, a carpenter, and an architect. He thought they were all technical experts. He cleared his throat and said, when they were climbing the tower to escape the farm that was exploiting them, Elka saved them when they were almost caught by their pursuers. MC looked at the rabbits and asked, which floor did they escape from? The gray rabbit replied, they came from the 55th floor. Hubby screamed in fear. From the 55th floor? They were on the 55th floor this whole time? He started shaking the rabbit and asking, what happened to the kingdom? What happened to the king, queen, and princess? What happened to the monsters? MC grabbed Hubby and asked him to calm down. What happened to the kingdom? What is he talking about? Hubby replied, long ago, The 55th floor was a kingdom of rabbits called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. MC asked, was there a kingdom there? What happened to it now? Hubby replied, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell a few dozen days ago. The Red Ribbon Kingdom of rabbits. They grew seeds in fertile soil, ate healthy food, had excellent architects and culture, and lived a peaceful life, knowing how to stand up for themselves. But one day, a warrior rabbit was standing at the monument when he suddenly felt dark mana. The kingdom, consumed by the unexpected appearance of a shadow that destroyed everything in its path, eventually disintegrated. Hubby sat down and spoke. The kingdom fell apart instantly because of those unknown creatures that appeared out of nowhere. In the chaos, the king, queen, and princess disappeared, and the animals, having lost their king, had to fight the monsters for survival. They too eventually ended up here when they fled in search of a safe place. Sejun spoke thoughtfully. So the 99th floor. No wonder it was strange. Rabbits don't usually live here. Hubby replied. They thought those monsters had taken over the entire 55th floor. But who would have thought there were still survivors there? The gray rabbit spoke. Their family and the remaining rabbits couldn't pass through the passage because it was guarded by monsters. But for some unknown reason, the monsters suddenly disappeared, and whoever set them on fire at the sight of the devastated lands was. Elka frowned and cried out, greed. MC asked again. Greed? The rabbit replied, yes, that wild boar, Greed. He led a huge number of wild boars and introduced himself to them as the great master of the land. He took control of the 55th floor because its owners had disappeared, and he began to exploit the rabbits. Greed turned the land that was formerly the land of the Red Ribbon into his huge farm, where only food is produced. They simply couldn't resist him. The gray rabbit burst into tears and began to wipe his tears with a blanket. Sejun asked them to calm down and suggested that they get some rest first. They had been through a lot. He asked the black rabbit if he would share his bed in the cave. The black rabbit spread his paws and said, please, let them follow him. The rabbits went towards the cave, and MC asked Elka, come to think of it, Greed was the one looking for that straw hat, right? Elka replied, that's right. He is a rich boar who has influence throughout the tower thanks to the food supplies. He is a disgusting idiot boar, exploiting the inhabitants of a ruined kingdom as if it were all a setup. He's ashamed that they worked for him before. Theo extended his paw and said, he knows. Most of the food in the tower is supplied through the Merchant Association, and he heard that most of this food comes from the farm of the landowner Greed. Sejun asked, Elka, is there a chance that this guy named Greed will reach the 99th floor? Elka answered, no. No matter how much money he spends, not a single mercenary will dare to go to the 99th floor. Most mercenaries are cowards. MC exhaled and said, then he can breathe easy for now, because he won't be able to keep up with those guys. The 55th floor, Greed Castle, the former Red Ribbon Kingdom. Greed screamed loudly, what? Let them say it again. The wolf said, that idiot Elka from the Silver Wolf tribe betrayed them. He even took the rabbits they were chasing with him. Another wolf spoke, and he attacked them. Let him look at this wound, Mr. Greed. The boar said, that idiot shouldn't have been trusted from the start, his lord. Greed, the landowner of the 55th floor, said to forget about him. When there is no food left, he will come running in tears, begging to save his tribe. And for now, preparations are going well, right? The boar replied, at the moment, they're suppressing production as best they can, sending wanderers for food. There have been a few complaints from the Magic Tower and the Merchant Association, but everything is under their control. Greed laughed and said, wonderful, just wonderful. An opportunity has presented itself again. The same as when he took over the 55th floor a few dozen days ago. This time, it won't end with just one kingdom. The entire tower will be in his hands. He laughed out loud, splashing his drool everywhere. After a while, MC woke up and picked up Theo, ordering him to wake up. It's already morning. Theo replied, he'll sleep a little longer. He looked in surprise at the wooden structure next to the pond and shouted, is this a bathtub? There's even a ladle here. He washed his face and asked, did the gray rabbits build this? It will be more convenient to wash his hair. He can even wash himself completely now. Theo shouted loudly, Chairman, let him come here. Sejun went to the stove where the rabbits were working. Theo said, they made something incredible. MC said happily, a stove, a table for eating, and a neat spoon and chopsticks. Theo asked, look at this. Pimik, Pipik, and Pirik made a cup for him, and there's his paw print on it. MC asked again, Pimik, Pipik, and Pirik? Theo replied, those are their names. They continue doing something, saying that they are grateful to him. At that moment, a gray rabbit behind them handed Sickle a kerchief and said, thank you for taking care of them yesterday. MC said, you guys? The gray rabbit turned around and said, Mr. Sejun, thank him so much for yesterday. It's not enough, but they will be happy to help him in any way they can. Sejun took the rabbit by the paw and asked if maybe they, the guys, needed a job. The rabbit asked, excuse me? After a while, MC happily announced that Pimik, Pirik, and Pipik would stay with them. The rabbit offered to get along well. All the other rabbits squealed happily in response to him. Sejun said that with the arrival of excellent engineers, their pharaoh will reach a new level. The rabbits said they will do everything in their power. MC asked, then, can they build houses for the rabbits first? The baby rabbits have grown up, so they don't have enough space. They will also need a house, and those second-generation kids should already be independent. But he thinks that building a house is too difficult for them. The rabbit laughed and said that this is his profession, so he asks that he be trusted. Theo said happily, he also wants a house. MC said, he has his bag. Rabbit said, he can make a cat house. He looked at the bed of leaves and asked, Mr. Seijin, does he not have a house? Seijin answered, he just sleeps on the leaves of green onions. Rabbit asked, maybe they will make a house for him too? MC asked again, his house is here? Rabbit said, it will be difficult to make a house inside the cave, but maybe it will work outside the cave. There are many stable materials like wood. Seijin answered, he would really like to have his own house, and he has to go up many times so that he can expand the fields on the lands. Since there is Bei's mother, minotaurs, and silver wolves, his safety has increased. Okay, he will trust them. Do they need something? Grey Rabbit answered, it would be great if they had material for making bricks. Is there an area with mud or sand on the 99th floor? MC said, sand or mud. He knows such a place. After a while, they came to the Minotaur's territory and MC asked what they thought. The rabbit replied, just the right texture. Even dry leaves turned into soil. This soil is perfect for bricks. MC replied, excellent. The king of the Minotaurs asked again, why do they need dirt? It's food for their Minotaurs. Seijin replied, this is a new deal, king of the Minotaurs. Pimic is going to tell them how to make bricks. If they let them make bricks out of this dirt, they will get green onions. The king asked, will they get straight to the deal? He waved his hand and shouted, Minotaurs, they need to stop eating dirt, or they won't have enough of it for bricks. MC smiled and said, excellent. Now they will get to work. After a while, Bei was uprooting trees, and the bear was helping him. The Minotaurs were digging the earth, and the rabbits were planting onions and watering the plants. Bei was playing with Elka and drinking the honey that MC offered to the wolf. Work was in full swing on the farm, and the system window reported that he had harvested 15 sweet potatoes. Work experience increased slightly. Level 4 sewing skill increased greatly. As a result of increasing level 1 professions, level 4 sewing skill increased by an additional 5%. He received 450 experience points. He leveled up and received 1 bonus stat. Seijin pulled out a sweet pumpkin potato and said, they reaped a great harvest. MC wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it's hot. Create dark clouds. Now he won't burn his face. The system window reported that dark cloud skill increased. Seijin looked toward the onion mountain and said, while they are making a house, they also need to set up a warehouse on the ground. He saw a cat and happily said, Theo. He greeted the chairman. MC asked when he would come down. Theo replied, he was just planning to pack up. He had just packed a lot of cherry tomatoes from the cave. Seijin asked if he still had room in his bag. Would he try selling the peeling onions this time? Some hunters might find them useful. He'd recently expanded his plantations and collected a lot of stuff. Theo asked again, peeling green onions? He'd take 100. MC replied, yes, he'd take them with him. They'd be snacking later. Theo asked if they'd make a good profit. Since Mr. Seijin, I was never wrong. He sniffed the onion and grimaced with displeasure. He said that it smelled disgusting to a cat. MC waved his hand at him and asked him to be sure to come back quickly. Theo turned around and said, okay. He asked not to eat his fish. He picked a potato and put it in his bag, and then ran off. He asked to wait for him. On the 67th floor of the tower, a frog was sitting and croaking loudly. Suddenly, an arrow flew into its body, and the lizard licked its lips happily. It jumped down from the tree and approached the frog, which was quickly attacked by a beetle. The lizard grabbed it and started chewing. Huge insects were everywhere, after which they decided to attack the lizard. She got scared, and red mana spread everywhere. All that remained of the lizard were arrows, which fell to the ground. At that moment, the ball began to ring loudly when Aileen was sleeping. She grabbed her head and said how noisy. She finally lay down to sleep for the first time in a long time. But why was the system sounding such a loud alarm? She touched the ball, when suddenly the system windows flew. She had more than 100 unread messages. About 5.5 million red locusts had infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower. Aileen asked fearfully, red locusts? They came from outside the tower. Since the last time, red locusts had invaded the tower for 100 years. At that time, grandfather had decided the situation and was almost unable to stop the destruction on the 55th floor. She screamed, manager, have him turn on the intercom. The system window reported, unable to connect. Aileen screamed, damn it, she can't open the passage connecting the tower with her abilities. The system window reported, less than 1% of the 67th floor was destroyed by red locusts. A second later, the percentage increased, and Aileen asked fearfully, what should they do? After a while, MC cut up the fish and started cooking it. He said happily, I can smell the fried eel. Theo said, it looks delicious. Suddenly, the rabbit's voice rang out. Uncle, he collected 2 kinds of potatoes as he asked. MC replied, thank you. While they're eating the eel, it's better if they stand back a bit so they don't get splashed with hot oil. Black Rabbit asked, what did he do? Theo said, my mouth is watering. Seijin replied, something tastier than honey potatoes. Black Rabbit asked, does that even exist? MC asked, have they ever heard of honey sweet potatoes? He threw it in the oil and said, it's good that he preserved the eel's fat. This is very useful. Theo sat on his shoulder and watched the cooking. Sejin said, first, you need to fry the sweet potato until it's crispy. They add honey to the fried sweet potato, and now turn it over and wait until it's cooked. Done. The system window reported, honey fried potatoes. There are 2 registered recipes. Enhanced honey sweet potatoes containing the energy of the blue moon. Honey sweet potatoes are sweet potatoes fried in oil and drizzled with honey. It's amazing, not only in appearance but also in taste. A reward for cooking a new dish, honey sweet potatoes, was received. The honey potatoes recipe was registered with cooking level 1. The level 1 cooking skill has increased greatly. The Black Rabbit happily said, it looks delicious. Theo asked to fry his fish the same way. MC replied, good. The system window reported, fried piranha. Sejin said thoughtfully, the fried piranha recipe wasn't registered. He wondered what the criteria were for registering a dish. If that's the case, he'd try making gamjatine out of it later. It's a spicy soup made with potatoes, vegetables, and pork. MC has so much fun finding recipes. Theo said to drizzle honey on the fish too. Sejin happily said, guys, it's time to eat. The system window reported that there was fried eel, fried fish, sweet potatoes with honey, and sweet potatoes on the table. Ox3 happily said, eating is best after hard work. The wolves ate the soup and said it was delicious. Theo lay on MC's legs and said he was full. Sejin asked if he was ready to go down to the lower floors. Theo answered, yes, as he promised. Wolf workers, it's time for them to go. Elka answered, yes, Theo the merchant. Theo looked at MC and asked, Mr. Sejin, what's that leftover food? MC replied, he left it for Eileen. She doesn't answer, no matter how hard he tries to call her. And the food has already gotten cold. He grabbed Bae by the nose and paw, which he extended towards the food. Theo asked if she was sleeping. Sejin replied, he hoped so. Nothing terrible happened, right? At that moment, Aileen stood in front of the huge system windows and said fearfully, not that, she can't take control with the force. His dragon heart finally began to recover a little. Aileen grabbed her head and said, she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know at all. The animals had gathered in the central office of the Trade Passage Management. Mason from the Fox Tribe of the Traveling Merchants Association. Hannibal from the Tiger Tribe of the Free Mercenaries Association. Iona from the Hamster Tribe of the Mage Association. Zirath looked at them and thought, the leader of the Mage Association, Iona, she's seeing her for the first time. She heard that the tower's 7 most powerful mages usually don't appear in public, and it's rare to find all the association leaders in one place. It looks like something serious has happened. Mason waved his hand and said, several days have passed since the red locusts appeared on the 67th floor. According to their traveling merchants, 2/3 of the 67th floor fell to the red locusts. Currently, the lizards are desperately defending the post near the teleporter. The situation is not simple. Hannibal asked, are the merchants' passages currently under control? What is the likelihood that the red locusts will get to the other floors through them? Mason looked at him and said, the red locusts came here from outside the tower. He wasn't surprised that the locusts had entered the tower. After all, the passage can't be used by those who came into the tower from outside. In any case, the passage is safe. They should be afraid of something else. If the red locusts take over the teleporter, they can then reach the other floors. Hannibal said, the 68th and 69th floors are under threat. A loud cry rang out. Isn't one of the 5 main storage facilities of the tower located there, where the Dragon Kingdom's lizard farm is located? This is a problem not only for the lizards. Mason closed his eyes and said, a great famine could arise again. The dog asked fearfully, a great famine? Date said, the 55th floor, the incident with the destruction of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Iona asked, everyone knows about this, right? Currently, the storage facilities are spread across several floors of the tower, but at that time, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest supplier of provisions in the tower. There was a large-scale invasion of the Red Locusts, as a result of which the Red Ribbon was destroyed. If only that idiot hadn't intervened and taken over the kingdom. Mason asked Iona to calm down. Greed. This is a good boar. Didn't he restore the storage facilities of the ruined kingdom? Iona asked discontentedly. A good boar? When he exploits the rabbit tribe and blocks the supply routes to the tower? Hannibal shouted. Leader of the Magic Association, she's going too far. Mason asked Hannibal to calm down. A loud cry rang out. Black Dragon! Why is the Great Black Dragon, who should protect them, hiding? That's right, the Black Dragon should protect them. Iona grabbed her head and jumped onto the table. She said, 200 years ago, red locusts invaded the tower's territory. The Great Black Dragon protected the tower, so the enemy was quickly eliminated. However, now that the red locusts appeared, for unknown reasons, the Great Black Dragon took no action. He folded his paws behind his back and continued speaking. The situation was brought under control only after more than half of the royal residents died. All the storage facilities were destroyed, and a huge food shortage arose throughout the tower. There are still places that haven't been restored. Now that only a few days have passed since the Red Locust invasion, there's no guarantee that the Great Black Dragon will respond quickly. They must minimize the damage by exerting all their strength until the Black Dragon appears. Otherwise, the tower's order will be disrupted. Iona frowned and said, under his leadership, Iona, the leader of the association, one of the 7 strongest mages in the association, 200 battle mages will be dispatched. What are they, the leaders of the tower, going to do? After a while, Elka stood next to his wife and son. Theo looked at him and asked, They stopped because they wanted to see the pack. But how long will they be here? They don't have time. They don't have time. The wolf cub looked at Theo and said, "Uncle, is he the black dragon?" Theo stood up and answered, "No. He is the black dragon's direct subordinate, a mid-level traveling merchant." The wolf cubs happily said, "Mr. Theo is the black dragon's direct subordinate." Theo put his paw to his ear and asked, "What did he say?" They screamed again, "Master Teao is the black dragon's direct subordinate." Theo laughed joyfully and said, "As a reward, they will all have delicious food." He laughed joyfully and reached into his bag again. He took out a turnip and asked, "Why is it here?" Elka asked, "Trader Theo, did something happen?" Theo jumped on his head and screamed, "Nothing. Nothing special." Elka asked, "Right? Okay." He said that then he will run at top speed. Theo answered, "Okay." Elka asked him to hold on tight, Trader Theo. He thought they were in big trouble. Maybe it accidentally got into his bag when he was taking the green onions. He must destroy the evidence. Theo screamed, "They need to run to the 38th floor quickly." Elka answered, "Okay." The protagonist anxiously sorted through the harvest, shouting, "There's nothing here. Not a single thing. Where did it disappear to?" He grabbed his head and shouted, "The sun-grown pumpkin potato that was here while he was cutting the peeling onions." Did Theo accidentally grab some sun-grown pumpkin potato when he left? He put his hands on his waist and added, "I wanted to try a couple when I got back." When he got back, he'd punish that bastard. Then he looked to the side, and the system window said, "Seed store opening." The seed store's open. He said, "The store opens today." He'd completely forgotten about it. He had so many other things to do. Should he see what they were selling? It said user, Park Sejin, rank, normal. He'd be presented with 4 random types of seeds. At his current level, he could only buy as many seeds as he wanted, spending a maximum of 5 minutes and 5 tower coins. 1 fire bean seed was offered for 5 tower coins, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 tower coins, 5 chongyang pepper seeds for 0.5 tower coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins. He asked thoughtfully, "A fire bean seed? What's that? Oh, just 1 seed costs 5 tower coins?" He had enough money, but because the terms stipulated that he could only spend 5 tower coins, he couldn't buy all the other seeds if he bought the fire bean seed. The risk was too great, but fine. He wouldn't risk it and would take what he was more familiar with. He placed his finger on the strawberry seed icon and said, "There's a lot of them now, so I should take more." He'd buy everything: carrots, strawberries, and chongyang pepper seeds. The system reported that he bought 20,000 carrot seeds, 100 strawberry seeds, and 100 chongyang pepper seeds. 5 tower coins were deducted from his account. 50 points were earned, bringing his total to 56 points in the seed shop. "Thank you for using their shop." He smiled and said he had a lot of things to plant. He looked at the bags of seeds in his hands and added that he could already imagine eating strawberries and feeling the chongyang pepper filling him with energy. Then he shouted, "Hubby." He brought carrot seeds from the shop. The rabbit turned around and shouted in surprise, "Carrots!" The protagonist, holding the bags of seeds in his hands, suggested they plant them quickly. He can rely on him, right? He said, "Of course." Then the protagonist suggested expanding their fields even more. The rabbit agreed. Meanwhile in Gangnam, Taejin walked to the edge of the roof and said, "The weather is beautiful." He folded his arms across his chest, smiled, and added, "It's been a while since he left the refrigerator. The view from the tower is simply beautiful. Doesn't he agree, Siyuk?" Cha Siyuk, Han Taejin's student, sighed and said he didn't know about the rest, but he wasn't in any condition to go for a walk. If he slacked off, the fire curse would spread further, so he should go back. Taejin turned around and said, "By the way, he's gotten better at ruining his teacher's good mood." "Is he a manager or something?" he asked. "Where did he learn that?" He added, "They'll be making a deal with a traveling merchant soon, right? Is Dongsik on the 37th floor now?" Siyuk confirmed. "There." He said he was currently having trouble defeating the boss monster on the 38th floor, the deadly tarantula, because it had made its nest at the teleportation point. Even with restoration magic, it's very difficult to neutralize the poisonous gas secreted by tarantulas. It's said to be impossible to resist without an antidote made from the blood of a poisonous spider, the servant guarding the nest. Moreover, finding an alchemist to concoct the antidote is extremely difficult. Taejin looked at him and said, "So they still haven't made any progress. He's guarding Mr. Sejin's family in place of Dongsik, who went to the tower, right? He should report the situation. Has something happened?" He confirmed this after Mr. Sejin's family moved to Gangnam. Since they're constantly on the move and their desire to live as they once did, security guards followed them discreetly. Recently, a foreign association attempted to reach Mr. Bray Sejin through his younger brother Sedol, but he resolved everything without a problem. Taejin, hearing this, laughed loudly, then suddenly coughed. His disciple cried out in alarm, "Master!" He replied that he was fine. Then he placed the tomato in his mouth. He was surprised. Was it a cherry tomato? He confirmed it. After eating this, the curse weakens. It's so useful and delicious. These tomatoes will help many people in the future. Moreover, he believes that Sejin is a talent that they must preserve in the Republic of Korea. Then he walked to the exit of the roof and, waving his hand, said his senior had made a great contribution, but he must tell him to bring Mr. Sejun to his office as soon as he returns from the tower. He will go first. "Master, there definitely must be a way to deal with this fire curse." Siyuk turned, looking at the tower, and noticed that this was true. If it was Mr. Dongsik, he will find it at any cost. Meanwhile, Dongsik was busy fighting. he swung his weapon and, looking at the monster, shouted, "Damn, there is no end in sight. Everyone, they must retreat. They'll plan everything again and try again." Before he could finish speaking, one of his team members turned around and shouted, "Team leader, above him." At that moment, the tarantula leaped on him. He turned around, but Suha stood in front of him. She held her sword out in front of her, protecting the leader. A drop of poison splashed on her cheek, and then she swung her weapon, drawing another sword and stabbing it into the monster's body. The rest of the group shouted, "Are they okay?" Dongsik called out anxiously, "Suha!" He ran up to her and, holding her by the waist, shouted, "She's been poisoned by the spider's venom." The mage holding his staff shouted, "Restoration magic." They laid her on the ground and then began restoring her. Then one of the mages turned to the leader and said that they were stopping the poison from spreading throughout the body, but they couldn't stop it, otherwise it would progress. Dongsik, reaching for his bag, said, "Damn it. They've used all the antidotes. They won't make it to the alchemists in time. What should they do?" At that moment, Theo approached them and asked, "Isn't he Dongsik? Why was he here? Shouldn't he be at the fair?" The team leader shouted in surprise, "Theo." Then he scratched his head and asked, "Why is he here? Oh, so the fair was supposed to be today?" He got completely caught up in his work and forgot. Then Theo looked at Suha lying on the ground and asked in surprise, his subordinate. He climbed on top of her and asked, "Why is she lying on the ground?" He needed to get his photos, so she should get up quickly. She said, "Heavy, fluffy, cute." Then Dongsik said that she was poisoned by spider venom. He said in surprise, "She must be in so much pain. Is she okay? She should lie there. Don't get up." The leader added, "At this rate, she'll leave them." "Does he know where they sell antidotes?" Theo replied anxiously that there were no alchemists near this place. Then he reached into his bag and said that he had this too. He took out a green onion and shouted, "This is a peeling onion." Dongsik shouted in surprise, "A peeling onion?" He picked it up and the system reported, "Peeling onion. Green onions grown in the tower, nutritious and delicious. Purifies poisons of rank D or lower within 1 hour of poisoning. You can eat up to 10 bunches of green onions within an hour. Expiration date is 60 days. Rank D." He said in surprise, "This can remove poison from a spider." Then he held the plant out to Suha and told her to eat it. She took a small bite, and then her face took on a healthy look, and she said in surprise, her body felt so incredibly light. Theo put his paws on her and said, "What a relief." She hugged him and thanked him with a smile. It's thanks to him that she survived. As expected, he's the best cat in the world. He laughed in response and said, "No big deal." He held out his paw and added, she should give him 5 tower coins. As his subordinate, he'd give her a discount. She said, "Cruel merchant." Then Dongsik, holding the plant in his hand, asked Theo where he got this peeling onion. He replied that it was a new crop he was selling. He was surprised. A new crop he was selling? He looked at the plant in his hands and thought, the deadly poison of a rank E+ tarantula. If they buy this onion, they'll be able to successfully raid the 38th floor. As expected of Theo, he's the best golden cat. Then Theo placed his paws on his sides and asked, "Why is he looking at him like that?" He asked Theo how many peeling green onions he had. He replied, 100 bunches. He shouted, "Then they'll buy all the onions." At that moment, a knight approached them and shouted for them to wait. He smiled and said, "The Phoenix Guild." He wondered why the traveling merchant, Theo, hadn't come to them yet. Who would have thought they would act against business ethics? He shouted in surprise, "Royal Knights and the Sorcerers Guild?" His mouth dropped open in amazement, and he wondered how they knew where to go. Were they following them? Were they trying to interfere with their raid? Then the knight placed his hands on his hips and said, "Traveling merchant Theo, if some guild becomes his favorite, many people will resent him, and he will lose customers." Theo was surprised. Really? Dongsik thought, terrible. Cherry tomatoes and green onions are things that can only be bought from the merchant Theo from Sejin. No matter what he does, people have to seek Theo out. But now too many people are watching. Honesty and trust are directly related to a merchant's reputation. He mocks Theo while giving him no choice but to obey him. Then Theo raised his paw and said, "Then he will hold an auction, as he always does. Do they have any objections?" In response, the knight laughed and said, "Okay." After that, Theo reached for his bag and said, then he is going to sell the magical cherry tomatoes and peeling green onions. He took out a basket of tomatoes and said that he was selling C-rank magic tomatoes in baskets of 500, a total of 6,000 tomatoes. Everyone present was surprised. What? C-rank? After the shock of the peeling onions, he was offering C-rank cherry tomatoes, not D-rank. It hadn't even been a month since D-rank cherry tomatoes appeared. Where did C-rank come from? The next second, Dongsik shouted, 350 tower coins. The auction began, and everyone present shouted, 370 tower coins, 400 tower coins, 450 tower coins, 500 tower coins, 600 tower coins. Dongsik, looking around in surprise, shouted, "Hey, everyone needs to choose wisely. Green onions for the raid." Then Theo only had time to shout, "Sold." After a while, he raised his paw and said that he had sold everything. Then he's selling peeling green onions next. He has a total of 100 bunches, selling them in bundles of 10. Dongsik shouted 130 tower coins. The knight shouted 135 tower coins. He replied 155 tower coins. Theo raised his paws and said, anyone else? 3, 2, 1 sold. Now for the next item. Dongsik thought, it's not the best amount of course, but he can't lose. He'll take some more. This time too. Everything should go quickly. The next second, the knight smiled and raising his hand shouted 160 tower coins. Theo shouted, sold. Before Dongsik could shout out his amount, the knight immediately outbid him, and Theo shouted, sold. After a while, Dongsik dropped to all fours by the green onions. The Phoenix Guild received 10 bunches of peeling green onions. The knight, holding the plants in his hands, laughed loudly and shouted, what will he do, Dongsik? The Phoenix Guild must be having trouble communicating with other guilds. The mage next to him added, they'll climb up faster. One of Dongsik's team members apologized to the leader, saying they were blinded by the cherry tomatoes. He replied that it was fine. It wouldn't be the end of the world if their guild lagged behind a little. Then Suha raised her hand and called out to the team leader. He asked in surprise. Yes, she said. Theo. After a while, they sat down on some rocks in the forest, and Theo asked, so, he's saying that Mr. Sejun's family lives together under the name Gangnam? Dongsik confirmed it. Yes, it's called Gangnam. Afterwards, Theo wrote the name down on a sheet of paper, and the guild leader said that since the Korean Association was diligently protecting his family, he had no need to worry because Mr. Sejun was one of Korea's sought-after talents. Theo reached for his bag and said, oh yeah, Mr. Sejun said he wanted to reward him for protecting his family. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Surprised, huh? Oh well, he shouldn't have gone that far. Theo took out a basket and said he'd given him 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 green onions. Dongsik gaped in surprise, thinking 50 much-needed bunches of green onions. Theo then added, he also said that if he needed anything in the future, he'd sell him the products at a discount as thanks for protecting his family. But it's a secret. He replied, okay, it's a fair deal between him and Mr. Sejun. With the onions, they'll be able to protect themselves from poison. He thought he'd keep this secret, just like the matter of protecting the Sejun family. Then Theo added, he had a secret item that he could sell only to him and only today. Maybe he's interested? He was surprised. A secret thing? Meanwhile, the minotaurs were busy with construction. MC, looking at the construction, said, wow, it's only been a few days, but the bulk of the work is already done. Rabbit, holding a plan in his hands, said that thanks to the minotaurs' hard work, they're doing everything very quickly. But still, the interior details need to be done by them, by the three brothers, so he thinks it will take more time. Basically, they need to discuss the structure of the room he was talking about. At that moment, Bae looked at the protagonist, who went inside the house, and pointing his finger forward, said that he would like to put a bed here. After that, he turned around and shouted in surprise. Hey? Bae was trying to squeeze through a small passage. The protagonist ran up to him and shouted, no, Bae, he can't go in. He was surprised, why not? The protagonist replied that he was too big and the house might collapse, so he couldn't. He asked if he was a bad bear. Bae isn't a bad bear who destroys his dad's house, right? He's not a bad little bear. Then the protagonist hugged him and told him to go and eat some honey. Dad needs to take a closer look at the house, and he has to be a good boy, okay? He agreed, and then the protagonist walked up to the Minotaur and said, then materials for the bed. At that moment, Bae looked at the jar of honey and said that he also wants to go inside Dad's house. He also wants to be little. Tears streamed down his face, and he added, I want to sleep with Dad in the house. Then he looked at his glowing paw in surprise. Meanwhile, the protagonist put his hands on his sides and asked, won't that do? The rabbit, holding green onions in his paws, said that if they put green onions in, the bed will be too rough. The next second, Bae shouted, Daddy, he asked in surprise. Huh? Bae, having shrunk in size, jumped right into his chest, throwing him into a mountain of green onions. The protagonist sighed and asked, what? After that, Bae licked his face and happily said, Daddy. MC looked at him in surprise, and he said that he had become smaller. The protagonist picked him up in his arms and asked, Bae, what happened? Has he become the same size as when they first met? A system window appeared above Bae, saying, Crimson Honey Bear. MC asked in surprise, Crimson Honey Bear? He became a honey bear? Just like that time hubby from, and Piak changed. The black rabbit pointed its paw at Bae and said that he had become a child again. The protagonist asked, so that means he can't get bigger anymore? Bae tensed up. The next second, his body became huge again. The protagonist backed away in fear, then cried out in surprise. He'd grown even bigger, so he can change his body size freely, right? The Minotaur standing nearby said that it seemed the desire to become smaller had affected his growth. This sometimes happens among young monsters who are afraid of becoming adults. MC asked in surprise, what? Did it affect his growth? He then turned back to Bae, who had shrunk in size, and hugged him by the leg. He then looked up and asked, Daddy, so can he enter his house? He could hug him like he did Mr. Black Rabbit and Mr. Theo. After that, the protagonist knelt down and, hugging the bear cub, said, so, Bae wants his dad to hug him more often, right? He apologized for not understanding his feelings. Then they will explore their house with him. Bae happily asked, right? The protagonist took the hat from the rabbit's paws and, putting it on his head, smilingly suggested making a fish bed in the house. He said how wonderful, and then added, Dad, he wants to go into the cave too. The protagonist was surprised, and into the cave? After that, he smiled awkwardly, looking at the black rabbit and said, Well, everything will be fine, right? Piak shook his head. Meanwhile, Dongsik looked at the root vegetables and asked in surprise, is this it? Theo, taking one in his paw, said, Sunny pumpkin sweet potato. He was surprised. Sunny pumpkin sweet potato? The system reported, a mutated pumpkin sweet potato that absorbed the sun's rays from the top of the tower. Pumpkin sweet potato grown in the tower is nutritious and delicious. When consumed, 200 grams of fat is burned. Fire resistance is gained for up to 5 hours. In addition, it will be immune to cold for 24 hours. Shelf life, 90 days. Rank C. Dongsik, picking up the root vegetable, thought in surprise, an item that increases fire resistance? Huntajan, a living legend of the Republic of South Korea. Being the first to reach the 52nd floor, he fought an inevitable duel against a wild fire boar guarding the teleporter. The fierce duel, lasting 3 days and 3 nights, was endless. Ultimately, it ended in a draw. Both sides were forced to retreat due to critical wounds inflicted on each other. During that duel, a fire curse fell upon him, burning everything around him for an extended period. The only way to slow the curse was through magical means or lowering his body temperature. Everyone assumed he would eventually perish, but he couldn't abandon his conquest of the tower. Dongsik thought that with this, they could temporarily slow the master's fire curse and defeat the wild fire boar. Then the curse would be lifted, and the legend would return. What's more, they even had a purifying green onion for the 38th floor raid. Then he said, Theo, thank you so much. This is just what they needed. He replied, that's nothing. He thought, if Dongsik took this, no one would know about his mistake. His crime had been successful. After that, he returned to the rest of the guild and asked, tired of waiting? The guy turned around and said, team leader, they've prepared everything to go down. Then surprised, he asked, what? Dongsik placed the basket filled with the goods he had just purchased on the ground. The girl shouted in surprise, peeling green onions? He got that from a traveling merchant? He placed his hands on his waist and said they were lucky, and they wanted to go down the tower? Time to check in at the teleporters and continue conquering the tower. The rest of the guild looked at him happily. After that, he bit off a small piece of green onion and said, let's go, Phoenix Guild. They are starting. After that, they began fighting a huge tarantula. Dongsik shouted, raid the 38th floor, boss. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor, the merchant's market. The wolf mercenaries walked forward next to Theo. Elka, leaning towards him, said, he seems to be in a good mood, Merchant Theo. He waved his paw and said that there were good sales today. Then he turned around and raising his paws shouted, wolf mercenaries. Today, he will treat them to something tasty. In response, they shouted, Treasurer Theo, thank you. One of the wolves asked what they should eat. His comrade replied that he had heard that a new noodle shop had opened somewhere nearby. Then Theo looked to the side in surprise and asked, huh? Elka looked at him and asked, what's wrong, Trader Theo? He pointed his paws to the side and told them to wait. He smelled something. He looked at the decoration in surprise and then, placing his paw on it, shouted, that's it. Iona placed her paw on top of his paw. Theo, taking the decoration, shouted, who is she? She looked at him in surprise, stretched out her paw forward and thought, a traveling merchant, apparently of mid-ranking. Then she said that he didn't need this thing. She would take it. Please, he must give it back. He asked, what is she talking about? He took it first. She, the little one, must get lost. Iona asked indignantly, small. Then Elka approached them and said, Merchant Theo, what happened? He then cried out in surprise. Huh? He thought, this hamster? Iona, the archmage of great destruction? He was definitely not mistaken. This robe and the tower's legendary artifact, called the Staff of Calamity, the embodiment of destruction, whose one wave can turn mountains into ruins, and whose second wave can turn rivers into oceans. What is such a person doing here? Iona asked, doesn't he know who she is? She would give him a chance to take it back, but she's in a bad mood right now, for she's tired. So she'll take his life as an apology. With these words, she pushed off the ground and began concentrating energy in her staff. The next second, Elka cried out, no, Mistress Iona, this guy is the Great Black Dragon's subordinate. She cried out in surprise. The Great Black Dragon's subordinate? She knelt down and asked, he? Elka knelt down and, placing his hand on his chest, introduced himself and said that he was the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe. She asked, does he understand what he just said? If he used the name of the Black Dragon to protect this cat, he would surely die. He replied that it was true. He swears on the name of the tribe that he is not lying. Theo raised his paw and shouted, yes, he is the Black Dragon's subordinate. He is not lying. She said that in that case, he should prove that he is his subordinate. He looked surprised. Prove? And how did she imagine that? She asked him to take her to the Black Dragon. He asked indignantly, for free. Elka thought, this little bastard cat, what if she gets angry again? Theo said that he is the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, and he is also a traveling merchant. Then he shouted, so if she wants to meet the Black Dragon, she has to pay. Elka watched in horror, and Iona just laughed out loud. She then wiped away a tear and added, he really is so confident. She liked how he didn't even blink. Okay, what does he want? He asked in response. She said her name was Iona. He was buying something for the Great Black Dragon. Iona asked, so he wants to give this ring to him, then she would buy it for him. Theo asked in surprise, really? She replied that he should tell her. If he needed anything else, she would buy it for him. Iona thought, if she really was going to meet the Black Dragon, this was her chance. Theo happily thought, what luck. After a while, Theo pointed his paw at a bottle and told the seller to give him 100 bottles. Then he pointed to the hat and said, this, and this too. Theo, handing Elka the hat, laughed and asked, do they guys need anything? He thinks it will suit Elka's son. He said no. At that moment, Iona asked, didn't he say that he was buying things that a black dragon needs? Does he really need all this junk? Theo put the hat on himself and said, that's right, he needs all this. He likes it, they should buy it. Iona clenched her fist and said, they'll see if he's lying to her or not, the asshole cat. Then Theo called her and, putting the hat on her, said that he thinks it will suit her very well. She adjusted the hat and then said that she was grateful. But not all mages wear hats like that. Theo asked, what is she doing? She should pay for these hats quickly. She took off her hat in annoyance and asked, how much does it cost? The seller replied that it would cost her 20 tower coins. She then held out the bag of money and said, here. Theo stretched out his paw and shouted for a discount. Iona looked at him in surprise, and then he asked, I'm going to buy all this without asking for a discount? That wouldn't do. The seller said that in that case, he would sell it to them for 18 tower coins. Theo clenched his fist and said, that's too much. He should give her a bigger discount. The seller replied, that would be 17 tower coins. Theo shouted, even more. After a while, they were walking down the street, the wolves holding the boxes in their hands. Theo took off his hat and, turning to the archmage, thanked her. She replied, all for the black dragon. She thought, what's wrong with this cat? She thought he would ask for something worthwhile, but he only asked her to buy him all this junk. He even asked for a discount to save money. Then she asked, where is this black dragon? He answered, it is on the 99th floor. She was surprised. On the 99th floor? Not in the admin area, connected to each part of the tower? Theo put his paws on his sides and said, she will understand everything as soon as she gets there. She thought, how suspicious. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, another monster was defeated. Dongsik, throwing his weapon over his back, said, they finally got it away. He raised his hand with a green onion and shouted, they, the Phoenix Guild, finally successfully completed the raid of the 308th floor. The others rejoiced, and he looked at the crystal, and coming closer said, well, they will go to the 39th floor. After that, the system reported congratulations, the checkpoint of the 38th floor was registered. Do they want to go to the 39th floor? Meanwhile, the main building of the Goggle Tower's farm streets. The vice chairman asked in surprise, what? The Phoenix Guild had passed the 38th floor? So quickly? How? His subordinate replied that it was true. News had surfaced of a new plant called the peeling green onion. It seemed to have increased raid speed. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted indignantly, peeling green onion? They couldn't grow a single tomato, no matter how much money they invested. Yet something new had already emerged. He placed his hand on his forehead and said that they could no longer contain the discontent of the Goggle Association members. They needed to show at least some results. The next second, a girl entered the room and shouted, Vice Chairman. After a while, he came outside and, looking at the plants, asked in surprise, what is this? He asked, is this a cherry tomato? Jenny stood next to him and said, it looks like a mutation has occurred due to growth activation. He took a knife and said they should have destroyed it long ago. Why hadn't they done it? He then cut off the plant and added, it doesn't look like a plant, but like a living monster. Then he looked in surprise at the system window that appeared. It said, infected cherry tomato. He shouted, what? Infected cherry tomato. The system reported that he had defeated the infected cherry tomato and had also received 27 experience points. He shouted, after he cut the plants, the system awarded him points, as if he had killed a monster. Jenny said she thought the tomato had mutated and turned into a monster due to the tower's influence. Instead of liquid and nutrients, they were forced to subsist on a diet of bugs and small monsters. Thanks to these mutants, she was able to enter the tower and level up without any danger. This was good, and she could personally see the results of the research right in front of her. Moreover, it might not be what she wanted, but they also reproduce on their own. This is an unprecedented discovery, Vice Chairman. If all goes well, the tower's hierarchy will be revised. He turned around, then smiled and said, that's right, this is their chance. They must remove all the existing crops and replace them with infected cherry tomatoes. If they can't cultivate magical cherry tomatoes, they'll cultivate something else. Experience farming. This will become a wonderful business. After a while, MC happily said, great, it's hatching. Today was the birthday of the third poisonous bee he received during the blue moon. He then told her to lie here, the third queen bee. The next second, a bee appeared in front of him, the third poisonous queen bee. The system reported that he had witnessed the birth of the poisonous queen. He had successfully obtained the third poisonous queen bee and become her master. He looked at the bee, greeted her, and smiling, said it was nice to meet her. At that moment, the two remaining bees flew at him. He handed the newly minted bee flowers, and then the other bees picked her up and flew away. The protagonist lay down on a lounge chair, clasped his hands behind his head, and said how peaceful it was. He hoped that such a peaceful life would continue. The next second, a clot of ink flew into his face. He stood up abruptly, and Beck called out to him. He held the squid in his hands and said that something had appeared in the pond that he had never seen before. The protagonist then approached the others. Some of the rabbits were also covered in ink. The protagonist placed his hand on his waist and, laughing, asked, are they black rabbits now? At that moment, Wifey wiped the black rabbit's face and said, what a beautiful face. He shouted that nothing had gotten on him. After that, the protagonist looked at the pond and said, wow, there are so many of them. Beh. holding the squid in his paws, said that according to the black rabbit, he caught it while hunting in the pond because it looked strange and was spitting black liquid. This was the first time the black rabbit had seen it, so the others didn't know what it was either. The black rabbit added that it felt slippery. Then MC asked, well, they probably don't know what a squid is. They were surprised. Squid? The protagonist said it was delicious. Would they like to try it? After that, he began cooking the squid. Then he served the dish and announced that the squid dish was ready. He placed a plate of fried squid on the table. The system reported that he had prepared a spicy fried squid dish. His level 2 cooking skill increased slightly. The spicy fried squid recipe was registered in level 2 cooking. Grilled squid and squid sashimi were also prepared. Rabbit and Beh said in surprise, wow. The protagonist scooped up a small portion with a spoon and said, when was the last time he ate squid? The spicy taste makes your mouth water. Black Rabbit, biting into a piece of grilled squid, said, delicious. Beh also tried the squid and agreed, very tasty. After this, the Black Rabbit added that eating such delicious food would make him more alert when hunting in the dimensional ocean. Beh raised his paws and said he wanted to come with him. MC asked if he could swim. He replied in the negative. Then the protagonist said, okay. After they finish clearing the field, he'll teach him to swim. He replied, wow, that's so cool. Meanwhile, the wolves approached the passage. The little animal raised its paw and shouted, this fast passage is unavailable. Please, they have to go the other way. The bear was surprised. What? Then Theo, sitting on Elka's head, asked what was going on. He replied that he had no idea. The passage manager was in control. Then another wolf turned to him and shouted, Chief! He asked around, and they said red locusts had invaded the 69th floor. He was surprised. What? Red locusts? Theo asked. What are those? Iona said that this insect, called the Shadow of Destruction, was like the beginning of a catastrophe. Theo looked at her and asked, insects? She replied, exactly. Creatures created to devour and destroy everything in their path. They were trying to take the tower's inhabitants' homes right now. The Magic Tower and Mercenary Alliance were most likely controlling traffic in the passages to catch the red locusts. Originally, she was supposed to join the alliance, but first, she had to face the Black Dragon, so she needed to quickly go to another passage. Theo was surprised. Wasn't the fast passage skill a special passage that only high-ranking merchants could pass through? He was a mid-level merchant, so he couldn't go there. Then Iona said that everything would be fine because they had her, so they should go. Then she pulled out a gold medal from her cape. Theo was surprised and thought, what? Isn't this a gold medal that only great traveling merchants possess? A symbol of power that allows uncontrolled use of all shortcuts. Then he said that they need to get along. She said that she doesn't want to. Meanwhile, the protagonist cut another bunch of green onions. Sighing heavily and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said, the green onions have grown so much. They continued to separate them and grow them. And before he realized it, the field became 2,000 peon wide. It turned into a forest. But where is everyone? He hears the sound of cutting green onions, but sees no one. Then he heard a beep and asked, is that a rabbit cutting onions? He approached the rabbit and asked, what happened? Is something wrong? He replied, Uncle, the green onions here are somehow strange. You can't cut them. The protagonist laughed and said that it was impossible. Following this, he grabbed the stalk of the green onion and cried out in pain. The rabbit asked, what is it, Uncle? Is he okay? The protagonist looked at the wound that had formed on his palm and asked, did that cut him? He then touched the plant with his fingers and added, hard as steel, really. He pulled it out by the roots, and the system reported that he had grown a durable blade of green onion. He had earned a reward for creating a new variety in the tower. The tower grants him exclusive rights to cultivate new varieties. No one is allowed to grow a durable blade of green onion without his permission. Durable blade of green onion. Due to frequent cutting of the leaves, the green onion mutated, turning the leaves into a kind of defense. This used all its nutrients to make its leaves sharp and hard, eventually losing its flavor and nutrients. There is no effect when consumed. Creator, Sajin Tower Farmer. Shelf life 90 days, rank C. MC looked happily at the plants and said that he knew it. It's a new species, but it has no effects upon consumption, and it says it's sharp and hard. He then swung the green onion blade, cutting off the bunches of green onions that had grown nearby. He shouted, unbelievable. He's using green onions to cut green onions. This could be very useful. I need to grow a lot of them. Then he was surprised to see a system window in front of him. He said, Aileen. She didn't answer when he called her. He was very worried. The system window said the tower manager was tearfully asking for help with her worries. He asked, help with what? What happened? Then drops of tears began to pour from the system window, and he shouted, what? Is she crying? Aileen? After a while, he sat down on the grass, folding his arms across his chest. The little animals surrounded him, and he asked, so, the red locusts have invaded the 67th floor of the tower? The system reported that the tower manager had confirmed it. Wifey put her paw to her head and said, those creatures have entered the tower again. Her husband told her to calm down. This is bad for the babies in her belly. The protagonist then said, in the past, those creatures destroyed the rabbit kingdom, right? The tower manager confirmed this, and he asked what exactly they looked like. She said that one of them wouldn't scare anyone, but since they devour everything in their path, their colony is growing to an alarming size. If this problem isn't solved quickly, none of the living creatures on the 67th floor, which is overrun by locusts, will survive. Everyone will disappear. They will infiltrate other floors one by one through portals, and then this place will no longer be safe. The protagonist said thoughtfully, locusts destroying everything. Aileen added that she had encountered certain difficulties, because of which she can't do anything on the 65th floor right now. So she was truly sorry, but she needed his help. He nodded and told her not to worry. If there was anything he could do to help, he would. He clenched his fist as he added that she didn't need to apologize. He was the tower's farmer, wasn't he? This place was his home too. He couldn't allow enemies to get in here. Theo, the rabbits, wolves, and minotaurs would drop everything right there if it took to save the tower. The black rabbit shouted, "That's right, Mistress Aileen. Please, she must believe in the tower's inhabitants." She looked into the orb. The rabbit had said they would discuss this together. Tears streamed down her face and she thought, "Thank you." The protagonist then asked, "But how can this problem be solved? He couldn't even climb down the tower." At that moment, Theo raised her paw and said, "He's back." He replied, "It's good he's here. There's something very important." He was surprised, huh? Theo pointed his paw at Iona and said that they had a guest. She nodded and greeted him, saying she was glad to meet him. He was the great black dragon? MC asked in surprise. Huh? A hamster? Theo, who is this? He replied that she didn't believe he was the black dragon's subordinate, so he brought her here. He did the right thing, right? Then she knelt down and said she welcomed the great black dragon. The head of the Mage Association, Iona, welcomed him. At that moment, a system window appeared, saying that the tower manager said Iona had come to see him because the tower manager hadn't arrived in time to solve the red locust problem on the 67th floor. If she was the head of the association, she must be a high-ranking monster in the tower. She asked him to listen to what she had to say. After that, the protagonist scratched his cheek and asked, "So she was Iona? He can't just send back a guest who came from far away, so wouldn't she like something to drink first?" After a while, she was sitting on the table next to a small container of drink. The protagonist sat at the table, scratched the back of his head, and with a slight smile said, "Nothing special, so she should just enjoy it." Theo, looking at Bae, cried out in surprise, "Hey?" Following this, the protagonist asked, "Iona, what brings her here?" She replied that she had a serious request to the great black dragon. He asked, "It's because of the red locusts that appeared on the 67th floor, right?" She was surprised. The great black dragon, as expected, knew about it. Then why didn't he do anything? He replied that there were certain circumstances. After that, Theo raised his paws and said, "Chairman, I'd like some churu." Beth said, "Daddy, he wants to eat too." He replied, "Guys, they have guests right now." Iona wondered in surprise, what was with this relaxed atmosphere? Was he really a black dragon? Moreover, why were they calling him chairman and dad? Aside from his black hair, he didn't seem to resemble a black dragon at all. On the contrary, he looked more like a human, of which there had been many in the tower lately. The same applies to the lack of strength she felt. He was weak, but no living being in the tower could sense the energy of a black dragon. From certain directions, traces of immense magical power could be sensed, undeniable. She didn't know what was going on, but who was he anyway? After that, she drank the drink offered to her and cried out in surprise, "What is this?" She felt a surge of her energy and mana from this thick red liquid. What's more, it's sweet and delicious. The protagonist smiled and asked, "It's delicious, isn't it?" "It's magical tomato juice mixed with honey." The rabbits grew the ingredients themselves, as did the honey, which was created by poisonous bees. She was surprised. Magical cherry tomatoes? Could she take a look at that? After that, hubby put the bowl of tomatoes on the table and said, "This is it, my lady." She asked, "Did it come from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor?" He confirmed it, my lady. Or rather, a black dragon has taken them in. She took the tomato in her paw and said that she had never seen anything like it before. "Does he have other things like that?" The protagonist raised his index finger and said that they had sunny pumpkin sweet potato, speed carrot, and endurance corn. "Oh, he thinks they'll be growing peanuts soon too." She was surprised. "Peanuts?" Then MC looked at the guys and said that he was proud of them. Everything was going as usual, and Iona thought, "I see." He was taking care of monsters with nowhere to go, while he worked on solving the food crisis and finding new things. The fact that she sensed the black dragon's energy only weakly could be explained by his concern for the monsters. Now she realized how foolish she had been, not understanding the one who had sacrificed himself for the tower and humiliated himself. Then the protagonist looked at her and spoke about the problem. She then lowered her head and said that she begged for forgiveness. A lowly creature like her could not understand the generosity of the great black dragon. She sank to her paws and declared that she had committed an irreverent sin. He wondered what she was talking about. Then he placed a green onion blade on the table and said that he thought it might help. What did she think? A sturdy green onion blade lay on the table. She asked in surprise, "A sturdy blade and a green onion?" It is said that people in the north could easily hunt even the fiercest wolves with a single painted blade. It's simple. They squirt blood on a blade and stick it in the snow. Hungry wolves smell the blood and start licking the blade. After a while, the blade cuts the wolf's tongue, and it bleeds to death. But when its tongue goes numb from the cold, the wolf no longer understands that it's dying. The protagonist raised his index finger and added, "That's how wolves bleed to death." He read about it in a book a long time ago. Theo, climbing on the wolf's head, said, "How terrible, Elka. He'll give him a fish, so he shouldn't lick the blade." He replied that he had no intention of doing such a thing. She then folded her paws across her chest and said, "It's a good story. They won't be able to distinguish between the blade and this strong blade and the green onions, so they'll pounce blindly on it. A red locust that has tasted green onions will look for the same elsewhere and pounce on this one, trying to eat it, but will end up cutting itself to death. Red locusts have a habit of attacking those weakened by wounds. With this, they will be able to defend the portal." As expected of the great black dragon, he is breeding new weapons to combat the red locusts, while simultaneously solving the tower's food shortage. In response, the protagonist laughed, thinking there must have been a misunderstanding. After that, he said, in any case, he wants to conduct a test to see if his theory is correct. It hadn't been long since he cultivated the last blade of green onions, so he needed to see how much he could grow. She said, "If that's the problem, please don't worry, she has several red locusts." He was surprised with her. She then opened a portal and, sticking her paw in, pulled out several red locusts, sending them into the air. MC gaped in surprise and asked, "Are these red locusts?" She replied that she had caught a few for an experiment. "How fortunate. Black Dragon, what does he want to do with them?" He stood up and told her to wait a bit. After that, he planted several green onion blades in a row and asked, "Can she let them go?" After that, she let them fly freely. They saw the plants and quickly flew there. They began to bite the first green onion and then flew to the next one. But this instantly cut them down one after another. The protagonist shouted, "There it is. Success." Then he looked at the system window in surprise. It said that he had accomplished a great feat, killing insects with his plants. One work field was added as a reward. The experience points he earned can be obtained by killing insects with plants. He scratched his head and asked, "A reward? If he killed a red locust with a plant blade, he could get experience points? That's wonderful, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Taejun, leaning back on the sofa, said that Dong-sik, as expected of his disciple, had raided the 38th floor earlier than expected. He thanked him in return, and Dong-sik asked if he had visited him immediately after leaving the tower, so he must have very good news, right? He replied, as expected, "Master knows everything." He then handed him a sweet potato and said, "Master, everyone is waiting for the hero's return. They must enter the tower together." The system announced that the fire curse would be neutralized for 5 hours. Sometime later, on the 67th floor, a swarm of locusts flew forward at a rapid pace. The lizardmen attacked them with their weapons. The battle continued. Then one of the lizardmen shouted, "There are too many of them." His comrade added, "They must go even further. There's a teleporter beyond this boundary." At that moment, Iona flew up to them and asked them to step aside. She then created several magical symbols around herself and a huge fireball above her. The lizardmen cried out in surprise, "Miss Iona?" After that, she sent the red-hot ball forward, igniting a huge section of the red locust. She shouted that she had bought them some time. They should plant these opposite the camp. With these words, she pulled blades of green onion from the portal. The lizardmen catching them were surprised. "Is this a green onion?" she shouted. "Hurry!" Then they immediately began planting, the swarm rushing straight for the plants, and the lizardmen, turning the other way, shouted that he should be careful. They managed to escape as the swarm flew straight at the plants, and the individuals were cut to pieces one by one. The lizardmen cried out in surprise, "The red locust is flying into the green onion and dying. Mistress Iona, what is this thing?" She replied that it was the black dragon's mercy. He was surprised. "The black dragon's mercy?" After this, she shouted, "Great warriors and mages, you need no longer fear these intruders. They will only attack the red locust that gets past the spicy green onion's defense." She then began concentrating energy in her staff and shouted, "For the Black Tower." The others also ran into battle, and she shouted, "For the Great Black Dragon." Meanwhile, the bees were busy pollinating. MC looked at the system windows that appeared, which said his plant had destroyed the insect. He had received 1 experience point. He said, "It looks like there were no problems with the spicy green onion. How is Bae doing?" At that moment, Bae concentrated all his power and split the green onion in 2. He turned to the protagonist and happily announced that he had split the spicy green onion in 2. The protagonist, smiling, said, "Excellent. The spicy green onion is hard," so he was worried about dividing it and growing it. But he was lucky that Bae was very strong. He smiled and replied that he was strong. He could divide the spicy green onion. The protagonist thought about a few days ago, when he made a deal with Iona to build a defensive line against the red locusts using spicy green onions. He then placed several plants and told her to take this green onion blade to protect the tower. In response, she bowed and said that she was very grateful for the great black dragon's kindness, but if she didn't watch out, there might be cruelty when using this onion in the tower. She was sure that selling this plant would also help Mr. Traveling Merchant who serves the Great Black Dragon. He said, "Yes, sir." The protagonist said, "Then he has no reason to refuse." She said they would only create a defensive line around the teleporter to prevent the onion population from increasing too much. Since she would be directing mages to destroy the red locusts, it would be difficult to return to the 99th floor. Furthermore, she had requested teleportation access from the Traveling Merchant Association on Teo's behalf. Then the MC looked away in surprise and asked, "Huh? Bae, he's not allowed to eat that." At that moment, he bit off a piece of the locust's body. The protagonist peered into its mouth and asked, "What? He eats everything." He replied that it hurt. Then Elka placed his paw to his chest and asked if he could eat red locusts locusts too. The protagonist was surprised. What? Apparently, the monsters thought red locusts were delicious. Elka then asked, so he needs to deliver these spicy green onions to the 67th floor? The protagonist confirmed this. He relied on him. He then waved his hand and told him to be careful of the red locusts. He replied, good. The lizards fighting the red locusts on the 67th floor were using the red locusts' bodies as food. Because there were so many of them, the number of locusts arriving was greater than the number they could consume. It seemed they couldn't handle it. If the red locusts' bodies were left untouched, they would be eaten by other red locusts. So they decided to have the Silver Wolf tribe transport the red locusts' bodies, killed by green onion blades, to the 99th floor for food. They also planned to sell some of the bodies to earn money and use it to rebuild the drought-stricken 85th floor. The MC, who was working on the tomatoes, thought, of course, he also gave part of the profits to the wolves as a commission, creating another source of income on top of the income from the blades of durable green onions, and the profits turned out to be good. Then he said indignantly, hey subordinate, is he slacking off? The wind from the fan isn't refreshing enough. Theo, holding the fan in his paw, looked at him indignantly, then pressing his ears, said that his paw already hurts. Can't he go back to being a merchant? The protagonist responded, not even 5 minutes had passed since he started blowing the fan at him. The sin of stealing the sun-drenched pumpkin potato and selling it is great. Thank goodness they can grow it by dividing it. By the way, they could have said goodbye to the new plant forever. He replied that he wouldn't make such a mistake again. But still, it's good that he sold it to Dongsik. He's a kind hunter who keeps secrets. It seems he really needed that potato. Thanks to this sale, the trust between him and him will grow even more. The protagonist said that it adds another 30 minutes to his work as a fan. He shouted indignantly, why? He waved the fan and shouted that he was trying too hard to blow air on him. He should be nicer to him. After that, the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said, oh my god, my shoulder hurts. Theo extended his paw and told him to let him have a look. He would give him a massage. He asked, really? The cat put its paws on his shoulders and said, Mr. Sajin, it's hard enough for him. He shouldn't get sick anymore. The protagonist thought, maybe he should tease him a little more? And then he looked in surprise at the system windows that appeared, which said that his plants had killed insects. He said, it looks like the red locusts are attacking again. The system reported that he had leveled up. Work tasks. Grow 1,000 plants. Reward. Level 21, 50 tower coins. He clenched his fist and shouted joyfully. He'd reached level 20. The experience boost from growing plants and killing insects made leveling up so easy. This task wasn't difficult, so he'd do it right away. If he leveled up and got some bonus stats, his mana would increase. At that moment, Theo called out to him and shouted, what is he doing now? He was giving him a massage. He should sit back down quickly. He replied that he understood. The cat then placed its paws on his face and said that his face was also problematic. He would give him a facial massage too. The protagonist frowned and said that it was somehow unpleasant. After a while, the tree with the spheres inside fell to the ground, and Bei's mother stepped on it from above, breaking it and pinning it to the ground. She asked, why have these bastards from the west been breaking into her territory lately? She said she needed to guard it better. Then she looked at the sun and said it was time to go back. She grabbed one tree and asked what was for dinner today. Their Be must be eating well. Mr. Sajin will cook something delicious again, right? After a while, Aileen was breathing heavily. The plate in front of her was emptying. Then she washed it down with liquid and, sitting on the ground, sighed heavily, shouting that when she eats something spicy, she copes with stress so easily. She had been so worried all these days that she couldn't eat properly. But now that she had eaten for the first time in a long time, the food seemed even tastier. The protagonist, wiping sweat from his face, smiled and said that he was glad to know she liked it. Later, he would give her some sweet potatoes for dessert. The tower manager was happy. Following this, the system reported that his plants had killed insects again. He was surprised, huh? Must be another attack of red locusts. How many of these are there? Their numbers aren't even decreasing. Aileen looked at the system windows and said, but the red locust numbers have stabilized. The system windows said she destroyed 1,003,781 red locusts on the 67th floor. The remaining locusts on this floor, 6,038,811,918. The number of red locusts had increased by 7 compared to an hour ago. The protagonist dropped to one knee and said what a relief. He'd leveled up significantly thanks to the red locusts, so he hoped he was helping the 67th floor. Aileen then placed her paw on the sphere and looked at the system window that had appeared. It said, assistance in destroying the red locust on the 67th floor. First is Sajin, 303,113. Second is Iona, 123,812. Third fighter is the lizard Tomorrow, 11,929. She thought she lacked mana, so she couldn't fix the situation on the 67th floor with the crystal ball, but she could track the situation through the help list. Then she said, the spicy green onions definitely played a huge role. These aren't just empty words. Moreover, once the red locusts are destroyed, he can receive rewards based on the amount of help he has, so he needs to hold out a little longer. He was surprised. A reward? So there's a reward for killing the intruders? Was that a quest too? And what's the reward? The system window said it was a secret. The only thing it could say was that the higher the help, the better the reward. The protagonist started pulling a carrot out of the ground and said, help. Then he needs to try harder, right? After that, he pulled out the carrot and looked at it. A system window appeared, which said, agility carrot, when consumed, burns 30 grams of body fat, increases agility by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and improves vision. Expiration date is 130 days, rank C. He handed another carrot to the rabbits and said, here's a C-rank carrot. Here they should each take one. This will increase their agility and they will finish the job faster. The rabbit cried out happily, how wonderful. Theo approached him, put his paw on his muzzle and said, Chairman, he's coming down. The protagonist looked at him and said, Theo the merchant, are you awake? But why is he coming down now? Is he going to meet Elka on the 88th floor? He confirmed it. After he takes them to the 67th floor, he plans to go to the 38th floor with Elka and collect red locusts. The MC folded his arms and told him to take care. Did he carefully collect everything he needed this time? He indignantly asked, who do you think he is? He doesn't make the same mistake twice. Then a rabbit approached him and called the protagonist. He said that his house is finished. After a while, everyone gathered near the completed building. The protagonist said, from the exterior to the kitchen. He went inside and said, wow, just like he asked. How did they do everything so well? After this, Bei walked on and said, Dad, the floor is warm. The protagonist sprawled out on the floor and said it was called underfloor heating. When they got tired, they could rest on the warm floor. Theo lay nearby and said his body felt so comfortable. Then the protagonist looked at the rabbits and asked, but did he explain to them in detail how to make such a floor? The rabbit raised its paw and said that among the traveling merchants, there was a tribe that also lived in houses of a similar type. He had built similar houses before, so it was easy. The protagonist, leaving the house and putting on his shoes, said that it seems there are tower dwellers who also use heated floors and boilers. After this, Bei raised his paw and asked, Dad, what is this? He was surprised, and then, looking inside, saw two rabbits. One of them reached for the door and cried out indignantly as soon as they knocked. At that moment, the protagonist grabbed Bei and, covering his eyes, ran in the opposite direction. Bei asked, Daddy, why is he covering his eyes? Then the protagonist stopped, trying to catch his breath. He turned to the house and said, this is his house. Bei asked, Daddy, is he upset? At that moment, a red bear approached them. She called out to the protagonist. The protagonist looked at her and said, Mom, Bei, she's early today. The little one called out to his mother. Following this, the protagonist asked, hasn't she been too busy patrolling lately? She was holding a piece of wood and said that there was a bit of a mess around. She threw the wood on the ground and then added, she thought it might be useful, so she brought it here. The protagonist thanked her and said that this tree looks really old. Then Theo approached the bear and said, Mom, Bei, is she going into the forest again? She should take him with her. She extended her paw to him and confirmed this. Then she would not be so lonely on the way. After this, the protagonist waved to them and told them to take care. Then he turned to the rabbit, who had climbed the tree, and asked, what should they do with this old tree? The rabbit patted the wood with his paws and said, this one is of very good quality. He took out an axe and added, first, we need to chop it into pieces. The protagonist turned and said that he would go and take care of things. They should make a bed for him. Then the rabbit squeaked in surprise, seeing a glow in the hollow of the tree. The next second, the branches wrapped around his body, and he began to squeak pitifully. MC looked at the rising tree in horror. He reached for his weapon. Bei ran forward and swung his paw, attacking the tree. The branches released the rabbit and then grabbed the bear. Bei used his sharp fangs to tear the branches from his paws. The protagonist, holding a knife in his hands, nervously shouted, what should he do? What can he do? Aileen. The system reported that the tower manager was asking what the infected tree was doing here. He shouted that he didn't know. The tree had suddenly awakened. What should he do to destroy it? At that moment, she opened a book and thoughtfully said, infected tree, and so on. The system reported that the tower manager was asking him to destroy the carnivorous fruit inside the tree. At that moment, the tree continued to squeeze the bear, and MC shouted at Bei to become small. The next second, it shrank in size, and the protagonist attacked right at the tree's core, then pulled out a knife, revealing a fruit at the end. The tree said, everything in this place. He asked, everything in this place? The system reported that he had destroyed the carnivorous fruit of a large infected tree. He received 50 experience points. He asked, what do you mean, everything? Bei then tugged at his pant leg and told him to look. The protagonist turned around. Several more trees were heading straight for them. He said, damn, enemies. Small branches of the infected tree gradually approached them. MC shouted, intruders. They're like that tree. They need to call the black rabbit and the other guys who can fight. The other rabbits agreed and ran in the opposite direction. At that moment, Bei transformed into a large form and leaped to attack, landing right in the center of those branches, scattering them and covering the ground with cracks. Then he began slashing with his paw, and the protagonist, swinging his weapon, cut the branches in half. He shouted, where did those branches come from? Then the rabbits ran up to them, calling out to him. The protagonist, seeing them, shouted, guys, they need to stop them here so they don't reach the fields. The black rabbit, taking up his weapon, shouted that he, the black rabbit warrior, was the one. It's time to show off his skills. He raised his weapon in front of him and ran forward with lightning speed, attacking the branches in his path. MC shouted in surprise, Black Rabbit. He's shocked. He winked at him in response, but at that moment, one of the branches swung its rootstock, aiming straight at the rabbit. but the cutter rabbit easily chopped it into several pieces. He turned to the black rabbit and told him not to relax. It's too dangerous here. Following this, another group of rabbits armed themselves with gardening tools and shouted, the little pieces of wood, they need to get away from their house. Bees also flew in to help. The battle continued, and then the protagonist clenched his fist and shouted, guys, they need to hold out a little longer. They're almost there. The black rabbit shouted, uncle, in front of him. At that moment, the protagonist saw even more branches. Large branches of the infected tree were approaching them. He looked at it in horror, then turned and ran in the opposite direction with the others. Be ran forward and shouted, Daddy. He leaned his full weight on a large branch and clutching it, shouted, this shouldn't mess with his father. The protagonist shouted, damn it. They can't fight these things alone. Be's mom went to the ship with Theo, and the minotaurs are too far away to cross the territory in time. What should he do? At that moment, a large branch approached him from behind, but it was the king of the minotaurs who immediately attacked. MC looked at him in surprise and shouted, King of the Minotaurs. He looked at him and shouted, Sejin, is he okay? He pointed to the side, indicating the Minotaurs, and said that everyone had come to help. The protagonist joyfully shouted, Bull 4, Bull 3. Branches flew in all directions, and the bear, tearing through several branches at once, screamed at how dare she invade her territory and interfere with Lord Sejin's fields. She won't let this happen so easily, you half-baked log. Then the Minotaur King slung his weapon over his shoulder and said, the red bear is rampaging. The protagonist turned and shouted, how did he know to come here? A system window appeared in front of him, saying that the tower manager had said she had called them here herself. Aileen said she had confirmed that the infected had come to him from afar and had contacted the Minotaur King and the Red Bears to come. She had told him to trust her. He said her name with a smile and then shouted, excellent. They're protecting the fields. When this is over, he will prepare an incredibly delicious meal for everyone. The Minotaur King joyfully shouted, food! The bear sighed and shouted, he said food! After that, everyone ran towards the monsters, and the protagonist, pointing his weapon forward, shouted, attack! Get food! Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, the misty lizard forest. Theo, looking ahead, asked, didn't he say it was a misty forest? Elka looked at him and said, all the places the red locusts passed through have become abandoned. Not a blade of grass remains. Theo, watching the wolves, said, it's scary, but what are they doing now? Aren't they supposed to just take the red locusts? He replied that the lizards also asked them to clear the destroyed lands. They were fighting other locusts, which is why they lacked paws. Theo raised his paw and asked if they were getting paid for this. He replied that they weren't. It wasn't that hard a job anyway. Theo shouted indignantly, what are they, some kind of slaves? Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction. Elka asked where he was going. He replied that he wouldn't go like that. They should follow him. He turned and shouted that he was going to get them money. After a while, 2 lizard guards stood at the entrance to the tent. Theo, turning to them, told them to move away. He's here to meet their leader. The lizard said that not everyone can just come in. Theo hit his chest with his paw and shouted, he's not everyone. They should call Iona or someone. The guard replied that Lady Iona was busy, so she couldn't see him. Theo shouted, it's not like they don't know each other at all. They have a very close relationship. An awkward silence fell around them. Everyone stared at him. Elka wondered in surprise. What the hell is this asshole cat even talking about? Then he asked, Theo the merchant, what is he talking about? He looked at him in surprise and asked why he was so surprised. He was Sejin's subordinate. Iona bowed her head to Sejin, and what's more, Iona obeyed Sejin. Both obeyed Sejin, so they had a very close relationship. He shouted that they were indeed related to her. The next second, the tent opened and Iona emerged, shouting indignantly, stop saying things that others might misunderstand. Theo looked at her in surprise, and a few moments later they entered the tent. The Archmage said they were in the midst of an important meeting to prepare for the next red locust attack. What brought him here? Perhaps it was about the money for the spicy green onions. The cat replied, that wasn't why he came here. The wolves were clearing the contaminated ruins. Wasn't the agreement that they were only to remove the red locust bodies? That was too time-consuming a task, an unfair agreement. She said she had no idea because she was always on the battlefield. Toro, the leader of the lizard chief, responded awkwardly. Oh, well, they, the lizards, are always fighting. Only the very young and old lizards remained to clear the designated area, so they asked for help. Theo folded his paws across his chest and said that this wouldn't do. They should compensate them well for the extra work. He asked. He was apologizing. How much? Theo extended his paw forward and shouted, how dare they control his subordinates without his knowledge? For each wolf, it would be 1 tower coin, so they should give him 100 tower coins. Toro shouted indignantly, what? What a greedy traveling merchant. Iona shouted, Toro, this guy is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Please, he mustn't forget that it was thanks to his good nature that they were able to protect the lands on the 67th floor, and that they also got the green, spicy onion from him. Theo noticed that it was true. If it weren't for that handsome orange cat, Theo, a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, they would be in big trouble. So they must pay the price. At that moment, one of the lizard men turned to Toro and asked him to calm down. In response, he nodded and said he understood. They had to pay the price. After a while, Theo happily held the bag of money in his paws, then turned to Elka and said, "That's it, he should take it." He held his paws out in front of him and said, "No need." They were his subordinates and had already earned a lot of money selling the remains of the red locusts. Theo reached his paw toward the bag and said he was proud of them. To treat him, the Black Dragon's subordinate, badly was to treat the greatest Black Dragon himself in the same way. Therefore, they must be bolder and take the money. They mustn't be wimps. Elka said, "Yes, Master Theo." After that, the merchant turned to Iona and thanked her. Everything had gone well because she had sided with them. She replied, "No need." She hadn't known what was happening because she commanded the vanguard. She apologized. Then Theo turned to the wolf and told him to go to the 99th floor. He would go to the 38th. Iona thought the lizard tribe is known for never giving up what belongs to them. Because of this, rumors are spreading that the merchant Theo used the Black Dragon's name as an excuse for compensation. This will reflect badly on Theo, but that doesn't matter. What matters is who is behind him. The Great Black Dragon, all spheres of governance are regulated by this name. What could be more influential? Right now, this tower is captured. Possession of food gives complete power over the tower. They can't allow assholes like Grid to monopolize this sphere. Many influential people in the tower will keep a close eye on this traveling merchant. After that, Teao looked at her and said that they will go. They will come next time. She asked, "Really?" He waved his paw at her and told her to take care of herself. She replied, "So did he." Rumors breed rumors. The story spreads and will be exaggerated. Teao will become a famous traveling merchant. After some time, the system reported that his level had increased. He had reached level 22. He had received 1 bonus stat. MC sat down on the ground and adjusted his hat, said he decided to take a little rest and eventually fell asleep. He had no idea he had reached level 22. Then he looked ahead and saw minotaurs raking through branches, and then he put his hands on his waist and said that he still had a lot of cleaning to do. It felt like they had just split a mountain. Suddenly, the attack of the infected plants with the help of Bei, his mother, and the minotaurs ended easily. He was able to level up thanks to Bei. At that moment, a bear approached him, holding a tree in its paws, and said that he had beaten some wooden idiots for Dad. He should kill this, and he will immediately become stronger. In return, he thanked him too. Right now, he's planning to build fences out of those trees to be prepared just in case. Afterwards, the protagonist, looking at one of the trees, said, "Infected trees. Do those monsters live in the ominous western forest that bull number 3 mentioned?" The bear confirmed it. Those guys had never entered their territory before, but recently they'd started infiltrating, and she didn't expect the enemies to go so deep. The protagonist, noticing the branch in her mouth, asked, "Does it taste good?" It seemed she was enjoying it. She apologized and said she should have kept a better eye on the area. He held his hands out in front of him and said that wasn't true. There was no need for her to apologize. She was probably very tired of taking care of everything on her own. The poisonous bees were increasing in number, so he'd ask the second and third poisonous bees to help her. She thanked him in return, and then he thoughtfully asked, "But why did the infected plants start coming here?" What the infected plant said before it died bothered him. What could it all mean in this place? He then looked at the system window, which said the control tower said the infected trees were like a virus. He was surprised. A virus. Aileen, looking in the book, said that no matter how many he killed, they still multiplied in number and would appear again. Annoying creatures. They try to infect any strong tree nearby in any way possible. So all the strong trees on the 99th floor were infected with these plants. It said here that they sleep and do not move unless there is a suitable target nearby. But why did they wake up and become active? Any guesses? The protagonist thoughtfully replied that he was not sure. Perhaps it was because there were so many cherry tomatoes and corn here. Then he looked at Bei and said, "Come to think of it, they still needed to eat after the fight." He was hungry. So first, they needed to eat. After that, he set about cooking with the help of the animals, and everyone organized a lunch right in the clearing near the house. Everyone enjoyed the food and drinks. At some point, a wolf approached them with a cart full of locust bodies, and the bear happily began to devour them. Then the protagonist turned around and, hearing a squeak, shouted, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Wifey trembled all over and said what she thought. It seemed like the babies were being born. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise and shouted, "Go to the cave? If it's not too late, we need to take her home first. We need to bring something soft." The others screamed she must be giving birth. Everyone, calm down. And so, surrounded by numerous sons-in-law and aunts, the 3rd generation of rabbits was born. Sometime later, on the 52nd floor, a mountain of scarlet flames. The burning monster looked at Taejin, laughed, and asked who had visited them. It was a person from the outside world, after all. He felt like he had died long ago, cursed by his flames. He looked at him calmly and said that he had gone on a pleasant vacation for a few years and was grateful to him for it. He seemed to be enjoying his life in the tower with only one eye, right? He seemed to smell barbecue even from here. The monster became very angry about this, loudly called him a freak, and said that he would make him regret ever showing his face here again. He slammed his hands on the table very hard, and the flames engulfing him intensified significantly. He just chuckled at this and said that those techniques wouldn't work on him anymore. It was because he had a collapsible solar pumpkin potato with him. He ate it, and the fire around him immediately dissipated. The monster was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "How did he do that?" He did not answer this question and very quickly ran to attack. In response, the monster created a large wave of flame, which it directed at him. Taijin did not dodge it, and he laughed loudly and said that he hoped that he would be fried until golden brown. He flew through this flame and asked with a smile. He said that this would not work anymore, didn't he? When he ran close enough, the monster grabbed him with his hands and loudly said that he would crush him, and there was nothing he could do about it. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that he must have forgotten since they had not fought for so long. A magic circle appeared around him. Energy particles appeared in the air, and he said that he was a magician after all. Many of these energy particles quickly flew at the monster and attacked him from different sides. He killed the monster with his attack and said that he was finally finished. The system announced that he had defeated the boss of the 52nd floor, the blazing wild boar. The monster's flame curse had been lifted. The land cursed by the wild boar was being restored. He looked at his hand with a smile and said that the flame curse was disappearing. Was this floor also cursed like him? All thanks to the sweet sun pumpkin potato. How should he pay off this debt? Theo was walking next to him, surprised by this, and asked loudly. Suddenly, grass had sprouted from the ground out of nowhere. Walking immediately became uncomfortable. They noticed each other, and Taejun asked loudly, "He's a traveling cat merchant, isn't he?" He pointed to the potato in his hand and asked the old man with a displeased expression, "Where did he get it?" After that, he told him about it, and Theo, with a surprised expression, asked loudly, "So he's Master Dongsik?" He brought the sweet sun pumpkin potato for his master, like a good follower. He sat next to him, laughed loudly, and said that he was sincerely proud of him. He said his name was Theo, right? He was able to cope with the flame curse thanks to him. He saved his life, and he is indebted to him. He will never forget his kindness. He was happy about this and said that then they can settle accounts right now. He was a little surprised and did not understand him, and he, with a serious look, said loudly that he was offering to make a contract. Taejun laughed and said that contracts in the tower are important binding magic. He does not want to be associated with him. He was surprised by this and asked loudly, "Didn't he say that he wanted to repay him his debt? He should become his subordinate." He refused, and he, with a pitiful look, took his hand and asked about it again. He raised his finger and asked what he thought about becoming friends. If something happens, he will fulfill his request as a friend. Theo was happy even with this and asked if he would fulfill any request. He said that he would do whatever he wanted. They were friends after all. He called him an experienced old friend and said that then they should go to the 38th floor. Sejun was preparing a dish, opened the lid and said that it smelled delicious. In his opinion, it had been cooking for 12 hours already. It was probably ready to eat by now, right? He was cooking red locust and said that it needed salt. He thought that he had recently seen monsters happily eating this, so he tried cooking it and was curious what it tasted like. It didn't look very appetizing, but getting various proteins is important. He finished cooking it and the system notified that he had earned an achievement. He was the first in the tower to cook boiled red locust. Cooking skill increased to level 3. He sat down at the table and said that it seemed like no one in the tower had cooked this before. He separated the hard shell, cut off the meat, and boiled it. What will it taste like? He tried to bite off a piece of meat, but he failed and hit his head on the wall. Pyeok entered the room and asked what they were doing. He grabbed his head afterward and said that it turned out so tough and dry. The system notified that he consumed red locust meat, but a small amount of poison remained in the meat. He was poisoned by a Class E neurotoxin. The poison was neutralized. He was very surprised by this and loudly asked, "Is there poison in red locusts? If not for the green onions that neutralize poisons, he could have died." Bae was about to eat this meat and said that he felt sorry for him because he couldn't eat such a tasty thing. How weak his teeth are. The protagonist looked at him and said that he could easily chew spicy green onions, so he shouldn't say such a thing. He finally managed to create the long-awaited dish that had resulted from many failures. He came to wifey with a bowl of soup and said it was time for lunch. Light food is always good when the body is recovering. She should let it cool and eat leisurely in her room. She thanked him happily for it. The system notified him that an achievement had been achieved. He was the first to prepare a combat food, red locust soup. It was prepared with the addition of thinly sliced red locust meat, poison-neutralizing green onions, and potatoes, simmered over low heat for a long time, thanks to which all the ingredients blended harmoniously, and the effects were enhanced. The poison-neutralizing green onions suppressed the poison in the red locust meat and made it juicier. Thanks to the effect of the green onions, it will spoil slowly. After eating, strength will be increased by 5 points. The combat food will keep you feeling full for 3 hours. Storage time, 30 days, rank C. He was a little surprised that it was called combat food and decided to try it. Immediately after, he was very surprised and abruptly stood up. Bei was sitting next to him, looking at him and asked what happened. He pointed to the plate with a surprised expression and said that red locust tasted like chicken. He looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what it was. He patted him on the head with a smile and said that it was something he liked. He happily raised his paws and said that if he liked it, then so did he. He thought that 235 days after he went missing, he found meat in the tower that resembled familiar chicken. MC finished eating, put the plate on the table, and loudly said that it was very tasty. The system notified that he ate red locust soup. Strength increased by 5 points for 30 minutes. He will stay full for 3 hours. He lay down on the floor and said that he tasted chicken for the first time in 8 months. Bei said that he really liked it too. He asked with a thoughtful expression, but where did this feeling come from? As if he had forgotten something. The system notified that the tower manager was asking if he had finally remembered about her. Aileen looked at him through the crystal ball with a smirk and asked, they had a delicious lunch without her, hadn't they? He laughed with a worried look and asked how long she had been watching them. She said loudly with a displeased look that she had seen everything from the very beginning. After all, it was she who told him about the infected trees and rewarded him for his contribution to the destruction of the red locust. This was beyond all bounds. He thought, with a worried expression, that he seemed to be in serious trouble. He loudly called her and said that she had misunderstood everything. He was going to cook a special one especially for her. This caught her attention and she asked if he was going to make soup especially for her. He agreed and said it was a test version. He found out that red locust meat contains residual poison, so he tried all sorts of things to neutralize it and improve the taste. He only ever thinks about her. She became embarrassed because of this and asked if he always thinks about her. He went to the kitchen and said that she should wait a little. He would make soup especially for her before she could even blink. She put the ball on the stand, looked at it and said that she would wait for this and would observe it for now. Sejin saw the system notification about this, became very worried and thought that he would be in trouble if he didn't try hard. After some time, he finished making the soup, tasted it, and said it seemed ready. The system notified him that he had earned an achievement. He was the first to prepare a combat food, red locust tomato soup. His cooking skill had increased significantly. The recipe for this soup had been recorded. The soup featured thinly sliced red locust meat, poison-neutralizing green onions, and magical cherry tomatoes. Simmered over low heat for a long time, the ingredients blended harmoniously, and the effects were enhanced. The purifying green onions suppressed the poison in the red locust meat and made it juicier. Thanks to the effect of the purifying green onions, the dish will spoil longer. The taste is slightly improved. After eating, strength will increase by 7 points, and the combat food will keep you feeling full for 3 hours. Shelf life is 30 days, rank C+. He raised his hand with a bowl of soup and said that he added her favorite cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes. She should try this quickly. He was surprised when he noticed the system window, which said that he should give her everything. The tower manager wanted to take all the soup in the cauldron. He agreed to this and gave her all the soup in a large plate made of leaves. She received it and immediately decided to try it. She immediately liked the taste of this soup and ate it all very quickly. When she finished eating it, she said with a joyful look that it was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. She covered her face with her hands and said that he added cherry tomatoes, which she likes, instead of potatoes. He also cooked it longer so that the meat was softer than last time. He cooked it all the time, thinking about her. Could such a soup even be tasteless? The dragon's heart will not calm down. What should she do? It's all because of the increase in mana reserves. Definitely because of this. She turned around because she heard him call her name and asked if she could hear him. Did she like the soup and did she feel better? The system notified that she said the soup was quite good and that she liked it. He was happy about it, apologized, and said that he really hadn't forgotten about her then. He just couldn't control himself, because for the first time in a long time he tasted food that wasn't in the tower. He took out a bucket of potatoes, asked her not to be angry, and said that she should take the baked sweet potato. The system notified that the tower manager apologized for what happened, and said that it happened due to a misunderstanding. He said that he would never forget about her. At first, everything was different, but the fact that he has a very good time in the tower is only possible thanks to her. He is sincerely grateful to her for this. She looked at him with an embarrassed look and called his name. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that a new quest had appeared. Treat her to baked sweet potato, a reward for awakening one of his talents. He read it and asked, "This is an incredible reward, right? Ordinary hunters would have to work hard to awaken the talent. Was she really allowed to reward him like that?" Aileen said she used part of his contribution to exterminating the locusts and also added some of her own resources. However, he truly deserved this reward. He would definitely like this. He gave her the bucket of potatoes and the system notified that the quest was completed. As a reward for completing the quest, one of his talents would be awakened. The landowner talent was awakened, an acquired talent, available only to farmers with extensive holdings. He can assign up to 30 workers to a farm. Workers can use their skills. If workers use the landowner's skills, he will receive 1% of the experience from the work results. The larger the farm, the more developed the talent will be. MC was a little surprised by this, and began to carefully read everything written there. He waved his hand, called Bei, and said that he asked him to come over for a second. He opened the system window with the list of employees and asked, "So, is this how I should use it?" He assigned him as a worker, and his name appeared in the list of workers. He stood nearby, looked up, and said that something appeared above his head. He called him with a smile and asked if he could bring him some cherry tomatoes. He immediately ran to the garden and asked how many he needed to bring. He remained sitting there and asked for 100 cherry tomatoes. He was very surprised by his speed, and after that, system notifications about gaining experience began to appear near him. He said with a joyful look that it turns out that the point of the landowner's talent is that even if he doesn't use the skill himself, it still receives 1% of experience through workers. This means he will receive experience from work and everything else through partial rewards, especially since he can no longer cope with everything himself, because the field has become too large. It has become difficult lately due to the expansion of the farm. However, since he can gain experience, even if just a little, it's a really cool talent. It's said that the bigger the farm, the stronger the talent will become, right? He approached the rabbits, called them, and said that they should get to work. It seems it's time to expand the field. Piak asked, "He's so full. Maybe they should take a short break? He's so sleepy." He clicked on the system window and assigned him as the second worker. He left the house with the rabbits and said that when they feel sleepy, they need to move. Otherwise, if they lie down right after eating, they will become very fat. Now they should work happily. However, while they were distracted, his fields were attacked by cursed trees. Later, they noticed the attack. Be picked up one tree, Sejun set it on fire, and warned him about it. Immediately after that, he threw it very forcefully into the crowd of monsters and set them on fire. They began to fight against the rest of the monsters, and he said that fire is very effective against small parasites. They instantly catch fire, so it's easy to kill them when they run. However, problems arise with larger monsters. Piak ran forward very quickly and dodged many of the monster's attacks. He dealt a very strong blow with his hammer and killed a large monster. The she-bear approached another monster and began to deal many very strong blows with her paws. He looked at them with a surprised expression and said that he had said that these two alone were enough to deal with them. While he was distracted, a monster approached him, and he managed to react to it and killed it with one blow. He thought that the infected trees were appearing again. Fortunately, thanks to Bei's mother's quick response, they will not be able to ravage the fields. Because of the last invasion, he asked her to move closer to the cave, and it seems that this was the right decision. Earlier, he said that since her relationship with the king of the Minotaurs had improved, the territory requiring protection had significantly decreased. It seems like it would be a good idea to prepare a place nearby to concentrate their guard on the western forest. Besides, this way, she will be able to constantly feed on the red locusts. What does she think about that? She called Bet and said that he should get ready. It was time for them to move. Currently, she said that she got rid of all the monsters. They don't pose any danger. The protagonist thanked her and asked when he should clean up all this mess. The minotaurs came to him. They were about to say something else, but noticed the bodies of the monsters and loudly asked, "Have those freaks come again?" He agreed and said that he would not refuse their help with cleaning. Because of these freaks, more and more fields are constantly being ruined. It is impossible to work, and there is no time for the landowner's ability. He began to collect branches, but one monster was still here, and said in a frightening voice that it was here. With a serious expression on his face, he began to kick it and asked, "Where is this damn tree that they encroached on so much?" At the same time, on the 52nd floor, Theo was sitting on Taejun's head and asked where they were going. After all, there was a dead end. He wasn't from the tower, right? He heard from Dongsik that the waypoint on the 38th floor was registered. How did he get here? He put it on the ground and said that he got there using Linjin. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, "Is he talking about the spatial fragment fruit? It contains bad energy. You can't just use it. It doesn't even grow in the Black Tower, which means it's illegal. He'll have to report it to the passage control." He said that now it was clear where all his Linjin had gone. After all, the locals found them. Luckily, he hid one properly. He removed the cloth and showed a large plant, and the system announced that it was green Linjin. Theo looked at it in surprise and said that he was seeing it for the first time and that it looked a bit like a snake. He stood there with a calm expression and said that Linjin had a very short lifespan. If they didn't use it now, it would wither, so they should go. Theo turned away and asked, "Does he think he'd do something so illegal?" He was against it. Taejun took out a treat and asked what he would say if he offered him 2 shuras. He still pretended to be against it and asked, "Does he think he can be bribed with that?" However, he threw it toward Linjin, who immediately jumped to catch it. He jumped after it and laughed loudly. After that, on the 38th floor, in the Phoenix Guild camp, Dongsik noticed them and, with a surprised expression, called out their names. He loudly asked where the two of them met and what about the flame curse. Did he kill a wild boar? Taejun stood in front of him and said that he was asking too many questions. he was able to easily defeat the monster thanks to the pumpkin potato. He met him on the 52nd floor. They became friends, so they came together. Theo stood nearby and with a very displeased look said that he would not dare to throw him into the weeds again. He was surprised by what he heard and asked with a worried look, how much linjin did he use? After all, even for them, it was a very rare thing. He said with a calm expression that he didn't need to worry. Besides the wild boar, he still had much to see. He called this traveling merchant and asked if he could answer him one question. He quickly went from the 40th to the 52nd floors, using a pair of linjin. He asked the locals if other hunters had been there before him. However, they said that he was the only person from the outside world they had seen. This is what made him wonder, where is Sejin now? Theo looked at him with a worried look, began to laugh nervously, and thought that he was in big trouble. He was caught in a lie. At the same time, the system notified that due to the level 4 harvesting skill, he collected a harvest of 1 rank higher. The profession mastery increased significantly. He earned 290 experience points. He happily picked 1 tomato and said that it was a B-rank cherry tomato. He managed to collect it at a higher level thanks to the harvesting skill. If he continues at the same pace, then very soon all the cherry tomatoes will be C-rank. The rabbit standing near the basket called out to him loudly and said that the last portion of food is already on its way. He turned to him and loudly said that he was already on his way. However, he stopped, looked into the part of the cave where the sun did not reach, and remembered the words of the cursed tree. He said that there might be a tree in the cave, but nothing of the sort seemed to be visible. His attention was drawn to the fact that the fire had gone out, and he said that it had not gone out even once since he lit it when he came to the tower. Being outside, he had not thought that it could go out. Since the cubs were here, it was probably time to light it. He noticed a plant under a pile of ash, was surprised by this, and immediately dug it up. He was very surprised when he heard an unfamiliar voice that called him master and said that he finally looked here. The protagonist asked loudly if it was really a sprout talking to him in his head. A fairy appeared next to the plant and said that she was glad to meet them. She had been waiting for this moment since she found herself underground. Her name is Flame. She's the apple seed that he planted here. He smiled with a surprised expression and asked, so she is the tree they are looking for? She agreed and asked if she can finally communicate with him. She is so happy for the first time since she gained consciousness. He called her by name and said that, however, this name has nothing to do with the apple tree. Also, her appearance. How did the plant learn to talk? She said that it is because she is a flame apple tree. She sends her stream of consciousness directly into his head with the help of magic. As for her appearance, she formed this image to please him. Doesn't he really like it? He was confused when he saw how upset she was and said that it wasn't true. He liked her and she was very sweet. But she is a flame apple tree, right? She also talks about magic. She must be an incredible tree, right? He wondered if the apple he ate back then was really that cool. Flame said that he was wrong. She was not as incredible as he thought. When she was just a seed, she felt an intense heat and, to survive, she had to put down roots. She went deeper and deeper, endlessly down, to the point that she herself no longer knows where the roots end. There she found a cold underground spring and drank water to withstand the heat. In that darkness, she waited for the day when she could grow into a new sprout and begin to feed on the sun. However, now, after meeting her master, she no longer regrets anything. MC said that the thing is that he forgot about her and made a fire close to her. Now he is ashamed. She said loudly that everything is fine. After all, he helped her become stronger. The sprout caught fire, and she said that now she even owns such magic. He was surprised by this and asked loudly, can she control fire? Flame agreed and said that she told you so. She is a flame apple tree after all. He began to applaud her and said that a plant, usually vulnerable to flame, controls it. It is simply amazing. She stopped using fire magic and said that for now it is the only way she can. However, she will grow up as soon as possible and will help him. He said with a smile that he is proud of her. She must have had to go through a lot underground, so she should not overwork herself here on the surface. She cannot worry about anything and just grow up healthy. If she is too zealous, she can get sick. He stroked her head and she laughed and agreed. He removed his hand and she said that she was asking to be stroked again. He agreed with a smile and said that he would stroke her as much as she wanted. She thought that this was the best day of her life. She was very happy that she could enjoy the attention of her master and behave so spoiled, so she can keep her master from telling him about her roots for a little while longer, right? At the same time, Dongsik also thought about the question for Theo and remembered how earlier he said that Sejin saved his life on the 40th floor. He said with a surprised expression that even then he said that he met him on the 40th floor. He looked away with a confused look and said that he couldn't tell them that. Taejin asked why he couldn't do that. He said with a interested expression that at the moment the attention of his entire home world, the earth, was focused on him. He doesn't know how things are here for them, the inhabitants of the tower, but for them, the people from the outside, he is an extremely important person. What floor is he on now? How is he doing? Does he need help? And why doesn't he leave the tower? He asks him about this as the leader of the South Korean Hunters Association, They need to know. Could he show a little leniency? He begs him to answer these questions. He handed him a document with a serious expression and said that then he asks him to sign a contract. He must swear that everything they will talk about will remain secret and that he will tell him only the truth. Also, that if he violates the terms, he will give his life, then he will tell everything. He immediately agreed, but this worried Dronzer, and he called the foreman. Taejin turned to him and asked why he was still standing there. He must sign the contract too. After that, they went to the tent. Dronzer signed the contract, and he said that great, it's done. He swears on his hunter's honor that he will tell the truth and only the truth, that he will keep everything he heard a secret. The same applies to him. Now, he will tell where his master is now, right? That's Theo sighed and said that, to be honest, he is not on the 40th floor now. The master asked him to tell people that when they ask about him, the only thing he can say is that he is so high that they, humans, cannot even imagine this place, let alone reach it. That's why he cannot descend from the tower. After that, he left their camp and waved his paw at them. Dronzer looked at him and asked the master, "He's right, right?" Taejin looked in the same direction and asked what he is talking about. He said with a worried look that he understands perfectly well that no matter how strong a hunter he is, it is quite problematic to climb above a certain floor using Linjin. However, he also dug up some beds. This is some kind of nonsense, isn't it? He can assume that he is most likely somewhere around the 60th floor. What if he was surrounded and caught by monsters there? He stood calmly nearby and said that it seemed like Theo was not lying. Judging by the description of the sweet solar pumpkin potato, it is written that it received the sun's rays from the highest point in the tower. He saw that too, right? Dronzer agreed with this, but was about to say something, and he got ahead of him and asked, "The highest point in the tower, in his opinion, where is it?" He was very surprised because of this, and he said that they do not know how exactly it happened. However, it seems that he is now on the 99th floor. At the same time, the protagonist scratched his ear and wondered, is someone discussing him now? At the same time, in Teo's homeland, the settlement of Granar, the residence of the richest family in the settlement, Oren was sitting in the office with the girl, laughing loudly, and Ezreal said that according to his data, the war with the Red Locust was dragging on longer than they expected. They say they should expect a food shortage similar in scale to the Great Plague many decades ago. Therefore, food import prices in the Granar settlement have recently jumped almost 2 or even 3 times, which is becoming a real problem. They have too little information. They don't know what's going on in the tower or why. He was very angry about his son's behavior, loudly called his name and asked if he was even listening to him. Oren, with a calm expression, said that his heart almost stopped. Of course, he was listening to him. What did they care about the war if they had so much money? Meryl called him affectionately and said that she was scared. He turned to her and asked if she was very scared. Ezreal pointed at him with a displeased expression and asked loudly, "Is he still going to act so frivolously at his age? If he doesn't go to the shopping district immediately and buy food, he'll disown him." Oren left the estate with a bag of money and asked loudly with a displeased expression, "Does this old man think he can't even handle this? What's so hard about buying some food?" He called for porters and said he'd need them, so they should follow him. Scaram stood nearby and listened to his monologue with a sly grin. Sometime later, on the 75th floor, in the shopping arcade, he went to different merchants, trying to buy food, but they quoted him very high prices. He stopped in the center of the market and loudly asked, "What's going on here anyway? Why is food so expensive?" The porter called him and said that because of the war, many merchants from different floors started buying food in large quantities and storing it instead of releasing it to the market. Probably why food prices went up. Oren asked thoughtfully, what was the point of this nonsense? Maybe he should take matters into his own hands and go straight to the farms, where he'd find food cheaper, and forget about the market. Why hadn't he thought of this before? He called them and said that they should join the Merchants Association. He would become a traveling merchant. They would need to become one too. He would sponsor them. They would earn money, get a ton of food, and their father wouldn't be able to say a word to them. He would increase that 1,000 coins tenfold. With his trading instincts, everything would be his. When the great pestilence comes, then they would appear, the legendary heroes of the Granar settlement. He and his minions, how would they do that? Scaram followed them, raised his hand, called them and greeted them. He gave his name and said that he was a traveling merchant. He heard that they also wanted to trade. Was it true? Oren turned to him and asked, "What's his business?" He came closer and said that he had something valuable lying around here. Do they want to increase their money with this? Have they ever heard of things from outside the tower? Rare items that can't be obtained anywhere else. At the same time, Theo came to the merchant and said that he had already bought the spices and blankets. He needed some more things for the master. He needed a few more boxes of nails. He left the store and looked at the list to remember what he needed to find. He went to the counter and said that something here clearly attracted him. He pointed to the item and asked how much it cost. Oren met him, called him by name and asked, "Isn't this the guy who escaped from the settlement under cover of night?" He turned to him, was very surprised when he saw him, and asked loudly, "What brought him here?" He noticed the badge on his robe and asked, "Did he become a traveling merchant?" He agreed and said that a very nice goblin helped him with it. He also said that the stupid cat got a lot of money, so he also wanted to test himself. It turns out that he is a mid-level traveling merchant. How much did he earn on items from outside the tower? Theo, looking worried, asked loudly, does he really mean to say that he bought something from Scaram? Even though he is a scoundrel, this freak bypasses him in everything. He must give him everything he has collected. He will sort it out. Oren pushed his hand away and asked, what's wrong with him? He called him an ungrateful freak and said that he knows everything. The goblin was extremely generous with him, but he lied to the passage management, slandered him as a charlatan. All this just to get his hands on all his items from outside the tower? He was indignant about this and said that it was not so. He had deceived him. He stood in front of him and said that no matter how much he wanted to take someone else's property, he should still know his place. He must stick to his class. Just like when he confessed his love to Meryl, although he was just a pathetic beggar. He calmed down and asked if she was doing well. Oren started waving it off and said that he did not understand who he was talking about. The porter said that on the day of his escape she left him, saying that she did not like him. He turned to him with a displeased look and said loudly that everything was wrong. It was he who left her. Theo patted him on the shoulder and said that she had always been flighty. He should not take this too much to heart. He pushed him away with a displeased look and asked loudly, does he seriously think he needs his pity? They will sell items from outside the tower to the king of the minotaurs on the 99th floor. Scaram said he likes this kind of thing. He is going to take this opportunity to build a relationship with the most powerful creature in the tower and turn him into a reliable sponsor. He just needs a sponsor. Then a cat with great talent like him will have no problem becoming the best traveling merchant. A tramp like him would not even dare dream of such a thing. He laughed loudly as he walked down the street, and Theo stood still, waved his paw, and wished them luck. He chuckled at what he heard and said that they will see each other on the 99th floor. At the same time, many infected trees were approaching the protagonist's farm. He looked at this, standing on a pile of already defeated monsters, and asked, so these bastards came for flame? They've already made such a mess here. He and the others began to quickly eat the soup, and the system notified that he had eaten the combat food. Red Locust tomato soup. Strength increased by 7 points for 30 minutes, and he will stay full for 3 hours. He returned the plate to the second queen bee, wiped his face, and thanked her for it. He went down to the bears and loudly said that they must show them who they were trying to attack. He gave the order to attack, and they all joined the battle against the crowd of monsters. One of the monsters fell next to him and was already attacking him with its roots. He was confused because of this. He couldn't dodge, but Theo used the claw strike skill and saved him from the attack of this monster. He loudly said with a serious look that he would not let them get away with this. He ran to attack, and with powerful attacks of claws cut through several monsters in his path. He was glad when he saw him, called by name, and he loudly asked the master, what's wrong with these things? MC said that as soon as he went down, these freaks attacked them. These are infected trees. He also found an apple sapling in their cave named Flame. He looked at him with a puzzled look and asked, what the hell is he talking about? A monster attacked him from behind, but Theo quickly ran up and killed this monster. He looked at the crowds of monsters coming from different sides and said that they should first deal with these freaks, and then they will talk. He agreed, but stopped, started looking for something in the bag, and said that he brought him something useful. He turned to him and loudly asked, what did he just say? He approached him, handed him a cloth-wrapped object, and said that it was tempting his paws. He was delighted, took it from him, and called out loudly for Aileen. A system window immediately appeared in front of him, in which she wrote that she would now look at it. The item appeared in front of her, and the system notified that the tower manager had applied the appraisal skill to the axe. He completed the quest and received the axe and a cherry tomato as a reward. He caught his new weapon, and the system notified that he had received an axe as a reward for completing the quest. He received the tomahawk of the great Wookiee warrior. Sejin looked at it with a joyful smile and said that it named item. The system notified that this tomahawk was crafted by the great dwarven warrior Wookiee. This tomahawk is perfectly balanced, so it is easier to throw it a long distance, and it does more damage on impact. The tomahawk's blade is coated with mithril, ensuring it retains its sharpness for a long time. Requirements: level 20, 15 strength and mana points. Rank A. Skills: level 1 wood chopping. Chopping wood with this tomahawk is much easier and more effective if you chop along the grain. The level 3 return skill. The tomahawk will automatically return to its owner within 10 seconds if it is within a 300-meter radius. He looked at the weapon in his hand and asked how to use these skills. Piak was caught by a monster and screamed loudly in fear, and he immediately noticed it. He threw his axe hard at the monster and loudly said that he was just going to try it. He hit the monster with the axe, and its roots loosened their grip. The system notified that he had hit an infected tree, increasing damage by 1.5 times. Level 1 wood chopping was activated, and he successfully chopped wood. This split the monster in two. This attracted the attention of his allies, and the bear asked, did he just break the tree with one blow? Bei was very surprised by this and said that he was so tough. He was no longer a weakling who always runs away. Now he can handle one enemy. The protagonist looked at what happened after his attack and asked, that's to be expected from a named item, right? The system notified that he had defeated a scout of a large grove of infected trees and received 500 experience points. He was so happy he started kissing Theo and praising him for bringing the item. He became indignant and loudly asked what he was even doing. They were fighting right now, weren't they? Another monster approached them, and they both became worried when they saw it. He waved his hand and said the name of the skill, Recall. The tomahawk started flying towards him and killed the monster standing next to him. He caught his weapon and loudly said that they were all finished. From now on, they would see the power of the farmer of this tower. Theo stood on his head and loudly told the chairman that he would support him. Immediately after that, they both ran to attack. After some time, they defeated all the monsters, and the minotaurs began to pile their bodies in one place. One of them looked into the cave, loudly called MC, and said that they were almost done with harvesting. Now he would go plow the field. He finished washing himself, turned around, and said that he shouldn't overexert himself. He sat down on a rock and said that his whole body ached after the night's battle. He needed to look at the status window. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that his level was 25. Talents: carefree delinquent, friend of nature, and landowner. Stats: strength 15 points, endurance 6 points, agility 13 points, mana 17 points. Profession: farmer rank C. Skills: sowing, rain and thunder 1, seed store and seed collection 2, cooking 3, sewing, harvesting, beekeeping 4. He looked at this and said that he received 2 talents, and his stats had also increased quite significantly, and now he had 7 skills. He would never have thought that he, a carefree delinquent, would get such an amazing stats window. It's turning out pretty well, isn't it? He was so proud of himself that he could kiss himself. A system window appeared next to him, saying, "What about her?" Sejun turned around, called Eileen, and asked what she just said. Did something happen? The system announced that the tower manager claimed she was silent. She said there was an error in the transmission of information. The rabbits began to tend to the garden, and Theo went to the tree sprout. He greeted her and asked if she was Flame. He had heard about her from the gentleman. She greeted him, and he tried to touch her and said that paws really do go through her. It's very curious. This angered her, and she attacked him with fire, and loudly said that she asked him not to touch her just like that. He looked at her with a surprised look and said that it was amazing. Flames burst out of the leaves. He apologized and said that he would stop behaving like that. However, could she fry him some fish if possible? He really wants to eat fried fish, but the gentleman is so busy that he can't cook it himself. She said she could do it easily. She released a stream of fire and hit the fish he took out of his bag. Theo started eating it and said loudly that it was simply amazing. The protagonist came up to them, called him, and said that he should stop bothering her. He looked at him and said that he didn't do it, she just fried the fish for him. He was surprised by this and said that he was very proud of her. Flame laughed and said that it was easy. The system notified that the first level growth activation was on cooldown. He read it and said that his straw hat skill had already cooled down. It was just in time. He called her by name and asked if she would allow him to use the growth activation skill on her. She asked if he really wanted to waste such a precious skill on her. He agreed without hesitation and said that she was still small, so she needed to grow up quickly and become a healthy tree. She bowed and said that in that case she would gladly agree. He thought it was cute and said it was very polite of her. Maybe try using half the strength he spent on sowing? He reached out to the sprout and used the growth activation skill. The system notified that the apple tree's growth potential was colossal. Using growth activation consumed a resource equal to 10 sowings. He was surprised by this and asked, was it going to use it all? He looked at it with a worried look and thought that his mana was being sucked out. However, it didn't grow at all. She happily said that her body was overflowing with energy. He sat down on the ground looking tired, which greatly worried the others, and Theo loudly asked the chairman what happened to him. Flame asked with a worried look if he was okay. Did this happen because of her? MC refused and said that he was already tired after the battle with all those infected trees. Everything is fine, just a little dizzy. She calmed down and said that then she would relieve him of some of his fatigue. He looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked what that meant. She began to direct energy towards him with a calm expression. This energy engulfed him and he asked with a puzzled expression what it was. He suddenly felt so light. Was it because of this white flame? He praised her for it and said that she really was an incredible magical plant. The system notified that he was absorbed by the flame of purification. For the next 3 hours, it would burn away all impurities and generally improve the condition of the body. She laughed and said that she was happy to help him. He asked with an interested look if she had other abilities. She agreed and said that the flame of purification, which she had just used, plus the flame of friendship, it allows him to control fire for some time. It can also increase the power of fire. He asked, does this mean he will be able to use her abilities? It will come in handy against the infected trees. Theo approached him, called him, and said that he should stop talking only about her. He had some important news. A man named Taejin found out that he was not on the 40th floor. He was surprised by this and asked what he just said. After all, he was the coolest hunter in Korea. He was able to become friends with him. He said that, however, he didn't have to worry. They signed a non-disclosure contract, so his secret would not spread further. Sejun said that this was good, but he never imagined that Dongsik turned out to be his student. He said with a thoughtful look that it turns out they are indebted to him, at least to his family in Korea. He can continue to help them by sponsoring them with his weapons. He looked at him and wondered, what kind of cat is he? Then it might have been a coincidence, but he made such connections just by selling some sweet sunny pumpkin potatoes. Is this what you would expect from a traveling merchant? Theo said there was one more thing, or rather, a request for him. He does remember why he became a traveling merchant, right? He said it was because some guy named Oren or something like that stole his girlfriend. He loudly agreed with a serious look and said that he met that freak at the market. It turned out he also became a traveling merchant. That idiot fell for Scaram's trick and even refused his help, even insulted him right in front of everyone. Now he, just like the first time, is carrying useless things, not from the tower, and heading to the 99th floor to meet the king of the minotaurs. Could he please scold him well? The protagonist asked with a thoughtful look. He means that a traveling merchant with a bag full of things from outside the tower is heading their way? Something really interesting is brewing, isn't it? After some time, Oren walked along the 99th floor with his comrades. He wiped the sweat from his face and asked, "What's wrong with this floor anyway?" It was completely empty. He was a little hungry. Did they have anything to eat? One of them said they couldn't possibly have any food. They paid for the merchant's registration and purchased their bags. They also bought everything Scaram had and then spent the rest on alcohol to celebrate the successful development of their business. So they didn't have enough for everything they needed for the journey. His second comrade fell to the ground and said that they would die of hunger here. He looked at him and said that he should stop complaining. They would just sell everything. He thinks that he won't be able to earn 1,000 coins here. They should find the king of the minotaurs and ask for food and water in exchange. They came to this place to sell rare items, so they should be greeted with full honors. How much longer do they have to walk from here? Judging by Scaram's map, they will have to walk for about 3 more days. Oren was very surprised by this and asked loudly what he just said. Their attention was attracted by rabbits walking nearby, and one of them said that they were selling refreshing water. He approached them and said loudly that they were saved. He would never have thought that there would be merchants here. They should give them water. The rabbit took out a bottle of water and said that a bottle of water costs half the tower's coins. He was surprised by this and asked loudly why it was so expensive. He said that water was obtained here with great difficulty. Can't they see it themselves? They were thinking about it, and they wanted to drink and go home. The rabbit asked if they were by any chance traveling merchants going to visit the king of the minotaurs. He agreed and said that right now they were on the road to sell rare items to the king of the minotaurs. The rabbit said with surprise that he had no idea that they were respected guests. Then they could provide them with water on credit. He was glad about this and said that in that case they would not refuse. The rabbits gave them all documents, and Oren asked with a puzzled look, "What the hell is that?" He said that a contract with a guarantee of debt repayment. They would be obliged to reimburse the amount tenfold if the debt was not repaid within 3 days. He was indignant about this and said that this was a real scam. Reimbursement tenfold, that's some kind of nonsense, isn't it? The rabbit said that the 99th floor is a cruel place. It's hard to survive here without resorting to such measures. Many people run away without paying. Besides, they can repay the debt with their labor. He asked with a displeased look, will he have to repay the debt with labor? It's simply impossible. They will sell everything they brought in 3 days and get their money. They all signed the contract, started collecting bottles of water, and he said that they should put all the water in bags. They started drinking the water as they walked on, and he said that in 3 days they would get their money. The rabbit ate a carrot and with a sly grin said that he wished them riches. The next day, Oren and his comrades continued walking through the desert. He wiped his face and said that he had been drinking water and now his stomach was cramping from hunger. They drank everything that day. He turned to his comrade and said that he should give him the remaining water. He refused and said that this was the last bottle. He snatched the bottle with a displeased look and said loudly that he must do what he said. He started crying and said that he had saved it on purpose. His second ally noticed something, called him, and said that he should look there. He turned around and said loudly that he saw smoke there. It looked like they were selling food there. Oren started sniffing and was very surprised when he realized what it was. They followed the smell of fish, and the rabbits greeted them and said that they had come to the rabbit house, the only restaurant on the 99th floor. They approached the counter and loudly asked for fried fish. The rabbit extended his paw and said that the fish cost 1 tower coin. Oren was very surprised by this and loudly said that it was too expensive. The rabbit said that there were no lakes or seas nearby, so it was difficult to catch fish. Do they wish to sign a contract with a guarantee of debt repayment? If they cannot repay the debt within 3 days, they will be obliged to reimburse the cost of the food tenfold. He asked loudly. They want him to work hard, right? He signed the contract and said loudly that he had signed it, so they had to give him 10 fish. The rabbit began preparing his order, and they watched closely. They gave them the fish, and they immediately began eating it. After a while, they finished eating, and he said that he couldn't eat anymore. They lay down on the leaves on the ground, and said that it seemed he had eaten too much. Oren said that it was time to go sell the goods to the king of the Minotaurs. His ally asked if they could take a short break, as he was very sleepy. He agreed to this, and they all fell asleep together. The rabbits looked at them, and one of them wished them good dreams. After a while, they woke up. The establishment selling fish was no longer there, and one of them, with a frightened look, said that it seemed they were in trouble. Oren was very surprised when he saw the Minotaurs standing next to them. One of them looked at them and asked, "Are they looking for the king of the Minotaurs?" He looked frightened and started crying and said that they were traveling merchants. They had traveling merchant tokens. The Minotaur said that they should follow them. They would take them to the king. He was happy about this and wondered, will they take them? How lucky were they? After that, they came to the place where their king stood. He looked at them with a serious expression and asked loudly, "Are they looking for him?" Oren looked frightened and said that they had come a long way here to sell him some incredibly rare items. These are items that are not in the tower. He said that he would let an expert evaluate whether the items they were selling are truly rare. It is very lucky that he is here with him today. This is the greatest black dragon. MC stood next to him and looked at these merchants with a smile. Oren looked at him in surprise and thought, did he just say black dragon? What brought the great black dragon here? He stated his name with a calm expression and said that he was the great black dragon. He had the ability to identify rare magical items. Lying to him wouldn't work. Let him come up and show the items. He agreed and thought that he was very lucky to have met such a person. This was the most powerful creature in the tower. If he liked it, then creatures like the king of the Minotaurs would be nothing to him. Maybe he himself would become a very powerful creature in this tower. He poured all the items from his bag onto the ground and said that here were his goods. He started examining these items and thought that there was nothing particularly useful here. A used lint roller, it was more like trash. Where did that goblin get all this anyway? Oren said that it was as expected from a black dragon. He immediately noticed the items that were worth something. It was called a lint roller. It was coated with attracting magic that collected dust and fur. He looked at it and asked how much it cost. He asked for 50 tower coins for it, and his allies quietly asked, "He bought it for 5 coins, didn't he?" He was so cool. He wasn't even afraid of the great black dragon and confidently inflated the price. He waited for his word and thought that he must have a talent for bargaining. He asked, rubbing his paws, and said what he thought about it. Do they wish to purchase this item? This is a magical item that came to them from the outside world, so it will be difficult to find it here. Seijun looked at them with a serious expression and asked, didn't he say that lying to him won't work? There's not even a grain of magic in this. It is a consumable item made of sticky paper that is folded and then unfolded. There are plenty of such things on Earth. In other words, it's all just trash. There's not a single magical item here. Oren, with a worried look, said loudly that he was definitely told that magic is woven into this. He must be wrong. He realized what had just been said and covered his mouth with his paws, looking frightened. The Minotaur slammed his hand on the ground and asked loudly, does he mean to say that the great black dragon is lying? The protagonist stood nearby, looking worried and thinking he was about to faint. He knelt down and said loudly that it wasn't so. Everything the great black dragon had said was the pure truth. He was asking to be forgiven for trying to deceive the great black dragon. He thought that, as Theo had said, Scaram really was a deceiver. He asked to spare him and at least not kill him. He said with a calm expression that he would spare them. However, they had racked up quite a few debts on the way here, hadn't they? He was very surprised by this and asked how he knew about it. He looked at him and said that he had started several businesses in the tower as a hobby. All that food and water had come from his supplies. The rabbits came to them, and one of them said that if the cost of the food and drinks they ordered was multiplied by 10, the debt would be equal to approximately 500 tower coins. Furthermore, they were also obligated to collect rent for their accommodation and even for the labor of cleaning up the trash illegally dumped in the wasteland. If you count the amount in bricks, it would be around 100,000. Oren looked at him blankly and asked what bricks he was talking about. The Minotaur said that since he couldn't pay with money, he had to compensate with work. One of the Minotaurs showed a mold for sculpting and said that they should make bricks here. They looked to the side and saw many Minotaurs sculpting bricks and carrying them somewhere. MC said that according to the contract they signed, they were obliged to repay their debt by making 100,000 clay bricks. Oren looked at this with a shocked look and said that they would never be able to cope with such huge bricks. He agreed and said that they could make about 10 bricks a day. This means that they will need 10,000 days to pay off the debt. During this time, they will accumulate even more debt for housing and food. It turns out that they will have to sculpt forever. They were very surprised by what they heard, knelt down, and he loudly said that he begged them to overlook his mistake just this once. They will do anything, but asks not to force them to make bricks. He sat down in front of them, agreed and said that he would give them a chance. In one of the businesses he manages, the head of the supply department needs help. The duties include accompanying him, transporting the goods in their bags, and selling them. Sounds easy, right? They will be able to work off their debt by working as interns in the supply department for 10,000 days. What will they say about that? He will give out 1 fried fish every day. Oren loudly said that they agree and will do all this. He said that this is excellent. Then they should sign a new contract. They thanked him loudly, and he thought that working honestly for 10,000 days was much better than making bricks. It is not much different from what traveling merchants do, and the food problems have also been solved, so he is lucky to be in this position. They put their paw prints on the contract, and he thought that besides that, he could work for the Black Dragon. Even if he were a demon, he wouldn't care. He would still sign the contract. Sejun opened the system window and said that, great, the contract was signed. He congratulated them on becoming interns. Oren looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what they should do now. He pointed to the side and said that the head of the supply department would tell them everything. They should allow him to be introduced. Theo jumped on his shoulder and said that he was the head of the supply department. He was very surprised when he saw him, pointed his finger at him, and loudly asked what this midnight runaway beggar was doing here. He jumped towards him, hit him on the head with his paw, and loudly said that he was just an intern and there was no respect for superiors. He looked at his allies, introduced himself again, and said that it was a pleasure to meet them, so from now on, they were obliged to obey him. He said loudly with a serious expression that they should answer. They both loudly called him boss and said that they understood him. Oren nervously wondered who would have thought that someone worse than a demon would suddenly appear. After that, they came to the farm. Theo pointed it out and told the interns that starting today they would be working here. They would be picking cherry tomatoes for sale. They should follow him. The protagonist looked at them from the side and said that he seemed very proud of himself. It would be more convenient for him too. With an increase in the number of subordinates with magic bags, transporting the harvest would become easier. He looked to the side and told the Minotaur king that he was grateful that he agreed to this unpleasant request. He calmly said that he shouldn't thank him for that. They received an order from the Black Dragon through the system window, as well as the fact that they could call him the Black Dragon. More importantly, as neighbors, they should help each other. It would be nice to receive the same sincerity in return. He noticed that he was salivating from hunger and said that, since he was here, he should take some green onion leaves and cherry tomato tops with him. He thanked him loudly for it and said that he could call if he needed anything. He looked at him with a small smile and asked, perhaps it was high time to bring him some gifts? Loud sounds caught his attention, and he looked away. Theo, looking displeased, loudly told the intern that under no circumstances should unripe tomatoes be picked. They were still green. Without the stem, the value of the product decreases. They can't do anything right at all. Do they really not know anything about cherry tomatoes? What idiots they are. They should stop. He will tell them how to harvest properly. MC looked at him from the side and said that it seemed that he himself did not remember what he used to be like. He laughed and asked, "You'll have to keep an eye on him, won't you?" After some time, Oren was picking tomatoes with a sad look and thought that Theo was the Black Dragon's subordinate, and he was his subordinate, an eternal slave. He was surprised because he was hit on the head, turned around and was about to ask something loudly. His boss, with a serious look, asked loudly, what was he dreaming about? He said to respond at the first word, or did he not hear him? He became very angry because of this, grabbed him by the hem of his clothes and loudly insulted him. He was scared when he saw Elka, and he calmly asked, is he going to rebel against the deadly supply department, the Black Dragon's subordinate? He adjusted his clothes and said with a worried look that he saw an insect on his shoulder, so he was dumbfounded and tried to brush it off. How dare he grab him by the collar? Theo laughed and said that he should behave decently, otherwise he could cause him problems. He called the other interns and asked if they were all ready. One of them agreed and said that they filled their bags with cherry tomatoes, as he ordered. He looked at the system window and said that intern Mark was the fastest to fill his bag, and intern Jeff was the first to volunteer, so he would reduce the number of days they worked on their contracts by 1. They were happy about this, and loudly thanked him for it. Oren came up to him and asked what about him. Theo said loudly that this intern was the slowest, so he would add another day. He was very upset about this. Sejun came up to them and asked if they were okay. They were going down now, right? He agreed and said that only these guys had old-style bags that couldn't hold that much stuff. He laughed and said that if they tried, they could start upgrading their equipment. He agreed and asked the master where he was going. He said with a smile that he was going west, to Rosha. After some time, he and many animals gathered near the forest. Theo grabbed his head and asked the master, could he really manage without him? Wasn't it dangerous there? He looked at him and said that Be and his mother would go with him. I wonder if they were offended by his excessive worry. Besides, he told him he had a secret weapon. He jumped to the ground and said that he wasn't worried at all. He was just getting ready to go into the infected forest for a frontal attack. Elka looked at him and asked the merchant, was he talking like he thought he'd miss all the fun? He said loudly that he was actually really worried. The protagonist said that they should get to work. They had new interns, so he should show them the image of a worthy cat merchant. Theo, with a slightly displeased look, said that he would be back soon. He called the master and said that he should definitely be careful. He agreed and wished them a safe journey, and Bess said that he shouldn't worry because he would protect him. The traders left with the wolves, and they stood in place and waved at them. The she-bear asked, "Then should they also head to the western grove?" The three of them went into the forest. He looked around and said that it was even scarier here than he imagined. The trees seemed to be dying in agony. They covered his nose with his paw and said that there was also a strange smell here. The she-bear looked ahead with a serious expression, bared her teeth, and said that there was an enemy ahead. He began to look around with a puzzled expression and asked, "But there is no one there, isn't that right? What is she talking about?" She said that they can't go any further. He was very surprised when a root next to his foot began to move. The trees began to move, and the system notified that these were rotting guardian trees. Be covered his nose with his paws and said he felt unwell. MC looked at this with a surprised expression and loudly asked, "What the hell is this?" These were completely infected trees. One of these monsters tried to attack with a root, but the bear swiped with her paw and stopped the attack. Many monsters released roots that bound her, and this greatly worried them. He loudly asked with a serious expression, "Is it really time?" He threw his straw hat aside, took out his weapon, a flame appeared above his head, and he loudly declared that it was time to use the flame of friendship, his secret weapon. Be tried to put out the flames and said loudly that his head was on fire. He was indignant about this and said loudly that Flame had shared it with him. In general, the flame of friendship allows you to start a fire from the tiniest sparks and control it. He struck a spark with his weapon, and a flame appeared in front of him, with which he attacked the monsters. Many of these infected trees caught fire, and he said loudly that they should retreat. If something goes wrong, they could also end up in the fire area. They started to run away. He looked back and said that it was too dangerous here. The fire was spreading much faster than he thought. He called the she-bear and asked loudly if she could run a little faster. She said that he should look ahead. He did so, and saw many monsters standing in their way. She asked loudly, "Can he perform that trick he showed earlier again?" Sejin loudly agreed and asked, "But what good would that do for them?" He asked them to get ready, called Be, and asked if he could handle it, right? He agreed, and he struck the dagger against the axe and struck a spark to create a flame. Bei jumped high, slapped his paws and directed the flame into the crowd of monsters in front of them. This caused a strong explosion and attracted the attention of the minotaurs, who were quite far from this place. Their king saw smoke in the distance and asked what was happening there. The rabbits saw it too and said that smoke was rising above the western grove. "This is the power of the flame of friendship." The Lord said that he was going to take advantage of it. At that moment, they returned together. Their bodies were covered in abrasions, and he said that they were back. They returned to the farm, and he said that he thought he would die there. However, thanks to Flame's abilities, they were able to escape from the evil trees. She said that it was very good that she was able to help him. The rabbit said that it was too reckless. Whatever happens, start a fire in the western grove. That he didn't have time to finish because the protagonist said that infected trees attacked them every night. Besides, he wanted to try out Flame's abilities, although he didn't expect them to be so powerful. Enemies won't disturb their peace for a while now, right? He'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. The system notified him that he had increased his beekeeping skill to level 4. This caught his attention, and queen bees flew to him, calling him, and he asked if something had happened. She said that she was asking to see which flowers to collect pollen from for milk. He asked what it was, a new ability for leveling up. She agreed and said that it was a delicious, soft jelly that enhances talents. He was surprised by what he heard and asked if it could enhance his talents. At the same time, Aileen was sitting in the bathtub eating soup and said that drinking red locust tomato soup right in the bathtub was truly wonderful. Her body felt very light today. Maybe she had grown a little more? It seemed like her wings had gotten bigger too. She was growing so fast, but it was still not enough. How she dreamed that her dragon heart would soon strengthen and she would become an adult. Then she would be able to get out of the admin area and fly in all her splendor during the blue moon. She laughed shyly and said that if she showed herself to Sejin after the transformation, his legs would give out with admiration. She came out of the bathtub, looked at the crystal ball, and said that a few days ago he said that he was going to try out the ability of his apple tree. It was called the Flame of Friendship, right? Perhaps it was worth looking into it? Suddenly, she felt a very strong pain in her heart, fell to the ground, suffered because of it, and said that her heart hurt very much. She called his name and asked him to save her. She reached for the crystal ball, but lost consciousness and remained lying on the floor. The system notified that the tower manager's life was in danger. The Black Tower's emergency system was activated. It is requesting help from the last creature the tower manager contacted. At the same time, many bees, along with their queens, were collecting pollen from flowers, and the protagonist sat nearby and watched. The system notified that the unique skill of the beekeeping profession is level 4. To use beekeeping, you need to own a hive. The bees' working area has been slightly increased. The frequency of queen bee egg laying has been slightly increased. The speed of pollen collection by bees has been slightly increased. The amount of honey produced by bees has been slightly increased. The pollination rate has been slightly increased. He can now produce a special honey jelly with unique effects. Currently, honey jelly can be produced using pollen from one type of flower. The number of hives in the possession is 3 out of 4. He read this and asked, does it mean it enhances talents? Basically, it's difficult for ordinary hunters to awaken talent. Honing it and reaching the highest level is a completely different matter. As a result, ordinary people like him, who are not gifted with genius and who have ordinary talents, have to endure grueling work and go to the end for a very long time. Besides, becoming a true master of their craft is not achieved by effort alone. He said that he can level up his talents just by eating jelly. The world of the tower, as expected, is full of surprises. The queen bee flew to him and said that the honey jelly is ready. She put this jelly in his straw hat, and he asked in surprise, they made so much? Veh looked at it with a joyful look and said that he smelled a sweet smell and wanted to try it. MC refused him and said that first he should call the rabbits, they would all eat together. He was about to leave and said he'd be back soon. He should wait for them and not eat it all alone. The queen bee said they'd make more of this jelly in the meantime. He asked, in that case, should he rate the honey jelly using the status window? The system notified that it was poisonous bee honey jelly, made from cherry tomato blossoms. Poisonous bees skillfully process the pollen and nectar of magical cherry tomato blossoms, infused with the tower's rich nutrients. The resulting jelly has an exquisite aroma and taste. The concentration of honey ensures maximum sweetness, and after consuming it, magical talents will be slightly enhanced. It has a shelf life of 1 year and is ranked C. He was surprised by this and asked, does it enhance magical talents? Is it because the jelly was made from magical cherry tomatoes? However, he doesn't have any talents tied to mana, which is a bit of a pity. What if they make jelly using flowers from another harvest? Would it probably enhance talents that aren't related to mana? Beh, and the rabbits came to him, and he said that he had called everyone. Sejin stood up and said that they would share the jelly, 1 piece for each. He took a piece of jelly and said that he couldn't wait to try it. What would it taste like? The bear cub came up to him and asked if he could have more. He declined and said that they still needed to share with Aileen. She really liked magic cherry tomatoes, so she should like the honey jelly made from these flowers too. He called her and asked if she could hear him. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that the tower manager was in mortal danger due to the rebellious dragon heart. He became very worried about this and asked loudly, what was it saying? Was she in danger? The system announced that a quest from the Black Tower had been received. He must calm the rebellious dragon heart. The reward is that the tower manager will wake up, but if he fails, she will die. He must choose an item that can help Aileen. He loudly asked, what kind of dragon heart is this, and why is it rebelling? The animals became worried and asked loudly, is she dying? What's going on? Has she become ill? The system notified that the tower manager's dragon heart was in a turmoil. It was due to mana overload, which her strengthened dragon heart was unable to handle. The protagonist asked, has she received so much mana that her talent can't handle it? He asked with a very worried look. Is it because he's been feeding her all this time? He fell to the ground, which greatly worried the animals near him. He loudly called the system window with a frightened look and asked what he should do and how to save her. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that he must choose an item that can help the tower manager. He has the necessary item. He immediately noticed the jelly in his straw hat. The animals handed him the jelly and told him that he should definitely give their food to Aileen too. He gave all the jelly they had, gave it to the system, and the system notified that the task was completed. All this jelly fell into her mouth, and she immediately swallowed it. The jelly immediately affected her, and the system notified that the poisonous bee honey jelly produced from cherry tomato blossoms had successfully enhanced the tower manager's talent, the fortified dragon heart. The fortified dragon heart talent was somewhat strengthened, which calmed the dragon heart's agitation. He asked with a worried look, is she alright? The system notified that tower manager Aileen's dragon heart would not rebel in the near future. It was currently calm. However, if the tower manager's talent was not developed, there was a danger of the incident recurring. MC calmed down after reading this and said that so far, everything was fine. Bae and the others looked at him and asked how she was feeling. He patted his head and asked, there must be some solution, right? At the same time, Aileen's relatives noticed bright energy emanating from the crystal. The system notified that a report was being transmitted on the Black Tower's emergency system activity. Kaiser was very surprised by what he saw and asked if something had happened to her. Anton called his father and asked loudly if there had been a help signal from the tower. However, the portal had not been activated, right? He looked at the crystal and said that he had not received any signals. The system was designed in such a way that if she were in a critical situation and sent a signal to one of them, an emergency portal would immediately open. She always contacted him, and they could control her outbreaks by simply entering the administration area of the Black Tower. However, If they called someone else, the portal would not open, such as the Black Tower's security system. Since the report was sent, it meant that the outbreak had passed. He called the system, and many system windows appeared in front of them. Anton read this with a joyful look and said that, what luck, she was alive. The excitement had passed, and her condition was even better than before. The graph of the mana volumes in the dragon's heart also showed a steady increase. He called his father, but became very worried when he noticed him looking at something with a frighteningly serious expression. Kaiser asked with a very serious expression, was the last person she contacted Sejun? He looked at him with a worried expression and thought that they were in huge trouble. He called out loudly for his father and asked if perhaps he was the one who saved her. Wasn't Aileen's health and safety what mattered right now? They needed to find a way to open the portal quickly. His father transformed into a dragon and asked loudly if someone other than him had been called for help. Who did he even think he was? Who dared steal his granddaughter's heart under the cover of night? He would never forgive him. Anton, looking worried, called out loudly for his father and said that he was disgracing their name in front of all the neighbors. The dragons watched from afar and said that he was at it again. This was the same old man who immediately went crazy if something happened to his granddaughter. Because of her, he became a complete idiot. One of the dragons was watching this from the shadows and said that the Black Tower was an excellent opportunity. Aileen finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she jumped up and, looking over her body, wondered in surprise. Was she alive? But what about the dragon's heart? She saw a glow emanating from her chest and realized that it was now stable. What even happened here? She looked at the crystal ball, walked up to it, and the system reported that she ate the honey jelly. The tower farmer completed the task. She looked at this in confusion and noticed that she managed to contact him at the last moment. It came out a little awkward, but how did he stabilize the dragon's heart? All this thanks to the honey jelly. Apparently, increasing the level of beekeeping unlocked new farm products. It's a pity she tried it while fainting and didn't know what it tasted like. The talent enhancement was just perfect for this situation. She cleared her throat and said that she, as the great black dragon, should express her gratitude to her benefactors in a proper manner. This is exactly what an heiress of the respected Futani family should be like. She looked at the treasure with a smirk and said that she needed to reward him somehow. After that, she began rummaging through the mountain of gold, looking for something worthy, but she did not find anything useful for the farmer here. She began walking around the treasury, thinking about what could be useful to him, and then her gaze fell on a huge dragon statue. She thought for a second, and then said with a smile that he would definitely like it. Meanwhile, he was relaxing in his home with the small animals. He was awakened by a system message that the tower manager thanked him for saving her life. He immediately jumped up from his seat and worriedly asked if she was okay. She told him that her health had improved thanks to him, and he sighed with relief, saying that now he knew why she liked cherry tomatoes so much. Apparently, it was his products that strained her dragon heart. Was it really hard for her? She said that it was not his fault. These attacks occur regularly, every 10 years. The latest attack occurred later than expected. Thanks to the farmer's actions, the dragon's heart recovered somewhat, delaying the next attack. He smiled and said that he felt much calmer since she said so. He had already thought that it was all his own fault. He remembered something and told her to take more honey jelly. The poisonous bees had made another batch recently. Fortunately, it was this that helped her dragon heart. She said that she was too ashamed to constantly receive gifts. First, she wanted to repay him for saving her life. He was slightly confused, after which the system announced a new task. He needed to shout her name at the top of his lungs. As a reward, he would receive something very large and useful. She said that he needed to shout it out loud. However, she didn't know if it would be dangerous, so she advised him to shout in an open space outside the house. He scratched his head in confusion, doubting this task, and Bae said that they could trust Aunt Aileen. After that, they went out into the open space and MC, taking a deep breath, shouted her name loudly. He waited a few seconds. Nothing happened, and he asked in confusion, did he succeed or not? After that, the system reported that he completed the task. As a reward, he received a fountain dedicated to Aileen's 100th birthday. He was very surprised by such a reward, and then a huge shadow appeared above him. The fountain was flying straight at his head. He looked up in horror at this, and at the last moment ran to the side, and the fountain crashed with a roar on the spot where they all just were. He looked at it in shock and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? What is this giant statue?" Some sound was heard from the dragon's throat, and then water gushed out, and the fountain began to gradually fill. The system reported that this was a fountain dedicated to Aileen's birthday. The great black dragon Kaiser Futani commissioned this fountain from the dwarves in honor of his granddaughter's 100th birthday. It is crafted entirely from the highest quality black marble in the image and likeness of the great black dragon Kaiser Futani himself. The statue's eyes are magical stones personally enchanted by the great black dragon Anton Futani. The fountain has the ability to both independently produce water and collect it from other sources within a 10-kilometer radius. It is an S-rank item, has a level 50 water generation skill, and 2 other unknown ones. Sejun smiled nervously and noted that this was indeed a huge, useful reward. The tower manager said that this would now help him spend less time watering his crops. He smiled and agreed, adding that they had recently expanded the fields so much that rabbit watering cans alone would not be enough. They no longer had to walk back and forth to the cave. He was very grateful to her for her concern. Why are the other skills unknown? She replied that she didn't know. Her grandfather hadn't told her anything. He asked how it produced water, and she told him there were no restrictions on use since it was an installable item. He needed to open the fountain status window. The control system should come with the reward. He extended his hand forward and said that he was glad to know there were no restrictions. In that case, he needed to quickly configure the settings. A joystick appeared in front of him, a magical fountain control panel. With it, he could freely control the pressure and direction of the water jet, as well as the movement of the statue. He was slightly surprised that this panel looked like a game joystick, then tried pressing a few buttons and the statue moved. The marble dragon began to walk, and MC exclaimed that it was so cool, as if he were controlling a character in a game. Beh tugged at his pant leg and asked if he was the one moving it. Piak shouted that he wanted to try it too, after which Seiyin made the dragon dance and the little animals joined him. They danced happily for a while, and then the dragon suddenly abruptly approached them and roared loudly, which scared them, and Bei immediately began to defend himself. He hit the dragon on the head and broke its horn, which horrified MC. Meanwhile, Aileen noticed that the crystal ball was acting strangely and asked, "Is this an alarm? Did something really happen there?" She asked Sin what was wrong, and he nervously told her that everything was fine. The statue was so cool that they decided to take a closer look. Before she arrived, they managed to stick the horn back on. Fortunately, she did not notice anything, and they began to distract her. MC asked, "Is she by any chance hungry? Maybe she wants something tasty?" She agreed, and when they handed her the food, she continued to rest and thought that it was good that he liked it. Meanwhile, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was good that she hadn't noticed anything. He began using the dragon for its intended purpose. While on the 67th floor, the wolves were gathering locusts and the lizard men were replanting onions. Elka's son ran and told his father that he would bring more red locusts, and he told him not to go far. Following their son with her gaze, his wife worriedly said that work experience was, of course, important. But is it really worth taking children to such dangerous places? He replied that he understood her concerns, but it was now safe here. The insects still attack, which is why they are being steadily exterminated. There are simply a lot of them, but their habits are simple, always moving in large groups, so they have already figured out their behavior and the timing of attacks. More importantly, the red locust harvesting only takes place while the lizardmen are replanting wilted leaves, so even if something goes wrong, they will protect them. So let her not worry too much. Their son, meanwhile, picked up a huge locust, turned to his parents, and happily said that there were plenty of red locusts here in excellent condition. At that moment, a huge swarm appeared behind him. He didn't notice it, and only when his parents called out to him in fear did he turn around and stare in shock at the insects approaching him. Luckily, Tomorrow arrived in time to help. In an instant, he cut down all the insects that were near the wolf cub and ordered everyone to run. The red locusts changed their attack pattern. Night fell, and Seijin glanced at Aileen, circling in the night sky, and remarked that she was so beautiful. Could it really be that the 9th blue moon had already arrived? He turned to Mother Bear and asked if everything was okay. She confirmed this and said that thanks to Eileen's power, the blue moon's influence had weakened, making it easier for her to maintain her sanity. This is to be expected from the control tower. It's truly impressive. MC said that now they just need to wait for the blue moon's energy to permeate the harvest. At that moment, hubby and wifey came running from the garden and happily informed him that several vegetables had turned blue. He put on his farmer's hat and immediately decided to harvest everything. Heading to the garden beds, he discovered a multitude of blue tomatoes and piled them into a cart. A rabbit then ran up to him and said that the blue moon's energy had also affected the cornfield, which was soon ready for harvest. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised and said that he thought it was time to pick them. They went to the cornfield, and there he saw 2 shining ears of corn and was very happy. He decided to give them to Aileen, since she can't eat cherry tomatoes anymore. And at that moment she contacted him and said that she had finished patrolling and was really tired. He said that she did a great job and advised her to start resting soon. She must not be feeling well. He handed her 2 blue stamina corn and said that she shouldn't eat cherry tomatoes until her heart stabilized, so she should snack on these. She thanked him and said she was going to bed, after which he wished her good night. He decided to collect the remaining corn, which for some reason was glowing red. He picked it, and a system window appeared in front of him. He harvested the explosive endurance corn and gained some experience. His level 4 harvesting experience increased, earning him 30 experience points. He earned an achievement for cultivating a new crop in the tower. If you heat the corn, the kernels will burst and grow several times in size. When consumed, it breaks down 30 grams of fat and increases strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes, an effect that can be repeated up to 10 times per hour. This corn also promotes hair growth. No one will be able to grow fat endurance corn without his permission. He earned an achievement for cultivating 3 new crops in the tower, and rumors of it reached the Food Association. He was very surprised that this corn promotes hair growth, and his hands trembled with excitement. Afterwards, he fell to his knees and, with tears in his eyes, told the tower that it was the best. Bei approached him and asked what he was doing, and he took off his hat and asked with a grin how he liked his hairstyle. He honestly answered that it didn't look very good, and he exclaimed that they needed to expand the field immediately. Starting tomorrow, everyone should focus all their efforts on tending to the new corn crop. Bei asked him to calm down. He began to look strange, but Sejin ignored him and, taking a few corn seeds, looked at it and asked, "So it bursts and expands when the corn is heated. And how should he cook it? Maybe he should ask Flame about it." He went down to her cave and saw her, slightly surprised. She happily spread her arms to the side and said that she had grown, and he asked if it was all because of the energy of the blue moon. She confirmed this, and said that she had absorbed the rays of the moon and immediately felt a surge of strength inside. It seemed that thanks to this, she had gained another ability. He sat down opposite her and asked what exactly she had received, and she told him that the flame of protection. She decided to demonstrate it, and a small blue flame appeared in front of him, after which his entire body was enveloped in it, and he let out a surprised sigh. The flame moved to his hand, and he noted that it looked like a will-o'-the-wisp, and it did not burn at all. The system reported that the flame of protection had penetrated him for the next 3 hours. Flame said that this fire would protect him, and he thanked her, noting that he could always rely on her. He uses it wisely. Remembering why he came here in the first place, he handed her the corn and asked if she could heat it. They grew a new variety. The descriptions said that the kernels would burst if they were heated, but he did not know how. Flame took a closer look at it and said that she knew how to do it. When he wants to eat, he needs to heat it up without tearing off the leaves. First, he needs to wrap the corn completely in leaves and tie it up. He did it and asked, "Is that it?" She asked him to hold it and, raising her hand, said with a smile that because of the flame protection, he wouldn't screw up. After that, she set fire to the corn, which caused everything inside to burst and puff up, and Flame told him to carefully open it from the edge. He untied the leaves, and there was popcorn inside, which he was very happy about. He immediately called Bei, asking him to bring salt, then sprinkled it on the popcorn and stirred. When he tried it, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he said that it was so tasty and crunchy. Bei and the rabbits also tried the new dish, and MC petted the bear cub, noticing that his fur had started to shine. He responded by saying that his hair looked better, and he asked with a smile, who taught him to flatter like that? Suddenly, a roar came from the top, and he turned around worriedly and asked if Aileen hadn't calmed the monsters down. A mother bear appeared on the ceiling in the courtyard, and she called out to Sejin worriedly, telling him that he needed to leave quickly. Her words made him uneasy, so he climbed outside to see what was going on. Monsters were approaching from all sides, including a poisonous mist-spreading flower from the army of infected trees and a sticky flower. And now this huge army of monsters was advancing on them. Bei grew in size, preparing to defend himself. And MC said that he only thought he could relax for a while. And why did these scoundrels decide to come out during a blue moon? He firmly declared that for now, they would have to deal with them themselves, and told the rabbits to get their weapons. At that moment, the sticky flowers began to spit, knocking the torches out of their hands, and this saliva fell on Sejun and the others, causing them to grimace in disgust. At that moment, purple fog began to flow at his feet. Piak immediately pushed him aside, exclaiming that he shouldn't touch this smoke, and MC asked what it was. The black rabbit answered him that it was poison. This smoke was emitted by the poisonous flowers, and the fog began to quickly spread throughout the area. Watching all this, Sejun noticed that so many different monsters had crawled out. How tired he was of this. Bei looked ahead and told him to look at it. There was a thunder of footsteps. A huge infected tree appeared above the army of monsters, having absorbed the energy of the blue moon, and now it was slowly approaching them. MC became worried and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Can trees also experience the energy of the blue moon?" Mama Bear nervously said that this would be quite difficult to handle, and MC agreed with her with a devastated look. They definitely couldn't defeat a monster of this magnitude. He looked at his farm and wondered if this was really the end. He had been through so much. The rabbits were very scared. They began to calm themselves, and then someone's voice was heard, and a gust of wind hit them. The dragon that came to their aid told them to cheer up and landed behind them. When Sejun turned around, he looked at it in surprise and asked, "A statue speaks?" But now a real black dragon was controlling it. He introduced himself to them, saying that he was Anton Furtani, Aileen's father. The animals looked at him in surprise, and MC, shocked, asked how a stone statue could be Aileen's father. He answered that it was a golem created by ancient magic. The activation was originally planned to occur when she was in trouble, but for some unknown reason, the teleportation gate wouldn't open. They are currently unable to exert their influence within the Black Tower. Fortunately, they still have control rights to the statue. When it was moved to the 99th floor, he was able to pick up a weak signal even outside the tower, allowing him to control the golem's movements. Upon further investigation, he discovered that it was he who had helped his daughter with the raging dragon heart. He bowed his head to him in gratitude, and he excitedly replied that he didn't need to thank him. He simply did what he had to. Anton said that he most likely understood everything as well, but nevertheless, the Black Tower wasn't being controlled properly. Therefore, he would like to rely on his cooperation a little in the future. He inquired about what kind of cooperation it would be, and he said that he wanted him to take over the tower on Aileen's behalf. He was very surprised by this proposal, and said that he was just a farmer without any special abilities. Moreover, he couldn't get out of the 99th floor. He couldn't even get rid of the approaching infected trees. He pointed to the army of monsters that was quickly approaching them, and the sound of stomping was heard. Payak warned Sejin that they were very close, and Anton said that he had more than enough strength to handle this situation. They would help with this, so he shouldn't worry. He didn't understand who he was talking about, and the dragon raised its head, after which it suddenly approached him, and another cheerful voice was heard. Now the golem was controlled by Aileen's grandfather, Kaiser. He greeted Sejin and pointed a finger at him discontentedly, saying that because of him, he couldn't see his granddaughter. If it were up to him, he would crush him under its claws. But he was too important. MC nervously greeted him back and introduced himself, saying he didn't really understand anything but apologized for the inconvenience. The dragon laughed and said it was all right. He was more well-mannered than he thought. He raised his head and said they would discuss the details later. First, he needed to pull out these rotten weeds. With a sharp flap of his wings, he rose into the air, causing a sharp gust of wind, and immediately headed towards the huge army. He stopped above them and slightly opened his mouth, beginning to gather energy. The spikes on his body began to glow blue, and a magical ball appeared near his mouth, which shot at the army of monsters, directing a powerful stream of blue flame at them. As soon as this destructive magic fell upon them, everything was enveloped in a blinding light, and then a roar was heard. A powerful explosion occurred. The blast wave spread throughout the area and even shook the tower where Aileen lived. But even from this, she did not wake up, as she was too tired. After this, a huge explosion crater was left on the ground. Mother Bear and her son froze in place, covering Sejin and the rabbits with their paws, and began to wait. MC looked at the column of smoke in the distance and was surprised to notice that it had just destroyed an entire mountain. Is this the true power of a dragon? After this, the great black dragon flew up to him and ordered him to go to the place where these weeds died. He would find something useful there. They came to the explosion crater. The white rabbits and Mother Bear remained at the top, and they began to descend. MC noticed that the heat was still lingering, and Be, noticing something sparkling ahead, told Sejun about it. He saw a glowing blue grain on the ground and thought, is this what Kaiser was talking about? When he picked it up, a system window appeared, informing him that he had received an enhanced grain of the infected tree. This grain was enhanced by the energy of the blue moon. When absorbed, all stats will be increased by 10. If left on the ground, the grain will germinate and grow into a powerful infected tree. The dragon landed next to him and told him to absorb it, and then his frail body will become somewhat stronger. But if he leaves this grain lying here, it will grow into that monster again. Let him eat it before that happens. But MC was hesitant. This grain did not look appetizing at all. He said that it seemed wrong to him to eat the infected grain. Maybe he should cook it and then eat it? The dragon was surprised and asked if he knew how to cook. He confirmed this and asked if this cooking was with him now. He answered him that it was not so, but he did have some cherry tomatoes that he was going to snack on. Kaiser extended his paw and told him to give it to him. He had to check whether they were dangerous or not. He gave him tomatoes and asked how he would do it, to which he replied that the mouth of the stone statue was a teleportation device that easily moved objects. If you throw something into the mouth of the statue, it will be transported to it. As soon as the tomatoes were in the dragon's mouth, they were transported directly to Kaiser's hand, and he, looking at it closer, thought, so these objects made the dragon Aileen's heartbeat faster? His son, meanwhile, was looking through various information about rabbits, plants, and generally everything related to Sejin. He saw red locusts and thought that animals and people devour them. But when did the locusts manage to infiltrate the tower? Recently? Since their bodies had already been transported to the 99th floor, quite a lot of time must have passed. It's surprising that he thought to cook and eat these problematic creatures that devour carrion and multiply rapidly. It's not their problem, but with this approach, the tower residents don't have to worry about hunger. And then there are all these different foods with different effects. Thanks to this dragon heart, Aileen has become stronger. The tower's farmer, a profession that even he, the former tower manager, doesn't know all the details about. To think that he has become Aileen's hope, he decided to quickly find out more about him, and at that moment, he heard his father's worried voice behind him. Seeing him running towards him, he worriedly asked, what happened? He needs to maintain the dignity of the family patriarch, and here he is running around here. Kaiser said that it doesn't matter at all, let him look at it instead. He showed him a cherry tomato with a smile, and he asked, is this the so-called product the farmer gave Aileen? And he transferred it here through the golem? Is there really a problem with that? But it was completely different. His father said with a smile that it was very tasty, and he looked at him in confusion. Meanwhile, Sejin tried to call out to Kaiser, but he didn't respond. He looked at the stone dragon in confusion and asked, what's going on? As soon as the statue swallowed the tomatoes, it stopped moving. Deciding not to wait for him any longer, he told the guys that they had to go back, but they didn't react at all. He approached them and asked what they were doing there. They needed to go. PX said that Bae was being stubborn, Bei turned to him with a smile and, pointing to a huge branch sticking out of the ground, asked if he could take it with him. The system showed that it was a reinforced branch of an infected tree, and Bei happily said that he wanted a weapon for himself, just like the black rabbits. MC looked at the huge branch in confusion and noted that it looked pretty sturdy, but they can't take it home, it's too big. Bei was very upset and said that this branch even has a name. And then an idea occurred to him. Seijun suggested that they go back home first, and there they would find him a cool stick. Before he could finish speaking, there was a cracking sound, and when he turned his gaze to the bear cub, he was very surprised. He was holding this huge stick without much effort. He excitedly called out to him and said that they can't take it, but immediately fell silent when the stick shrank to a size suitable for the bear cub. He was completely shocked by everything he saw, and Bei said with a smile that it turned out to be an object. The system reported that this branch was significantly strengthened by the energy of the blue moon. After the mana is implanted, the size can be changed at will. MC was even speechless for a second. Today Bei found a new friend. A new day had dawned, and since the little bear now had a weapon, he challenged the black rabbit to a fight, which he accepted. They pounced on each other and began waving their weapons, and MC, watching them, noticed that they were getting so excited. At that moment, the wolves arrived. They brought him several carts of red locusts, and Seijun remarked that there were so many of them, they had done a great job. And Elka wasn't with them? The wolf replied that he had hurried to the magic tower to meet Iona since she hadn't arrived on the battlefield. He wondered why they needed her. Are there really problems on the 67th floor? The wolf hesitated, trying to find the words, and told him that the red locusts had changed their attack pattern. They had unexpectedly come under a strong attack while collecting their shells. Hearing this, MC became very worried and asked, "Are they okay? Is anyone hurt?" The wolf told him that everyone was safe, thanks to the lizardmen and mercenaries. The red locusts are sending such massive attacks that the leaves of the spicy green onion are practically invisible. There are so many of them that it is practically useless. Fortunately, since the vast majority of locusts die trying to cover the leaves of the spicy green onion, they will not break through the portal anytime soon. Despite this, they want to inform the magic tower of what is happening and request support so that they can be prepared just in case. There are no serious problems so far. Seijun calmed down and said that this is good. Is everything really all right there? He is a little worried. Meanwhile, Elka and the others arrived at the magic gravity tower, which is located in the transition village. It turns out that Iona was missing. The mage said that he could leave her a message, and they will pass it on to the master of the magic tower as soon as she returns. He asked when exactly she will return. He is here about the events on the 67th floor. The mage said she was quite a busy person. I think she mentioned that she was going to the settlement of Granier. One of the wolves turned to the chief and asked, "Is this the same village?" He confirmed it and said that it was the hometown of boss Theo. Meanwhile, he was happily walking along a busy street and then turned to the trainees and asked why they were slowing down instead of following close behind him. The cats sped up, and Oren, breaking through the crowd of animals, excitedly asked him to wait. He didn't notice someone ahead and accidentally tripped over her, causing them both to fall. He almost burst into tears from such humiliation. After which he turned to her and exclaimed in displeasure. Why was she spinning under his feet? Was she doing this on purpose so that the cats tripped over her? It turned out to be Iona. She displeasedly answered him that he himself had tripped over her while running. Now he still dared yell at her? He called her a little rat and exclaimed in rage, "Does she want to die?" She really didn't like the way he called her. And before the fight started, Theo approached them and called out to Oren. Noticing Iona, he was slightly surprised, and she greeted him, noting that they had just met. Oren became nervous and asked if he knew this hamster. He answered with a smile that they had a special relationship, and Iona indignantly exclaimed that they would be misunderstood if he continued to express himself like that. Theo asked what happened, and Iona began to tell him about it, and Oren became very agitated. He immediately fell to his knees in front of her and asked for her forgiveness. He had been in such a hurry that he had been extremely rude to her. He continued to beg her forgiveness, and Theo said that his subordinate was a bit stupid. Let her forgive him for the first and last time. She agreed to forgive him, adding that it was only because of Theo, and Oren, with tears in his eyes, thanked her. After that, he stepped aside, wiping his snot, and Theo asked her where she was going. She told him that she needed to meet someone in Granier, so she was going there. Theo pointed out that it was his homeland, and she said surprised that she didn't know. If they weren't busy, wouldn't they like to go there with her? Theo crossed his arms over his chest and thoughtfully said that he wasn't sure about that. And Oren immediately ran up to him and grabbed him, asking if they couldn't make a stop in the village. He needed to urgently deliver some news to his father. Theo refused him and said that they needed to quickly get to the 38th floor and sell their goods. Oren excitedly said that if they passed through the settlement, he would give him 1,000 tower coins. He knows very well that his family is rich, right? How about going home and showing everyone how successful he's become? If proud Meryl saw him now, she would be very sorry. He managed to persuade him after all, and he told Iona that they would accompany her, and Oren screamed loudly with joy. She wondered which Meryl they were talking about, and Theo waved his paw, saying that she was nobody, and that she should not worry. He grinned, and thought that he would show her how successful he had become. He just thought about it, and already felt pleased. Oren, meanwhile, looked at him with a grin, and thought that his comfortable life would end today. As soon as they got to the village, he would be crawling under his feet again. While he was making insidious plans, Iona thought that something was wrong, after which they set off, and Theo asked her if she would be there for the first time. Their village was a beautiful and peaceful place, so she definitely liked it, but everything turned out to be just the opposite. Hunger reigned in the village now. The food stores and most importantly the fish stores were empty. Theo exclaimed in shock. What happened to their house? Everyone was so skinny, as if a plague had struck. He excitedly called out to Jeff and asked what had happened here. When they were leaving, everything wasn't that bad. There was a noise behind him. His mother dropped her plate in surprise as soon as she saw him, and he called out to her worriedly. He immediately went up to her and asked why she was so skinny. What happened to his other brothers? His mother exclaimed. Where the hell was he that he only just returned? Does he even know how long they had been looking for him? Her son asked what had happened here, and she, wiping away tears, told him that frog-like monsters had appeared near Lake Zenka and were preventing them from fishing, practically depriving them of their only source of food. All the young people gathered to kill them, but returned beaten. Food prices outside the settlement have skyrocketed, making it practically impossible to find anything. The entire population is starving. Theo asked if she was talking about the monster frogs. A couple pop up near the lake from time to time. So what? They're easy to deal with, right? Jeff's mom said there aren't just 2 or 3 of them. Right now, the lake is overrun with 1,000 frogs. A few weeks ago, people from the Mercenary Association came by, but for some reason, the frog population has only increased. Iona asked where the mercenaries were now, and she told her they were with Ezreal at Oren's father's residence. Theo dumped a whole bunch of fish out of his bag and told her to eat first, after which everyone ran to them, and he told them to distribute the fish among the villagers so that everyone could take care of their families. He turned to his interns and told them not to worry and to consider it a perk. But if they decide to run away, the contract period would double. They thanked him, after which he returned to Oren and invited him to his home, but he had already managed to escape, which shocked the cat. He grabbed his head and shouted in rage that he had escaped, and Iona suggested that he take his time with the chase. Oren, meanwhile, was running to his home. He sighed heavily and exclaimed, did he seriously think that he would work for him? He didn't care about the contract. They could always think of something. He just needed to get home. At that moment, Elka jumped out of the bushes. The cat was very frightened by the wolf's appearance, which caused him to fall on his back, and the wolf landed next to him and loomed over him threateningly, growling. What was he doing here without the boss Theo? Had he escaped or something? He fearfully answered him that this was not at all true. He just had urgent business at home. Elka asked where Theo was, and ordered him to speak quickly if he didn't want to get bitten. The black wolf Hoff came to the cat's aid. He grabbed Elka by the neck and threw him aside, but he managed to land softly and asked in surprise, are you from the black wolf tribe? By this time, his companions had approached him and informed him that they had found Ion, but as soon as they saw the black wolf, they immediately froze and became nervous. Hoff said that he wanted to ask them the same question. What are the silver wolf tribe doing here? Oren folded his paws in supplication and said that he didn't know him, but they wanted to kill him. He asked for his help, and the wolf told him to run. He had been given the task of meeting him. Overjoyed, the cat immediately stood up and, thanking him, continued on his way. Elka ordered the black wolf to get out of the way. He had unfinished business with that cat, but he, of course, had no intention of doing so. He said that this guy was the son of the owner of the estate, to whom their boss had a debt. They were asked to pick him up. Elka threatened him that if he didn't get out of the way, they would attack, and Hoff, accepting his challenge, rose up on his hind legs and told him to try it. He knows everything perfectly well, right? That they, the Black Wolves, have such strength and physique that they can't even compare. He is the right hand of Mr. Hegel, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, and he can easily deal with 3 silver wolves. Before he could finish speaking, his fur burst into flames and he lost consciousness, immediately falling to the ground. It was Iona's magic. She approached the silver wolves and said that he was acting suspicious, so she attacked him. Theo praised her for her excellent work and said that Elka, Elki, and Elko almost got into terrible trouble. The wolves were overjoyed to see them, and the cat asked what they were doing there. Shouldn't they be going to the 99th floor? Elka told him they were there to talk to Iona about what happened on the 67th floor. They were told she was heading to this settlement, but they never thought they'd end up here together. Iona asked, so, something unusual happened on the 67th floor? She decided to put that question aside as there were more important things to attend to now, and Theo agreed with her. He asked Elka if he'd seen Oren, and he told them they'd tried to catch him, but that black wolf had gotten in their way. Iona suggested they continue on to Ezreal's estate for now. Meanwhile, inside the estate, a meeting was taking place between the leader of the Black Wolves, a free mercenary named Hegel, and Ezreal. The cat noticed that Hoff was late. He asked him to pick up Oren as soon as he heard that he showed up in the settlement with some suspicious characters. Hegel asked him to wait a little longer. This guy is his right-hand man, so he knows his business. At that moment, Oren burst into the office and excitedly called out to his father, who immediately approached him, asking where he had been all this time, that he had only just returned home. What about Hoff? Didn't he meet him on the way here? And where's the food? Apparently, he returned empty-handed. Did he really not acquire anything at all? Oren caught his breath, after which, with tears in his eyes, he called him his beloved dad and said that when he came to the merchant settlement, he was deceived by a goblin in collusion with Theo and lost all his money. His father asked, "Do you mean that naive ginger cat, his childhood friend? Why would such a kind guy deceive him?" Oren exclaimed that he was an incredible scoundrel. Despite his mission to save their settlement from starvation, they threatened him into signing a contract and working for them. Someone else is manipulating them. There was someone who called himself a black dragon, though he has neither horns nor wings. This imposter even somehow coerced a tribe of rabbits into working for him. Hegel became enraged at his words. He slammed his fist on the table and asked, "He's not lying, is he? Impersonating the great black dragon is a grave sin, punishable by more than just death." Oren excitedly exclaimed that, of course, he wasn't lying. He really did call himself a black dragon. He thought their tribe was famous for its special reverence for the great black dragon. He had no idea what he'd forgotten at their house, but everything had worked out just perfectly. Using this knowledge, he could control him. He folded his paws in supplication and asked him to defeat this evil Theo, along with the manipulator who orchestrated all these dishonest deeds, while calling himself the great black dragon. They deserved punishment. The black wolf agreed and asked him to take him to them. When they met, he would decide their fate himself. Oren was glad that his manipulation had succeeded, and one of the servants entered the office, informing Ezreal that there were guests outside. Oren noted that they had arrived just in time. He would go out to them first. He turned to his father and asked if that thing was still in the warehouse, right? He was slightly surprised and began to guess what he wanted to do, and he smiled evilly, saying that he really needed it now. Meanwhile, they crowded at the entrance to the estate, and Theo loudly shouted Oren's name, telling him to come out. When he didn't wait for an answer, he noted with disappointment that not a single cat came out to greet them. Elka suggested that they just force their way inside, and he exclaimed that this wasn't right. It was rude. One of the wolves said that now was not the time to think about politeness towards the idiot who ran away. Finally, Oren came out. He chuckled smugly and said that they, pathetic scum, followed him all the way here, which was even commendable. He welcomed them to his estate, and Theo pointed out that, in fact, this was his father's estate. He responded with displeasure by exclaiming that, in the end, it would still be his. He treated him like a slave before, right? He wouldn't be able to do that here. Theo reminded him that he was still a trainee because of his contract, and Iona added that the contracts made in the tower were absolute. If he didn't follow the terms of the contract, he would face strict justice. Theo said that if he didn't go with him now, the contract would be extended for 30 days, and he immediately became worried. He asked him not to, then cleared his throat, pulled himself together, and asked permission to look at the contract again. Theo said he could bring up the status window and look at everything himself, and he said he wanted to make sure they were exactly the same and there were no errors. He went down to him and promised him that he would just quickly check it. Theo agreed, and then Oren decided to attack him. He uncorked a bottle of some kind of potion, and Elka's ears twitched, sensing danger. She called out to Theo with concern, but this only distracted him from Oren's actions. Meanwhile, with a malicious laugh, he splashed the potion on him. But by the time he noticed it, it was too late. Fortunately, a protective barrier covered him in time, and not a single drop hit him. Oren was very surprised, and the ginger cat exclaimed, "Why did he want to pour that nasty stuff on him?" Noticing some movement from the side, Oren was startled, and thanks to his reaction, he managed to jump to the side in time, avoiding the wolf's blow. He fell and somersaulted, hitting the step, and said discontentedly that it didn't work. When he looked up, he saw Iona in front of him, holding a bottle. She said it was a contract-terminating potion. If you pour it on the opponent's window, the contract will immediately materialize, and the agreement can be annulled. He had such a valuable item, but he wasted it. Elka, furious, said he was going to beat him up, and Theo asked, "What kind of bastard is he? A 30-day contract extension wouldn't end this." Oren ordered them to shut up. He'd decided to take extreme measures, taking Ion hostage, unsheathing his claws, and ordering them not to move. If he didn't break the contract immediately, that little magic rat would be finished. Theo grew agitated and ordered him to let her go. He tried to escape the protective sphere, but he couldn't, and Elka asked, "He understands perfectly well that if he harmed her, he would die at their hands." Oren ordered them to remain still and asked, do they think he was scared? Besides, would he really have done something like that without serious backup? He called out to Hegel and asked him to beat up those bastards right now, and everyone froze in place. Even after some time, Hegel still hadn't appeared, and Oren called out to him again, confused, asking why he wasn't coming out. Iona asked if he wanted Hegel to beat them up. Oren ordered her to shut up and wanted to do something, but realized he couldn't move. It turned out Iona had cast a paralysis spell on him. She escaped his clutches, and taking her staff, said that he wouldn't be able to move anytime soon. Did he think she was weak because she was small? He was seriously mistaken, because she was Archmage Iona, the head of the Mage Association. She put her staff to his neck and threateningly said that she was sure he understood that he would have to pay for both his insults and for betraying Theo. Upon learning who she was, he became very agitated and wondered what kind of connections that idiot Theo had. Meanwhile, he said with a smile that it turned out to be more comfortable here than he thought. A few minutes ago, when Oren was calling Hegel for help, he was watching them from the window and was very nervous. Ezreal called out to him in confusion and said that his son was calling him. Maybe he should step up? Hegel, meanwhile, was terrified. He wanted him to give the bastard posing as a black dragon what he deserved, but what did Lady Iona have to do with it? He had made a fool of him. Iona, meanwhile, called out to Hegel and asked, "He's there, isn't he? She senses him, so let him come out immediately." Immediately after these words, he jumped out of the window and landed next to them, and the silver wolves were very surprised to see him. Theo asked if they knew each other. Elka answered that he was a high-ranking free mercenary, a celebrity in their world, and what is such a wolf doing here? What is his connection to Lady Iona? He bowed his head and greeted her humbly, and she remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, then pointed to the black cat and asked him to explain what was going on here. He was going to deal with her, his employer, judging by the cat's words. He excitedly answered her that of course that wasn't true. He had no idea she would be here. He had simply fallen for his lies. Upon learning that she was his employer, the others were very surprised, and Theo asked if it was him she wanted to meet here. Ezreal ran out of the estate and excitedly said that he could not have imagined that the great archmage would come to this village. Iona asked who he was, and he told her that he was Oren's father, after which he began to scold his son. Iona had enough of all this. She cast paralysis magic on him too, and told him that they were too noisy and that they should be quiet until she finished her business. After that, she returned to Hegel and said that on the way here, she heard about his progress. Apparently, he failed her task. He bowed his head and confirmed this, and Theo exclaimed, "They mean the frogs that have spread throughout the lake?" Iona told them that for some time they noticed an anomaly in the tower. They discovered that forces from outside this world had penetrated here, and that they were concentrating in the middle of Lake Zenka. This was the reason for the abnormal number of eggs laid by the frog queen. This situation could lead to the degeneration of all aquatic life on the 55th floor if left unattended. Therefore, they needed to take action. The Mage Tower is currently dealing with the problem of the 67th floor, so she handed the matter over to Hegel, and as a result, he failed. He said that there was no excuse for him. By the time they arrived, several thousand frogs had already hatched. They tried to deal with them as best they could, but there were too many of them, and their abilities in water combat were limited. Iona grew angry and exclaimed, "He expects her to believe this? Wasn't this supposed to be a relatively simple task in the first place? They just needed to go down to the underwater cave earlier and deal with the eggs. They couldn't even manage that, and now the whole village was in trouble because of them." He bowed his head guiltily and said that they arrived on the same day as planned, but they had all hatched already. Iona shouted back that they should have arrived even faster then. They should have recognized their behavior earlier. She rose into the air, beginning to conjure a huge fireball, and said that making excuses was tantamount to admitting a mistake. He understands that, right? So let him take his punishment along with those ungrateful cats. She was so angry that she decided to raise the place to the ground, and the fireball in the sky grew even larger. Elka, looking at this, nervously noted that the amount of energy was simply colossal. It could also affect them. Theo began pounding his paws on the barrier and asked her to stop, but she ignored him. He slammed his paw even harder, shouting her name loudly, and then the barrier finally cracked. She was ready to unleash her powerful magic on them, but Theo got out of the barrier just in time and, climbing up the wolf, jumped high and grabbed her, which immediately calmed her down. He started to fall, but he managed to grab her staff in time, and she exclaimed, "What was he thinking?" He screamed in fear that he was about to fall, and, catching the staff with his other paw, managed to hold on, and Iona said that he was a cat, so even from this height, nothing should happen to him. He told her that this was all unsafe. This attack would put everyone here in danger. She was going to hit him too? She looked at him in confusion, realized that she had been hasty, and answered him that this was not true at all, because he was the Black Dragon's subordinate. She turned to her fireball, snapped her fingers, and the magic immediately began to fade, and a second later, it disappeared completely. Hegel looked at them in shock and wondered if he had stopped the enraged Iona. No one had ever dared to do such a thing, and he had also forced her to stop the current spell. They both descended to the ground, and he, looking in shock at this cat, thought, was he really the Black Dragon's subordinate? This simple-looking, ordinary ginger cat? Elka delightedly said that he was surprised. He would never have thought that he would bounce off the top of his head. Theo responded that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have reached her. He sighed with relief and said that he almost lost the 1,000 tower coins that Oren owed him. Iona, confused, asked if he had stopped her over such a trifle. He told her that he simply had to collect more money from the rebel who dared to disobey orders. This scoundrel is rich. He clearly has a lot of valuable treasures, like that potion, that can annul the contract. He looked at her with a smirk and asked what she thought. She didn't want to rob these rich people with him? Wasn't that the perfect retribution for their crimes? She laughed and agreed with him, and they could only cry. After that, she freed them, and they all entered their estate together, which was quite impressive in size and contents. Inside were many different treasures. Theo told Elka to take them so they could sell their settlement to merchants, and he began to throw everything into her bottomless bag, while Oren clutched his head. Iona headed to the library. She was surprised that there were rare books of magic there, and Ezreal told her that collecting ancient books was his hobby. She can take whatever she wants. She asked, "Aren't these expensive rarities?" In that case, she wouldn't refuse his offer. After that, she began flying around the library, enthusiastically collecting books, while Theo rummaged through the treasures. Hegel approached him and asked if he had some extra time to talk. The cat was slightly surprised that he was talking to him, and he, bowing his head before him, asked him to take them, the Black Wolf tribe, under his wing. Theo backed away in shock and exclaimed, "What's wrong with them all of a sudden?" Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, everything was calm. Aileen finally woke up and, stretching, sighed with a smile and said that she slept so well, now she feels great. She decided to check what Sejin was doing there, and when she took the crystal ball, a bunch of notifications appeared. The system reported that she had over 100 unread notifications, and she noticed that she had only slept for a day and everything was already so bad. So many red alerts, but she had no time for that now. She simply deleted all the notifications and returned to her favorite pastime, observing. The crystal ball showed her an image of the farm, and she noticed that as soon as her dragon heart was restored, the screen became much wider. This is certainly good, but the farm has become so vast that she still can't find Sejin. Maybe he's home? She saw Bae waving a stick in the clearing in front of the house and laughed at him, saying that he was so cute. But when she looked closer at the stick, something confused her. While he was happily playing, she contacted him, and he asked if she slept well. She ignored his question and asked what kind of suspicious branch he was holding, and he told her where he got it. After hearing his story, she was very surprised and asked, "Did they have something like that?" The residents of the 99th floor must have had a hard time dealing with something like that. Are they okay? Bae happily spread his paws to the sides and told her that they met her dad and grandfather through the stone statues she gave them. Her grandfather figured everything out. First he flew up, then there was an explosion, and a very cool beam of light shot out, and all the monsters flew away. Aileen frowned as she listened to him, but at the mention of her grandfather, she immediately broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Hegel asked Theo to take them under his wing. For many years, their people revered the Black Dragon, and by working for him, his subordinate, they would be able to get at least a little closer to him. For them, there is no greater honor than this, so they asked him to accept them. Theo crossed his paws over his chest and smiled smugly, after which he refused, and he looked up at him in surprise. Theo asked if he hadn't failed his task and angered Ion. In his opinion, they weren't working very well, so he didn't need lazy subordinates. The Black Wolf said excitedly that they had no excuses, but he had even hired Oren. He replied that Oren was rich, so at least he had been useful in this way. After that, he turned to Elka and asked if they had collected everything. He confirmed this, and he ordered them to go to the settlement and divide everything among the cats. Hegel, afraid of missing out, called out to him again excitedly. Theo sighed and said that he would stay here for a few more days. Let him find something he liked during this time. If he brought it, he would hire them. Everyone, including his subordinates. The Black Wolf was very happy and bowed his head in gratitude, promising him that they would never disappoint him. MC, meanwhile, continued to look at this grain and think. He felt like eating something glowing like that would give him a stomachache. He asked Flame for her opinion and showed her the grain, and she said she felt dark energy. He asked if she could purify it with her flame. If they purified it and then planted it, would an uninfected tree grow? Flame really liked his idea and said she would try it, after which he placed the grain on a pillow and she began to cast her spell. Steam began to come off the grain and the glow only intensified. The purification process began, and Sejin was glad that she was succeeding and said that if she continued, they had a chance. She told him with a smile that she was so glad that her abilities had come in handy, and he asked how long it would take to completely purify it. Would she be able to maintain her purification flame for that long? She told him that her abilities would be restored in a couple of days, and then she would fill the grain with flame again. He stroked her tree and praised her, saying she was so responsible, to which she laughed. A system notification appeared in front of him. The seed store was finally open. The system informed him that he was receiving an average rating and he would now be shown 4 random types of seeds for sale. With the current rating, he could spend a maximum of 5 tower coins. He could purchase 100 radish seeds for 1 coin, 50 black bean seeds, 25 pumpkin seeds, and 50 onion seeds for 5 coins. He was surprised that the prices had increased so much since the last time, and noted that 100 radish seeds back then cost exactly 0.1 tower coins. How did the price even rise 10 times to 1 coin? The rabbit assumed it was all because of what was happening on the 67th floor. In ancient times, when their Red Ribbon Kingdom fell to the Red Locusts, the entire tower faced a food supply problem due to their floor having the largest granaries. This led to a terrible famine. Upon hearing the news of the war on the 67th floor, All the residents of the various floors that had survived the plague immediately began buying up food in large quantities. After all, Greed, the great landowner of the 55th floor, who had profited heavily from the previous crisis, would definitely not miss this opportunity. He was probably conceiving another scheme to raise food prices even higher. Apparently, the 99th floor was also feeling the effects of this. MC said he had heard about it, and the wolves also reported that it wouldn't end that easily. Strong, spicy green onions alone wouldn't solve the problem. Maybe there was a better solution? He would need to think about it. He decided to come back to this problem later. For now, he needed to decide what to buy. 2 types of seeds would definitely cost more than 5 tower coins, so he could only buy one of them. Black beans looked ambiguous, radishes alone weren't very palatable, and the same was true for pumpkin. So the only thing left is onions. He bought 500 seeds for 5 tower coins, and the system reported that he'd accumulated 50 seed shop loyalty points, bringing his total to 106. He'll only be able to buy anything again in 30 days. A bag of seeds fell into his hand, and he said with a smile that onions remove excess odors well and add sweetness, so they would go well with most types of dishes. He would definitely need them. Flame said that she couldn't eat, but it sounded delicious. At that moment, Aileen contacted him, and he asked if she slept well. She said that Bev briefly told her about what happened and asked him about meeting her father and grandfather. He told her that he met Anton and Kaiser through the stone statue she gave him. She asked where the statue was now, and he told her that it was outside. After defeating the infected trees, the signal suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the silhouette of a dragon appeared from above. Kaiser finally took control of the golem. Seeing him, Aileen ordered Sejin to get up and lost all patience. She ordered him to do it quickly. Even when he was already climbing on the rope, she still continued to urge him on. Kaiser told him to get up quickly, and MC greeted him, after which a multitude of system windows flashed before his eyes. Aileen called out to her grandfather and told him that she missed him. MC became agitated and exclaimed that he couldn't see anything, which caused him to lose his grip on the rope and begin to fall. He screamed loudly in fear, but the dragon grabbed his leg in time and lifted him up. Aileen asked if he was okay, and he sighed with relief, saying that it was close. Kaiser asked if Aileen was currently in this status window. He confirmed it and added that there were so many that he couldn't make anything out. She asked him to hurry and tell her grandfather that she was okay, and he asked if she couldn't write to him herself. Why was she sending him all this? Kaiser immediately burst into tears and, starting to rub his cheek against Sejun and the system windows, asked his granddaughter if she could see him. Was she healthy? It had been so long since they'd seen each other. What a joy it was for him to hear news of her, at least in this way. MC became nervous and exclaimed that he was made of stone and that it was quite painful. He felt like he was about to smash his face. But Kaiser wasn't listening to him now. He was focused only on his granddaughter. His loud cry rang out. Meanwhile, the rabbits below the cave continued their business. Finally, Kaiser calmed down. Anton took control of the golem and calmly explained everything to Sejun. His and his father's physical bodies were far from this place, so Aileen couldn't send them messages through the status window. Although she could see and hear them, she couldn't communicate directly. As a result, it was necessary for him or other inhabitants of the tower to relay messages to them. MC noted that it was all rather confusing, and Aileen asked if he meant that the tower gates weren't opening due to some kind of problem with the internal systems. She had already thought that it was all because she was useless or something like that. Her father said that with powerful magical power, opportunities and administrative privileges could open up, but for now, it would be difficult. Aileen exclaimed that she didn't understand anything, and MC asked what they should do then. Is there any other solution? Anton said that, first, they need to check the tower's condition. There's no choice but to discover and solve the problems one by one. He asked his daughter if anything unusual was happening in the tower, and she asked how she would know about it. Her father said that she should have seen them in her crystal ball. Did she have any notifications? He was especially interested in notifications of different colors. She told him that there were red and blue ones, but she sent them all to spam. They were both speechless from what they heard, and Anton said that it didn't matter and suggested that they slowly figure everything out. He started writing something on the ground with his claw and told his daughter that when she goes into admin mode, in situations like this, she needs to make sure she reads the green alerts. They're the most important. Sejun glanced at the system window and asked, "She heard everything, right?" She confirmed it, and MC scratched his head in confusion, noting that an admin has so much to keep in mind. Hubby brought him a glass of juice and offered him a drink, and he took a sip and asked the dragon what those green alerts were. He told him that a green alert warns that one of the monster species is on the verge of extinction. He asked, "So, the manager has to take care of that too?" He said that balance in the tower is more important than anything else. Their job is to ensure a harmonious life for the tower's many inhabitants. Sejun wondered what about outsiders like him, who came from outside. He heard that the red locusts also came from outside, so they're among the subjects that need to be watched. Anton laughed and told him that was different. The red locusts are intruders who entered the tower without following the established order. They're a virus that devours everything around them, and they, humans, have been given permission to enter. Fighting monsters, collecting treasure, treasures. All of these actions are approved by the tower itself, so there's no need to worry about such things. It would be a different matter if someone started violating the tower's order, but for now, humans seem too weak to really influence anything. MC laughed and agreed with him, after which Aileen contacted them and said that a big problem had arisen. A green alert appeared, saying that the blue carp in Lake Zenka are at risk of extinction. Seijin was very surprised and exclaimed, "So fast?" Her father asked. He remembers what he just told her, right? She could do it. She confirmed this and enabled administrator mode, after which a multitude of system windows appeared in front of her, and she appointed the tower's farmer, Park Seijin, as a mid-level manager. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the tower manager had appointed him as a manager to prevent the extinction of an endangered species of blue carp in Lake Zenka on the 75th floor. He received the tower manager's insignia. A black dragon mark appeared on his hand, and Anton said that this mark confirmed his position as manager. Any issues within the tower could be resolved instantly just by showing the mark. The system informed him that he would be teleported to the lake in 1 minute, and he exclaimed in surprise. He was going there right now? But he had never been anywhere except the 99th floor. What if he had to fight some unknown monster there? What if everything there was on fire? Anton said that he should be able to take his subordinates with him. He asked Aileen to check it in the admin panel, and she started searching for it, then exclaimed that she found it. The system asked her to assign subordinates, and a list of the tower's inhabitants appeared in front of her, and she waved her hand, smiling, saying that of course it would be the rabbits, the minotaurs, and Mama Bear. She would assign them all. But the system told her that she couldn't assign them. She didn't have enough mana. She was very surprised by this. Meanwhile, 10 seconds remained until the teleportation. MC nervously called out to her and asked, "Will he have to go alone?" Aileen was also very nervous. She decided to try to assign at least Mama Bear and the Minotaur King as his assistants, but she again failed. Meanwhile, Sejun clutched his head. 5 seconds remained until the teleportation. Aileen became very nervous, trying to think of whom to assign, and MC screamed her name in horror. This time, she assigned Beh and the Black Rabbit to be the manager's subordinates, and it worked. Meanwhile, they were harvesting and were slightly surprised by the system windows that appeared above their heads, and then they were all teleported together to the 75th floor. Anton glanced at the place where Sejun had just been and wished him luck. Meanwhile, they had teleported to the forest, and MC landed rather awkwardly. Unlike the others, they immediately ran to him, confused, asking where they were, and he said it was good that they'd been transported here with him. He told them that they were now on the 75th floor. He had become the manager, and they had come here to prevent the extinction of the blue carp. Payak asked in surprise, did he manage to leave the 99th floor? Bei happily threw up his paws and said that he had a drawing on his hand, and the system informed them that now they needed to figure out what was threatening the existence of the blue carp. Sejun collected himself and noted that they had brought some green onions for peeling. They should save it just in case. For now, they would just look around. He walked ahead and said that they didn't know what might suddenly jump out of the bushes, so they should follow. When he turned his gaze, his mouth dropped open in surprise. In front of them was a huge lake, and he admiringly said that it was so beautiful. Bed noted that there was so much water here. It was so interesting. Piak was also surprised, as he had never seen anything like it. MC noted that they were born on the 99th floor. So did that mean they were also new to other parts of the tower? He smiled and suggested that they have some fun, after which they ran to the lake and began splashing in the water. The rabbit and Sejun attacked Bei, but he suddenly grew in size and started running after them, splashing water. After that, they decided to take a short break and began floating on their backs, enjoying the sun's rays. Some time passed, and finally, the bathing ended. MC dried his clothes over the fire, and Piak said that his fur was also completely dry. Bei wanted to eat, and Sejun said that he wanted to too. He had been in such a hurry that he hadn't had time to take anything for the journey. He suggested that they see if there was anything around. If they found a settlement, they would ask there for help. Piak happily said that he couldn't wait for that. There must surely be some food there. MC smiled and said that he still needed to register the waypoint of the 75th floor, but as soon as he took another step, he hit an invisible barrier. He crouched down, clutching the place where he had hit, and the rabbit worriedly asked, what happened? He told him there was some kind of wall there, and the system informed him that his work area couldn't extend beyond the lake's boundaries. Upon learning this, he was very surprised and trying to pass through the barrier, exclaimed that this couldn't be true. After all, this was his first time leaving the 99th floor. It was no different from just another prison. Bed joined him, and the black rabbit suggested they fish in the lake, at which point Sejun couldn't help but kick a nearby bush in anger, but he bumped into something hard and hurt his foot. Grabbing the sore spot, he tearfully said that there was something lying in the grass. It seemed like nothing was broken. Bei went to check what had injured him and said that he would give it a good beating for offending him. Seeing what he had picked up, MC excitedly asked him to wait, and the bear turned to him, asking, "What is it?" It turned out to be a pineapple, which Sejun was very surprised and happy about. Bae, although he didn't know what it was also happy. After that, they went back to the lake and tried it. MC smiled, saying that it was so delicious. Who would have thought that pineapples also grow wild in the tower? Piak said that there should be more around here, they can pick more later. Sejun decided to take the cutting with him to the 99th floor, and the black rabbit asked him why. He told him that he would remove the pulp so that it wouldn't spoil, tear off the lower leaves, and if they planted it like that, the roots would grow and they could grow another pineapple just like it. The black rabbit was very happy, and Bae said that he wanted to eat more, and MC, pointing to the remaining part of the pineapple, suggested that they continue. At that moment, a frog emerged from the lake, and Sejun, noticing the movement, looked at it in fear. But the monster was in no hurry to attack. He stared at it in confusion, and the system reported that they had discovered one of the reasons for the extinction of the blue carp in the lake. He received a new task. He needed to destroy all 2,291 frogs in Lake Senka. Upon learning there were so many of them, he was very surprised and exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that too much?" After that, other frogs began to emerge from the lake, and there were a lot of them. MC, confused, asked the system, "So are they the reason for the carp's extinction?" At that moment, the frogs showed how dangerous they were. They bared their teeth and growled, after which they all pounced on them at once. But the bear cub quickly grew in size and hit the monsters with a stick. The rest of the frogs were approaching. Bae and Piak began to swing their weapons, dealing with them. And Sejun didn't stay away either. Grabbing an axe, he ran towards the frogs. They wanted to grab him with their long tongues, but he managed to duck in time. After that, he threw the axe at them, dealing with several of them, and his weapon returned to his hand. They prepared to repel further attacks, and he said that he may not look menacing, but after all, he lives on the 99th floor. The system reported that he defeated 4 frogs, for which he received 2,000 experience. His confidence grew, and he told the frogs to attack. He would convert them all into experience, after which he waved his hand and told the black rabbit and the little bear to go into battle, and they all ran together to meet a horde of angry frogs, while Theo, meanwhile, basked in a warm bed in Oren's house. Finally, he woke up, sighing loudly. He stretched and said that he had slept well. It had been a while since he'd had the chance to sleep on a soft bed, but Sejun's knees were still better. There was a knock on the door, and Oren entered the room and politely asked if he was awake yet. He said he had to admit his bed was nice, to which he replied that it was an honor to hear that. Would he like to eat? He had prepared breakfast for him. They brought delicious fried fish to his room, and the sight of it alone had already delighted him. He was very happy and said it was salmon, and fried to the highest standard. He took the cutlery and began to eat, thanking them for the food, and Oren asked him to let him know if there wasn't enough. Theo handed him a piece of salmon and asked if he himself would like to eat. He answered with an awkward smile that he was full, and Theo mentally noted that this situation with Iona had impressed Oren so much that he had become extremely obedient. After finishing breakfast, Theo left the room and, picking his teeth with a toothpick, said that he hadn't eaten such a hearty meal in a long time. He passed the office where the archmage and the mercenary were currently talking. Iona was scolding him as always, and she exclaimed, "And he's only saying this now? They haven't even confirmed the number of frogs?" Hegel apologized to her and said that they still hadn't managed to find the underwater cave where the frog queen was located. He would report this situation as soon as he returned. She said with displeasure that they were of no use at all, and Theo entered the office, telling her not to be so angry. He looked displeased at the wolf, and said that it was stupid to expect anything from a useless henchman. Hegel became nervous, and promised them that he would definitely do everything to prove his usefulness, and Iona yawned loudly. Theo asked if she had slept at all. She looked terribly exhausted. She said that there was no time to sleep now. They needed to get rid of these frogs. He didn't let her finish and picked her up, which made her indignant, after which he put her in the hood of his cloak and told her to take a little nap. If anything happened, he would wake her up right away. She exclaimed in response that she had insomnia, so she wouldn't be able to fall asleep. But as soon as she touched the fur on the back of his head, her eyes immediately began to close. She said that she would rely on them, but only for 5 minutes, and the cat told her to sleep peacefully and not to worry. Finally, she fell asleep, and Hegel asked him for permission to carry her to bed, but he refused him and told him to do his job better. Before leaving, he warned him with a sly smile that he was watching him. The wolf stared at him in a stupor, then nervously said that he would immediately go to the lake. As soon as Theo left the office, Elka approached him and asked how everything had gone in the settlement. The wolf hesitated, choosing his words, and replied that they had distributed some food and essentials, and the people had demanded to see him and were already waiting outside. Theo became slightly worried, after which they went outside and saw a whole crowd of cats, which made him feel uneasy. The cats approached him pleadingly, then extended their paws to him and asked him to take them on as workers. They wanted to learn from him how to become a traveling merchant. This made him very angry and rudely refused them, after which he headed back into the house and exclaimed, Why did everyone suddenly want to work for him? Why did he need all this trouble? He already had enough subordinates. Elka followed him and asked him to at least listen to them. He was their hero after all. The cat didn't understand what he was talking about, and the wolf told him with a smile that rumors had spread about how a rising red-haired star of the merchant world had left home with a single coin and climbed to the 99th floor, where he had earned the Black Dragon's trust. He was a golden cat. Theo looked up at him in surprise and asked, "Is he serious?" He confirmed this and said that now, when the frog flood had wreaked havoc, he had saved the settlement from starvation and had also appeased the wrath of Lady Iona. For them, this was a feat of incredible magnitude. Expanding his trade would require more manpower, and he had an obligation to get everyone beyond the 99th floor. Let him take them under his command, if only for the sake of the great Black Dragon, Park Sejun. Theo thanked him and said that he was such a loyal employee that he would heed his words. At that moment, a cat's voice was heard behind them. The estate servants were trying to hold Meryl back, and she was screaming that Theo knew her very well. He approached her and said her name in surprise, and she, breaking free from the cat's clutches, pounced on him with a smile and exclaimed that she had missed him so much. She hugged him, and he grabbed her paws in displeasure, telling her to let go of him. What was she doing? She ignored him and sighed with a smile, saying that he had visited their settlement and hadn't even told her anything. She was so disappointed. She knew he had achieved so much, and he had come back here to impress her. Wasn't that true? He was always good to her, and she hurt his feelings, so why can't they be special to each other? She reached her paws under his coat, but Iona stopped her and asked, "Is she that Meryl?" The cat screamed loudly in fear and waved her paw, hitting Iona, then exclaimed that she was so afraid of rats. Iona flew to the side from her blow, and Theo immediately rushed to her. He lifted her up and worriedly asked, "Is she okay?" Her muzzle was injured. She calmly answered him that she was okay, after which Theo called out to Meryl in displeasure and asked, "What was she doing anyway?" She asked, "Is he mad at her? She doesn't understand anything. Is he really more worried about that little rat?" He responded with displeasure by shouting that it was obvious she hit her. Let her apologize to her right now. Meryl lowered her ears in frustration and covered her face with her paws, saying that she really didn't like it and that he shouldn't yell at her. He responded by exclaiming that Iona was much more unpleasant than she was. She lost her patience and let out a laugh, asking, "Is he serious?" She didn't have the strength to continue playing in this circus. She unsheathed her claws and asked threateningly, "Doesn't he understand yet?" She, the most beautiful cat in this village, had agreed to be with him, so let him dump this rat and come to her. Her eyes flashed with mad rage. She pounced on Theo, and he and Elka were even speechless at the sight of her. Iona extended her staff in her direction and said that she didn't think it was possible to charm him that way. By the way, he already has someone special, didn't she know? After these words, she used magic, and a purple energy clot appeared in front of Meryl, and then a bright beam shot out, piercing the wall of the building and reaching far into the sky. Meryl was no longer there, and there was a huge hole in the wall. Elka opened his mouth wide in shock, and Theo noticed in confusion that she had flown away. Iona lost all her strength. She fell onto his belly and closed her eyes, saying that she was so tired. Could she lie on him a little longer? Looking at her, he smiled, then hugged her and wished her sweet dreams. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor, on the outskirts of the trading city, Scaram sat in the attic of some building and counted his coins. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and wondered how much money he had actually made this time. The agents of the inspection bureau have been overly vigilant lately. Catching simpletons is becoming more difficult. He knocked on the door and ordered him to make everything beautiful. He needed decent items. After that, he put on his hat and decided to go in search of his next victim. But at that moment, something crashed through the roof of the building and fell into a haystack. Scaram was very surprised and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" Then he saw a white cat on the hay in the middle of a cloud of dust. It was Marl. She slammed her fist on the floor in rage and growled that Theo and that little rat Iona were impudent scoundrels. How dare they humiliate the most beautiful cat? She wouldn't let it go. Scaram approached her and asked what she just said. Could she tell him more about her predicament? He had a very interesting proposal. She looked at him from under her brows and asked displeasedly, "Who the hell is he?" Meanwhile, the wolves were prowling the forest near the lake, and Hegel approached his subordinates and asked if they had counted the frogs. They replied that they had, but their numbers had greatly decreased compared to the day before. Hegel was slightly surprised, since logically it should be the other way around. Afterwards, a wolf ran up to him and excitedly called out to him, saying that he needed to see this. Afterwards, he led him to the lake. There was a pile of dead frogs on the sand and the surface of the water. Hegel was very surprised by this sight and wondered what had happened there. His subordinate pointed his paw forward and told him to look at it. Smoke was visible behind a nearby hill, and the black wolf decided to check it out. Meanwhile, Sejun sat surrounded by dead frogs, resting, munching on a pineapple. He decided to check how many they had killed, and it turned out to be about half, 1,150 out of 2,291. He said tiredly that they had been chasing them all day without a break or a snack. Bei said he was very hungry and very tired, and the black rabbit squeaked sadly, saying that the frogs were running away from them now, that chasing them was too difficult. Seijin offered the bear cub a pineapple, and he burst into tears, exclaiming that he wanted meat. Trying to calm him down, Seijin smiled and said that he had grown so big that food alone was no longer enough for him, but now he would go and catch some fish in the lake. The system immediately notified him that the fish population in the lake was unstable because of the frogs. If the manager ate the fish, the threat of extinction of the blue carp would only worsen. He exclaimed that there was nothing else here. So what did it want from them then? The little bear said that there was actually something. He pointed at the frogs, and Seijin, smiling, said he was so smart. After that, he cut up the frogs, wrapped the meat in onions, and began to fry it over the fire. When everything was ready, he laid the food out on a stone and, smiling, announced that the frog wrapped in green onions was ready. Bei was very happy, and the system announced that he had earned an achievement for cooking frog wrapped in green onions. The recipe was recorded as a level 3 cooking skill. His cooking skill had significantly increased. The requirements for raising his skill had been met, and he had gained a new skill level. Thanks to this, frog wrapped in green onions has special properties. It makes it easier to move in water. He read all the notifications, puzzled, and asked, "Does that mean he'll be a better swimmer now?" This would come in handy for catching frogs that had escaped from them underwater. Bei called out to him with displeasure and told him to eat, and he, closing all the system windows, apologized to him. He wished them bon appetit, and as soon as he took his first bite, he enthusiastically declared it so delicious. The others liked it too, and he noted that the dish was juicy and light. The meaty texture was noticeable, but chewed effortlessly and did not overpower the taste. The meat itself was quite sweet. The system informed him that under the influence of a special effect, it would be easier for him to move in the water for 30 minutes. He suggested they begin the real feast, and Bei asked him to fry a few more, but suddenly Hegel's agitated voice was heard from the side. He pounced on Seijin, knocked the piece of meat out of his hands, and exclaimed that frog meat contains poison and should not be eaten. Bei took this as a threat and attacked him, ordering him to move away from him. The wolf was thrown aside, causing him to hit his back against a tree trunk. When he stood up, the bear cub picked up his stick and said angrily that he had pestered them while they were eating, so he would have to beat him. He walked toward him threateningly, and the black wolf frightenedly folded its ears, exclaiming, "Is he a red bear?" Seijin stood between them and asked Bei to calm down. This black wolf was not their enemy. He only did this because he wanted to help them avoid poisoning. The bear cub asked, "Does he really think so?" Hegel, meanwhile, noticed the mark on his wrist and bowing to him, asked for his forgiveness. He did not recognize such a great creature and was hasty in his conclusions. He, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, greets the great black dragon Park Seijin. Hearing this, he pointed at himself in surprise and asked, "Does he know him?" Meanwhile, Theo and Iona were still resting. His ears twitched for some reason and he meowed questioningly, which woke up Iona and asked what was going on. He told her that he had just felt something, and she asked if he had caught his eye. Didn't he say there was nothing useful in this estate? He grabbed his head and said thoughtfully that he had felt something not here but somewhere far away. Now his head was tingling, and he wasn't even in the mood to eat. Iona jumped to the floor and said that she didn't quite believe it, but since it was him, wouldn't he like to go to the place he was drawn to? Meanwhile, the frog hunt continued. Seijin sat on the shore and carefully watched the surface of the water, and soon air bubbles appeared. The bodies of the frogs floated to the surface, and then the wolves emerged with a splash and carried them to the shore. Seijin asked how they were doing in the water, and Payak told him that swimming had become incredibly easier, as had holding his breath. So he was able to fish out even those hiding under rocks. But even in the depths, no one was visible anymore. Seijin glanced at the system window and said there were only about 500 frogs left, so where are they? They'd already walked the entire lakeshore, but hadn't found even a trace of them. Hegel said that, judging by everything, they were hiding in a cave under the lake. When they first arrived here with the goal of exterminating them, they tried to find this cave where the Frog Queen was supposedly hiding, but they failed. The cave is deep underwater, and with their powers, they simply couldn't reach it. Seijin asked thoughtfully, "They're also having trouble with the frog meat effect?" The Black Wolf leader confirmed this, and said that even if they found the entrance to the cave, there was no telling whether they would have enough oxygen inside. At that moment, voices were heard from the bushes. Elka asked Theo to walk more slowly, and he exclaimed, "Why are they so slow? Let them come here faster. He is really drawn here." When he emerged from the bushes onto the shore, Seijin called out to him in surprise, and then the others appeared from the forest. A wide smile immediately appeared on Teo's face. He was very happy to meet Seijin and threw himself into his arms, exclaiming that he had missed him so much. The leaders of the two tribes greeted each other with a brief nod, and Theo happily asked how he ended up here. He laughed and answered that it was a long story, and Iona meanwhile asked, "So, he was drawn here?" Elka told her that he was not sure, and she, with a chuckle, looked at them and said that Theo was still a special cat. The protagonist looked at the system window and said there were about 500 frogs left. The system window said there were 1,850 frogs out of 2,291. Bei said that no matter how much they searched, there were no more on the surface. At least, that's what the wolves said. The protagonist, holding Theo in his arms, confirmed this and said they thought there was an underwater cave somewhere deep in the lake. Iona said thoughtfully that she wouldn't say it was impossible. There wasn't a lake here a few hundred years ago. The problem is that it's vast and deep, and there's a limit to her search magic. What if they just raise the temperature and boil the entire lake? The protagonist shouted, then not only would the blue carp population be at risk, but all the other aquatic creatures would die too. Theo asked Iona if she specialized in pure extermination. She replied that she didn't. Then Elka shook his head and said how complicated everything was. Iona shouted, what did she even do? Theo pointed his paw at her and shouted, it wasn't long ago she did it. Before he could finish speaking, MC shouted, guys, the frog count is growing. The system window in front of him said, frogs, 1,850 out of 2,293. Theo shouted in surprise. Growing? A black rabbit approached them and asked, are they still hatching from the eggs? The protagonist let go of Theo and said, oh no, if they don't find the cave quickly. The cat turned to the protagonist and said that he hadn't had time to tell him something because he was so happy to see them. The protagonist asked, what? He pointed his paw at the water and said, it seems he was drawn to the lake. Iona asked, so he wasn't heading towards Seijin? He replied, no, that's what he thought at first, but he can feel it. It's coming from the lake, and very strongly at that. He seems to know where the cave is. He really does. After that, Iona, climbing on the protagonist's head, said that her shield could hold back the air around them, so they could only stay underwater for 15 minutes at most. They didn't know the size of the cave entrances, so they would limit the team's descent to her, Seijun, and Theo as a guide. Beh, the black rabbit, and Elka would also be with them. Then Hegel approached them and asked them to be careful. They would cordon off the lake and patrol it so that the frogs couldn't get out if anything happened. The protagonist replied, okay, he was counting on them. After that, Theo asked Seijun were they really going underwater? He replied, yeah, he needed to show them the way anyway. Then the cat screamed in fear. No, what if he drowned in there? He hates water to death. The protagonist shouted for him to calm down. Then Iona walked forward and called Theo. She said they have her, don't they believe in her? He replied that he did, but he was too scared. She told him to calm down. She wouldn't let a drop of water wet even the tip of his fur. So he should be calm and become their guide. She believed in him too. He said okay, he'll try. After that, they walked forward and the protagonist said great, they must complete the quest. The others agreed with him. After that, Iona soared into the air and, raising her staff above herself, began to concentrate energy and shouted, raise sacred power, enveloping everything. Activate shield magic. The next second, a shield formed around them and they pushed off the ground, rising into the air. The black wolf shouted for them to take care of themselves. The protagonist, looking ahead, shouted, wow, amazing. They're about to go underwater. Then Theo grabbed his face and shouted just as he thought, this is too scary. He can't. He wants to go in. He's asking to be saved. The protagonist screamed, he can't see anything. He has to get off of it. He has to control himself. The black rabbit screamed, stop freaking out. The black wolves, watching them, started to get nervous. One of them asked, are they sure they'll be okay? Hegel said he wasn't sure. Then Elka called out to Theo and he screamed, no. Iona also called out to him and, looking ahead, said, there's nothing to be afraid of. They're already underwater. He said, wow. They sank deeper and deeper into the water. The protagonist, adjusting his hat, said, the scenery in the tower is truly beautiful. Theo dropped to his paws, looked down and said, the fish looks delicious. Then Iona, turning to the protagonist, told him to guide them. He picked up the cat and said, that's right, Theo. He has to show me where he's going. He put his paws out in front of him, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. He said he felt something somewhere ahead, even further, lower. Then they swam forward and saw several buildings on the bottom. Elka asked in surprise, there was an ancient city under the lake? Theo said in surprise, he'd lived here his whole life, but he never even suspected something like this. Then Piak pointed his paw to the side and shouted for them to look there. At that moment, a frog swam through the arch, holding a fish in its mouth. They swam after it and then surfaced in a cave. They came to the shore and the silver wolf, walking forward, said, luckily, there's air here. Theo, pointing his paw forward, said, he feels an incredibly strong pull from there. They should go there. They walked forward and then heard the sounds of croaking. The protagonist shouted, frogs. They came out into an open space in which there were many frogs. They looked in surprise at the enormous frog in the center, next to which lay a mountain of fish. The protagonist said fearfully, is that the frog queen? But she's much bigger than they thought, right? The frog queen then scooped up the entire mountain of fish with her paw and stuffed them into her mouth, croaking loudly. Iona, perched on the protagonist's shoulder, said, I see. Apparently the frog queen had gotten stuck there due to her size discrepancies and was being fed by her minions. However, with their arrival, the amount of food the children brought her decreased, and she became very angry. Then Theo, pointing his paw forward, turned to the protagonist and said that he felt attracted to this queen. He was surprised. The next second, part of the ground beneath the cat began to crumble, and he began to fall. The protagonist called out to him in alarm, heading toward him. He grabbed him by the cloak mid-flight, and then the ground began to crumble under his feet, and they fell, the silver wolf shouting in alarm, sir. The next second, Iona cast magic on them, and then they landed, MC on all fours, shouting that he survived. Iona said they almost got into a huge mess. Theo called out to the protagonist as all the frogs turned to them, and he added, They got it. The next second, the Frog Queen pointed her finger at them, and her subordinates quickly ran to attack, the rest of the team jumping down on them. The protagonist, looking up, shouted, "Guys!" Piak shouted, "Since they're already here, there's nothing to lose." Everyone began to attack, and a system window appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had received a new quest. The cause of the blue carp extinction has been discovered. He must defeat the mutated Frog Queen. Frog Queen 0 of 1. MC adjusted his hat and asked, "Is this the final part of the quest?" He armed himself and ran forward, shouting, "It's time for them too, Theo, Iona." Iona pointed her staff forward and shouted that she would support them. Bae was rushing forward at that moment, pushing back the frogs in front of him. Elka was not far behind, attacking the frogs with her sharp teeth. Bae shouted, "Daddy!" The protagonist charged, and at that moment, Iona cast a powerful magic spell forward. They ran further, and the protagonist shouted that he would defeat her with one blow. Then he threw his axe forward, which spun several times and sank into the frog's paw. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Huh?" At that moment, the frog slammed its paw on the ground, and the protagonist's hat flew off. The protagonist then looked in horror at the approaching frog's leg. He asked, "Huh?" The leg fell to the ground, and the others began calling out to the protagonist in alarm. At this moment, Bae, growing in size, began to raise a huge frog's leg. MC, noticing him, called out. Bae, tensing even more, shouted, "Whoever goes against Daddy will be dealt with." He then threw her leg aside and hit the frog in the face. Iona called out to the protagonist, and he shouted, "Yes!" He swung his knife and ran forward. At that moment, she channeled energy into his weapon, and Theo shouted for him to stay focused. He pointed his paw at the frog's belly and shouted, "Go for the belly." The protagonist ran forward and then delivered his blow. A bright glow appeared from the frog's belly. Iona managed to create a barrier around her comrades. The bright flash grew stronger, and then she said they'd narrowly escaped a huge disaster. The protagonist asked what had happened. Elka came up to them, holding his hat in his teeth, and asked if he was okay. He confirmed it, thanks to Iona. He put the hat on himself and added, "There's still some rock left." It was right where the Frog Queen had been. Theo, pointing his paw forward, shouted, "There it is!" It was pulling him in. He was surprised. What was this rock? Some kind of special object? Then Iona flew in front of him and told him not to come any closer. It was still emitting powerful energy, and it was still dangerous here. She'll try identification magic. Only then will she be able to understand what this slab is. She used the Eye of Truth. Her eyes glowed, and then light energy surged forward. A system window appeared, stating, "Unknown fragment, 9th fragment, encountering divine power. Rank unknown." MC asked in surprise, "Fragment? Why is the title obscured by questions?" Iona said that was all she could do with her own power. This was her first encounter with something like this. It was overflowing with divine power. Apparently, the Frog Queen had swallowed it, causing the abnormal mutation. An incredible amount of concentrated energy erupted from her abdomen. If she'd erected the barrier a second later, they would have been destroyed by holy energy. He said, "I understand," he said. He's grateful to her, Mistress Iona. Then a system window appeared in front of him, saying he defeated the Frog Queen, one of the reasons for the extinction of the blue carp in Zenka Lake on the 75th floor of the tower. He'd leveled up. He'd received one bonus stat. He'd reached level 30 and received a new quest. A profession quest. He had to plant a new crop he hadn't cultivated before. Rewards, level 31 lockout, 500 tower coins. He said it, and the quest completion menu finally popped up. He'd even leveled up, but only one of the reasons, so there's another one? What else? He thought he'd be returning to the 99th floor. What a bummer. Iona turned to him and said, "First, let's get out and search." Then they saw a glow ahead, and the protagonist asked, "What's there?" The cat, jumping off his shoulder, said, "It might be dangerous out there. Please, he should stay behind it." After that, they approached the edge and saw a huge number of eggs. The protagonist said, "That's it." Beh, pointing his paw forward, added, "One of the eggs is glowing." MC said they say that as soon as the Frog Queen dies, one of the eggs becomes the new queen. Apparently, it's her. Elka said they should get rid of these eggs. If they let the frogs hatch, they will reproduce in the same way and fill the lakes. Iona said, "Most likely, the abnormal increase in the frog population is caused by this fragment radiating divine energy. Without it, the frog population will return to normal." The silver wolf held out his paw and said, "But it's not just the fragment. Even with reduced numbers, they continue to hunt blue carp." The protagonist said the blue carp will need time to reproduce and restore the population. "Iona, are frogs predators?" She replied that she didn't think so. They hunt for easily accessible fish, but as far as she knew, they also feed on algae and find food on land. He said, "In that case, we should plant it here." With that, he took a sprout from his pocket, then dug a small hole in the ground and planted the plant there. He said, like this. A system window appeared, saying that he had planted a pineapple sprout. Under the effect of planting at level 4, the probability of pineapple sprout acceleration is increased. Under the effect of planting at level 4, the probability of pest infestation is slightly reduced. At that moment, the black rabbit, holding a leaf with a small amount of water, asked if that much water would be enough. MC said that if pineapples grow here, the frogs will start feeding on them. If they like them, they will start looking for them on land too. It's a good thing he had the sprouts with him. He then looked at the system window, which said that level 31 had been unlocked as a quest reward. He received 500 tower coins as a quest reward. He said, just in time, he'd also managed to complete the profession quest. Then Theo turned to him and asked if he was a genius. They really had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He laughed awkwardly and said he'd embarrassed him. After that, he approached Iona and asked, "How are things on this side? Is everything ready?" She confirmed it, then added, "It's a temporary measure, but she's erected a protective barrier to stop the divine power from escaping." Beh, lifting the barrier with his paws, said, "Dad, he's so strong, he can lift this thing." The protagonist replied, "How cool is he?" Beh, they need to go look for other reasons. The others agreed. After some time, they emerged onto the surface, where they saw a huge number of cats in front of them. One of them shouted, "The great traveling merchant Theo. Please, he must take them under his wing." With these words, the others lowered their heads, and the protagonist asked, "What are all these cats doing here?" Theo, sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, shouted, "Did they follow him all the way here?" Hegel approached them and said, "He's back, the black dragon." The protagonist asked, "What's going on here?" Hegel replied that these cats were stubborn and refused to leave until they talked to Theo. He was surprised. "What?" Then one of the cats shouted that they wanted to follow Theo to the very end of the tower to learn from him. "Please, he must hire them." The protagonist placed his hands on his waist and said, "Wow, Theo, he's quite popular, right?" He replied, "It looks like they're really going to follow him to the end." At that moment, MC looked in surprise at the system window that appeared, stating that he had discovered the remaining cause of the blue carp extinction in Lake Zenka on the 75th floor of the tower. The second part of the tower manager's quest had opened. The tower manager's quest required him to ban the cats of the Granar settlement from catching blue carp for a year. He asked if the settlement's cats were another cause of the blue carp extinction. Then Elka called Theo, who bowed his head and said that in that case, he had no other choice. He turned to Sejun and explained that the cats of the Granar settlement depended on fishing in the lake. If they couldn't catch fish for a whole year, the settlement would starve. Therefore, he would hire them all. If they all became traveling merchants, he would be able to complete his quest. This would definitely help with selling the harvest. He would train them faithfully. The protagonist replied, "Of course, it would be even better if the number of porters increased. But Theo, is he sure he can handle it? He'll become the leader of 33 traveling merchants." He replied, "Of course." What, they don't believe in him? After that, MC smiled and, clenching his fist, shouted, "Excellent. In that case, they'll start signing those contracts." The other cats shouted joyfully, then busied themselves with their own documents. The protagonist was busy with electronic documentation. Then Theo approached Hegel and thanked him for helping Seon. Hegel replied, "No, serving the black dragon is his duty." Theo folded his paws across his chest and added, "But they'll need more paws to transport all the cats to the 99th floor." After apologizing, he asked, "What?" Hegel replied, "If they're interested, he can go with them. He'll take him under his command too, and his entire tribe of black wolves." He shouted joyfully, "Really, Theo?" He lowered his head and shouted, "He's grateful, thank him so much. They'll do their best, Sir Theo." MC was watching them at that moment and said, "Theo has grown so much." That's how he completed his first Tower Manager quest. The system announced that he had completed the Tower Manager quest, and he received 15,000 experience as a reward. He received 1,000 to 500 tower coins as a reward. He had successfully fulfilled the duties of a middle manager. 30 seconds left until he returned to the 99th floor. He reached out to the system window and said, "Finally, the quest is over. They'll return the same way they came here. Beh, they're coming back." He must hold on tightly to this stone. He continued to hold it above himself and replied, "Okay." Then the protagonist looked at Theo and said, "Okay." He should register them all as traveling merchants and go up to the 99th floor. In response, he raised his paws and said not to worry about them. He'll go down to the lower floors with them to make the first sales. Then he shouted, "Follow him." The other cats raised their paws and cheered. Elka said that he and the mistress would stop by the 67th floor before returning to pick up the red locust carcasses. He replied, "Okay, I'll see you on the 99th floor." Then the protagonist, holding bags in his hands, said, "Black Rabbit, he must hurry. There are only a few seconds left." The rabbit was packing a huge pineapple and then shouted, "He must wait. He needs to grab another pineapple." At that moment, he looked away in surprise, and the female rabbit approached him and apologized. She adjusted her glasses and announced that she was here to meet Miss Iona. She looked at the black rabbit in surprise. He blushed slightly with embarrassment. Iona shouted, "Pew pew, she's arrived." MC looked at the system window which said 0 seconds left. Teleport to floor 99. The next second, he disappeared. Payupiu looked at this in surprise, and then Elka approached her and said they had successfully returned to floor 99. She looked around in surprise and asked, "Teleportation magic?" Theo approached Iona and asked, "Who is this rabbit?" She pointed her paw at Piupiu and said that she was her student. She had called her here because they needed to discuss something. She was going to introduce her to Seijin and the black rabbit, but the timing hadn't worked out. He asked, "Does she have a student?" At that moment, Piupiu bowed and said, Nice to meet you, Theo. She had heard a lot about him. She was Miss Iona's student, the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the protagonist and the others arrived on the 99th floor. Beh, holding the sphere above him, descended to the ground, covering it with cracks. MC looked at the many beds and said, "Here they are, at home." He raised his hands and shouted joyfully, and they returned to the 99th floor. Before he could finish speaking, Piak jumped on his chest, shouting, "Uncle." He knocked him to the ground and grabbed his shirt. He shouted, "Does he know that rabbit?" He replied, "Calm down." He had no idea himself. He literally saw her for a couple of seconds. Then he scratched the back of his head and added, "And there were pineapples scattered everywhere." It looked like they knew Iona, so they'd just ask her when they got to the 99th floor. Piak said, "She definitely said her name was Pew Pew." The protagonist asked, "The black rabbit?" At that moment, the residents of the floor approached them and shouted that they had done a great job. Ox number 4 said, "Sejun, they missed him." The bees, putting the hat on the protagonist's head, said, "Look, he dropped it." The ox said that they had prepared a ton of food to have a feast. The protagonist said happily, "Guys, did they know he'd be back soon?" Hubby replied that Aileen had told them everything. He looked at the system window, which said she couldn't monitor other floors, but she could roughly estimate what was going on based on the quest status. He said, "Aileen." She said, "Sane, welcome back." He'd done a great job on his first tower manager's quest. He didn't seem to be hurt anywhere. "Oh, he seems to have lost a little weight. Was the quest difficult?" He smiled and replied, "Luckily, that wasn't true, but it had taken much longer than he thought, and they hadn't had to eat pineapples. He'd already thought he'd die that way." He handed the bowl of soup to the rabbit and said he'd found some on floors 65 to 75, but he needed to skin this one first, so he'd have to wait. The system reported that the tower manager said she was looking forward to it. Hubby said he'd take the leftovers to the barn. Then MC took off his backpack and said it was so nice to talk like this. He missed her, Aileen. She asked, "Did he?" He replied, "It was so boring without her messages." Then he smiled awkwardly and asked, "Didn't she miss him, Aileen?" Apparently, with her grandfather here, she has someone to talk to. He would have been a little upset if his disappearance had been completely unnoticed. "Aileen, can she hear him?" She put her paw on the sphere and said, obviously, it couldn't be any other way. He was surprised to see a message on the system window, and so was she. She screamed. She missed him so much. The next second, Kaiser appeared in front of the protagonist. He screamed, "Seijin, is he back?" Aileen squeezed the sphere in her hands, covering it with cracks. She looked ahead in surprise when the image began to disappear. She screamed. It was so sudden. She squeezed it too hard, her crystal ball. Then the protagonist, looking at Kaiser, said that he had frightened him. He replied, "Ungrateful creature." He did not bring his greeting to the elders upon his return. Rather, they should raise a toast. That's how a feast begins, right? He personally prepared tomato juice for him. MC was surprised. What? He prepared? The rabbits ran up to him, and then the dragon handed him a container with branches with vegetables on them. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and then asked how much of their harvest he had taken for himself while he was gone. In response, he shouted, "What? Taken? How dare he blame the great black dragon?" The protagonist asked him to first wash the remaining tomato pulp from his mouth. He shouted that he hadn't taken anything for himself. He had only had a small snack while helping to pick those tomatoes of his. One of the rabbits shouted, "Uncle, Mr. Kaiser trampled the entire field." Another rabbit added indignantly, "He pulled every sprout out of the ground." The protagonist said, judging by what they were saying, he wasn't lying. After that, Kaiser slammed his paw on the ground and shouted, "Fine, he ate it all. So what? He thinks he, the great black dragon Kaiser, should care about such a trifle? He mustn't forget his place as the tower's farmer." Then the dragon looked in surprise at the system window, which said, "Grandpa, did he really take and eat Seijin's crops without asking?" Aileen said her crystal ball broke, so she'd been looking for a replacement all this time. She wanted to know why he was scolding Seijin. In response, he laughed and said, "No, of course he didn't take anything without asking. He just wanted to eat." She asked, "He just wanted to eat? Even she can't afford to eat the precious crops whenever she wants. Does he even understand how hard it is to grow all this?" He replied, "It's not what she thought." She shouted, "Grandpa, she hates him. She's not talking to him anymore." He shouted in surprise, "What the hell is she talking about, Aileen? Why doesn't she want to talk to her grandfather anymore?" He tried calling her again and then shouted, "Seijin, he has to say something to Aileen." He replied that he would think about it, but only if he did him a favor. He was surprised. "What? How dare he? Fine, so be it. He'll punish him." The MC smiled and asked, "Then why don't they have a snack?" After that, everyone started eating. The protagonist cut up a pineapple and, taking it, passed one of the slices to Kaiser. Everyone enjoyed the treats. In the 3 days he was gone, the 99th floor had changed a lot. The gray rabbits built a fountain and dug an irrigation system throughout their land. Gradually, moisture began to replenish the parched soil. Kaiser managed to tune Aileen's crystal ball to their statue's frequency and could now communicate with her directly through the menu. He said, "His granddaughter. She's not angry anymore, is she?" The system window said she was telling him she wasn't angry. She wanted him to get Seijin's permission to snack on the harvest from now on. He replied, "Of course, he promises." Afterwards, MC approached him and asked if he and Aileen had made peace. He replied, "Well, thanks to him, that's true. So what favor did he want to ask?" He asked, "Can he appraise objects?" He discovered something on the 75th floor. Kaiser was surprised. Why? After some time, the protagonist showed him the stone and said he'd taken it from the stomach of the Frog Queen in the depths of Zenka Lake on the 75th floor minotaur and brought it here. He asked, okay again, where did he get it? From the stomach of the frog queen? And who cast this barrier? MC replied, the head of the magic tower, Miss Iona. She said the divine energy emanating from this item was too dangerous. Kaiser, placing his paw on the barrier, said, this is magic of the highest order. It wouldn't be easy for the inhabitants of this tower to cast such a spell. It's impressive. Then he told him to step back. He concentrated the energy in his paw, and the barrier glowed brightly. And the protagonist asked in surprise, is that the glow? A system window appeared in front of the stone, saying, a fragment of the sacred monument, the 9th fragment of the sacred monument. The divine power released by this fragment has a beneficial effect on the surrounding area. The more fragments he collects, the more powerful this divine power will be. Rank C. MC said, divine power that favorably affects the environment, so it's a rank C item that has no active abilities. So what kind of thing is this anyway? Kaiser said there's no point in comparing it to the ordinary items found in the tower. The protagonist asked, what? He replied, it is after all a sacred item, an artifact of the greatest creator god. MC asked, surprised, the creator god? He replied that he had been tirelessly searching for years for fragments left by the creator god outside this dimension, and the answer had been right under his nose the whole time. To think it was in the tower. The protagonist said, Mr. Kaiser, he doesn't understand anything. Could he please explain it in simple terms? He replied, ah, right. Beings like him have short lives. They don't know anything about this. And then he said, Aileen, she should listen too. This is important. She said, okay. Then he asked, where should I begin? Better with this. Long ago, they, the dragons, were born in service to the creator god. According to his will, they maintain peace and order in the universe, turning it into an ideal place, brimming with harmony and abundance in all things. The age of the creator god, that's what they called it. At some point, the creator god said, is dragons, if he were to disappear, could they continue to use his power to preserve this world? One of the dragons said, creator god, is he allowing himself these unnecessary thoughts again? He shouted back. He says, what if something like that were to happen? Kaiser said it was impossible. This world belonged entirely to him, just as an object without an owner couldn't fully shine. So they couldn't even imagine a world without him, their creator god. He laughed in response and said, Kaiser, he's as adamant as ever. He can handle it. He's doing just fine now, right? They all thought the creator god must just be teasing them. After all, he sometimes created beings with playful personalities, merciful, yet stern, and at times, flighty. They couldn't even imagine it. The creator god never lied. At some point, their lands began to crumble. Kaiser screamed, the monument to the creator god. The dragon next to him screamed, what is this dark energy? The universe is splitting apart. What's going on here? Has the creator god disappeared and left them alone? The dragon next to him screamed, this can't be. She can't believe it. After that, Kaiser turned around and, clenching his fist, shouted, they must pull themselves together. The creator god left them these monuments for just such an occasion. They must preserve them to restore the destroyed dimensions. Before he could finish speaking, a bright flash was aimed straight at them. Kaiser, hugging his son, said that their world was collapsing. They had failed to live up to the creator god's expectations. The entities of destruction that had dismantled the monument could not understand where they had come from or for what purpose. It was clear. They sought to destroy all existence, and they had no choice but to fight forever to preserve the monument. With the power the creator god left them, they discovered the tower and managed to transport some of the inhabitants from the dying world there. Even if it was only a small part, they saved them. That is why they needed to find a fragment of the creator god's power. Now, after 3,000 years of wandering the universe, at that moment, the protagonist shouted at him to wait. He asked, what? He stopped at an important moment in the story. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and said, Mr. Kaiser, I'm curious about something. He sent creatures from a dying world to the tower. What exactly does he mean by that? He answered exactly as he said. The tower appears in worlds destined to perish. These entities invade the dimension, bringing the end of everything. Until that happens, the tower chooses those destined to survive and allows them to enter. MC asked, so those who aren't chosen won't be able to enter the tower? The tower also appeared on the earth where he came from. That's how he got here. Kaiser replied, unfortunately, if he can't overcome the trials of this disaster, their world will be destroyed. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. Aileen covered her mouth with her paws, and then MC asked, will it be destroyed? Meanwhile, on the 75th floor, there is a settlement of traveling merchants. Theo, raising his paw and climbing onto the bench, said, has everyone registered as traveling traders? Has everyone made it? The cats cried out joyfully, yes, they've done it. He said then, Jeff, he should take these cats under his command. Go with Elke and Elka to collect red locust carcasses. He cried out in surprise. What? Him? Jeff asked, can he? Theo climbed down from the bench and, placing his paws on the cat's shoulders, said he believed in him. He had always been a hard worker. He hadn't run away from the settlement and had cared responsibly for the kittens. These cats were able to become traveling traders, in part thanks to him. He said, Theo. He dropped to his paws and, bowing his head, cried out, he will serve him for the rest of his life. In response, Theo laughed. After that, they set off. Theo looked at Oren, who said it was time for them to go too, that he should grab his bag. He replied, yes. With that, he pulled the backpack over his back. Iona said he'd become quite capable in handling his subordinates. Theo, placing his paws on his waist, said, after all, he's a grown cat, isn't he cool? She said he'd be even cooler if he didn't say so. He shouted, hey, doesn't she think this is a bit much? At that moment, Pew Pew, turning to Oren, said she didn't understand anything. What kind of relationship did they have? He replied that he wasn't sure himself. They said they had some kind of special one. Theo asked if she was absolutely sure she could go with him to the 38th floor. Shouldn't she also go to the 99th with Pew Pew? And what about the 67th floor? Elka said the red locust was acting strange. She said, exactly. Everything is fine. The fact that the locusts are changing their behavior is good news. He was surprised. Good news? During their conversation, they climbed onto Elka's head, and he asked if they could explain why. She said locusts evolve depending on the size of their population. Yellow turns to green, then to blue, then to red and purple. As their numbers decrease, their color fades and their size and strength decrease, leading to their extinction. The peculiarity of locusts is their insatiability. They cannot stay in one place and must constantly migrate in search of food. This is incredibly scary, but at the same time, it means that the solution to their problem is also simple. In the absence of other food, they will not be able to tolerate hunger and will begin to devour each other, which will ultimately lead to extinction. Elka said worriedly, so, locusts now. She confirmed this. Their behavior suggests that they have begun to degenerate. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, Tomuro, placing his paw on the locust's body, said he was fed up with these red locusts. A lizard turned to him and shouted, General. He asked, what's wrong? The lizard pointed to the locust's head and said their heads were turning blue. He shouted in surprise, what? Finally. Have their estimated numbers dropped to 5 billion? They say they turn green when they reach around 3 billion, right? Finally, after a month of fighting, they see a ray of light in this impenetrable darkness. Their goal is already in sight. They just have to hold out a little longer, and they will reclaim this land. At that moment, Tarek, the leader of a large caravan of traveling chaw merchants who serve under greed, approached them. He approached them and said, apparently, they had good news. Warrior Tomuro, you did a great job, the lizard shouted in surprise. Mr. Tarek? He walked closer and asked what brought him to such a dangerous place. He replied that many lizardmen sacrificed themselves for the tower, so he felt he should stop by to show his gratitude. He held out the box and, opening it, asked him to accept this small gift as a token of appreciation from his master, Lord Greed. Tomorrow cried out in surprise, isn't this a token of the tower coin guarantor? He replied that if he went to the Merchant Association Bank, he could exchange it for 10,000 tower coins whenever he wished. He asked in surprise how he could afford to accept such a large sum. Before he could finish speaking, Tarek declared that to Lord Greed, he was a hero, saving the tower from the Red Locust Plague. He wished to actively support him as a sponsor. Of course, once this was all over, he planned to generously assist with the restoration costs of the 67th floor. The general cried out, did Lord Greed say that? He answered, exactly, if only he himself wished the same. He replied that he would like to thank him somehow. What could he do for him? He replied that Mr. Greed was modest. Could he spare a few minutes for a cup of tea so that they could discuss everything in peace? The others could also join in. They had prepared a sumptuous feast for all of them to enjoy. The other lizardmen shouted, he was hungry. How wonderful. He was just getting tired of eating nothing but red locusts. The wolves who had arrived with tomorrow smiled and then poured a huge amount of varied food from their backpacks right onto the ground. Meanwhile, the village was at a crossroads. Scaram, holding an object in his hands, approached the villagers and told them to look at this now. This thing is enchanted with preservation magic, so it can preserve food for a long time. So what? Didn't they find it interesting? The dog replied that it didn't seem like anything worthwhile. At that moment, Marl came up to them and said, brothers, if she can't sell this thing, Scaram's dad will beat her. She grabbed their paw and asked if they could please buy it. The dog asked if that goblin was her dad. His friend added, and he beats her too? Scaram shouted that she was adopted, and he doesn't beat her, and she's quite the joker. Marl looked pitiful and said, brothers, they will buy it for Marl, right? They looked at each other and then handed over the bag of money, taking the items they had received. Marl waved after them and thanked them. Scaram looked at her and shouted, what the hell? Dad? They got it all wrong. She replied, oh my god, it worked, right? And he sold the items? He should take it, his share. She handed him the coins. He asked, 2 tower coins? Each of them was worth 5 tower coins. She should give up the steel one. She said she was the one who sold it. He can't even sell his own things properly, so he should be grateful that she at least donated some to him. However, he promised to let her exact her revenge. And when would she be able to do that if he was peddling these pathetic things? He told her to just wait, everything in its own time. Then he suddenly grabbed his head and, bending down, shouted that they needed to hide, and they ran in the opposite direction. At that moment, Iona, looking at Theo, asked, what's wrong? He answered, thinking he heard a familiar voice. At that moment, Marl and Scaram were sitting behind the barrels, breathing heavily. Scaram looked out and said, this cat definitely doesn't look like an aristocrat. She added, and he's still with that rat? How infuriating. Incredibly infuriating. The goblin asked, that hamster? So she's the head of the Magic Association, isn't she? She said, is that rat seriously such a big shot? He replied, of course she is. She's the head of one of the 3 associations that keep the tower going, after all. She asked, how can she get revenge then? Infuriating. And what kind of small fry is trailing behind them? And he's also there? Scaram looked at the rabbit in surprise, and Marl asked what he was staring at. He said he seemed to have seen this rabbit before. Then he took out a leaflet and said happily, as he thought, an opportunity will present itself. But the leaflet said, a wanted list. Greed. Top secret. The princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom has gone missing. Reward, 10,000 tower coins. After some time, Theo said, how unexpected. I never thought Pew Pew was the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. From what he heard, the entire royal family was eaten by locusts during the last invasion. Why didn't she tell him she was alive? Iona said they weren't eaten by locusts. He was surprised, and she said that the royal family was killed. He asked in fear. Killed? She said that many years ago when the locusts invaded the 55th floor, she, along with important figures from the Magic Tower, the Mercenary Association, and the Traveling Traders Association, arrived in the Red Ribbon Kingdom to help the rabbits. At that moment, the commander of the Mercenary Association, Lucius, laid his paws on the table during a meeting and said that tomorrow they would concentrate all their efforts on protecting this area. They needed to preserve these fields. One of the mercenaries looked at him and said that once the locusts began to multiply, food would also become a problem. Would the kingdom really be left defenseless? While the locusts were attacking the palace, Iona said that the queen was in the kingdom, so it wouldn't be a problem. At the time, she was the deputy head of the Mage Association. Then she pointed her paw out the window and added that with the palace currently protected by a barrier, the red locusts would be no match for the divine power of the moon. The mercenary looked thoughtfully out the window and said, indeed. Then she turned around and he added that, as far as he knew, she hadn't slept a wink since the locusts had appeared in the kingdom. The goblin said, he was truly amazing. Iona said, that's why they could be here without any problems. Lucius said, in that case, they should end the meeting and resume this meeting tomorrow morning. They did a great job. After a while, Iona fell asleep in her basket and then jumped up in surprise. She looked out into the corridor where the rabbits were running in fear. She asked, what's going on? One of the rabbits shouted, the barrier has fallen, locusts. Iona shouted, where's the queen now? After a while, Lucius entered the room and shouted, Her Majesty. Everyone froze in surprise and he shouted, the great merchant Greed. Greed covered the rabbits' faces at that moment and said, the king and queen perished during the locust fall. By the time he arrived, they were already gone. Then he took out a scroll and added, they left it to him. Lucius cried out in surprise, aren't these the deeds to the land? That means something. Greed, feigning tears, said that as they could see, they had left the young princess in the kingdom to him. Even though it was a heavy burden, he, Greed, would take full responsibility and defend the Red Ribbon Kingdom. At that moment, the Black Rabbit shouted, stop lying. It can't be that the king and queen would hand over the kingdom to a huckster who isn't even a rabbit. The next second, the boar pinned the rabbit to the ground with one blow. Greed pointed his hoof forward and said, next, does anyone else want to speak? No one? In that case, where is the princess now? Meanwhile, Iona ran forward at full speed. She grabbed Pew Pew and fled. Something was clearly wrong there. She flew in just as the barrier was destroyed. She knew it was Greed's doing. The land titles were sealed by the rabbit royal family, so Greed apparently planned to act as regent until the princess came of age, likely to use her as a puppet until the time came to assume the throne. And she couldn't just stand by and watch his plan unfold. After all that, the locusts destroyed the kingdom, leaving it without its rulers. And once the locusts were gone, Greed, thanks to the tower's control, seized control of the 55th floor under the guise of possessing a land title deed he couldn't even open, and began acting like a landowner. What a truly vile and disgusting fellow. Theo said he had no idea Greed was such a horrible pig, so how could he still be a landowner? She said he couldn't even open the deeds. Doesn't that mean he officially inherited nothing? Elka said that apparently he used his influence in the Traveling Traders Association and the Mercenaries Association. Pig has a unique ability to sway everyone to his side with money. Iona added that they recently received information that he ordered Pew Pew's head. Apparently, he thinks now is the time, since she has reached the age where she can officially depose him. Theo said that, so she wanted to introduce Pew Pew to Sejin because she confirmed that after requesting personal protection from the Black Dragon, they are going to restore the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tower, one of the players asked if it was really that easy to level up. His friend replied, but he says so. Does everyone lie to him? This is top-notch information that his mother got from the association. His friend said that simply getting EXP for money sounds like nonsense. Then he slapped him on the back and told him to watch it. They approached the man, and one of them apologized. He bowed in response and said, welcome, young hunters. His name is Harrison. He's the leveling manager. The boy exclaimed in surprise, wow, that's cool. A manager? His comrade smiled, patted him on the back, and exclaimed, he sees, he was right. He just needs to know he's made the right friends. Harrison smiled and said they were waiting for them after receiving a message from Madam. He asked them to proceed further. They walked forward, and he said in surprise, why? They found themselves in a huge field, and Harrison said, welcome to the Goggle Experience Farm. The boy asked, Will they really get experience if they destroy it? His comrade said it was the first time he'd seen such monsters. Harrison replied, of course they did. They discovered these plant-like monsters, and their development team managed to find a successful method for cultivating them. They are currently offering special leveling consultations exclusively for VIPs to train capable hunters. Not every monster grants 33 experience points. With that, he cut down the plants, and the system reported that he'd received 33 experience points. He said there were 4 monsters for every Pyong. So how much were they willing to invest? They exchanged glances, and then, laughing loudly, began to burn the entire field. One of them shouted, sway from regular fire? He won the lottery, didn't he? His comrade shouted, why not? They can survive 300,000 square meters for just 1,000 million won. They continued laughing loudly, engulfing everything in flames. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Elka, watching the hunters from above the cliff, said, so this group are the so-called people who have entered the tower. Theo said, how many people are here? They need to go down. Oren pressed his ears and said that he was scared. Then Theo came down and approaching the people shouted, guys, he has come. The people joyfully shouted, it's Theo. People, the traveling merchant has come. Elka stood behind them. The people were surprised and shouted, what is this? A wolf? He began to bare his teeth, and Theo, pointing his finger at him, shouted, these people are their customers. How does he behave with customers? In response, he apologized. It all happened so quickly. He couldn't help himself. Theo, turning to the people, shouted, they shouldn't be scared. These are his subordinates, Elka. He really is a cute dog. Then he turned to the wolf and said that they need to work. He asked, Theo? After that, he lay on his back showing his belly, and the people joyfully shouted. Suha asked Theo if she could pet him. He raised his paw and answered, 1 tower coin for each touch. After that, the people began to scratch the wolf, saying, who's a big dog? He should look at this fur. How cute. Elka said desperately, it's his pride, the honor of his tribe. After that, Theo raised his paw and shouted, they need to turn their attention here. They need to let a new face be introduced to them. He pointed his paw at the cat and said that this was Oren, a traveling merchant under his command. Oren said he welcomed them, the humans. Theo called out to him and he said, oh right. He struck a cute pose and shouted, nice to meet you, he is Oren. Theo, writing everything down in his notebook, added 1 tower coin for each pet. The people happily petted him and took photos with their phones. The girl said, oh my god, a black cat. After that, Theo raised his paw again and shouted, and so, now they are opening the auction for the sale of their harvest. They recently leveled up their bags, so the harvest for sale has increased. Today, 5,000 magical cherry tomatoes of rank C are being put up for sale. 5,000 sweet sunny sweet potatoes of rank C, which increase strength, and 10,000 D-rank peeling green onions, 500 per basket. People cried out in surprise, sweet sunny sweet potato? A new species. First, we need cherry tomatoes. When the baskets were set out, Theo shouted, and so it was. They would start the auction with 500 tomatoes. The auction began, and everyone bid their amounts. At that moment, Iona, watching from the air, said that Theo, while working, glowed like the color of his fur. Pew Pew, clutching her book to her stomach, said, I never would have thought she was capable of such an expression, master. She cried out in embarrassment. You can't joke around with your master like that. Then the rabbit asked if she could feel the same way. Ever since she saved her, all she had done was study and bide her time on this path, waiting for the kingdom to be restored and her people to be free. And finally, she saw a small ray of hope, and because there was still so much to do, her resolve could waver. But Iona pressed her paw to hers and said that she didn't have to bear this entire burden alone. She had to be honest with herself. There was no shame in being honest with herself. Was that the black rabbit that was stuck in her head? She blushed with embarrassment and then cried out, why exactly that one? She had barely seen it for a couple of seconds. Iona said that if she didn't want to be honest, then she didn't need to talk about that rabbit either. And what kind of rabbit was he? Pew Pew cried out, too late. She wouldn't say anything. Teacher, this is too much. She laughed in response and then looked down in surprise. Marl was standing below and waving her paw. Iona flew down quickly and cried out, what was that cat doing here? The rabbit cried out in surprise. Teacher, when Iona landed on the ground, Meryl said, hello, hamster. She said her name was Meryl, right? What the hell brought her here? She replied, oh my god, she even remembers her name? Oh, what an honor. She asked, does she want to hurt Theo again? She chuckled and said she wasn't interested in that stupid ginger cat anymore, since she found her. Iona was surprised. Her? Why? The next second, Meryl pulled a sphere out of her bag and screamed. And then, there was a magical symbol on the sphere, and she let out a startled gasp as magical energy was directed at her and trapped her in a barrier. She tried to concentrate the energy and then screamed, her magic. Merle put her paws to her face and screamed, you can't use magic in this thing. That means she's just an ordinary hamster now, and now she's locked up. Serves her right. At that moment, a female rabbit was flying towards them. She shouted, Mentor. She shouted for her to stay away. The next second, Scaram ran out of the bushes, took out another sphere and trapped Pew Pew in a barrier. Scaram joyfully shouted, the 10,000 tower coins are now theirs. They started laughing loudly, and at that moment, Zeroth emerged from behind the bushes. She asked, what's going on here, and what is Miss Iona doing here? At that moment, Theo and his team were walking towards her. He said, they've worked so hard today. He saw him in a new light, Oren. He definitely has a sales coupon. In response, he replied, no, Chief Theo. I mean, he's grateful. All thanks to his guidance. Xerath approached them and said, Theo. He was surprised. Was she Xerath? Had she seen the guys he came with? He said he should wait here. She said she seemed to have witnessed the kidnapping of his friends. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Aileen screamed, Grandpa, what a fool he is. Why didn't he tell her this before? He was surprised. He hadn't told her? It was all described in the first chapter of the tower's main story. Instead of studying, she slept again, right? And initially, all the creatures living in the tower knew about this fact. But apparently, because their lifespans were too short, this story was forgotten. She indignantly stamped her paw on the ground and screamed, She didn't know. Can anything be done? At this rate, Sejun's homeland will be destroyed, he said, no matter how she screamed. At that moment, the protagonist sat on the ground, clasping his hands. The animals gathered around him. Beh, placing a paw on his legs, asked, Dad, does he have a home somewhere else? Piaxa, he's talking about Uncle's homeland, where all his family, his grandparents, were. The protagonist looked at Kaiser and asked what he meant by trials. He replied that it was an event, like the Locust invasion on the 67th floor now, an invasion of the Destroyer's minions. Considering that they never appeared on his planet, Earth, it seemed there had been an invasion attempt, but they had discovered a rift between dimensions and infiltrated the tower. In this situation, they could consider it a victory, since they had somehow bought Earth time. MC thought about it. Humans have only reached the 48th floor. Even the strongest inhabitants of the 67th floor were struggling to cope with the Locusts. But what if the Locusts had appeared on Earth? They would have been destroyed in a few days. Then Aileen, turning to her grandfather, asked if there were dimensions that had overcome the trial. Over the past 1,000 years, he had traveled through countless dimensions, and at least one should have. He replied, none. Until now, he researched many methods, but even they, the dragons, didn't know exactly how to overcome the trial. They barely found one fragment of the creator's power. After that, the protagonist said, no, that doesn't mean there's no way out. Kaiser asked, there's a method? What? MC turned to him and placing their hands on their hips said, there's one crucial difference between the other destroyed worlds and Earth. He looked surprised. What's the difference? Aileen also asked, what's the difference? The protagonist said, in this world there is a tower farmer, Sejun. If the green onions he cultivated contributed to the defeat of the Locusts on the 67th floor, then there must be something different from what exists in this dimension, right? The next moment, everyone climbed onto Elka and ran. Theo shouted, Xerath, does she know where those two ran off to? She shouted, yes, they're definitely heading to the Rotten Root Inn in the Crossroads village. This is one of the establishments of Tark, a traveling merchant under Greed's command. The two were there yesterday. Apparently, they were hatching some scheme there. Theo asked in surprise how she knew so much, and it seemed suspicious that she was following Scaram around. She looked at him in surprise and then thought, exactly. She didn't understand how. While she was tracking the suspects from the Chaw merchant caravan, currently at war with the Locusts on the 67th floor, she discovered that they were collaborating with Scaram, which is why she was pursuing him. Then she laughed, and Theo asked if she was really trying to work for Greed through Scaram. That goblin was evil. She shouldn't get involved with those vile bastards. She folded her paws in front of herself and said that it had only just dawned on her. As she thought, no one could compare to Theo, her savior. He replied that it was good that she understood. She thought, how lucky. And then Elka stopped and told Theo that they were at the entrance to the settlement at the crossroads, the 38th floor, the merchant's passage. Elka walked forward, and Theo said that his comrade was waiting for him here. They needed to meet. He said that he held a high position in the mercenary company here, so he should help. Xerath asked, mercenary company? Elka walked on and said that he was going down, and then Theo raised his paw and shouted, hey, Hegel, they've arrived. He walked up to them and said to Theo, they've arrived. Have they sold all the harvest? Oh, and she? Xerath thought it was Hegel. They met at an association meeting. Then he said, the head of the Traveling Merchants Association. She shook her head no, and he shouted, that is Xerath, best friend of the son of the head of the Traveling Merchants Association. He laughed loudly and she scratched the back of her head and shouted, hello, Hegel. She put her paw to her face and whispered that she was undercover. He replied that he understood. Theo asked in surprise, what's that? Do they know each other? She laughed and said that their paths had just crossed a couple of times. Then Hegel asked, what happened? Where are Lady Iona and Piu Piu? Theo replied that they were kidnapped. He shouted in surprise, what? Theo, how can he joke like that? Before he could finish, Xerath said that he was not joking. She had personally witnessed it. Theo spread his paws to his sides and said that it was Scaram and Meryl. Xerath said that they were going to the Rotten Root Tavern to meet someone named Tarek. Could someone more powerful from the Free Mercenaries Association help them? Hegel asked. Tarek? He's a traveling merchant working for Greed, right? That would be problematic. Elka said, Theo, the Free Mercenaries Association is divided into several factions, most following those with money. Greed is currently one of the biggest moneybags in the tower, just like he was in the past. Most of the mercenaries in the association are most likely connected to him. Theo asked, what about the Magic Association? Hegel replied, not a good idea either. Greed has eyes and ears in every position. There are far more of them than they thought. Most likely, it's the same story in the Magic Association. Theo grabbed his head and shouted, does that mean nothing can be done? Then Xerath looked at him and called him. He asked, what is it? She put her paw to her chest and said she had an idea. Could he trust her just this once? Sometime later, a settlement at a crossroads, a slum, the Rotten Root Tavern. Scaram knocked on the door. A goblin opened the window and asked what they needed. He replied that they were going to Tarek's to get some goods. The worker asked, "Bugs?" Scaram replied, "Bugs." Then the window closed, followed by the door opening. They walked forward, and Scaram said they had to go. They went up to the second floor and approached Tarek, who, sitting in a chair, shouted, "Scaram." He wasn't going to disappoint him now, was he? He replied, "Of course not, Mr. Tarek." He took off his backpack and said, "Everything is done according to his instructions." Then he took out the barriers that held the trapped ones. Tarek rose from his seat, the cigar falling from his paw, and then Scaram spread his arms out to the sides and said, as he ordered, they used the seal to catch that couple. Tarek came closer and said that they had truly worked hard. He approached the rabbit and asked how she was. Princess Pew Pew? She had grown into such a lovely rabbit, and the head of the Wizards Association, Iona, she shouted, "Tarek, he's a disgusting pig." Before she could finish, Tarek kicked the barrier and shouted, he'd been giving her slack this whole time. She can't even catch the atmosphere. Without her magic, she's nothing but a pathetic hamster. And that relieves the tension. Scaram said, "What a joy." Tarek said, when he first came here and said he saw the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, he really took him for a liar. And just think, he'd handled the task flawlessly. Lord Greed would be extremely pleased. Scaram shouted, in that case, he requests an official introduction to Lord Greed. He replied that he'd think about it, then turned to his subordinate and asked him to give them 10,000 tower coins. He replied, yes. The guests were then escorted to the exit. Merle kissed the coin and said, money. Scaram shouted that he was good at other things too. Just one meeting. Tarek asked where they were. Exactly, Iona. He'd gladly crush her to pulp. Just thinking about the deals she'd thwarted, but now was not the time. Princess Pew Pew, his name is Tarek. He belongs to the caravan of traveling merchants called Chaw. Her guardian, Lord Greed, has been searching for her for 10 long years, so she should stop waiting around and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. She countered, Greed is not her guardian. She will never accept her parents' sworn enemy as her guardian. He said, Princess. Judging by how furiously she reacts to this, it's obvious that this witch has thoroughly brainwashed her. That incident was just an unfortunate accident. Mr. Greed is a benevolent person. He fulfills his obligations, the rules of the kingdom and its people. And he is doing everything possible to prevent a repeat of the tragedy of the 55th floor on the 67th. Iona said, laughing and nothing more. He thinks that no one understands that he is trying to seize power on the 67th floor under the pretext of his benevolence, but their plan will not happen in real life. The population is dwindling. Tarek put his paw to his face and laughing loudly shouted, she really is stupid. She thought they just sat idly by and waited for all their plans to come to an end. Then a subordinate entered the room and said they'd received word that the Locusts had returned to red. Tarek said, good job. Iona shouted, what? That can't be right. They definitely changed to blue, didn't they? Tarek said there was no point in hiding it anymore. The locusts would start multiplying again because they were feeding them. Soon, the red locusts would evolve into purple after being fed. The 67th floor would become a wasteland, and when the food supplies ran out, it too would become Lord Greed's domain. He then turned to the princess and said that she should take Lord Greed as her husband and hand over rule of the Red Ribbon Kingdom to him, being a completely fragile, innocent rabbit, of course, only if she truly wanted to save her people. And for that, Iona seemed to have no choice but to get rid of her. She shouted indignantly, what? He said, after which, the Wizard Association would also become theirs. Can't she see? She poses an extreme danger to Master Greed's plans? At that moment, the wolf under his command approached her and shouted, he's grateful for the food. He pulled the barrier toward himself. But the next second, there was an explosion. Theo hit him in the face with his paw and shouted at him not to touch her, the lovely sorceress. Iona shouted, Theo. He stretched out his paws to her and asked how long it took. She said she knew he'd be here any second. Tarek shouted indignantly, what the hell is going on? Hey, does he even know who he is? He's Tarek, the leader of the Chaw caravan under Master Greed. At that moment, Theo placed his paws on the barriers and asked how to unseal this thing. Tarek shouted, how dare he touch what belongs to him, the greatest traveling merchant of the future. He'll do everything to make sure he never even puts his paws into trade again. Can he even hear him? Pathetic ginger cat. Theo turned around and angrily told him to shut up. He could barely contain himself from wanting to cut him. He wants to know who he is? Well, he'll tell you. You must remember well, pig. He's a mid-level traveling merchant who will one day become the greatest merchant. He pointed a paw at his chest and added, Theo, golden cat. In response, Tarek laughed loudly, throwing his head back. Then he shook his head from side to side and said that even if he called himself golden or brown, he would still be a simple ginger cat. You must teach this brat some manners. His subordinate stepped forward and answered, yes. He shouted that he would tear him to pieces, to make it as painful as possible. He should tremble in terror. Theo said, something is not scary. He was surprised. Of what? He said that his subordinates would be scarier than him. At that moment, wolves leaped through the hole in the wall, and the subordinate looked to the side in surprise, seeing Hegel leaping at him. Hegel grabbed him with his sharp teeth, and then Tarek cried out in surprise, What's going on? What was a black wolf doing here? Him? He was Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe? They had always taken advantage of Lord Greed's generosity. So what was he doing? Attacking him meant betraying Lord Greed himself. Was he saying he didn't care if his tribe starved? He responded by telling him to shut his mouth. Elki, who had been picking up scraps from that disgusting wild boar's table, was no more. Now he, Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe, stood guard over the golden cat Theo, the one who would become the greatest traveling merchant. The Black Wolf stepped forward and announced that he was Hegel of the Black Wolf tribe. If he touched a single hair on Teo's face, he would lose a hoof. He asked why the wolves were protecting some cat. They thought they could leave this place without a problem after what they had done. He could arrange things so that not even their paws would be in the tower again. The Silver Wolf said that he should rip his fat mouth apart just to stop hearing this nonsense. Then Tarek said he should thank them for breaking down the wall. Can they see? These slums are his territory. Then he raised his hooves and shouted, "Archers." He shouted again, "Archers." What? Why is nothing happening? Zerath stepped forward and said that shouting would do no good. This is their territory too. All of his minions had already been discovered and arrested by agents of the Inspection Bureau. Tarek shouted, "She is an agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau of the Traveling Traders Association?" She replied, "Nice to meet you, Sir Tarek." Yes, she was Zerath, an agent with the Inspectorate Bureau. He was being held on charges of kidnapping, unlawful confinement, intimidation, and 8 other criminal counts. He asked in surprise, "What? On what evidence?" Then he pointed with his hoof and shouted, "He's a good-natured traveling merchant. Those bastards broke into his establishment and wreaked havoc." On what other grounds was she planning to arrest him? Iona asked. Evidence? Wouldn't that be enough? At that moment she pulled out a ring, from which a voice emerged. There was no point in hiding it anymore. The locusts will begin to multiply again because they feed them. The 67th floor will become a wasteland. Even when the food supplies run dry, it too will become Lord Greed's domain. Princess, she should take Lord Greed as her husband and hand over to him rule over the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Being a completely fragile, innocent bunny, of course. Tarek shouted that this was all a lie. Iona replied that magic doesn't lie. He pointed his hoof at her and shouted, "Surely she couldn't cast magic." He was told that magic couldn't be used in the sphere. She replied that it was indeed true. She couldn't. However, only in terms of projecting it outward. This ring has a recording spell placed on it. This magic doesn't emanate outward but rather absorbs it. The emblem is unable to influence this. Magic is truly an interesting joke. Then she pointed her finger at him and told him to give up already. He'll still be brought to trial by the association, along with his deeply beloved Greed. Tarek clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn it all. He won't allow it. They've invested so much money in this." They handcuffed him and led him to the exit, and he continued to shout, "Mr. Greed won't let this go. He won't sit idly by." And then Theo called Zerath. She turned around and said, "Hello." Thanks to the time he bought, they were able to find every single shooter. He scratched his head and replied, "It doesn't matter. She shouldn't pay attention. Just think, she's an agent for a secret agency." He was genuinely surprised. She apologized and said she didn't mean to deceive him. Then he patted her on the shoulder and asked her to be friends. She looked surprised. "Excuse me?" He walked ahead and told her to stop by the 99th floor sometime. He would introduce her to a park representative. "I definitely need to stop by as soon as she's done with her business." She said, "Chairman Park? Who could he be?" At that moment, Theo approached the hamster and asked, "Iona, how is she?" She replied that everything was fine. She'd come to in mere minutes. He said he'd had the ring lying around in his bag and forgotten about it. He'd never thought it worked like that. Was that why she needed it? She confirmed it, though she hadn't even suspected it would be so useful now. Then Hegel added he was profoundly shocked. He couldn't believe a spell existed that even Lady Iona couldn't handle. She said this object was clearly not something the tower's monsters could wield. She sensed the dragon's energy in it. Oren asked in surprise, "A black dragon?" She answered, "No, this is strikingly different from the energy of a black dragon. First, we need to deliver this to the 99th floor. Now, certain that Greed is targeting the princess, they need the black dragon to accept them unconditionally under his protection." Elka said the need to revive the Red Ribbon Kingdom has only become more pressing. Hegel declared it was time for the wolf tribes to unite and cooperate. An employee shouted, "Miss Iona, they've apprehended 2 suspicious individuals." He held Scaram and Meryl in his paws. Scaram shouted, "But he already told them." "He doesn't even know this, Tarek." Meryl shouted, "They were just strolling here." Then they were surprised. "Oh, Theo?" He said, "Well, let's both go with them to the 99th, of course." Meanwhile, Aileen sniffed the treat with pleasure. She said it was delicious. The honey jelly made from peanut pollen had a slightly nutty, salty taste, unlike cherry blossom jelly. The protagonist turned to the system window and said he was glad she liked it. The system window said, "Delicious." He said it was time to pick the nuts themselves soon. You could roast them, eat them plain, and there were so many other things you could do with them. She said, "Seijin?" And he wasn't worried at all. His cat friend was getting into dangerous business. Could they really afford to eat so casually? He replied that he was focusing on what he could influence right now. Worrying didn't solve anything. Besides, he had a plan. She looked surprised. A plan? He had to tell her. She would help in any way she could. He thanked her, but for now they needed to wait for Theo, so they didn't need to rush. She wanted more honey jelly? Then he looked in surprise at the system window, which said the farm workers had developed 100 Pyong fields for cherry tomato planting. He received 200 experience points. points. The farm's area had surpassed 30,000 pyong. He had become a wealthy landowner. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, they already have more than 30,000 pyong of land?" The field had truly become enormous. His talent had leveled up, but what did it mean to be a wealthy landowner? He placed his finger on the system window, which said, "Independent landowner." This talent is available exclusively to farmers with 30,000 pyong of cultivated land. He can assign up to 100 farm workers. Farm workers can use landowner profession skills. When workers use a landowner's land skills, he gains 3% experience. He can assign 5 guards to guard the farm. A wealthy landowner receives 50% of the experience points earned by guards after defeating enemies within a 1-kilometer radius of him. He cried out in surprise. Now he can assign guards to protect the farm, and he'll also get half the experience for defeating enemies? It doesn't look like they're sharing experience points, so it's probably best to let the guards handle things themselves and leave him alone. Then he raised his hand and shouted, "Bay, Black Rabbit, they need to come here." First, he meant Bay and the Black Rabbit's guards. Bay asked, "What's that?" He replied that he was now officially hired as a guard to protect this farm. He shouted, "That sounds awesome. He will protect their lands." The Black Rabbit asked, "So in addition to working on the farm, he now has to guard this too?" Then the rabbit called out to them, "Uncle, Flame is calling him." He looked surprised. "Flame." After a while they approached her and MC asked, "Flame, what happened?" She answered, "Sir." She finished the purification. The basket contained purified grain of enhanced wood. This grain of infected trait, having absorbed the energy of the blue moon, was purified. The seed was enhanced with the energy of the blue moon's power. The contamination was purified, and resistance to contamination was increased. When consumed, all stats will be increased by 15. If left in the ground, the seed will sprout and grow into a mighty sacred tree. Shelf life is 100 years. Rank, A+. The protagonist took the seed in his hand and said, "The sensation is complete. It looks normal now." Bay extended his paw to it and said, "What a beautiful color." Flame asked, "Sir, is he going to eat this?" He replied that he didn't know yet. The stat increase was certainly tempting. She said that this child wasn't previously evil, originally a kind creature, but that had been defamed. He knelt before her and told her not to worry. He was the tower's farmer after all. Naturally, he had to plant a new seed, right? He then placed the seed in a small hole. The system reported that he had planted a seed, a purified seed of an enhanced tree. His level 4 planting mastery had increased significantly. Thanks to the level 1 mastery boost, level 4 harvesting mastery has been increased by 5%. He's reached a new level in level 4 planting mastery. The refined grain, the empowered tree, uses its powers to accelerate growth. The protagonist asked, "What will happen?" Then the system window warned him to wait. What if a giant tree grows here? He yelled in surprise. What? He thought. She's right. What if this grows into a tree the size of the infected one they got the grain from? He yelled. Damn it. Aileen told him to dig it up quickly. He began digging a hole, then noticed a sprout and yelled, "It's already sprouted." The next second, a mighty sacred tree emerged from the hole. The protagonist, looking at the creature, asked in surprise, "Is this a sacred tree?" It turned out to be much smaller than expected, right? Then the tree rose up, making sounds. The protagonist asked, "Where did it go?" Then the tree ran toward Flame and MC shouted, "No," as he thought, "Flame." She shouted, "Sir, everything is fine. This child has no evil intentions." Then the protagonist looked in surprise as the tree reached out to Flame. She stroked it and said that it only wanted to protect her. He was surprised. "Protect her?" The tree said, "Protect. Protect the world tree." The protagonist asked, "What the hell is a world tree?" The Black Rabbit shrugged. Bay asked, "Is that some kind of food?" Then a system window appeared, saying that the world tree is a mystical plant that possesses abundant powerful energy. It is said that only those recognized by the world tree can receive its blessing and enjoy boundless well-being. The protagonist asked, "What about the Ent then?" She said thoughtfully, "Apparently, the sacred tree was originally a guardian protecting the world tree. Long ago, this was tainted by evil forces that infiltrated the tower from outside. She had no idea, having only seen infected trees her entire life." The protagonist asked, "So if the Ent protects their flame, does that mean she is the world tree?" The Ent said, "Protect the world tree." Flame waved her arms and shouted, "Sir, she can't be such a great tree. She's just a small, fragile apple tree." Aileen said thoughtfully, "There's currently no world tree in the Black Tower. The necessary condition is missing. It seems the tree saw potential in Flame. Perhaps it thinks Flame could become the world tree?" The protagonist said Flame has the potential to become the world tree. "But she's just a small apple tree, right?" Then the protagonist pointed to the side and said, "Black Rabbit, they need to bring the rabbits with watering cans immediately, and make sure they bring clean, fresh water." They replied, "Okay, they'll be there soon." Then the protagonist called Flame and asked if she was by any chance hot or cold. Did she want more sunlight? From now on, she should just tell him if she needed anything, okay? He would come and ruffle her hair more often. And he, the sacred tree, must diligently protect their flame. He replied, "The Ent, protect." The protagonist stroked the tree's branch and said that their flame needed to grow healthy and strong. She giggled in response. Meanwhile, a huge number of purple locusts flew forward, and lizards holding sharp green onions ran in the opposite direction. They shouted that they were retreating. Everyone must retreat. Several locusts caught up with a lizard and began to bite. but a gray wolf ran up to them and attacked the locusts. He looked at the broken, sharp green onion in his paws, then turned to the locust, seeing a bright flash. Elko shouted at Elke to retreat quickly. She grabbed the lizard in her mouth and then leaped forward. The mages began concentrating energy. The main one shouted, "All mages, fire!" Magical beams of energy shot forward, hitting the locusts directly. The wolf brought the lizard and then shouted, "Medic!" Elko shouted, "Is she okay, Elke? Are you hurt anywhere?" She asked, "What's going on? Why did the locusts turn purple?" The lizard said they didn't know. They had recently degraded to blue. The silver wolf asked if they should plant more sharp green onions. Elke replied, "It's no use. He needs to see." It's instantly rotted. The lizard said he was poisoned. There was no help for him. His comrade said, "Damn it, they're finished. The purple locust's poison is too strong, and they're spreading it everywhere. Even the ground and air will be contaminated. Damn it." Even when they crush the locust, the poison still spills out and causes infection. The lizard next to him scratched his head and said that only magic works against them. Their warriors are useless. The gray wolf thought the warriors' morale is failing. At this rate, the 67th floor will really be burned by locusts. Then cats approached and called him. They held an onion in their paws and said it was a purifying green onion they'd brought from the 99th floor. Maybe it would help? Then they gave the purifying green onion to the infected one, and the next second, his face took on a healthy appearance. The lizard shouted, "The purifying green onion worked." The silver wolf stepped forward and shouted, "All warriors, hold the line with the green onion peeling. Cats, forward. They must deliver word of what's happening to the 99th floor. The only way to turn the tide on this battlefield is with the green onion peeling." Meanwhile, Oren poked Scaram with a stick. He turned around indignantly and shouted, "What are you poking at him for?" Hegel told him not to even try anything funny. "What's he hiding under his cloak?" Hegel shouted. He hid nothing. He was accusing an innocent goblin. Hegel told him not to forget that he was the one on his back. The goblin, feeling everything. Oren reached into the goblin's inside pocket and told him to give it to him. "It's in there, right?" He then pulled out an object and asked in surprise, "A key?" Scaram shouted. "It's the key to his house." He said there was nothing like that. Then Oren reached for his bag and said he was confiscating it anyway, just in case. Theo said he was doing great. At that moment, Iona, who was behind him, called out to him. He asked if she was awake. She jumped on the wolf's head and asked if they had arrived. He said they were on the 99th floor. They were able to get here so quickly thanks to the superluminal passage. He was grateful to her. She replied, "You're welcome." He asked how she was. Maybe she could sleep some more? She replied that she had slept well in his hood and was already feeling refreshed. Besides, they were going to meet Seijin, and she couldn't appear in front of him half asleep. Then Elka said that he could see the chairman from here. At that moment, MC stood surrounded by animals and asked what it was like outside. Wifey asked, what if they got infected again for this? Then Theo called the protagonist and told them to turn around. He replied, "They're all welcome." The black rabbit looked at the princess in surprise, and she bowed, looking at him. He blushed with embarrassment, and the cutter rabbit, turning to the black rabbit, asked if he had already met this beauty. He scratched the back of his head and said that they had only seen each other for a few seconds. Theo asked, "Are they new?" Bay raised his paws and said, "It's the ant, the guardian of the world tree who protects flame." The ant replied, "To protect." Theo asked, "What?" At that moment, the protagonist said that he saw that Iona was also with them. Who was their new friend? Iona pointed her paws at the rabbit and said, "Yes, Seijin, this is Pew Pew, her apprentice." The rabbit nodded and said that she greeted him, the black dragon. She was pleased to meet him. Her name was Pew Pew. He replied, "Yeah, it's nice to meet her. He's Park Sejun." She could just call him Seijin. And what brought her here? She didn't just want to greet him, did she? She answered as expected of a black dragon. Yes, not only for that reason. She was here to ask him for a favor. He was surprised. A favor? Iona stepped forward and said that she was her student, but she was also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. She was here to request the black dragon's protection. He was surprised. What? The rabbits were also surprised. A princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom? Then they bowed their heads to her and shouted, "Your Highness." Hubby shouted. No one knew that she was safe. They apologized for not recognizing her. "Your Majesty," Wifey shouted. Like her subjects, they are extremely happy that she has grown into such a beautiful princess. She approached them and asked them to rise. They didn't need to be so formal with her. Wifey said Her Highness, with tears in her eyes. MC folded his arms and looking at Iona, asked, "Protection? But why?" She replied, "The story is a bit long. It all began." After a while, she spoke, and this is how it ended. The protagonist sighed and said, "I see, it must have been really tough for her, Pew Pew." She replied that it wasn't true. It all happened purely because of her incompetence. The rabbits cried out, "Her Highness, it's not her fault." They will never forgive greed. They must ask the rabbits who are suffering locked up there. They must avenge his and her majesties. Iona handed the token to the protagonist and said that with this kidnapping, they have acquired solid evidence with which they can put greed away according to all the rules. This seal is irrefutable evidence. The protagonist said, "So those punks used this item to kidnap Ion and Pew Pew? He'd interrogate them later. But this metal actually did have a dragon seal engraved on it." Why was he surprised? A system window appeared, saying that this seal shouldn't be here. He was surprised. It shouldn't. Aileen said it was the seal of the white dragon. It belonged to her uncle, Kellyan Maver. Then the protagonist approached the detainees and asked, "Did those guys attack them using this metal?" Theo replied, "Yes, sir." Sejin, "What will they do with these fools?" Scaram began to beg for mercy, for the first and last time. "Oh, Black Dragon." Merle said she was only obeying that goblin's orders. "Oh, Black Dragon." He asked, "So, this seal belongs to the dragon that controls the White Tower?" Aileen confirmed that it did. Dragons have clans, each representing a different color. Black dragons, blue dragons, silver dragons, and so on. And there's an unspoken rule against taking one dragon's belongings into another dragon's tower without permission. Dragon possessions are so powerful that they could destroy the world built within the tower if someone thoughtlessly misuses them. Moreover, if they really belong to Kellyan's uncle, it's even worse. The protagonist asked why. Hadn't she told them everything yet? She replied, her grandfather and uncle. At that moment, Kaiser approached them and calling the protagonist said he was feeling a bit hungry. "Is there anything he could eat?" She shouted, "Black Dragon." He looked at her in surprise, and then Hegel lowered his head before him and shouted that they were greeting the Black Dragon. He said, judging by the aura, he was the child who cast the protective barrier fragment of the monument. The ability to use such a complex high-level spell is worthy of praise. She leaned over and thanked him. "The Black Dragon." He asked, "What's going on here, Seiyin? It's only been a short time, and they have so many guests again. Is he throwing a feast or something?" MC scratched his head and, smiling awkwardly, said, "Well." Then Kaiser noticed the metal in the protagonist's hand. He extended his paw towards him and shouted, "Where did he get that nasty thing in his hands?" The protagonist shouted, "What's wrong, Mr. Kaiser?" He shouted for him to answer. The protagonist pointed to the side and said that he had just been interrogating that goblin and the white cat, and that they had used it on his friends. The Black Dragon asked, "Did they use it? The inhabitants of the Black Tower used items from the White Tower?" Scaram begged for mercy. "Please." Marl said they were mistaken. The next second, Kaiser's eye glowed. A powerful energy was felt, and he said, "Destroy." He put his finger to the goblin's head, and it only managed to gasp before disintegrating into tiny particles. After that, he headed toward Merle. She fell to the ground in horror, but the protagonist stood before her, shouting, "Mr. Kaiser, he must stop. If he kills this cat too, they will never know where they got this metal." He replied that there was no need. It was charged with white energy. He must destroy it. He must step back. He began to concentrate energy on the tip of his finger. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, and he said, "Aileen, she must not interfere with her grandfather. She knows perfectly well how much he hates that bastard him." She shouted that he must stop. If not, she will cut off his connection with the statue. He was surprised. "What? She must stop," she said. "Crystal ball. Enable administrator mode," he shouted. "Aileen, he was wrong. Her grandfather." She shouted that she was blocking him for now. Crystal ball. Cut off the connection with the stone statue. The system asked, "Does she wish to block the connection?" She extended her claw, making a decision. The Black Dragon called out to his granddaughter again, and then froze, turning to stone. The protagonist called out to him, and then said, "It's over." He looked at the system window, which said that she had disabled the stone statue. For now, he won't be able to join in. The protagonist asked why Mr. Kaiser was so angry. Did dragons really fight each other to the death all the time? She replied that wasn't true. All the dragons used to be great friends. The different towers interacted with each other, and before she started living in the tower's management office, they played and studied together with dragons from other clans. Uncle Kellyan and her grandfather also got along well. Among all the dragons, they were the closest friends, so close that others even envied them. But their relationship was ruined by one incident, after which even the slightest mention of one sends the other into a deadly rage. The white and black dragons had to cease all interaction and begin to behave extremely cautiously around the heads of their clans. "I wonder how Brother Ajax is doing. She hasn't seen him in 100 years. MC asked in surprise. "What, brother?" Whatever the case, at the very least to appease Mr. Kaiser's anger, she will need to partially reveal the origin of this metal, don't you think? Meryl looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Kaiser stood near the destroyed device and shouted, "Damn it." His son approached him and asked, "What happened? What happened to Aileen? Why is the panel broken?" He replied that he destroyed it in a fit of anger. He doesn't know where Aileen learned it, but she used the system and severed his connection with the stone statue. Smart little brat? "What else would you expect from his granddaughter?" Anton asked. "He knows how much it costs, right?" He replied that he had no idea. He should go and ask whoever made it to fix it. More importantly, an item belonging to the white bastard was discovered in the Black Tower. His son said, given how angry he was, it must have been Kellyan. He replied, "Exactly." He began to spread his power, allowing the tower's inhabitants to use an item imbued with his energy. He clenched his fist as he added, perhaps he'd even left this vile gift on purpose, knowing he'd find it. "Anton, he must summon all the black dragons this very second." He extended his hand and answered, "Father, what is he planning to do? Does he want to start a conflict?" He replied that it was a war between the black and white dragons. He would never forget what this bastard had done, and he would definitely make him pay dearly. After that, he howled into the sky, and his son desperately called out to him, saying, a bloody storm is coming. Meanwhile, Mariel, on her knees, said that she knew nothing at all. She only used what Scaram gave her after meeting Tarek. She asks, she will do whatever they wish, only they must spare her, she begs. Iona spoke. Apparently, she was telling the truth. Tarek had said something similar when they were brought to him. The protagonist folded his arms and asked, so, this guy named Tarek has some connection to the White Dragon? Iona thoughtfully replied that she didn't think so. There was a high chance he'd received a medal from greed. He had a loose tongue. If he had any personal connection to the dragon, he would have spilled the beans while bragging at his latest drinking bout. She'd been harboring suspicions for some time now. With an unknown source of information and greed's wealth, he couldn't achieve that level of influence on his own. MC said, as he'd expected, he'd have to deal with this greed or whatever his name was. At that moment, the Black Rabbit said, Uncle, how about a break? The guests were probably tired by now. He rose to his feet and said that was what they'd do. They should go rest. They'd talk later over dinner. Black Rabbit, he should escort the princess home. Iona said she'd probably return to Teo's hood. He replied, okay. Then the Black Rabbit asked her to follow him. She walked forward, and turning to Meryl, said that using items from another tower without permission was a crime punishable by death. Even if it hadn't happened here, when they handed the matter over to the association, she would be punished immediately. So she needed to prepare herself. She lowered her head and said, it can't be. Theo said, looking so pathetic. Couldn't she be gentle with her? She asked if he was caring about Meryl now. He replied that he wasn't. Then Oren called the protagonist and asked what he should do with this bag. It contained the items confiscated by Scaram. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise, then reached for the bag. Theo asked if he was looking for something specific. He replied that this Scaram had been stealing a bunch of items from outside the tower. Where did he get them from? If he had no contact with people from the ground, he figured there had to be some kind of answer or trick to this. Theo said, oh, if he hadn't died, they would have asked in person. What a shame. Then he took out the item and asked, is this a key? Oren said that Scaram said it was for his house. Theo asked, why would a traveling merchant need a house? The bag is their house. Then the protagonist looked at the system window in surprise and asked, what? It said, the owner of the subspace prison key has disappeared. Seijin, the tower farmer, will be appointed as the owner of the subspace prison key. She summons the subspace prison. The next second, a huge door appeared in front of them. MC shouted in surprise, what is this? Where did this door come from? She said it was subspace magic, a spell that creates a portal between dimensions. It is usually used to imprison dangerous criminals or store valuable items. The protagonist looked at the key and said, so, the goblin used this key? After this, the protagonist placed the key in the keyhole, then walked inside and looking around asked in surprise, what? Is it empty in here? And it's pitch black. Then Theo pointed his paw forward and shouted, he's there. Who is he? He has to show himself. The bat shouted that he was asking them not to hit him. He was begging. MC dropped to one knee and told him to calm down. They wouldn't hurt him. What was his name? He walked forward and said that his name was Bat. Was he his new master? The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Bat said, so, since it wasn't Scaram's master who opened the prison, is he now his new master? MC introduced himself and said, yes, he really did open the prison. But who is he? And what is he doing here? He replied that this was a strange question, that he was Bat, the golden bat. He was waiting for his master to come. Theo approached him and asked, a golden bat? In a place like this? He's such a slob. When was the last time he washed? He was surprised. Washed? He said. What does that mean? Theo shouted. Seijin, this guy stinks too much. The protagonist asked how long he'd been locked up here. He asked, what? He was born here. What a strange owner he'd gotten himself into this time. He rubbed his eye and said to please his new owner, he has a gift. The owner gave him something tasty, so he saved it to eat later. Then he pulled out a rotten apple. The protagonist asked in surprise, what is it? Theo said, rotten through and through. Bat held it out and said, it's fruit. It's delicious, right? He's giving it to a master. The protagonist replied, his stomach churning just looking at it. Has he really been eating this all this time? He replied, but it's Bat's treasure. He got it as a reward for good behavior. It's delicious, isn't it? MC said, that won't do. He said, he says his name is Bat, right? First, they need to get out of here. This is no place to live. The bat shouted, what? Outside? But Scaram said it was terribly dangerous and scary outside. He said that a small animal like him would be devoured there in a flash, or worse. The protagonist noted that it depended on the situation, of course, but the outside world wasn't as terrible as he imagined. Scaram, the bastard, had lied to him like that. In surprise, he dropped an apple and said, it can't be. Iona approached him and said that, speaking on behalf of the small animal, she could say that the world outside was extremely beautiful. It would be a shame to spend his entire life locked up in this dark basement. Instead of rotten food, he could enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables there to his heart's content. He was surprised. Fresh fruit? MC noted, exactly. If he liked fruit, he would also like the cherry tomatoes he grew. He wanted to try some. They were extremely sweet and refreshing. He asked in surprise, sweet? Then the protagonist said, enough chatter. He should go outside with them and try them. He just needed to take a step forward. He answered, but he was still scared. Iona extended her paw to him and said that if he was afraid, he should try holding her hand. She would protect him. He looked at her in surprise, then extended his paw to her. He put down his rotten fruit and they headed for the exit. Then he closed his eyes from the bright light and then said in surprise, it's blinding. Iona asked how he was feeling. It's nothing scary, right? He replied. It smells completely different than in prison. The protagonist placed his hands on his waist and asked, isn't the breeze so wonderful? Theo closed his eyes with his paws and said, we just went outside, and the smell of this dirty guy isn't so noticeable anymore. So the guy has reached the stage where he can be washed. Bat looked at the protagonist and asked, what will he order now? He thoughtfully replied that he would like to know about his time in prison, but first they need to do the most important thing. He was surprised. The most important thing? What is it? He replied that he needed to be properly washed and fed. After that, he introduced the bat to the other residents of the floor, and then they engaged in bathing activities. While in the water, MC offered the animals drinks. Everyone enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere. And then the protagonist asked, apparently he adapted well, right? Iona said that she hoped he would find his safe place here. What are his plans for the subspace prison? He picked up the key and said, summon subspace prison. The next second, a door appeared in front of him, and he said so, he can summon it whenever he wants. Iona confirmed, and it seemed to be connected to him now, and he can open it anytime and anywhere. He said that in that case, he would clean it up and use it as storage. He was just thinking about having a mobile warehouse. She said that in that case, if he didn't mind, he should allow an expansion to make it more convenient to use as a warehouse. It was an outdated version of the 3-layer magical structure. She thinks they can significantly increase the capacity. She'll clean it up, install lighting, add shelving, and generally work on the interior. He was surprised, really. He patted her head and added, Iona, he didn't know she knew that kind of magic. As expected of the great leader of the Tower of Magic. Then she sheepishly covered her face with her hood and said, he truly is a kind dragon. He was surprised, and then she went to the door and, opening it slightly, said, okay, it's time to get to work. They'll see each other soon. He replied, fine, she should let him know if she needs anything. After that, the door closed behind her, and she created light in her paw and said, he acts so modestly and treats everyone equally, despite their power, and the way he sincerely admires even the most simple magic makes her involuntarily act spoiled. He truly has the heart of a great man. So will she begin renovations for Seijin? The next second she rose up, pushed off the ground, and began to concentrate energy around herself. Meanwhile, the black rabbit said he was full. He looked at the princess and asked, is there food to your liking, your majesty? She replied, yes. She hadn't tasted carrots in so long. Theirs were 100 times tastier than the ones she ate as a child in the kingdom. While she was on the run from greed, studying with her mentor and enjoying such luxury, so many people were suffering, and they were cultivating ancient crops, preserving their rabbit pride. Shame on her. He replied, that's not true, your highness. She was cultivating her strength for the battle against greed to protect their people. She smiled and thanked him for his kind words. However, the fact that she, being part of the royal family, turned her back on her people for the sake of survival, as the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, she must take responsibility at all costs. He looked at her in surprise, then looked ahead and said that he was born on the 99th floor, and to be honest, he didn't really know anything about the kingdom, but he still empathized with his mom and dad, as well as the other rabbits. The longing in their hearts, the longing in the princess's heart. He rose to his paws, and the princess called to him. He added that he instinctively felt it too and wanted to return. He wanted to restore the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. She looked at him in surprise. He turned to her and said, because, your highness, he hopes that one day she will lead them with a bright smile on her face. They call him the Black Rabbit here, but his real name is Piak. He's heard that battle rabbits can become knights who protect the kingdom. He wants to reclaim the Red Ribbon Kingdom from greed and restore her happiness. Will she allow him, Piak, to become Princess Piu Piu's Black Knight? They held pause and she said, of course. She thought, her knight. At that moment, Bei approached them and asked what they were doing. The black rabbit jumped back in fear. He shouted, how long has he been spying on them? He answered, too long. The Ent stood nearby and said, he will protect, he will be a knight too. Then Bei said, by the way, they need to hurry. They've both already been searched. The rabbit asked, what's wrong? The Ent said, lots of cats, lots of wolves. Bei patted the Ent on the head and said that if they didn't hurry, the 67th floor would be destroyed before they could even confront greed. The Ent shouted, danger, the locusts are dangerous. Then they ran up to the protagonist. He said they were just in time. They needed to catch their breath. He was just about to begin, then. The black rabbit asked where everyone was rushing to. Elka asked where Lady Iona was. The protagonist said she was currently busy with something else. If a representative from the magic tower was needed, the princess was here, so she could speak. He told Seijin he already knew that the locusts on the 67th floor had turned purple and were emitting poison. This was causing the pungent green onions to wither, and they were losing ground. Piu Piu said it had happened much faster than expected. The wolf added, fortunately, the peeling green onions were effective against them, so they ran here without sparing any effort to immediately request reinforcements. MC replied, I see, so when the locusts mutated into the poisonous variety, the peeling onions became a better aid than the hot ones. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Then he called out, Theo, you must fill half the cat's bags with peeling and hot green onions. He replied, yes. Then the protagonist turned to the rabbits and told them to pack the rest of the bags with food for now. One of the rabbits approached him and said, Uncle? He brought his equipment. He thanked him and then, placing the knife in its usual place, asked Aileen, are there any anomalies in the tower? She replied that she was checking. She didn't see anything unusual yet. Green alert, quest. MC asked in surprise. Green alert? The system window said, manager's task. He must save the gem frogs from extinction in the Navia's swamp on the 67th floor. He said it was the same floor where the locusts had bred, right? She confirmed it. The control tower had appointed him manager. He would be teleported to the Navia's swamp on the 67th floor in 30 seconds. He could take his subordinates with him. He said it was time to choose. Aileen said she can't help him this time. Grandfather is still feeling unwell, so he won't be of any use. This situation is different from last time. The locusts are a test from the outside. Even though her dragon heart has grown, she still won't be able to withstand the most powerful monsters on the 99th floor. Will he be able to handle it? He asked. Did she remember what he said? The ruined worlds are different from this one. She is in this world, and he has grown a ton of useful crops that will help them get through this. So she shouldn't worry, Aileen. She must trust the tower farmer. Then Theo walked forward and said that they have collected all the green onions. They waved his stick and said that he just ate, so he can fight with all his might. The princess shouted she will help him with her magic. The black rabbit added, if her highness is coming, then he is coming too. The protagonist smiled, looking at them, and then the system announced that he had assigned subordinates. He placed his hands on his waist and shouted, okay, they're going to the 67th floor. The system announced that he was teleporting to the Navia swamp on the 67th floor. A few seconds later, they were in the right place. They fell into the water, and MC, getting up, shouted, what the hell is this mud? He understands, of course, that this is a swamp, but was it really necessary to throw them right into the thicket? Theo shouted at him to be careful. He'll only fall. Then the protagonist rose to his feet and said that they needed to find cover first. They were too visible here. The cat said they needed to get out of the water first. The black rabbit, turning to the princess, asked, is she all right, Her Highness? She confirmed. Then they noticed the purple locusts. The black rabbit called out to the protagonist in fear. He also looked in horror at the huge swarms of purple locusts that had taken over all the surrounding trees. They began flying toward them, creating a vortex. The system informed him that he must find and eliminate the cause of the gemfrog's extinction. The protagonist shouted, who else should he find here? Obviously these creatures. All right, we need to get to work. Let's go. Beck grew in size and swung his club. MC ran into the attack and shouted, for the black tower.